Martial Peak, Chapter 4779, Yuan Du's Suspicions. Yuan Du and Gu Linger had a master and disciple relationship between them. Having stood out from among the lower disciples, Gu Linger had been taken under Yuan Du's wing and became his only legacy disciple. That would explain how Gu Linger had been corrupted by the black ink. The honored master himself was in this state. What more was there to say about the disciple? On this occasion, Yuan Du had used his status as her honored master to travel to the spirit province where Gu Linger lived. Even if his movements were noticed by Li Yuan Wang and the others, they would not suspect him of anything. At this moment, he looked at Yang Kai warmly and smiled. You shone very brightly in the recent training, martial nephew. This king was amazed by your performance. Yang Kai bowed. You praise me too highly, senior. I was simply lucky. Unfortunately, I was forced to harm my senior brothers and sisters. I feel very bad about that. Yuan Du chuckled. The circumstances were unavoidable, and you had no other choice. Don't take it to heart. Besides, it's not as if you didn't know how to hold back. Turning to the side, he looked at Gu Linger and asked, how are the preparations? Gu Linger nodded. Please don't worry, honored master. Everything is in order. He nodded. In that case, let us begin. Zhong Yuquan suddenly winked at Yang Kai. Thanks to you, junior brother Yang, we will also receive some enlightenment. The other black ink disciples also looked very excited. Their faces were filled with anticipation, as though something good was about to happen. Yang Kai was puzzled. What do you mean, senior brother? Zhong Yuquan smiled mysteriously but did not explain himself. At this moment, a ferocious world force surged violently. Yang Kai was startled and quickly glanced at Yuan Du. Yuan Du's robes flapped noisily even though there was no wind in the air. The illusory phantom of a vast small universe emerged behind him before expanding outward all of a sudden. Yang Kai was slightly startled. Yuan Du was clearly trying to manifest his small universe around them. However, Zhong Yuquan and the others showed no response. They seemed to have expected this scenario, so he did not dare to make any rash actions. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai simply waited quietly. In the next moment, Yuan Du's small universe came crashing down and swept everyone up into it. This was not Yang Kai's first time encountering such a situation. Back when he was pursuing Zhuo Quanhui in the new Great Territory, Zhuo Quanhui had manifested his small universe in a last-ditch effort to fight to the death. In the end, Yang Kai had done the same and manifested his small universe to confront Zhuo Quanhui. Although Void Land ultimately won that day, the battle caused Yang Kai's small universe to become mixed with a lot of impurities derived from Zhuo Quanhui's small universe, which the latter intentionally collapsed as a final act of defiance. Afterwards, Yang Kai spent great effort to remove the hidden dangers in his small universe, causing his heritage to weaken significantly in the process. Having experienced such a battle once, it could be said that Yang Kai was traversing a familiar path when faced with the current situation. Under normal circumstances, the power of the black ink would leak out if Yuan Du spread out his small universe in this manner, and that would have alerted the high-rank open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise. However, this place was Gu Linger's private spirit province and there were many barriers and restrictions set up over this land to isolate the inside from the outside. When Yuan Du asked Gu Linger whether the preparations were in order, he was probably asking about this matter. In an instant, Yuan Du's small universe spread outward with everybody being pulled inside. Yang Kai looked around only to see that Yuan Du's small universe was identical to the universe paradise that Shi Zheng left behind after his death. Everything was dyed pitch black, as though the entire world had been smeared with a thick layer of ink. The scenery in Yuan Du's small universe gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Yuan Du's heritage as a seventh-order open heaven realm master was very impressive. The Tao essence was extremely abundant in his small universe, though Yang Kai could not determine what type of Tao essence it was. Everybody looked around after they appeared on the black-colored land. Zhong Yuquan and the others looked confused, but Yang Kai did not know what was puzzling them. As the owner of this small universe, Yuan-Du simply looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked in a pleasant voice, "Martial nephew, I suddenly thought of something. May I ask you a question?" Yang Kai was looking around his surroundings when he heard the question, and he nodded in response, "Please ask, Senior Yuan. This junior will surely answer to the best of my abilities." Yuan-Du asked, "You were enlightened by Elder Shizheng, right, martial nephew?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "How did Elder Shizheng enlighten you?" Yuan-Du inquired further. "Is he suspecting me? He would not have asked me this question otherwise." Yang Kai's heart was as bright and clear as a mirror. Besides, he had already prepared himself for such questions. It was just as he had mentioned to Li Yuan Wang and Gao Ting earlier. The grass had already been rustled, so there was no way the snakes would remain quiet after that. It was precisely because of these considerations that Li Yuan Wang warned Yang Kai that staying here would be dangerous and asked him to consider his next course of action carefully. In any case, Yang Kai came here for the Black Ink disciples and the true Black Ink clansmen. If he wanted to remain safe, he would not have taken the initiative to propose going out to the front lines to gather information in the first place. As such, he answered calmly and respectfully, "Elder Shizheng used a Black Ink insect. When this junior felt the wonders of the Black Ink strength, I suddenly experienced an epiphany. Therefore, I boldly embraced the Black Ink. It is all thanks to Elder Shizheng that junior is here today." Yuan-Du gently nodded and asked meaningfully, "Did Elder Shizheng tell you anything else?" Yang Kai mulled over the question. "He told me some things, but not everything." "What may you be referring to, Senior Yuan?" Yuan-Du laughed. "To be honest, this king has known about your identity as a Black Ink disciple since the day you stepped into Langya Paradise and met Zhong Yuquan. This king has also been waiting for you to visit me on your own recently. It's a pity that you never came. If not, this king would not have taken the risk to come and meet you here." Yang Kai bowed. "Please forgive me, Senior." Yuan-Du continued, "Furthermore, your various actions during this time have led this king to believe that you didn't know the identity of any other Black Ink disciples aside from Zhong Yuquan. What's wrong? Didn't Elder Shizheng tell you these things after enlightening you?" At first, Gu Ling'er and the others were confused as to why Yuan-Du was mentioning these topics to Yang Kai. It was not until this moment that the realization struck them. Yuan-Du was clearly suspicious of Yang Kai's identity. If Yang Kai had been enlightened by Elder Shizheng, then Elder Shizheng should have informed him about the situation in Langya Paradise to a certain extent. Yet, he had seemed ignorant of their identities during the training. Rather, they were the ones who took the initiative to reveal their identities to him. Naturally, that did not prove anything. It might be that Yang Kai was simply being cautious, so he was reluctant to reveal his identity first. However, since Yuan-Du was suspicious, it was only proper for them to show the corresponding attitude. With a shift of their bodies, Gu Ling'er and the others quickly surrounded Yang Kai in unison. At the same time, they silently mobilized their world force. Meanwhile, Yang Kai remained calm, not the slightest hint of nervousness in his countenance as he replied, "Please forgive me, Senior. After Elder Shizheng enlightened this junior, he only told this junior to head to Langya Paradise. As for what this junior was supposed to do or who to meet, Elder Shizheng did not explain anything. It was only after repeated inquiries that Elder Shizheng finally told this junior about Senior Brother Zhong's identity. He told me that I only needed to reveal my identity to Senior Brother Zhong, who oversaw the Void Dock when I arrived at Langya Paradise. He also mentioned that there was no need to worry about anything else because someone would approach me when I arrived." Yuan-Du frowned slightly upon hearing those words. If it had to be said, Yang Kai's words were reasonable and worth considering. There was nothing wrong with his explanation, and thinking about Elder Shizheng's personality, it was not impossible for him to come up with this arrangement. Even so, Yuan-Du could not shake off his feelings of suspicion towards Yang Kai, one that seemed almost instinctive. Despite calmly observing Yang Kai for a while, he did not detect anything unusual from the latter's expression. Only after some time did Yuandu speak again. The black ink strength is mysterious, but not omnipotent. Divine spirits have a certain degree of resistance towards the black ink strength. I believe you are a grand dragon, martial nephew. Have you truly been enlightened by the black ink strength? Yang Kai glanced at Yuandu. So, you're suspecting my identity, senior? Yuandu replied grimly, this is an important matter. This king has no choice but to proceed with caution. Yang Kai nodded with an expression of understanding. This junior understands. I am a new black ink disciple after all. It is only natural for you to doubt my words, senior. In that case, please take a look at this. While saying so, he stretched out his hand. A ball of black energy immediately appeared in the palm of his hand. The energy wriggled on the palm of his hand like a living creature. Black ink strength. Gu Ling'er exclaimed softly. They had similar energy within their bodies. Moreover, this energy came from the same source as the black ink strength that flooded the entirety of Yuandu's small universe. It was only natural that they were familiar with the energy. As soon as the black ink strength appeared, the vigilance of Gu Ling'er and the others immediately vanished. Even Yuandu's expression became much kinder again. The ability to mobilize the black ink strength undoubtedly proved that Yang Kai had been corrupted by the black ink. That was not something just anybody could touch. In this way, have your worries been assuaged, senior? Yang Kai asked. Yuandu nodded lightly. Since you can mobilize the black ink strength, this king is willing to recognize you as our comrade. Before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief though, he heard Yuandu's voice again. However, just to be on the safe side, I ask that you open your small universe for this king to inspect, martial nephew. That's the only way to truly confirm your identity. Yang Kai was speechless. He would be exposed if his small universe was investigated. It was true that there was some black ink strength suppressed and sealed in his small universe, but that was all thanks to the World Spring. The World Spring had strengthened his small universe to the point of impregnability, so the black ink strength could not corrupt his foundation. That was why he was not taken over by the black ink. Unfortunately, his identity would be exposed immediately if he were investigated by Yuandu. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai revealed a troubled expression. What's wrong? Are you still unwilling to believe me, senior? Yuandu answered calmly, martial nephew, it is not that this king is unwilling to trust you. Nevertheless, investigating your small universe is the safest and easiest way to confirm your identity. Open your small universe and let this king take a look. Whether you are an enemy or an ally, everything will become clear at a glance. You have nothing to lose in doing so. Yang Kai quickly asked, what if I refuse? Yuandu's gaze immediately sharpened once more. He glared intently at Yang Kai. Why would you refuse? His initial doubts had been assuaged for the most part. Yang Kai had activated the black ink strength after all, which was enough to prove his identity as a black ink disciple. However, Yang Kai's reaction made Yuandu suspicious again. If he has nothing to hide, then why would he refuse? It's just an investigation of his small universe. It's not as if I was planning to do anything to him. Could it be that the power of a grand dragon is enough to resist the erosion of the black ink strength even if one is affected by it? Yuandu's heart moved with his will. All of a sudden, the wind swirled about in his small universe world and his murderous intent surged. Martial Peak, Chapter 4780, What are you hiding? Yuandu's attitude made Gu Ling'er and the others, who calmed down earlier, become nervous again. Crowding around Yang Kai, they mobilized their world force and prepared to attack at any moment. There was bound to be some trouble if they killed Yang Kai here, but compared to their identities as black ink disciples being exposed, they had no other choice. Besides, they only needed to come up with a random excuse. They could claim that Yang Kai became lustful and made unwanted advances towards Gu Ling'er. In this situation, those claims would be enough to conceal the truth. After all, his image as a heartless thief had been deeply engraved into the hearts of the people. Having abandoned Gu Pan after thoughtless sleeping with her, it would not be strange for him to set his eyes on Gu Ling'er's beauty. Yang Kai looked around him flatly. His ice-cold gaze frightened Gu Ling'er and the others. They couldn't help remembering the scene of their battle against him during the training. With the strength he previously displayed, it was extremely easy for him to defeat them. That was why they hoped from the bottom of their hearts that this battle would never break out, regardless of Yuan Du's intentions. Senior, Yang Kai's head drooped low, and his voice was low. One's small universe is one's greatest privacy. It is not something that can be investigated so casually. This junior understands that you have doubts about my identity, however, this junior has already provided proof earlier. Why are you being so insistent, senior? Yuan Du quickly said, I have to be absolutely sure. Yang Kai raised his head, looked Yuan Du straight in the eyes, and grinned fiercely, Senior, since you know that I am a grand dragon, you should also know that it won't be easy for you to kill me even if we are inside your small universe. If it comes down to a fight, I will definitely suffer, but it won't end well for you either, Senior. Yuan Du's expression changed slightly, are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. I'm just telling you about the current situation, Senior. Yang Kai smiled in a carefree manner. Gu Ling'er and the others were stunned. Yang Kai had always been polite and courteous. He was also unusually humble in front of an elder like Yuan Du. For him to become so intimidating all of a sudden made him seem like a different person altogether, so it was rather difficult for them to adjust to the change. Thinking about it again though, it was true that he had the qualifications to speak to Yuan Du as equals on account of his identity as a Grand Dragon. It was just that his identity as a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master caused everybody to subconsciously forget about his terrifying combat prowess when he transformed into a Grand Dragon. Showing Yuan Du due respect as a junior was nothing more than a courtesy. If any of them thought of him as nothing more than an ordinary junior because of his behavior, then they were greatly mistaken. It's bad enough if that's all that will happen. But, if the aftermath of our battle leaks to the outside, our identities as Black Ink disciples will also be revealed to Langya Paradise. The consequences of that will be disastrous. Yang Kai took a light breath. Yuan Du's expression was unfriendly and his voice was frigid. This king is well aware of that, but if you are not a Black Ink disciple, our identities will also be exposed to the world. Therefore, no matter what happens, I must check your small universe today. Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Why must you do this, Senior? What are you hiding? Yuan Du shouted. The more Yang Kai refused, the more uneasy he felt. I just want to check his small universe. Is there a need for him to react so strongly? Unless he is not a real Black Ink disciple. But, I clearly saw him mobilizing the Black Ink strength just now. I just don't understand. Yang Kai fell into silent contemplation for some time. A long while passed before he gave a long sigh. You're right, Senior. I am hiding some secrets, but they have nothing to do with my identity as a Black Ink disciple. Forget it, even if it comes down to a fight, it won't end well for anybody. Since you are so persistent, Senior, this junior will do as you wish. While saying so, he activated his world force. The illusory phantom of his small universe appeared behind him. However, he did not show them his entire small universe. He only showed them the part where he had suppressed and sealed the Black Ink strength. At this moment, he was secretly glad that he collected all the Black Ink strength left behind after Shi Zheng's death into his small universe to suppress and seal, otherwise, he would have had no means to overcome the situation he faced today. In that situation, the end result would undoubtedly have triggered an intense battle. Inside Yuan Du's small universe, things would not end well for him even if he transformed into his Grand Dragon form. In the eyes of Yuan Du and the others, the illusory phantom of the small universe behind Yang Kai churned chaotically with an energy that resembled Black Ink. They immediately felt relieved at the sight, but in the next moment, they were flooded with astonishment, puzzlement, and shock. Retracting the illusory phantom of his small universe, Yang Kai looked at Yuan Du. Senior, does that prove my identity? Yuan Du's expression clouded slightly at those words. He nodded after some thought. This king was overly suspicious. Please forgive me, martial nephew. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. You were simply being cautious, senior. I can understand that. Both of them spoke warmly, almost as if their aggressive argument earlier had been nothing more than an illusion. Gu Linger parted her red lips. Junior brother Yang. Your small universe has already fully materialized. Similarly, Zhong Yuquan and the others also had extremely shocked expressions on their faces. They immediately realized the moment they saw Yang Kai's small universe. His small universe was extremely solid, unlike their own. But Yang Kai was clearly only in the sixth order open heaven realm. How could his small universe transform from immaterial to material? Wasn't that a privilege that belonged only to seventh order open heaven realm masters? No wonder he was against letting anybody investigate his small universe. This was the secret he was trying to hide. That was truly an unbelievable secret. Since ancient times, the small universe of open heaven realm masters would only materialize when they advanced into the high-rank open heaven realm. That was the path forged by countless predecessors over innumerable years. There had been no exceptions recorded in history. On the other hand, Yang Kai had crushed the common sense that everybody knew. No wonder junior brother Yang's heritage is so much more magnificent even though we are all in the sixth order open heaven realm. Zhong Yuquan revealed a look of understanding. Before this, they assumed that Yang Kai was invincible among those in the same order because of his Dragon Clan bloodline. Even so, he had not used the power of the Dragon Clan during the training. It was only at the last moment when he was being besieged by hundreds of open heaven realm masters that he transformed into his grand dragon form to escape. What he relied on the whole time was the heritage of his small universe. With a small universe that had transformed from immaterial to material, it was only natural that his heritage was beyond what ordinary sixth order open heaven realm masters could compare to. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment before he casually explained, to be honest, I don't know the reason why my small universe is so different from others either. It was already like this when I first advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm. Over the years, I've speculated that this difference is related to my proficiency in the Tao of space. Zhong Yuquan and the others gasped in surprise. For one small universe to transform into a substantial existence after advancing into the fifth order open heaven realm was beyond their comprehension. In any case, they had no reason to suspect Yang Kai's explanation. They were not knowledgeable in the Tao of space after all. Who could know whether one's proficiency in the Tao of space could cause such changes in the small universe? This is my biggest secret. Please do not leak this information to the others, Yang Kai urged. Yuan Du nodded, don't worry, martial nephew. This secret will only be limited to the few of us. Nobody else will learn of it. Yang Kai turned to look at Yuan Du after hesitating for a while. He finally said, Senior, although divine spirits can resist the black ink strength to a certain extent, it doesn't mean that divine spirits cannot be corrupted by the black ink. Yuan Du smiled, you are a black ink disciple. That's something I fully understand now. Yang Kai shook his head, I'm not talking about myself. Rather, there are others. Yuan Du looked stunned, martial nephew, have you seen other divine spirits who were corrupted by the black ink? Gu Linger and the others also looked over in curiosity. The black ink disciples had always known everything about each other, and there were no divine spirits among the black ink disciples. Yang Kai shook his head again, it's not a divine spirit, but an existence far greater than the divine spirits. Yuan Du was slightly shocked, what existence could be far greater than the divine spirits? Yang Kai stared straight into Yuan Du's eyes, a giant spirit god. The sound of people gasping rang out across the room. Even Yuan Du had a look of disbelief on his face. He shook his head and said, that's impossible. How powerful is a giant spirit god? A black ink insect would have absolutely no effect against one. Yang Kai pointed at his eyes. Everything is possible. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yuan Du felt his heart pounding in his chest and his lips going dry. Where? For black ink disciples like himself, it would be like adding wings to a tiger if they had a giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink on their side. After all, a giant spirit god was such a powerful existence that even the cave heavens and paradises could only look up to them. If there truly was a giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink, the strength of the black ink disciple would soar in an instant. Even if they accidentally revealed their true identities, they could rely on the strength of the giant spirit god to deal with the cave heavens and paradises. They would no longer need to act so carefully and secretively. Contrary to expectations, Yang Kai abruptly changed his tune and shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that the giant spirit god is dead. Dead. The enormous wave of disappointment after hearing those words was so at odds with his initial feelings of excitement and anticipation that Yuan Du nearly coughed up blood as a result. Even a giant spirit god can die? Zhong Yuquan asked incredulously. The giant spirit god clan stood at the top of all the other races in the vast universe. Who could kill one? Yuan Du was depressed for some time, then he suddenly collected his emotions and opened his mouth. Even if the giant spirit god is dead, his corpse will not rot or decay. The black ink strength inside his body will not disappear either. Martial nephew, where did you see this giant spirit god? Yang Kai asked. Senior, have you ever heard of the divine spirit's ancestral land? Yuan Du pondered for a moment and exclaimed in realization, this king has heard rumors about the so-called ancestral land of all the divine spirits said to be located in the depths of the shattered heaven, but I've never seen that place for myself. Nobody has ever confirmed the rumors before either. Could it be that the rumors are real? Yang Kai nodded. It's true. I saw the giant spirit god in the divine spirit's ancestral land. Yang Kai had his own reasons to reveal the information about the black ink giant spirit god. The first reason was to remove Yuan Du's doubts. The other reason was that the giant spirit god corrupted by the black ink would be an extremely important existence to the black ink disciples. Even the black ink clansmen hidden in the shadows could not ignore this matter. As long as this information was delivered to the black ink clan, Yang Kai could use the chance to approach the real ringleaders and learn the hiding place of the true black ink clansmen. Several decades ago, I entered the shattered heaven for training. During that time, I ran into some trouble and offended some people. More importantly, I was relentlessly pursued by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Bright Sun Divine Monarch. With no other choice, I could only flee deeper and deeper into the shattered heaven. Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Yuan Du raised his eyebrows at the name. I've heard of this person before. He is indeed an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Meanwhile, Gu Linger had a mixture of shock and admiration on her face. While they were cultivating peacefully in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai had gone to the shattered heaven and even been hunted by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That must have been a thrilling and terrifying experience. Martial Peak, Chapter 4781, Sacrificial Offering. The higher one's order in the open heaven realm, the stronger one became, and there was a huge disparity in strength between each order. Take 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves for example. With their strength alone, they were completely powerless against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, let alone an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In the eyes of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was probably no different from an ant. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had been pursued by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With him standing here unscathed, there was no need to further elaborate on what happened at the end. It was obvious that he had successfully escaped the pursuit of that 8th Order Master. Such a feat was even more shocking and admirable compared to how he challenged and defeated all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise by himself. It was during that incident that I had the opportunity to enter the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. As you know, Senior, I have a dragon clan bloodline. Entering the ancestral land is like a fish diving into water for me, Yang Kai continued. This junior saw a black ink giant spirit god who was suppressed and sealed in the ancestral land since ancient times. A black ink giant spirit god. Yuandu's expression became excited. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Speaking of which, I didn't understand why the giant spirit god had that appearance at the time, much less why a giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit's ancestral land in the first place. After all, the giant spirit god clan has a gentle, almost childlike temperament. As long as one does not provoke them, they will not provoke others. For a long time, this junior had wondered why the giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in ancient times. Just what kind of conflict took place between that giant spirit god and the divine spirits in the ancestral land? It was not until later when this junior was enlightened by Elder Shizheng that I understood. The giant spirit god had embraced the black ink. That was probably the reason why the divine spirits in the ancestral land were in conflict with him back then. Yuandu's eyes were shining so brightly that he looked terrifying. That must be the reason. Looks like the giant spirit god had indeed been enlightened. Pacing back and forth with an excited and agitated expression, he suddenly stopped moving and asked, "Martial nephew, are you sure the giant spirit god is dead?" Yang Kai revealed a look of remembrance. Although countless years have passed, the giant spirit god's corpse remains perfectly intact. The divine spirits in the ancestral land claim that he was dead, but I'm not sure about the specific circumstances. I've never observed the giant spirit god from up close after all. In any case, the divine spirits in the ancestral land have designated that area as a restricted area, so nobody dares to approach carelessly. Those words were peppered with half-truths. He could be certain that the giant spirit god was dead. After all, many divine spirits headed by the Phoenix clan and the Kun clan had risked danger and ventured deep into the giant spirit god's body to investigate. Their investigation did not reveal the slightest hint of vitality. If that's the case, then there's a possibility that he's not dead. Yuandu's expression became even more excited. How powerful is a giant spirit god? How could he possibly be killed so easily? Even the divine spirits can't achieve something like that. He's simply suppressed and sealed in that place. I'm sure he is accumulating strength and waiting for the chance to rise again. Having said that, Yuandu laughed heartily and reached out to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Martial nephew, you are the lucky charm of the Black Ink disciples. You brought such great news as soon as you arrived." "Honored master," Gu Linger called out from the side, "are we going to figure out a method to rescue the giant spirit god?" Yuandu quickly said, "Of course. We definitely need to rescue such a powerful helping hand. Nevertheless, we need to confirm whether he is still alive first. If he is still alive, then we must rescue him. But, if he is dead, then there's no point. Besides, that place is the divine spirit's ancestral land. With our strength alone, I'm afraid our hope of success is slim to none." Judging from his words, he could not confirm whether the giant spirit god was alive or dead, even though he seemed pretty confident that the giant spirit god was still alive earlier. He turned to look at Yang Kai. "I'm afraid we will have to rely on you for this matter, martial nephew. It is the divine spirit's ancestral land, after all, so only you can freely access that place." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I will do whatever it takes." Yuandu nodded in satisfaction. "But, before that, we should ask the Divine Lord for advice. Come with me." After saying that, he beckoned to them and led them in a certain direction. Zhong Yuquan and the others immediately followed with excited expressions, as though something good was going to happen. On the other hand, Yang Kai's heart raced slightly. The Divine Lord that Yuandu mentioned just now forcefully reminded him of the Black Ink clansmen. If he was not mistaken, then the Divine Lord that Yuandu mentioned was most likely the Black Ink clansman hiding in the shadows. Will I face my greatest trial so quickly? There was no denying that Yang Kai came to Langya Paradise for this purpose. What's more, he had been working hard in this direction. It was just that the opportunity to approach his target came so quickly that he was mentally unprepared. In front of Yuan Du and the others, he could simply use the black ink strength suppressed and sealed in his small universe to conceal the truth and deceive them. However, could he keep his identity hidden in front of a true Black Ink clan member? Would the Black Ink clan have some sort of special method to distinguish between friend and foe? He did not know. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to proceed forward at this point. His only option was to take things one step at a time. In the worst case, he could transform into a grand dragon and fight to the death. At this moment, there was something else that puzzled him even more. Could it be that the Black Ink clansman is hidden in Yuan Du's small universe world? Otherwise, there is no explanation for his current behavior. A short while later, they arrived at an empty space where an altar in the shape of a 9-layer pagoda stood on the ground ahead. It was several tens of meters tall and made from an unknown substance. More importantly, there was an eerie and sinister aura pervading it. Yang Kai had been guarding against the Black Ink clan and contemplating how he should react when faced with the true Black Ink clan member. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling confused when he suddenly caught sight of the altar. What the hell is that for? On the contrary, the Black Ink clan that he had been guarding against was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Yuquan, Gu Ling'er, and the others clearly knew what was going to happen in advance. It might not even be their first time here, so their expressions were calm. Nonetheless, their gazes were extremely feverish when they looked in the direction of the altar, almost as though filled with reverence. Yuan Du stepped forward with a solemn expression. Standing below the altar, he reached his hand out and grabbed at something. A short sword appeared in the palm of his hand. Then, he slashed the sword down his wrist. The short sword was extremely sharp. Not to mention, he had dispelled his defensive powers, so as soon as the sword came slashing down, his flesh churned and fresh blood spurted out violently. He raised his hand and scattered his blood across the altar while chanting something. Nobody knew what he was muttering, but following his actions, his entire small universe began to vibrate. The Black Ink strength churned and wriggled as though it had a life of its own. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuquan and the others watched and waited with fiery gazes. Yang Kai turned his head to the side, leaned close to Gu Ling'er's ear, and whispered, "Senior Sister Gu, what is Senior Yuan Du doing?" Gu Ling'er blushed slightly but patiently explained nevertheless, "Honored Master is trying to communicate with the Divine Lord." Communicate, he suddenly understood. The Black Ink clansman was not in this small universe. Why else would they need to go through such tedious procedures? Although Yang Kai did not know where the Black Ink clan member was hiding, was it really possible for Yuan Du to communicate with them just by doing this? He couldn't help being extremely skeptical. After waiting for a long while, the altar remained unresponsive. On the contrary, Yuan Du's complexion became pale due to excessive blood loss. Even if he was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, it was impossible for him to last long when his blood was spilling freely from his wrist like a fountain. Yang Kai leaned towards Gu Ling'er again and whispered, "Senior Sister, there's no response." Gu Ling'er continued to blush, "It's like that sometimes. Not every attempt to communicate will succeed." Why? Yang Kai was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Black Ink clansmen should be very responsive to the Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, her words indicated that the success rate of this communication method was rather inconsistent. Despite not understanding the reason for everything that was happening at the moment, Yang Kai carefully recorded this scene in his heart. He would need to report his findings to Li Yuan Wang and the others later. As elders from the cave heavens and paradises, they might know something. "I don't know either," she slowly shook her head. After a whole hour had passed, Yuan Du's complexion became as white as paper. Just as his figure was about to collapse, the altar suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. That was because he sensed a mighty will resembling the heavens descending from the sky without any warning. Compared to that will, all the living beings in the world seemed like nothing more than ants. Is the Black Ink clansman really this powerful? His heart thumped wildly in his chest. Following the advent of that will, a look of excitement appeared on Yuan Du's pale face. His voice also became louder at the same time. Yang Kai could not understand what Yuan Du was saying at all, but he vaguely guessed that it was some kind of mantra to summon the advent of the Black Ink clansman's will. All of a sudden, pitch-black black ink strength spread out from the pagoda-like altar and flowed outward in all directions like water. It was extremely pure black ink strength. Zhong Yuquan and the others immediately knelt on the ground with their hands stretched out in front of them and their bodies lowered to the ground. They constantly prayed in the direction of the altar. Yang Kai was stuck in a daze when he felt Gu Ling'er tugging sharply on the corner of his clothes. Hesitating slightly for a moment, he imitated their actions and prostrated himself on the ground. The black ink strength that resembled real black ink flowed out of the altar and slowly came close. Zhong Yuquan and the others then absorbed and collected the black ink strength into their small universes. Upon receiving the nourishment of the black ink strength, their expressions became even more enlivened. Even Yuan Du, who suffered from excessive blood loss, seemed to become as mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger at this moment. Under these circumstances, Yang Kai did not dare to do anything suspicious. He simply allowed the black ink strength to pour into his small universe, then activated his strength to suppress and seal it. The will that descended without warning earlier had left him feeling extremely on edge, for fear that his identity would be revealed. However, he soon discovered that the majestic will was not paying any attention to him. In fact, the will seemed a little strange. It was strong one moment and weak the next, erratically fluctuating in an endless cycle. After boldly perceiving the energy for a moment, Yang Kai vaguely discovered that the will was rather simple. There was not the slightest hint of subjectivity. In other words, the will gave off the feeling of a person with a blank mind. If there were no thoughts, then how could it communicate? How could it respond to Yuan Du's summons and descend here? Everything was extremely odd. The entire ritual did not last for long. From the beginning to the end, only an hour or so pass. Once the ritual ended, the will that descended slowly vanished into nothingness. Only then did Yuan Du get to his feet and stand there with his brow wrinkled tightly. Everybody else also followed suit and stood up. All of them were flushed and glowing as though they had just received great nourishment. Yang Kai looked around. Oh, no. I can't be the exception. Thus, he secretly activated his strength and forced his complexion to become as red as fire, turning his skin a radiant shade. Martial Peak, Chapter 4782, Vital Information. The will that descended from the altar just now had subsided, but Yuan Du continued to stand there with a deep frown on his face. The others did not dare to disturb him carelessly, so they could only wait quietly. After a while, he finally blew out a breath softly and raised his hand. Let's go out first before we talk. When the words left his mouth, his small universe that was spread outward closed swiftly. Yang Kai felt his vision blurring for a moment, and by the time it returned to normal, he was already standing in the room from before. He anxiously asked, "Senior, what were the instructions of the Divine Lord?" Yuan Du shook his head and said nothing. Yang Kai was extremely anxious, but did not dare to ask questions rashly lest he roused Yuan Du's suspicion again. It had taken a lot of effort for him to infiltrate the Black Ink Disciples organization and obtain Yuan Du's recognition, therefore, things would not end well if he roused Yuan Du's suspicions again. A long time passed before Yuan Du finally looked up at Yang Kai. "Martial nephew, can I trouble you to make another trip to the Divine Spirit's ancestral land? Please figure out a way to determine the life or death of the giant spirit god." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, that's not a problem. I've already received the recognition of the divine spirits in the ancestral land during my last trip there. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter that place at will, but as a grand dragon, I can freely enter and leave that place without obstruction." "That's good. This matter is not urgent though, so you can go when you are free, martial nephew." Yang Kai then asked, "Senior, it's one thing if the giant spirit god is dead. But, what if he is still alive? Do I need to think of a way to rescue him? Yuandu asked, can you do that? Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. It will be difficult. Senior, you might not know this, but the divine spirits all gather in the ancestral land. There are many divine spirits with strength comparable to 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. My strength is very insignificant there. But, if the giant spirit god is still alive and I can figure out a way to rescue him, then no matter how many divine spirits are in the ancestral land, they will not be his opponents. Yuandu nodded. A giant spirit god is powerful indeed, but he has been suppressed and sealed for so many years. Even if he is alive and receives help from you, it will be difficult for him to wield his full strength for some time. The gears in Yang Kai's head spun. Maybe I can figure out a method to bring all of you into the divine spirit's ancestral land. That way, we can cooperate from both the inside and the outside. Senior, how many black ink disciples do we have? How powerful are they? Yuandu replied, all of them are already gathered here. By the way, there's also Jiang Yen. He left on a mission and has yet to return. The last one would be Elder Shizheng, who oversees the star boundary. Yang Kai's mouth fell open. Are there only so few black ink disciples? Yuandu laughed. Did you think enlightening a black ink disciple is easy? Yang Kai answered, I only know that you need the black ink insect. That's right. The enlightenment of each black ink disciple requires the use of a black ink insect. The black ink insects are bestowed by the Divine Lord and are extremely rare. It took me several thousand years to get just a few, and I gave the last one to Elder Shizheng to use on you. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed an expression of realization, his heart calming down considerably. This is great. I'm glad there are only so few black ink disciples in Langya Paradise. Although he could not rule out the possibility that Yuandu was lying to him, Yuandu had already accepted his identity, so there should be no need for him to conceal anything anymore. What's more, this matter was related to the giant spirit god. If there were many black ink disciples, Yuandu would definitely have shown some greater ambitions. Unfortunately, with so few black ink disciples, it was practically impossible for them to rescue the giant spirit god, who was suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit's ancestral land. More importantly, Yuandu no longer had any black ink insect in his possession. For most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters, the black ink insect was the most troublesome aspect. Without this threat hanging over their heads, they would have much less scruples when taking action in the future. Looks like we have to work hard to gather more companions. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, looking as though he was thinking hard about the future. This king would like that too, but the instances when the Divine Lord bestows the black ink insects are simply too unpredictable. Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. If that was the case, you should have enlightened more 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Senior. After saying that, he seemed to realize something and turned to give Gu Linger and the others an apologetic look. Please don't take offense. This junior brother is not looking down on you. It's just that the gap in power between a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is extremely large. Of course, you will also advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm soon. Gu Linger and the others looked indifferent and turned a deaf ear to him. Yuandu smiled slightly and said, it's not that simple. The black ink insect might be able to convert others into black ink disciples, but the black ink insect itself is actually extremely fragile. Even a 1st Order Open Heaven Realm Master can effortlessly kill a black ink insect if they are prepared. That is why I have to catch others off guard in order to enlighten them. Elder Shizheng and I are very close friends, so he was always unguarded around me and became enlightened as a result. That would not work for the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise. Moreover, if I failed in my attempt to convert them, this king's identity would not be secret anymore. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Senior, have you ever thought of enlightening Sect Master Li? We can bring him back to the right path. Everybody was shocked by his words. In their opinions, Yang Kai was far too daring. They could not believe that he had set his sights on the sect master. However, upon further consideration, they realized that although the risk was very high, if they succeeded, the benefits that they would enjoy were also correspondingly terrifying. If the sect master were to convert others in turn, the strength of the Black Ink disciples would surely expand like a snowball rolling down a hill. The entire Langya paradise would become the Black Ink disciples' base of operations if that were to happen. It can't be done. Yuan Du waved his hand forcefully in a dismissive action. The sect master's cultivation is at the point where he can break through his shackles and advance into the Eighth Order open heaven realm at any time. There is no chance of success at all unless we can get very close to him. Even if we manage to approach him, it would be hopeless as long as he does not lower his defenses. Yang Kai smiled. It will naturally be impossible if we take action ourselves, but what if Gu Pan were to do it instead? Yuan Du stiffened slightly in surprise, but he immediately came back to his senses. Martial nephew, are you saying? The reason you didn't convert Gu Pan earlier was that she had yet to advance into the open heaven realm, isn't that right? Now that she has advanced directly into the Sixth Order open heaven realm, there is hope for her to advance into the Eighth Order open heaven realm in the future. She has more than enough qualifications for you to use a Black Ink insect on her now. Once she becomes a Black Ink disciple, she can then enlighten the sect master. Our chances are very high. Yang Kai earnestly enticed Yuan Du. Yuan Du rubbed his chin in contemplation, looking rather interested in the idea. Just as Yang Kai mentioned, the reason he had not converted Gu Pan earlier was that her cultivation had been too low and there was no guarantee whether she could successfully advance into the open heaven realm. By the time he made plans to enlighten Gu Pan, the news about the Star Boundaries World Tree came out. Comparatively speaking, he had greater interest in Yang Kai. That was why he used the last Black Ink insect on Yang Kai in hopes of using his strength to control the star boundary. In that way, all the rising stars produced in the star boundary would become the reserve force of the Black Ink disciples. When they had gathered enough power, the Black Ink disciples could set off a storm in the 3,000 worlds. What you've said holds true, martial nephew. Unfortunately, we lack the Black Ink insect right now. Yuan Du nodded lightly. Leave this matter to me. I will do my best to ask the Divine Lord to bestow more Black Ink insects. On the other hand, I will have to trouble you over the matter regarding the giant spirit god in the ancestral land. Yang Kai agreed readily. No problem. Let's stop here for today. Yuan Du started to climb to his feet as he spoke. Yang Kai quickly said, Senior, this junior has a question to ask you. Yuan Du looked at Yang Kai. Go ahead. Yang Kai asked, where is the Divine Lord? Is the ritual we performed just now the only method to communicate with him? Wouldn't it be better to meet him in person? Yuan Du smiled bitterly. How could I not have thought of meeting the Divine Lord in person? I'll be honest with you, martial nephew. In all these years, although the Divine Lord has occasionally responded to my requests, he has never communicated directly with me before. Moreover, I have the feeling that the Divine Lord is trapped somewhere. I don't know where that place is located, but the Divine Lord is probably on the verge of breaking out soon. Yang Kai was shocked, but his expression remained unchanged on the surface. How do you know, Senior? Yuan Du laughed. That's because the Divine Lord very rarely responded to the sacrificial offering ritual at the beginning. 9 out of 10 times, the ritual would be unsuccessful, otherwise, would not have had so few Black Ink insects through so many years. But, the situation began to change about 100 years ago. The frequency of the Divine Lord's response became higher and higher, especially in the past decade. There have been almost no failures at all. Yang Kai immediately cheered up. In that case, it must be as you say, Senior. The Black Ink clan's response towards Yuan Du's sacrificial offering ritual was becoming more and more frequent. There could only be one explanation for that. Just as Yuan Du mentioned earlier, the Black Ink clansman was about to break free of whatever prison they were trapped in. That was why the communication between both parties had been greatly enhanced. Who was the Black Ink clansman trapped by? Where are they trapped? Yang Kai did not know, but Yuan Du was no more informed either. Yang Kai had countless other questions that he wanted to ask. For example, how did Yuan Du come into contact with the Black Ink clansmen in the first place, or how did Yuan Du become corrupted? Unfortunately, he could not ask any more questions at this time. In any case, the information he learned so far was enough. The situation at hand was clear, and it was time to take action. Besides, he was simply grateful that his efforts in Langya Paradise were not in vain. Black Ink Eternal. Yuan Du whispered solemnly before he took his leave. The rest responded in unison, Black Ink Eternal. Afterwards, Zhong Yuquan and the others left quickly. It was not appropriate for them to remain gathered here after all. If not for the pretext of inviting Yang Kai over for an exchange, it would have been difficult for them to gather together under normal circumstances. Junior brother Yang. Gu Ling'er called out in a gentle voice, Junior sister Gu Pan has already entered the Five Lights world, right? Yang Kai nodded, that's right. Sect Master Li sent her there as soon as the training ended. She then smiled, to be able to receive kindness from you, junior brother Yang, junior sister sure is blessed. If Yang Kai had not conceded defeat at the last moment, how could Gu Pan have obtained victory? All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise were well aware of that fact. I couldn't just defeat everybody after all. Sect Master Li might have beaten me up himself otherwise. Gu Ling'er complained resentfully, you didn't hold back against me at all, junior brother. During the training, Yang Kai not only injured her but also forced her to buy his healing pill by compulsion without discrimination. Every time she recalled that incident, she couldn't help feeling resentful. Ha ha ha, Yang Kai gave a dry laugh, not knowing what to say in this situation. Junior sister Gu Pan is currently inside the Five Lights world. You've been involved in the training all this while, junior brother. I'm sure you have not taken a good look at the scenery in Langya Paradise. Why don't I show you around? There are many fun places in Langya Paradise. Martial Peak, Chapter 4783, People's hearts are unpredictable. Faced with the request of such a gentle woman like Gu Ling'er, especially under the ardent gaze of her watery eyes, there was probably no man in the world who would refuse her. However, Yang Kai shook his head and said, maybe next time. I wish to go to the ancestral land as soon as possible to confirm the life or death of the giant spirit god. This matter is related to the rise of the Black Ink clan, so it cannot be delayed. Since he brought up the Black Ink as an excuse, she could not refute anything he said, thus, she could only nod in response. I hope you have a smooth journey, junior brother. Senior sister, take care. I'll be taking my leave now. He cupped his fist, then soared into the air and departed in the blink of an eye. An hour later, many people witnessed the sect master's legacy disciple Dongpeng giving Yang Kai a send-off from Langya Paradise. Inside a secret room, many high-rank open heaven realm masters were gathered together. There were at least 50 or 60 of them altogether. It was conceivable how 50 or 60 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together would be an extremely terrifying force. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, there were no other great forces that could bring out such a lineup. Nevertheless, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered here were not from the same cave heaven or paradise. They each represented one of the great forces that stood at the top of the 3,000 worlds. More than a month had passed since they arrived at Langya territory, but they had remained hidden inside this secret room throughout this period. With the exception of Sect Master Li Yuan Wang, Vice Sect Master Gao Ting, several Supreme Elders, Gu Pan, and Dongpeng, no one else in Langya Paradise was aware of their arrival. At this moment, they were all waiting for something. Although there were so many of them, the secret room was totally silent. For Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, such patience was nothing. Only Li Yuan Wang, who sat in the highest seat, seemed very uneasy and subconsciously rubbed his fingers together lightly. All of a sudden, a weak energy fluctuation appeared, followed by the sound of footsteps. Everybody became alert and turned to look in the direction of the sound. A short while later, Yang Kai stepped into the secret room under Dong Peng's guidance. Although he had departed Langya Paradise earlier, his actions were only to fool the Black Ink disciples. He later secretly returned to Langya Paradise with the help of Dongpeng. It was thanks to his proficiency in the Tao of space that his quick trip was unknown to all the other people in Langya Paradise, apart from Dongpeng, whom he had made arrangements with in advance. Greetings, seniors. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Sit. Li Yuan Wang gestured with his hand. Yang Kai murmured his thanks and took a seat. Several dozen pairs of eyes stared fixedly at him as Li Yuan Wang asked, "What did you learn?" Gu Linger previously gathered Zhong Yuquan and the others under the pretext of inviting Yang Kai over for an exchange of pointers. As the sect master, he was naturally aware of the circumstances. In particular, those people had already been identified as Black Ink disciples by Yang Kai. That alone was a great cause of concern for him. Yang Kai had immediately taken his leave after departing from Gu Linger's place, so Li Yuan Wang had not had the time to ask anything. There's good news and bad news. Sect Master Li, which would you like to hear first? Yang Kai asked while looking at Li Yuan Wang. Li Yuan Wang reluctantly replied, "Let's hear the good news first." Yang Kai said, "The good news is that, apart from the few people who I've already identified as Black Ink disciples, there are only 2 other fish who slipped through the net. One of them is a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Gong Wen Shan." Gong Wen Shan, when Li Yuan Wang heard the name, he turned to look at Gao Ting. Gao Ting looked sad. Wen Shan has also been corrupted by the Black Ink? Judging by his tone and expression, he probably had high hopes for Gong Wen Shan. Unfortunately, it was meaningless no matter how much he favored him now that he had been corrupted by the Black Ink. Although the appearance of a person corrupted by the Black Ink would not look any different from usual, they were no longer the same person as before inside. Li Yuan Wang murmured, when that child Wen Shan first advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, it had only been to the 4th Order. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm was his limit. It was only thanks to many years of intense cultivation that he was able to obtain his current achievements. Therefore, it was inevitable for him to succumb to the temptations of the Black Ink strength. I'm afraid that's probably one of the reasons the mastermind chose him. Yang Kai exclaimed, as expected, "You know about some of the mysteries of the Black Ink strength." Judging from the meaning behind Li Yuan Wang's words, it could be seen that he knew about the ability of the Black Ink disciples corrupted by the Black Ink to break the shackles of the Open Heaven Realm and advance without limitations. It looks like you've heard of it too. Li Yuan Wang glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. As long as those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink have enough resources, they can continue to advance in their cultivation without limitations. That is indeed a huge temptation. It's no wonder that the cave heavens and paradises have always kept the information regarding the Black Ink a secret since ancient times. That's right. People's hearts are unpredictable. If this information were spread to the public, who can guarantee that those with ulterior motives or misanthropy will not take the initiative to seek out the Black Ink strength? Although it is basically impossible for the Black Ink clan to exist in the 3,000 worlds, there is always an exception to everything. Langya Paradise's current situation is that exception. Li Yuan Wang sighed deeply. Gao Ting looked at Yang Kai and asked, "You mentioned that there are 2 fish who slipped through the net. If one of them is Gong Wen Shan, then who is the other one?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "That's related to the bad news I have for you. The last person is Yuan Du." "What?" Li Yuan Wang was shocked and even Gao Ting had a look of disbelief on his face. That was Yuan Du, one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. It was obvious that the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters present in the room were also aware of Yuan Du's identity, so their expressions at this moment were extremely serious. One of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise turned out to be corrupted by the Black Ink. If this news were spread to the public, they would be subjected to endless ridicule. Li Yuan Wang could barely believe what he heard. Martial nephew, are you certain that person is Yuan Du? Yang Kai replied, I saw him myself. How can it be anything but the truth? Are you acquainted with Yuan Du? Li Yuan Wang asked persistently. It was not that he did not believe in Yang Kai's words, it was just that the truth was simply too difficult for him to accept. When I first came to Langya Paradise and went to visit you with junior sister Gu, I met Yuan Du along the way. Junior sister Gu explained his identity to me at the time, Yang Kai explained. Li Yuan Wang thought back for a moment before he nodded in response, that's right. Before you arrived, I was discussing some matters with Yuan Du. You arrived right after he departed. In that case, it could be confirmed that Yang Kai was speaking the truth. The identity of the final person corrupted by the black ink could also be confirmed. It turned out to be one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. Even if Li Yuan Wang had strong mental fortitude, he was shocked by the news and lost his composure. The news that Yang Kai brought certainly consisted of good news and bad news. The good news was that Langya Paradise's situation was not as dire as they initially predicted. When Shi Zheng's identity as a black ink disciple was first exposed, many foreign affairs envoys from the various cave heavens and paradises had been extremely worried about the situation in Langya Paradise. Nobody knew how many black ink disciples were hidden after all. That was also why they immediately dispatched several dozen high-rank open heaven realm masters with the intention of helping Langya Paradise and containing the situation. It was only at this moment that they discovered that the situation was not too terrible or unbearable. There were only a few people who had been corrupted by the black ink strength. In this way, the situation could be controlled to a certain extent. There was no need to worry about the information being leaked to the outside and causing a panic. On the other hand, one of the 3 vice sect masters of Langya Paradise turned out to be a person corrupted by the black ink. There could not be any worse news for Langya Paradise. Yu Xiang Dai of Yinyang Cave Heaven said, tell us about all the events and people that you encountered in detail. Let's take a look at the situation together. Yang Kai responded before he continued, during the training, I confirmed the identities of several black ink disciples. By the way, the people who are corrupted by the black ink and eroded by the power of the black ink clan call themselves black ink disciples. Everybody nodded lightly. That was something none of them had known beforehand. It couldn't be helped since nobody had ever infiltrated the black ink disciples to gather more information. Yang Kai continued, Gu Ling'er is one of them. After the training, I received an invitation from her. She invited me to her spirit province for an exchange meeting. When I arrived, I saw that the other black ink disciples in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm were already there. In the beginning, the conversation was very ordinary. It was no different from the gatherings with the other fellow brothers. Then, Yuan Du came. Yang Kai described everything he encountered and heard in Gu Ling'er spirit province to them in great detail. The main reason was that he was worried about missing out on any useful information. There was no denying that the high-rank open heaven realm masters present in this place knew more about the black ink clan than he did. There was no denying that if Shi Zheng had not tried to drag him into the matter, he would not have known about the existence of something as evil as the black ink clan even now. When he told them about how Yuan Du had repeatedly tried to sound him out, everybody couldn't help feeling very nervous even though they knew he must have resolved the issues without any danger. After all, he would not be sitting here safe and sound otherwise. Upon hearing about the altar and Yuan Du's sacrificial offering ritual, they furrowed their brows slightly in response. Then, when they heard about the black ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit's ancestral land, they finally turned pale in fear. Yu Xiang Dai asked in shock, did you make up that story to deceive Yuan Du, or is that story the truth? Yang Kai responded sternly, the black ink giant spirit god does exist. He still sits within the ancestral land. However, I did not tell Yuan Du the whole truth. At the time, several divine spirits headed by the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan went deep into the giant spirit god's body to investigate the situation. They confirmed that he had been dead for many eons. Besides, when I first obtained the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, I also witnessed various scenes from the ancient war with its help. During that ancient war, the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Empress burned all their blood essence and used the sacred treasures of all the Divine Spirit clans as a foundation to split the ancestral land into two. Using that as a basis, they managed to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. Although he witnessed various scenes from the ancient war back then, he had not known about the actual situation at the time, much less understood why a giant spirit god was in conflict with the divine spirits in the ancestral land. It was not until later when he came across the Black Ink disciples that he suddenly understood the entire situation. The demon sealing land passed down by word of mouth between the divine spirits should actually be known as the Black Ink sealing land. Upon hearing Yang Kai's response, everybody breathed out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the giant spirit god was dead. The giant spirit god clan was an extremely terrifying race after all. If he was not dead, even the divine spirits in the ancestral land would not be able to stop him if he were released from captivity. At that time, rivers of blood would surely flow in the 3,000 worlds. Gao Ting said, in other words, Yuan Du's current goal is to free the giant spirit god. That's right. Yang Kai nodded, but his efforts are bound to be in vain. He nodded lightly, the situation is still within control. Yuan Du had no reason to deceive Yang Kai at the time, so his words back then were probably the truth. The Black Ink insects were extremely rare. For that reason, he only managed to corrupt a few people in Langya Paradise over the years. Among them, with the exception of the dead Shizhang, the rest were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4784, No Turning Back. At this moment, they could only be certain about one thing: Yuan Du was the cause of everything. As long as they cut off the source and clipped the wings that he developed, then the worrying situation in Langya Paradise would be resolved. Unfortunately, they could not be certain as to where the true Black Ink clansman for whom Yuan Du had performed the sacrificial offering ritual was currently hiding. Just solving the issue of Yuan Du and the Black Ink disciples would not eradicate the problem completely. If they could not remove the fundamental cause of this issue, then a second or even a third Yuan Du might appear again in the world several thousand years later. Li Yuan Wang observed worriedly, judging by the meaning behind Yuan Du's words, the Black Ink clansman is probably being suppressed and sealed somewhere in the 3,000 worlds. If his contact with the Black Ink clan had become more and more frequent over the past 100 years, then it can be speculated that the suppressed and sealed Black Ink clan member is showing signs of regaining their freedom. Yang Kai nodded, that's also what Yuan Du claimed. Regarding the place where the Black Ink clan is being held, do the rest of you have any ideas? Li Yuan Wang raised his head and looked at the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters below him. Everybody shook their heads in response. Yu Changdao spoke, there has not been any unusual news from any of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds over the years. Besides, there are no related records written in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises. It can be surmised that the suppressed and sealed Black Ink clansman has existed since a very long time ago. This incident might even have occurred before the birth of the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai suddenly had an idea: could it be in the same era as when the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan suppressed and sealed the Black Ink giant spirit god? Li Yuan Wang reached up and stroked his beard. That's not impossible, but nobody can confirm the truth. There was no other explanation as to why there were no records in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises. If such an evil existence had truly been suppressed and sealed, then the ancient books passed down through the inheritance of the cave heavens and paradises would surely have mentioned the incident. Even the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises were clueless about this matter. In that case, the suppressed and sealed Black Ink clan member could only have existed a very long time ago. Could it be located in the Shattered Heaven? Somebody asked with a frown. The situation of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds is basically known to us. Only the Shattered Heaven is chaotic and filled with all sorts of dangers. Even high-rank open heaven realm masters like us might not escape unscathed if we ventured deep into the shattered heaven and encountered danger. It would make sense to say that the Black Ink clansman was being suppressed and sealed in the shattered heaven. Yu Xiangdai acknowledged the idea. Looks like we need to investigate the shattered heaven thoroughly. This matter is of grave importance, so there can be no room for negligence. Li Yuanwang nodded in agreement. Let's discuss this matter later. At present, it is more important to deal with the Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise. Senior Brother Li, please make the arrangements. We will support Langya Paradise unconditionally. They originally thought that there were many Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise, which was why several dozen high-rank open heaven realm masters had rushed here so quickly. They wanted to take precautions to prevent future disasters. Now that it had been confirmed that there were not many Black Ink disciples, their tense nerves relaxed considerably. With so many high-rank open heaven realm masters present, it would not be a problem for them to deal with a few Black Ink disciples. They only needed to be careful not to be contaminated by the Black Ink strength. As for the affairs of Langya Paradise, they had to be settled by Langya Paradise. In the following days, everything was calm and quiet. The training that was triggered by Yang Kai was the talk of the town. That training had also inspired the determination of many open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise to cultivate harder. It was said that as many as several hundred sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise had entered retreat all at once after the training. Some even vowed not to come out of retreat until they advanced into the seventh-order open heaven realm. Consequently, the once lively Langya Paradise suddenly became much quieter and more desolate than usual. In the Spirit Province where Li Yuanwang lived, many high-rank open heaven realm masters concealed their figures as though they were waiting for somebody to come. Similarly, Yang Kai concealed himself in the void. With the help of the grand array around the Spirit Province, he disguised himself to prevent his aura from being discovered. On the porch of a thatched hut below, Li Yuanwang sat in a rattan chair like an elderly farmer in the countryside. There was a teacup in his hand, and he would take a sip from time to time. A stream of light sped over from a distance and landed in front of Li Yuanwang. That person cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, Sect Master." Li Yuanwang smiled and gestured with his hand, "Sit." Yuandu nodded and sat beside Li Yuanwang before he asked curiously, "Did you summon me here because you needed something from me, Sect Master?" Li Yuanwang shook his head, "Can't I have a chat with you for no particular reason, Senior Brother?" Yuandu was slightly taken aback. "Senior Brother. It has been so long since I heard those two words. When was the last time I heard this title? Was it 3,000 years ago? Or 5,000 years ago?" It was so long ago that he could no longer recall. "Of course, you can." Yuandu smiled, "Come to think of it, it has been a long time since we fellow brothers sat together so quietly like this." "That's right." Li Yuanwang sighed, "Ever since you became the Vice Sect Master and I became the Sect Master, we've only been worrying about Langya Paradise every single day." Yuandu glanced sideways at Li Yuanwang. "I've never seen you paying much attention to these affairs, Junior Brother." On the contrary, the gray hairs of the three Vice Sect Masters have been increasing year after year. "Bullshit." Li Yuanwang responded with a straight face, "I've devoted all my blood, sweat, and tears to Langya Paradise. How could Langya Paradise become so glorious otherwise?" Yuandu jokingly scolded, "Don't flatter yourself. This is the foundation that many seniors have worked hard to lay down over immeasurable years. You are simply managing what they succeeded to build." Li Yuanwang replied seriously, "Managing what they succeeded to build is not a simple feat. Everybody else thinks that being the Langya Paradise Sect Master is marvelous, but they do not know how much my heart breaks over the Langya Paradise disciples." Yuandu curled his lips, "Your shameless behavior has never changed, no matter how many years passed, Junior Brother." Li Yuanwang suddenly exclaimed, "On the other hand, you've changed a lot, Senior Brother." Yuandu's eyes narrowed slightly, "How did I change?" Their gazes met. Then, Li Yuan Wang's expression became extremely solemn. You've gotten older, senior brother. You've long lost the suaveness of youth. After saying that, he burst into laughter with a smug look on his face, as though he himself was very young. Yuan Du also laughed along. The two fellow brothers seemed to have returned to the time when they were young and carefree. Although they constantly used to bicker, they had a very close relationship with each other. Yuan Du had joined the sect earlier, and by the time he advanced into the open heaven realm, Li Yuan Wang had only just started cultivating. It was just that Yuan Du's order when he first advanced into the open heaven realm was not as high as Li Yuan Wang's. That was why they were both in the 7th order open heaven realm today. Do you think the old man is dead? Li Yuan Wang suddenly asked. Yuan Du chuckled. The old man is such a lively person. How can he be dead? He was in the 8th order open heaven realm when he left. Li Yuan Wang nodded. You're right. With his personality, even if everybody else was dead, he would still be alive and kicking. At the mention of the old man, Yuan Du seemed to deflate and lose interest. Therefore, the two fellow brothers fell back into silence. Li Yuan Wang took a sip of tea, and his voice became a little grimmer. Senior brother, don't blame the old man too much for what happened back then. He made you advance into the 5th order open heaven realm for your sake. I didn't understand at the time, but now that I am the sect master. Every time a disciple preparing to advance into the open heaven realm comes and asks me which order would be safer for them to advance into based on their heritage, I feel like I am holding their future and destiny in my hands. My choices. My answer to their question will affect their entire life. Yuan Du remained silent. I was too young back then. Besides, too much time has passed. There is no way to determine what your heritage was at the time, but since the old man asked you to advance into the 5th order open heaven realm, it must mean that advancing into the 6th order open heaven realm would have been very risky for you. The old man at the time was just like me now. He held your future in his hands, but his choice was made for your sake. It may only be a 1-order difference between the 5th order open heaven realm and the 6th order open heaven realm, but the slightest misstep would have extinguished your soul. How could the old man bear to watch you fall short at such a critical moment? Yuan Du lowered his head, causing a dark shadow to cover his eyes. To this day, do you still think that the old man was wrong, senior brother? Li Yuan Wang asked. Yuan Du finally opened his mouth. As you've said, junior brother, how can I not know that the old man was only acting in my best interests? If that's the case, then why can't you understand? Li Yuan Wang looked at Yuan Du sorrowfully. Yuan Du shook his head. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, it's still a possibility. A person who gives up before even trying is already sick in the head. Li Yuan Wang stared at Yuan Du calmly. A long while passed before he sighed. Senior brother, it's never too late to turn around and repent. Yuan Du's gaze went slack, and he stared into the distance quietly. I've already passed the point of no return, junior brother. His eyes seemed to have a peculiar power that allowed him to see through the void. Staring directly in the direction of Yang Kai, he frowned. To be honest, I'm more curious about how that boy is able to resist the black ink strength. He had not known anything when he first arrived, but he soon understood after his conversation with Li Yuan Wang. He was not a fool after all. Besides, Li Yuan Wang's behavior today was simply too abnormal. Yang Kai's hiding spot was located not far from Yuan Du, and due to the gap in their strengths, it was impossible for Yang Kai to keep his presence hidden under Yuan Du's intentional search of the surroundings. Seeing as his cover had been seen through, Yang Kai revealed himself without further ado and cupped his fist. Greetings, senior. Yuan Du looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look on his face. Your small universe has already been corrupted by the black ink, so why aren't you affected? Senior, what you saw was this. Yang Kai partially manifested his small universe, causing its projection to appear behind him. Just as Yuan Du had previously seen, the black ink strength writhed about in Yang Kai's small universe. However, as Yang Kai's small universe spread outward, more scenery entered Yuan Du's vision. Yuan Du immediately understood, for universe pillars. If there was anything in the world that could truly restrain the black ink's strength, then it could only be the 4 universe pillars. The powers of a divine spirit could not fully resist the erosion of the black ink's strength. After all, even a divine spirit could become corrupted by the black ink. It was just that the possibility of a divine spirit being corrupted by the black ink was much lower than an open heaven realm master of the same strength. Needless to say, Yuan Du knew about the effects of the 4 universe pillars. It was just that the 4 universe pillars were extremely rare treasures that could only be dreamt about by most, hence, he never even imagined that Yang Kai would have one of them, much less that Yang Kai would be so bold and reckless as to suppress and seal the black ink's strength in his small universe to deceive his eyes. So, does that mean Shizheng is dead? He was the one who ordered Shizheng to use the black ink insect to corrupt Yang Kai, but Yang Kai was safe and sound. Not to mention, Yang Kai had the black ink strength suppressed and sealed in his small universe. The source of the black ink strength could only have been Shizheng. Yang Kai nodded. During their conversation, numerous figures appeared out of nowhere. There were at least a dozen high-rank open heaven realm masters gathered in this place. Meanwhile, Li Yuan Wang gave a wave of his hand, activating the sealing grand array of the spirit province to isolate the inside from the outside. Yuan Du swept his glance over the crowd and chuckled, "What an impressive lineup. You really think highly of this Yuan." With so many high-rank open heaven realm masters, even an 8th order open heaven realm master might not stand a chance, much less Yuan Du, who was only in the 7th order open heaven realm. He had no chance of winning this fight. It was certain death for him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4785, I Can Only Try. Yuan Du was dead. His death was not caused by anybody else but himself. He died by suicide. It was just like what Shizheng had done in high heaven territory when faced with a situation of certain death. In the face of insurmountable odds, he did not show any resistance and simply chose to cut off his vitality. His actions were extremely decisive. This was a completely unexpected situation. The dozen or so high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't even get the chance to take action. On the contrary, they were quite shaken to personally witness a master, who was their equal in terms of status and identity, resolutely taking his own life in front of them. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. Staring at the spot where Yuan Du had died, he couldn't help feeling extremely unsettled in his heart. These black ink disciples seemed to think nothing of their lives after being corrupted. This incident only made him more and more aware of the horrors of the black ink. The black ink strength was a force capable of controlling one's body and mind, which even a 7th order open heaven realm master could not resist. After watching the senior brother whom he had known for thousands of years dying in front of him, Li Yuan Wang's gaze became very complicated. He stood frozen in place without saying anything for a long time. Gao Ting stood by his side. Looking up into the horizon, he gave a soft whisper, "Sect Master." It was not until he heard his voice that he returned to his senses. He waved his hand and removed the sealing array around the spirit province. Immediately after that, a figure sped through the sky towards them. It was Dong Peng. Landing in front of Li Yuan Wang, he bowed and cupped his fist, "Honored Master, everything has been dealt with. There are no survivors." Li Yuan Wang nodded lightly. When he invited Yuan Du over, he had also arranged for the others to deal with Gu Linger and the rest of the black ink disciples at the same time. Even Jiang Yan, who left Langya Paradise some time ago, had 7th order open heaven realm masters tailing him. As soon as he approached high heaven territory, they would automatically get rid of them. Were there any casualties? Li Yuan Wang asked. Dong Peng shook his head. There was some resistance, but no casualties. Li Yuan Wang nodded. On the contrary, Yang Kai breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard those words. It was normal to have some resistance in the face of death. If all of the Black Ink disciples had the same courage as Shi Zheng and Yuan Du to sacrifice themselves, then it would be too terrifying. Still, it seemed not everyone could disregard their lives so easily. Although Langya Paradise did not lose many people in this incident, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they lost were people who either held important positions in the sect or had very high popularity. The disappearance of one or two of them could have been ignored, but all of them disappearing abruptly was bound to arouse the suspicions of the disciples. Naturally, Langya Paradise had already prepared the means to deal with the aftermath. It just so happened that many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who suffered defeat at Yang Kai's hands had declared that they were going to enter retreat after the training ended. The disappearance of Gu Ling'er and the others could be explained away by claiming that they had gone into retreat. As for Yuan Du, the same would apply to him. Over time, the waves would naturally subside. Many thanks to all of you for coming to help with this matter. Langya Paradise is very eternally grateful. Li Yuan Wang composed himself and turned to thank the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered around him. Even though they did not get the chance to make a move because Yuan Du had ultimately chosen to end his own life, Yuan Du might have resisted if they had not been watching the situation from nearby. There was no saying whether he would have fought Li Yuan Wang under the compulsion of the Black Ink strength. Yu Xiangdai nodded lightly. Since ancient times, the cave heavens and paradises have always been one family. You're being too polite, senior brother Li. The affairs of Langya Paradise could be considered to have been resolved. However, while they were hiding here, they remained unaware of the situation of their own respective sects. Before rushing over to Langya Paradise, they had already sent messages back to their respective cave heavens and paradises to inform them about the reappearance of the Black Ink strength. If everything went as planned, then the cave heavens and paradises had probably been checking themselves in the recent period. Judging from the current situation in Langya Paradise, it was unlikely that the Black Ink disciples existed in the other cave heavens and paradises. Even so, there was always a possibility. If Langya Paradise had a person like Yuan Du, then the other cave heavens and paradises might have one too. Li Yuan Wang said, "Now that Yuan Du is dead, the source has been cut off. It will not be easy for us to track down the Black Ink clansmen after this. Do you have any other ideas?" Yuan Du was nothing more than a Black Ink disciple. While he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and one of the Vice Sect Masters of Langya Paradise, he was insignificant compared to the actual Black Ink clan member. Now that he had chosen to take his own life, the search for the true Black Ink clansman became the top priority of the cave heavens and paradises. As long as the Black Ink clansman was not found, all of them would have trouble sleeping soundly at night. Nobody spoke up. During the previous discussion, they had concluded that the Black Ink clan was most likely hiding in the Shattered Heaven. That place was not only vast, but extremely dangerous and chaotic, so it was much easier to hide and cover one's tracks there compared to any of the other great territories in the 3,000 worlds. As such, it was not going to be easy to find the whereabouts of the Black Ink clansmen in the expansive Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai stepped forward and said, "If you will allow me, seniors, I would like to investigate Yuan Du's small universe. I might be able to learn something there." Yu Changdao's eyes lit up at those words, the altar. The only means for Yuan Du to communicate with the hidden Black Ink clansmen and receive Black Ink insects was through the power of the altar and the sacrificial offering ritual. Although he was dead, the altar that was connected with the Black Ink clan might not necessarily have been destroyed. They might actually discover something by studying that altar. None of them had considered this idea. It was not that they were dull-witted. Rather, the Black Ink strength was so evil and invasive that they subconsciously assumed that the small universe left behind by Yuan Du was a forbidden zone. On the other hand, Yang Kai not only had the world spring, but also in-death experience from entering Shi Zheng's small universe once. It was only natural for him to view the situation from a different point of view. "Are you confident?" Yu Xiangdai asked with concern. Yang Kai shook his head. "I can only give it a try." How could he be certain about anything? Despite witnessing Yuandu's actions during the sacrificial offering ritual, he could not figure out how Yuandu had gotten in touch with the Black Ink clansmen earlier. Even if he did manage to get in contact with the Black Ink clansmen, he was even more uncertain about whether they would discover that he was not part of the Black Ink disciples. Nevertheless, giving a dead horse medicine could not harm the horse any further. He could only do whatever he could in this situation. It would not make a difference if he learned nothing, but if he did learn something, then it would certainly be a pleasant surprise. It would be even better if he could determine the location of the Black Ink clan members' hiding place through this opportunity. Li Yuan Wang did not give an immediate answer. Instead, he activated his divine sense and communicated with the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for a long time. Only then did he turn to look at Yang Kai. "Be careful." Those words indicated his agreement. Yang Kai nodded. Stepping forward, he walked towards the spot where Yuandu had died. Yuandu was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the small universe in his body had been fully materialized. The situation of his death was similar to Shizheng, where his small universe hadn't shattered but had instead been exiled to the void, leaving only an external portal behind. Even his body had been devoured by his vanished small universe. At this moment, there was an extremely uncomfortable aura coming from the portal. It was the aura of the Black Ink strength. Thanks to his prior experience, Yang Kai could be considered traversing a familiar path. His figure flickered and he plunged into Yuandu's small universe. Just like the scene he saw a few days ago, Yuandu's small universe was pitch black. The dense Black Ink strength writhed and surged tumultuously like ink that had been spilled on the ground. Unfortunately, as Yuandu had died by suicide, the universe paradise he left behind was now a chaotic mess. With the world barriers cracked and the landscape turned upside down, it was now essentially a mass of shattered spirit provinces that were being loosely held together. Yang Kai could only secretly pray that the altar had been preserved, otherwise, he would not have the opportunity to come across another one again. Wandering around in Yuandu's small universe, he tried his best to compare his surroundings with the scenes in his memories to search for a sense of familiarity. It took several hours before he found the altar in the shape of a 9-layer pagoda on a spirit province that only had a radius of several dozen meters. Using a secret technique, Yang Kai removed the altar completely and relocated it to a larger, stabler spirit province. He silently recalled Yuandu's various actions from before, then he reached out to retrieve a sharp longsword from his space ring and slashed at his arm. Having withdrawn his defensive abilities, the sword slash immediately caused his golden dragon blood to spurt out and splatter across the altar. Yang Kai allowed his blood to flow freely, but even so, his brow furrowed with worry. Yuandu had used his own blood as the sacrificial offering and simultaneously muttered something under his breath back then. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not know what Yuandu had said at the time. He could imitate actions such as offering his own blood as a sacrificial offering, but how could he know what Yuandu had been chanting at the time? It might have been some kind of irrelevant mantra or a crucial part of the ritual. He was not sure whether Yuandu's muttering would have any effect on the sacrificial offering, so all he could do right now was give his best attempt and leave the rest to fate. Golden blood continuously dripped onto the altar as Yang Kai suppressed his emotions and waited quietly. Yuandu had also performed the sacrificial offering ritual for quite a long time. It seemed that the Black Ink clansmen only responded after a long wait, so Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Be that as it may, he never expected the altar to remain unresponsive even after 3 whole days had passed. The dragon blood he spilled was enough to fill a pond by then. The situation gave him an inevitable sense of discouragement, and he wondered whether his method was wrong. If his method was wrong, then it didn't matter how much blood he spilled or how long he waited. He would never get in touch with the hidden Black Ink clansmen. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to wait one more day, and if there was still no effect, he would immediately leave. To his pleasant surprise, the altar reacted half a day later. Pure Black Ink strength suddenly poured out like poisonous snakes sliding out from the shadows and quickly wrapped around him. The black ink strength pouring out of the altar was slightly different from the black ink strength that Yuan Du owned. Although the black ink strength could not be called dense, it was much purer in comparison. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. He had only done this on a whim, so it was surprising that his method actually worked. In spite of his excitement, he remained extremely vigilant. He did not forget that a mighty will had descended all of a sudden when he watched Yuan Du performing the sacrificial offering ritual. The horror of the will demonstrated the strength of its owner. That power was not something he could resist. Pure black ink strength surged around Yang Kai as if trying to flood into his body. He pondered in silence for a moment but ultimately did not resist. The black ink strength then quickly infiltrated his body and rushed into his small universe. In the next moment, the majestic will that he experienced previously descended again without warning. All of a sudden, his entire body was struck with an exceptionally peculiar feeling. It was cold, dark, and deathly silent. At the same time, an unstoppable restraining force came from all directions to envelope him in countless layers. He was unable to move a single muscle as a result. This feeling made him panic, but he soon came to realize that this horrendous feeling did not belong to him. When the majestic will descended and the black ink strength poured into his body, he resonated with the will to some extent. It would seem that this resonance allowed both parties to spy upon a fraction of each other's inner feelings. Martial Peak, Chapter 4786, The Secrets of the Small Source Worlds. These feelings of gloomy darkness, silence, and restraint are not my own but that of the Black Ink clansmen. As soon as Yang Kai realized that fact, he cursed in his heart. Shit. If we resonate with each other during the sacrificial offering ritual, then the Black Ink clansmen will surely realize that I am not part of the Black Ink disciples. He immediately tried to cut off the connection, but his efforts were completely useless. The magnificent will plunged straight in and invaded his consciousness, causing him to feel an involuntary sense of adoration. It felt as though the will reigned supreme in the world. Any kind of resistance was a form of blasphemy and disrespect. Only surrender was the correct path. A dense layer of cold sweat immediately broke out across his forehead. There was an immense battle taking place in his heart, and the look in his eyes became uncertain. At that critical moment, a cool feeling spread out across his mind and abruptly brought him back to his senses. It was the soul-warming lotus. When things reached a critical point, the soul-warming lotus reacted automatically. In the next moment, he raised his hand to summon his spear and thrust it out. His world force burst out at the same time. The altar in front of him shattered in response, and the dense black ink strength scattered into the surroundings. Holding his spear in one hand, he gasped for breath with an expression of lingering fear on his face. The situation just now had undoubtedly been very dangerous. If the soul-warming lotus had not stepped in at the last moment, he was uncertain as to whether he could resist the influence that the will exerted on him. Moreover, if he had failed to withstand the pressure, he would have suffered tragically even if he did not become corrupted by the black ink. The black ink strength was extremely strange indeed. A short while later, Yang Kai walked out from the Yuan Du's small universe. Many of the high-rank open heaven realm masters had been waiting for several days, so they quickly questioned him as soon as he appeared. Yang Kai told them all about the situation he encountered in detail, but he concealed the existence of the soul-warming lotus. He only told them that he struggled with all his strength just to deal the critical blow, which cut off his connection between him and the Black Ink clansmen. Li Yuan Wang's expression was extremely solemn. Is the Black Ink clan capable of affecting one's consciousness out of thin air? That was extremely important information. Although the cave heavens and paradises had some understanding of the Black Ink clan, they only knew that the Black Ink strength was extremely aggressive and corrosive. That was why they had always been on guard against the Black Ink strength. However, if the situation was as Yang Kai had described, then there would be far more precautions to be taken in the future. Yang Kai pondered in silence. The Black Ink clan's will is certainly powerful, but it might not necessarily be that terrifying. What do you mean? Yu Changdao asked. Yang Kai explained, this situation did not happen when I experienced the sacrificial offering ritual with Yuandu. The only difference is that Yuandu was the one presiding over the sacrificial offering ritual back then and I was the one presiding over it this time. There's a high possibility that only the person performing the sacrificial offering ritual will be directly affected by the will. The others are unable to form a direct connection with the Black Ink clan member, so they naturally will not be affected. Everybody nodded lightly. It was not impossible. If that was the extent of the Black Ink clan's willpower, then the threat of the Black Ink clan was not that terrifying after all. Yang Kai sighed again, it's such a pity. While the sacrificial offering ritual barely succeeded this time, there was no way to figure out where the Black Ink clansman was hiding. Li Yuan Wang replied, it doesn't matter. The universe might be large, but now that we have a goal, as long as we patiently keep searching, we will definitely locate them one day. That was something the cave heavens and paradises had to handle. It was no longer something that Yang Kai could handle alone. I heard you have the profound Yin bamboo in your possession. Li Yuan Wang suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked, there might be a need for everybody to sit down and discuss this matter. He previously opened up his small universe and allowed the others to investigate him to clear the suspicion of being corrupted by the Black Ink. Therefore, some of the secrets in his small universe had been exposed. The existence of the profound Yin bamboo was witnessed by many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Besides, this was one of the bargaining chips that he had prepared to negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises, so there was no need to deny its existence. The profound Yin bamboo was one of the 12 minor universe pillars. Its effects were not as powerful as the 4 universe pillars, and its cultivation required a massive cost. Nevertheless, it was extremely useful for every Open Heaven Realm Master with a small universe that had materialized. It was certainly a treasure. Unfortunately, in order for it to show its strengths, one would have to spend massive amounts of their own strength to cultivate it. Yang Kai had personally verified this fact. The profound Yin bamboo mainly devoured the world force in order to grow and spread into a forest. In that way, it would take at least hundreds to thousands of years of hard work to turn the profound Yin bamboo into a bamboo forest that was not very large in terms of scale. That was equivalent to turning the world force stemming from hundreds to thousands of years of intense cultivation into the nutrients required for the growth of the profound Yin bamboo. As a result, the heritage of the Open Heaven Realm Master would weaken and their strength would decline. If it was before, they might not have been so desperate to obtain the profound Yin bamboo. However, with the reappearance of the Black Ink clan, their desire to obtain the profound Yin bamboo had changed. Even if this treasure could not make their small universe as robust and flawless as the world spring, or prevent the invasion of external forces completely, it could at least increase their resistance against the Black Ink strength. In other words, the existence of the profound Yin bamboo might save their lives at a critical moment. Comparatively speaking, the risk of losing the heritage of their small universe or declining in strength was not worth worrying about. No matter how much their strength decreased, their order would not decline. After hearing what Yang Kai said, the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters subconsciously clutched at their respective space rings. They couldn't help recalling what happened during the training at Langya Paradise. During the training, Yang Kai had treated all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise as fat sheep and sheared off their thick layer of wool for his own use. His actions left many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters resentful and miserable due to the heavy losses they suffered. With those people as an example, how could anything good happen to them? They could practically foresee a greasy, smiling face as he tried to take the lion's share from them. Negotiations over the profound Yin bamboo took place in a secret room, along with the discussion for the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. The matters regarding the Good Fortune Divine Furnace remained up in the air. The main reason for the situation was that both parties were unsatisfied with the terms offered by the other side. Before Yang Kai was attacked by Shi Zheng, the foreign affairs envoys at the Star Boundary were supposed to discuss this matter with him after 2 days. Unfortunately, the reappearance of the Black Ink clan had immediately disrupted all their plans. It was not until now that this issue was brought up again. Yang Kai was fixated on the small source worlds of the cave heavens and paradises. Even though he named his conditions in the past, none of the cave heavens and paradises had shown any intention of giving in to his demands. The opportunity to enter the small source worlds was extremely precious to any cave heaven or paradise. More so, since it was not enough for the use of their own disciples. The disciples often had to wait in line for hundreds of years, sometimes even thousands of years, before they could enter. How could they possibly give such an advantage to outsiders? If not for the reward from the training previously, Gu Pan would not have the qualifications to enter the Five Lights world for training either. That was the case even for a core disciple like her, so what more need be said about the common disciples? Since Void Land did not have a small source world of their own, they could only set their sights on others instead. Although it was said to be a negotiation, the truth was that Yang Kai one-sidedly refused everybody else. The rights of use for the profound Een bamboo and the good fortune divine furnace were very attractive to all the cave heavens and paradises. Be that as it may, Yang Kai refused to accept any other conditions aside from the qualifications to enter the small source world for training. On this point, neither Yu Changdao nor Yu Xiangdai spoke up for Yang Kai. Although they were inextricably linked to him, they were foreign affairs envoys as well. In other words, they represented the interests of the sects behind them. The discussion went on for a day and a night. Throughout this entire period, Yang Kai continued to insist on his demands, thus, the others could only give in upon seeing his persistence. In the end, the final results of the negotiation were decided. Each cave heaven and paradise would provide the qualification to enter a small source world once for training. In return, Yang Kai had to provide each cave heaven and paradise with 5 stalks of the profound Een bamboo and the right to use to the good fortune divine furnace for 2 months. That was the best result that could be achieved. Nonetheless, over 100 cave heavens and paradises meant that Yang Kai would need over 500 stalks of the profound Een bamboo. That was an enormous number. Even he could not come up with such an amount in a short time. As for the order in which the good fortune divine furnace would be used, the issue of precedence was something the cave heavens and paradises had to discuss among themselves. He could not care less about such matters. After the negotiations were settled, everybody took their leave and departed. Even though not all the foreign affairs envoys of the cave heavens and paradises were present during this negotiation, the people present today were enough to represent the rest. Those cave heavens and paradises whose foreign affairs envoys did not participate in this negotiation would also acknowledge the results. That was the tacit understanding and trust accumulated between the cave heavens and paradises over countless years. All the foreign affairs envoys were in a rush to return to their respective sects in order to report the results of the negotiation and prepare the materials that would be sent to Great Evolution Paradise. These materials would be used in the good fortune divine furnace to create higher order materials. Before Yang Kai left, he asked Li Yuan Wang a question. This question had been troubling him for a very long time now. How are small source worlds created? Li Yuan Wang reached up to stroke his beard and nodded in understanding. Do you wish to obtain your own small source world? Yang Kai nodded, indeed. Many open heaven realm masters had been added to the ranks of Voidland, so if they had their own small source worlds, then they could help the disciples improve their cultivation quickly. It was a pity that only the cave heavens and paradises had something like the small source worlds. He had never seen nor heard of any other great forces with their own small source world. Therefore, he had never understood where small source worlds came from or how they had such mystifying effects. If this is some kind of taboo secret, then please act as though I never asked, Sect Master Li. Yang Kai hurriedly said when he saw the pensive look on Li Yuan Wang's face. Li Yuan Wang waved his hand dismissively. It's a secret, but it's not really a secret either. You've entered a small source world before. What did you think about it? Yang Kai thought back to his previous experience in the divine armament world and said, it felt very real. There was no sense of being an illusion. The decades that he spent while training in the divine armament world felt like a cycle of reincarnation and rebirth. His impression of that experience was very profound. Li Yuanwang laughed. Of course, it feels real. That's because the true nature of the small source worlds comes from the universe paradises and the universe cave heavens. Yang Kai was stunned by those words, the universe paradises and the universe cave heavens? Sect Master, you don't mean. Only the small universe left behind after the death of high-rank open heaven realm masters could be called such. The small universe left behind by a 7th-order open heaven realm master was known as a universe paradise, and the small universe left behind by an open heaven realm master above the 7th-order open heaven realm was known as a universe cave heaven. Li Yuanwang nodded lightly. It's exactly what you're thinking. All the small source worlds stem from the small universes left behind by high-rank open heaven realm masters. How can that be? Yang Kai was shocked to the core. There's nothing impossible about it. Li Yuanwang chuckled softly, but, not every small universe left behind by a high-rank open heaven realm master will transform into a small source world. If that was the case, then there would have been many more small source worlds in existence and they would not have been valued to this extent. Martial Peak, Chapter 4787, Rare for Only Benefits to Exist. Is there some kind of special secret technique required for the transformation? Yang Kai boldly speculated. Li Yuanwang shook his head in response. The transformation is not caused by the use of a secret technique. On the contrary, you have to cultivate a specific secret art from the beginning. This secret art does not have powerful properties, so there are no advantages in a battle against others. However, it allows the cultivator to transform their small universe into a small source world at the time of their death. Of course, it is not that simple. The birth of a small source world is a very complicated process. It can be said that the cultivator has to pay a lifetime's worth of hard work for their efforts to succeed. Yang Kai understood. Sect Master, do you mean that from the very beginning, these people cultivated for the sole purpose of transforming their small universe into a small source world after their deaths? Li Yuanwang nodded solemnly. Nobody forced them. They were aware of their future destiny when they first cultivated this secret art. Yang Kai was slightly stunned by those words. After cultivating hard for a lifetime, their small universe would eventually be transformed into a small source world after their deaths to become a training place for others. That would require a great amount of dedication and a strong sense of belonging to one's sect. While achieving such a feat might be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any other great force, it would not be difficult to find such disciples among the cave heavens and paradises that boasted an inheritance of countless years. What's more, cultivating this special secret art would not cause any harm to the disciples. It was just that they might suffer some disadvantages in battle. That was because the secret art was unsuited for combat, it was only suitable for cultivation. The formation of a small source world is not an easy feat, and not every attempt will succeed. Li Yuanwang explained, most of the time, among all the people who cultivate this secret art, only 1 out of 10 can successfully produce a small source world. I'm sure you understand why the small source worlds are so precious even to the cave heavens and paradises now. Yang Kai nodded. On a fundamental level, a small source world was the universe paradise or universe cave heaven left behind after the death of a high-rank open heaven realm master. How many years would it take for a cultivator to grow from an ignorant child to a high-rank open heaven realm master before finally reaching the end of their life? Despite such a long wait, there was only a 10% chance of producing a small source world in the end. How could a small source world not be precious? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. If that's the case, does that mean all the living beings in the small source world are real? Li Yuanwang nodded. Of course. The disciples who cultivate this secret art will never participate in battle, hence, they will start raising living beings in their bodies to form the world principles in their small universe as soon as they advance into the high-rank open heaven realm and their small universe transforms from immaterial to material. The prosperity of those living inside would be enough to guarantee that the world force of the small source world would continue to increase even after their deaths. Moreover, the various rules decided by the master before his death will become the goal of the disciples who enter the small source world in the future. By achieving this goal, their training will be completed successfully. The disciples will then obtain the recognition of the small source world's world principles and receive great benefits. Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. The rule of the divine armament world, which he entered for training previously, was to obtain one of the 10 divine armaments. In the end, he went overboard and took 3 in one go, which resulted in a huge loss to the heritage of the divine armament world. When he came out of the divine armament world, the Enyang Cave Heaven ancestor overseeing it had seemed quite upset with him. That was because the results of his training were equivalent to depleting the training opportunities of several disciples. He finally understood why he was not rejected by the people when he first entered the divine armament world. On the contrary, they had accepted his presence as a matter of course. It was all thanks to the effects of the small source world's world principles, and these rules were formulated by the master of the small source world before his death. Generally speaking, most of the small source worlds that belong to the cave heavens and paradises are founded upon universe paradises. There are very few small source worlds produced from universe cave heavens. Li Yuan Wang continued. A universe paradise is the legacy left behind after the death of a 7th order open heaven realm master, so it is open to any open heaven realm below the 7th order open heaven realm for training and benefits. On the other hand, a universe cave heaven is the legacy left behind after the death of an 8th order open heaven realm master. That is why only 7th order open heaven realm masters are eligible to enter. Yang Kai understood. For a 7th order open heaven realm master, as long as one advanced directly into the 5th order open heaven realm when they advanced into the open heaven realm, then they would eventually reach the limits of the 7th order open heaven realm after countless years of cultivation. Such disciples could be found in abundance in the cave heavens and paradises. On the other hand, it was different when it came to those who could cultivate to the 8th order open heaven realm. They would be the core disciples of the sect, like Gu Pan. Disciples with such aptitude would eventually become the pillars of their respective sects if they developed fully, so how could their sects be willing to let them cultivate this special secret art? Nevertheless, there would always be exceptions to everything. Some of the chosen disciples might not have shown outstanding aptitude when they were young, but as they cultivated, their talents shone brighter and brighter. Therefore, it became possible for them to advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm. In due course, these disciples would reach the end of their lifespans after advancing into the 8th order open heaven realm, leaving behind small source worlds on the rank of universe cave heavens. In this vast universe where 108 cave heavens and paradises existed, there were hundreds of small source worlds. Be that as it may, there were apparently less than 10 cave heavens and paradises with small source worlds on the level of a universe cave heaven. The cultivation of the 7th order open heaven realm masters in these 10 or so cave heavens and paradises that owned the small source worlds on the rank of a universe cave heaven would progress much faster than the other cave heavens and paradises. Over time, the birth of 8th order open heaven realm masters would slowly increase in number and frequency. Heritage was something that was accumulated over countless years after all. That can't be all. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. If that was really the case, then what is with the flow of time in the small source worlds? Only 2 months had passed during his training in the divine armament world, but the time he actually spent in the divine armament world was more than several dozen years. The flow of time in the small source world was far too different compared to the outside world. It had to be said that Yang Kai had already reached the 6th level of the Tao of Time, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Even so, he only managed to double the flow of time in his small universe compared to the outside world. It was impossible for those who cultivate this special secret art to be better than him in the Tao of Time, let alone be better than him by several times. Seeing as the universe paradise or universe cave heaven was the essence of the small source world, there was no explanation for this accelerated flow of time. Every cave heaven and paradise has pondered this question before, but there has been no clear answer so far. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who created this secret art?" Li Yuan Wang replied, "It was handed down since ancient times. This secret art is something that has existed even before the cave heavens and paradises were formed. Even now, the cave heavens and paradises are simply learning from the wisdom of the past. It turned out that the secret art had been handed down since ancient times, during an era where too much time had passed for anything to be verified. Yang Kai suddenly felt extremely troubled. He recently encountered many things that came from an era far in the distant past. That was true for the Black Ink giant spirit god in the Black Ink sealing land, the Black Ink clan, and even this special secret art. Although nobody has a definite answer, judging from the results, it would seem that cultivating the secret art would indeed cause the flow of time in their small universe to increase greatly after they advance into the high-rank open heaven realm. That was an improvement of 10 or even tens of times. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard those words. Is there really such a good thing? If that was truly the case, then that would truly be a huge help to the open heaven realm masters. After all, Yang Kai could already feel the benefits even though the flow of time in his small universe was only twice the speed of the outside world. Those raised in his small universe would produce world force, and under the same circumstances, Yang Kai was experiencing double the benefits compared to others in similar situations. It was only natural that his growth would also be much faster. Speaking of which, there were not many people like him in this vast universe who could raise living beings in their small universe without any worries. There was no need to even speak of the 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had no such qualifications, and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters barely had any either. Only the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would try to raise living beings in their small universe, and even then very few did. Do you think it's a good thing? Li Yuan Wang glanced at Yang Kai with a strange half-smile. Could it be that there's a disadvantage? Yang Kai frowned. Li Yuan Wang sighed. Those who cultivate this secret art are generally short-lived. Compared to their fellow brothers in the same realm, their lifespans tend to become very short after they advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Thanks to the influence of the secret art, the flow of time in their small universe also affects them. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. If an ordinary person lives for a year, then that same span of time is equivalent to tens or several tens of years to them. How could they live a long life under such circumstances? The time they experienced themselves was equivalent to the flow of time in their small universe. That was very different from what Yang Kai experienced, where the flow of time in his small universe might be double the ordinary speed, but that was due to his comprehension of the Tao of time, so there was no harm done to him. In this world, it is very rare for only benefits to exist. Nothing in this world is perfect. Li Yuan Wang sighed once more. Just like the Black Ink strength, that was something that could break through the shackles of the open heaven realm that had been in place since ancient times and allowed the cultivator to advance infinitely without regard for their own limitations. Unfortunately, those corrupted by the Black Ink strength would turn into another person altogether. That was the same for this special secret art. Even though the secret art could increase the flow of time in their small universe by several times, the secret art would consume the cultivator's lifespan in exchange. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before he spoke. Sect Master, can I have a look at this secret art? Li Yuan Wang turned to look at Yang Kai. Do you plan to cultivate the secret art? That's not a good idea. Yang Kai shook his head. I only want to have a look. Allow me to speak truthfully, Sect Master. I know a little bit about the Tao of time and may be able to gain something from the secret art. Li Yuan Wang was extremely shocked. Do you also dabble in the Tao of time? Yang Kai's proficiency in the Tao of space was something Li Yuan Wang knew well. In the training that riled up hundreds of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai would not have been much of an opponent if he had not been proficient in the Tao of space, regardless of his strength. It was precisely because of his proficiency in the Tao of space that all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise had been twisted around his finger. If the Tao of space was difficult to cultivate though, then the Tao of time was even more so. It's bad enough that this brat is proficient in the Tao of space, but he also dabbles in the Tao of time. Just what kind of freak is he? Despite living for so long and having seen so many things during that time, Li Yuanwang could not help feeling shocked at this moment. Looking Yang Kai up and down for a moment, he suddenly blurted out, "There's nothing great about Yinyang Cave Heaven. Why don't you become the young master of Langya Paradise instead?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes immediately. "You must be joking, sect master." Li Yuanwang replied seriously, "I'm not joking. The entire Langya Paradise knows that you abandoned Xiao Pan'er after thoughtless sleeping with her. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to find a Dao partner in the future. You need to take responsibility for your actions." Yang Kai turned to leave. "Forget it. I'm sure Yinyang Cave Heaven has this secret art too. I'll go and ask them instead." Li Yuanwang immediately grabbed Yang Kai by the arm. "Calm down. We can always talk things out peacefully." Yang Kai turned around. "Who is the one acting unreasonably?" "Fine, fine." Li Yuanwang waved his hand dismissively. "Let's leave the matter regarding Xiao Pan'er aside for now. You can take a look at the secret art, but I have a condition." Martial Peak, Chapter 4788, The Great Nothingness Scripture. The special secret art was known as the Great Nothingness Scripture. Every cave heaven and paradise had a copy, so it was not a huge secret. It was said that the Great Nothingness Scripture was engraved on a huge stone monument in ancient times and was obtained by the ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises. If it was an ordinary person, it would have been impossible for them to study the Great Nothingness Scripture. However, Yang Kai was different from ordinary cultivators. He was Yinyang Heaven's son-in-law in name and the Star Boundaries' great emperor in status. Thanks to the Star Boundaries world tree, he was inextricably linked to the cave heavens and paradises. What's more, he recently went to great lengths to solve the issue of the Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise. Although Yang Kai was a mere sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had already encountered and taken part in many secrets in the 3,000 worlds. That was why Li Yuanwang believed that it would not matter if he showed Yang Kai the Great Nothingness Scripture. Nevertheless, he named a condition. The condition was that Yang Kai had to share his findings with Langya Paradise, regardless of what he comprehended from the Great Nothingness Scripture. Naturally, Yang Kai had no reason to refuse. He simply wanted to learn why cultivating the Great Nothingness Scripture would cause the flow of time in the small universe to increase rapidly after advancing into the high-rank open heaven realm. There was nothing to hide even if he actually learned something from this opportunity. The place where the Great Nothingness Scripture was stored had been designated as a restricted area, so there were numerous barriers covering the surroundings. Aside from the ancestors and certain seventh-order open heaven realm elders in Langya Paradise, nobody else was allowed to step foot in this place. When Li Yuanwang led him to this place, Yang Kai immediately noticed the stone monument standing tall on the ground. The stone monument was quaint and simple. It was easy to see that the stone monument was very old at first glance. Moreover, there were dense lines of small letters carved into it. It is no longer known where the original Great Nothingness Scripture was found. This is not the original, but the ancestors completely replicated it in its entirety. Even the size of the stone monument is identical to the original. Their efforts were all so that their future disciples could better comprehend this secret art. It is a pity that even though the cave heavens and paradises are highly capable, we only understand the utility and not the rationale behind this secret art. The various advantages and disadvantages of cultivating the Great Nothingness Scripture were known to all the cave heavens and paradises, but the reason for these happenings remained unknown. That was why Li Yuanwang mentioned that they were simply learning from the wisdom of the past. Yang Kai nodded and shifted his gaze downward. Not far from the Great Nothingness Scripture's stone monument was a row of thatched cottages that stood out conspicuously. That was not all. There were also several figures sitting quietly below the stone monument. All of them had their heads raised to look up at the small letters carved on the stone monument in fascination. Among these people, there were young adults, teenagers, and even a child that looked no more than 10 years old. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned to look in this direction. Then, they immediately stood up and bowed in unison. Greetings, Sect Master. Li Yuanwang nodded lightly and waved his hand lightly for them to return to their activities. Only then did he explain the situation to Yang Kai. These are the Langya Paradise disciples cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture. Yang Kai understood. There were no more than 5 people in this place. Whether or not they could successfully advance into the open heaven realm, achieve the 7th order open heaven realm, and transform their small universe into a small source world after their deaths. These were huge obstacles in their path. If they failed to overcome any of these obstacles, then their thousands of years of effort would all be wasted. I'll give you half a year. You may comprehend at your leisure. I'll come and pick you up then. Li Yuanwang said. Many thanks, Sect Master Li. Yang Kai cupped his fist. This place was Langya Paradise's restricted area after all. The fact that Li Yuanwang allowed him to stay here for half a year to comprehend the Great Nothingness scripture was already pushing the limits, therefore, it was impossible for him to stay here indefinitely. After explaining everything to Yang Kai, Li Yuanwang took his leave. Yang Kai walked over to the stone monument and raised his head to commit all the words on it to memory. It had to be said that the Great Nothingness scripture was certainly an extraordinary secret art. Even though he did not try to cultivate it, his current vision was extremely high, so he understood the advantages and the disadvantages of the secret art at a glance. Li Yuanwang was right. This secret art was only suitable for cultivating. It was extremely stable, so the cultivators cultivating the Great Nothingness scripture would hardly ever encounter any bottlenecks. As long as they followed the proper procedure, they would not face the risk of cultivation dissonance either. Unfortunately, that was also the greatest disadvantage of this secret art. It was far too peaceful. As a result of cultivating this secret art, even if their cultivation improved, they would not have much combat power to speak of. Even if they fought somebody in the same realm, they were bound to be at a disadvantage. That was absolutely unacceptable for a cultivator who was trying to reach the peak of the martial Tao. If they couldn't even protect themselves, then how could they strive for a higher realm? Be that as it may, the cultivators born in the cave heavens and paradises had no need to worry about such matters. They only needed to cultivate here over many years. There was no reason for them to participate in external battles, so it didn't matter if their combat powers were lower than usual. However, even though Yang Kai studied the secret art diligently, he could neither identify the connection between the Great Nothingness scripture and the Tao of time nor figure out why a cultivator who cultivated this secret art would experience a sudden multifold increase in the flow of time within their small universe after advancing into the open heaven realm. Although the 5 Langya Paradise disciples cultivating in this place did not understand Yang Kai's origins, they saw Sect Master Li Yuanwang bringing this person here with their own eyes. Nobody else had ever had such an honor before. Combined with his open heaven realm heritage, they realized that he was different from them and did not take the initiative to speak to him. Yang Kai ignored them and found a place to sit directly beneath the stone monument to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Nothingness scripture. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Yang Kai could already recite the entire Great Nothingness scripture backwards. While he fully understood the mysteries of the secret art, he could not find any connection between the secret art and the Tao of time. The lack of findings puzzled him greatly. Logically speaking, the Great Nothingness scripture should have some connection to the Tao of time since it could greatly enhance the flow of time in the small universe of a cultivator who had advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm. Nonetheless, he simply could not figure out the connection. In that case, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that his attainments in the Tao of time were insufficient, so he did not have the ability to detect the connection. The second possibility was that the effects could not be seen just from studying the words of the secret art in the first place. If he wanted to verify the effects, then he could only cultivate the secret art himself. Seeing as he was already in the 6th order open heaven realm, the foundation of his cultivation had already been set, so there was no further opportunity to start over again. Even if he had the opportunity, he would not actually cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture either. After all, this secret art was completely done for the sake of becoming somebody else's stepping stone. An idea soon came to him. Maybe there was no need for him to cultivate this secret art himself. Inside the small universe, there was a lively scene in front of the Seven Stars sect's main gates. It was the Seven Stars sect's disciple recruitment period that was held once every 3 years. Countless young people from all over the world had traveled here in hopes of joining Seven Stars sect. At present, Seven Stars sect was no longer the small force that it once was in the past. Across the entire Void continent, the overall strength of the Seven Stars sect could be ranked among the top 3. Sect Master Shangguanji had advanced into the Emperor realm many years ago. Based on his strength alone, Seven Stars sect could not be considered powerful. However, according to legend, there was an ancestor in the Third Order Emperor realm in the Seven Stars sect. That was an extremely terrifying existence. After all, how many Third Order Emperor realm masters were there in the entire Void continent? The Supreme Elder, known as Yang Kai, was not born in Seven Stars sect. It was said that he wandered here a long time ago and stayed in the Seven Stars sect because he felt some kind of fate with the sect. That was how he eventually became the Seven Stars sect ancestor. In the past, a Second Order Emperor realm master had acted presumptuously in Seven Stars sect. As soon as the ancestor stepped forward, the master known as Xianxia of Southern Star Palace had immediately been silenced. Many of the smaller sects had lamented over the fact that this master had not been fated with them. If their sects had caught his eye back then, the current Seven Stars sect would not exist today. Compared to the lively scene in front of the mountain gates, the atmosphere inside the main conference hall seemed a little gloomy. The current fame and reputation of the Seven Stars sect was all thanks to the ancestor alone. Shangguanji might have advanced into the Emperor realm, but he was only in the First Order Emperor realm. He was not responsible for Seven Stars sect's current fame. Unfortunately, the ancestor had been missing for many years. Nobody knew when the ancestor had gone missing. When Shangguanji went to visit one day, he discovered that the spirit peak where the ancestor lived was completely devoid of people. Even the 2 disciples whom the ancestor had taken in were nowhere to be seen. Shangguanji had been shocked by the discovery. At first, he assumed that the ancestor had simply taken his disciples out for training and would return soon. Contrary to his expectations though, the ancestor remained nowhere to be seen after so many years. What's more, there was not the slightest clue of the ancestor's whereabouts in the Void continent. Instinctively, Shangguanji felt that the ancestor had abandoned Seven Stars sect. The ancestor was not somebody who originated from Seven Stars sect after all. He simply happened to be passing by this place and waiting for the right person to come along. Since he found the person he had been waiting for, why would he remain in Seven Stars sect? Nevertheless, Shangguanji was not resentful. The only reason Seven Stars sect could enjoy its current reputation and status was all thanks to the ancestor. He could only resent himself for being too weak to protect the foundation that the ancestor had established back then. Although this information had been kept under wraps for a long time, there was no such thing as a wall without holes. Many among the top 10 sects in the Void continent were currently watching Seven Stars sect vigilantly. Why else would so many Emperor realm masters come to observe the disciple recruitment this year? It was a friendly visit in name, but it was actually a test. While Seven Stars sect might not be obliterated if they failed to overcome this disaster, their reputation would definitely suffer a heavy blow. They would become a laughing stock if the news spread to the public. If that happened, finding good disciples would become difficult in the future. The people in the main conference hall were brainstorming various suggestions. Although there were many differing opinions, none of them could come up with a good solution to their current problem. In any case, the disciple recruitment was about to begin. If they were capable of doing the job, then it was time for them to start showing their abilities. At this point, it was impossible for them to conceal the news of the ancestor's disappearance. Just as Shangguanji was at a loss for what to do, a figure frantically rushed into the grand hall as though he was being pursued by a ghost. Everybody turned to look in that direction only to see Elder Guan Xianxia stumbling into the grand hall with an extremely strange expression on his face. What happened? Shang Guanji asked. Guan Xianxia might be in the third order Dao source realm, but he was clearly very agitated by something at this moment. Seeming to be out of breath, he exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and joy, "The ancestor." There was a series of rustling noises as everybody stood up abruptly. Shang Guanji asked in a trembling voice, "Do you have news of the ancestor?" Despite inquiring for so many years, there had been no news of the ancestor. There was no saying whether it was a blessing or a curse for such information to appear today. Guan Xianxia pointed behind him, "The ancestor is on the viewing platform." What? Shang Guanji could barely believe his ears. After a few stunned moments, he hastily rushed outside with Guan Xianxia following closely behind. Following a quick conversation along the way, Shang Guanji finally learned that the ancestor, who had been missing for so many years, had abruptly appeared on the viewing platform today. Martial Peak, Chapter 4789, Su Yi. Nobody knew how the ancestor appeared. Even the Emperor Realm Masters from the other great forces who were sitting on the viewing platform had not noticed his presence until Guan Xianxia, who was in charge of the disciple recruitment, suddenly turned around and saw him. Guan Xianxia almost thought that there was something wrong with his eyesight at that moment. After hastily greeting the ancestor, he immediately rushed over to give his report. When Shang Guanji arrived at the viewing platform, he saw that the ancestor was indeed sitting in the highest seat right at the center with an indifferent expression on his face. The rock that had been weighing down on his heart for so many years suddenly lifted at that moment. The ancestor did not abandon Seven Stars sect. He came back. While he did not see the two disciples under the ancestor had always been similar to a hidden dragon that showed its tail but never its face. In any case, he was not qualified to ask any questions. What delighted him even more was the reactions of the Emperor Realm Masters on the viewing platform. In the past, news of the ancestor's disappearance had been leaked to the public for some unknown reason. Many sects in the Void Continent had repeatedly tried to probe for the truth, and various businesses under Seven Stars sect had faced pressure from multiple directions. Even the disciple recruitment had attracted Emperor Realm Masters from more than 10 sects to come and watch. What was there to see at a trivial disciple recruitment? Everybody knew that this was a test. When Shang Guanji welcomed these masters, all of them wanted to visit the ancestor, however, he politely declined all their requests. His actions might have confirmed their suspicions about Yang Kai's disappearance. For that reason, the Emperor Realm Masters who came to watch the disciple recruitment became less polite toward Seven Stars sect over the past few days. Their attitudes towards him also became much more condescending than before. At this moment, the same Emperor Realm Masters who had been acting high and mighty were sitting upright and shivering in fear like quails during winter. Some of them also had pale complexions and feeble auras, almost as though they had been injured. They had been sitting here and waiting for the disciple recruitment to begin, and during this period, they leisurely chatted among themselves to pass time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. It was not until Guan Xianxia hastily bowed at a certain person in greeting that they realized something in horror. An additional person had appeared on the viewing platforms at some point in time without their realization. Moreover, that person was sitting in the main seat belonging to Seven Stars sect. This incident startled them greatly. There were First Order, Second Order, and even Third Order Emperor Realm Masters among them. Nonetheless, none of them had noticed his presence. Did they meet a ghost in broad daylight? One of those present was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master from the Spirit Sea Temple, and he originally wanted to investigate this person with his divine sense. Who could have known that he would experience a severe backlash just from this probing action? It was fortunate that the mysterious young man held no killing intent, otherwise, he would have died on the spot. A Third Order Emperor Realm Master already stood at the highest peak on the Void Continent. Even so, a simple probe had ended with such an outcome. Just how high was the cultivation of the mysterious young man? It was rumored that there were higher martial Dao realms beyond the Emperor realm. Could it be that this person was beyond the Emperor realm? Judging from Guan Xianxing's respectful attitude towards the young man, there was a high possibility that this person was none other than the ancestor who was rumored to have gone missing. When Shang Guanji rushed over with the elders of Seven Stars sect in tow and bowed to Yang Kai in greeting, the Emperor Realm Masters finally confirmed Yang Kai's identity. That person was indeed the mysterious and powerful ancestor. They were puzzled and confused by the situation. Wasn't it said that the ancestor had been missing for many years? The spirit peak where he currently lived was devoid of people, and there were no clues about his whereabouts across the entire void continent. Why would he suddenly appear here today? Nevertheless, nobody questioned the situation. They all just quickly stood up and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai nodded lightly, "Please sit. All who come here are guests." Now that all his worries from before had been swept away, Shang Guanji had a healthy flush on his face and he asked for instructions. "Ancestor, do you have any orders regarding the disciple recruitment?" "Just proceed as usual. This king is only here to have a look." "Yes." The disciple recruitment was held as usual, but the news of Seven Stars sect ancestors' appearance quickly spread to the public. Although Yang Kai claimed that he was only here to watch, this piece of news was extremely important to the people who came to participate in the disciple recruitment. The ancestor was not just anybody. How could he possibly come to watch the ceremony for no reason? It had to be said that the last time he came to watch the ceremony, he took in 2 disciples at once. Who could guarantee that he was not here for more disciples? Therefore, as soon as the news came out, all the people who came to participate in the disciple recruitment became highly motivated and desperately showed off their skills. The disciple recruitment lasted for a whole day. Regardless of how outstanding the aptitude of a disciple though, none of them caught the interest of the ancestor. Many people who came to watch the excitement were extremely disappointed as a result. Hence, they were shocked and confused when Shang Guanji personally led a dirty and disheveled 13- or 14-year-old young man over to Yang Kai. The many Emperor Realm Masters on the viewing platform hurriedly recalled the information on this young man and quickly came to a conclusion. Su Yi, overall assessment C-, aptitude below average. Nowadays, Seven Stars sect had a higher standard when selecting new disciples. Only those with an overall assessment of C+ and above had the qualifications to join the sect. It was obvious that Su Yi's assessment did not meet the requirements, so he was bound to be eliminated from the selection. However, Yang Kai had summoned him. Nobody could understand what Seven Stars sect's ancestor was planning to do. On the other hand, Su Yi himself looked so frightened that he resembled a terrified little beast. Shang Guanji had probably said something to him when leading him here, hence, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud in front of Yang Kai and pressed his head against the floor. "This little boy from the mountains, Su Yi, greets Senior." Yang Kai quietly watched Su Yi. He originally entered his small universe with the intention to find some suitable candidates to cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture. He could not cultivate the secret art himself, but if he could allow the people in his small universe to cultivate it in his stead, then he could monitor their condition at all times. That would be very helpful for his research into the Great Nothingness scripture. It was fortunate that he happened to be just in time for Seven Stars sect's disciple recruitment, but he did not expect to obtain such a harvest. There was no denying that Su Yi's aptitude was not very high. He was only on par with Zhao Yi Bai in terms of overall talent. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could keenly sense that this child was compatible with time principles. Yang Kai's small universe had an abundance of Dao essence, namely space, spear, and time Dao essence. These 3 Daos were also the Daos that he was most proficient in. Before Zhao Yi Bai was born, Yang Kai had sensed that Zhao Yi Bai had extraordinary talent in the Dao of space. Although Su Yi was not as innately talented as Zhao Yi Bai, he was not bad either. If he was guided properly, he might reach great heights in the Dao of time in the future. That made him the best candidate to cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture. In this way, Yang Kai had found heirs to all three Daoists that he was proficient in. Zhao Yi Bai for the Tao of Space, Zhao Ye for the Spear Tao, and Su Yi for the Tao of Time. Where are your parents? Yang Kai asked. Su Yi lowered his head and respectfully answered the question, this little boy is an orphan. My parents have long passed away. Everybody in the surroundings revealed a look of understanding. From the tattered clothes and dirty appearance of Su Yi, it could be seen that he had nobody taking care of him at a glance. Are you willing to worship me as your master? Yang Kai asked again. A commotion spread through the crowd. Many of the Emperor Realm Masters and the Elders of Seven Stars sect on the viewing platform turned to look at Yang Kai in complete disbelief. In their opinion, Su Yi's aptitude and assessment had no cultivation value. Even if he were allowed to cultivate, his future achievements would be extremely limited. Why would the ancestor take an interest in someone like Su Yi? What's more, he planned to take Su Yi as his disciple. Although Shang Guanji was puzzled, he did not question the decision. The ancestor would surely have his own reasons for his decision. In any case, the thoughts of the ancestor were not something Shang Guanji could figure out. Maybe there was something special about Su Yi that the ancestor could see but they could not. That was why he couldn't help giving Su Yi a gentle prod when he saw the boy staring blankly at Yang Kai. Silly brat, why are you still daydreaming? Receiving the favor of the ancestor is a great honor. Su Yi quickly bowed. Disciple Su Yi greets honored master. He might not understand what the ancestor represented, but he knew of Shang Guanji's status. The fact that Seven Stars sect master was being so respectful to this person clearly meant that the ancestor's status was much higher. He had been eliminated from Seven Stars sect selection because did not have the qualifications to join the sect, therefore, he had been quite disheartened. Now that there was a ray of hope in the darkness, it was only natural for him to grasp this opportunity with all his might. Yang Kai nodded lightly and vanished out of sight with a flicker of his body. Su Yi, who had been kneeling on the ground, also vanished at the same time. All the Emperor Realm Masters on the viewing platform secretly gasped at the sight. Just like how Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere, nobody managed to catch a clear glimpse of how he disappeared either. With such elusive movements, how could anybody stop him if he wanted to harm them? There was no need to mention how after these events, the many Emperor Realm Masters politely said their goodbyes and departed with haste. On a certain spirit peak, Yang Kai studied Su Yi, who was standing in front of him. You wish to gain a master, and I wish to gain a disciple. However, this matter should not be rushed. There is something I must first explain to you. You may answer after you've given this matter some thought. Su Yi clenched his fists tightly and nodded. The young man was not very knowledgeable, but he instinctively sensed that his answer would affect his future destiny. I have a secret art that I need someone to cultivate for me. You are a good candidate. Unfortunately, cultivating this secret art comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. The good thing is that you are very compatible with this secret art and there is a high possibility that this secret art can make up for your lack of aptitude. If you cultivate this secret art, you might achieve great things in the future. Su Yi flushed beet red. It was clear that he was very excited, but he still asked cautiously, what are the disadvantages? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Yi's attitude satisfied him. If Su Yi had been too eager to cultivate the great nothingness scripture, Yang Kai might not have taught him the secret art lest he regret his choice in the future and feel resentment towards Yang Kai instead. Cultivating this secret art will not benefit you in combat. In other words, under the premise that your opponent is in the same cultivation realm as you, you might not be able to win against them. Moreover, when your cultivation reaches a certain realm, your lifespan will be greatly shortened. I don't like fighting. Su Yi said softly. Yang Kai smiled. In the path of cultivation, battles are inevitable. You can't avoid battles just because you don't like them. Su Yi nodded and spoke like an old man. One has to compromise. It is not always possible to act as they please. After saying that, he blushed furiously. that's what I often hear from others. Following some careful consideration he asked another question, how high do I have to raise my cultivation before my lifespan will start to shorten? Yang Kai looked at Sui and said, very, very high. What's more, you may not be able to reach that point at all. The seventh order open heaven realm was not something just anybody could achieve at will. Martial Peak, Chapter 4790, Third Disciple. Is that so? Sui lowered his head. A long while passed before he raised his head and said, I am willing to cultivate that secret art. He might be very young, but he had given much thought to this matter. If he did not cultivate this secret art, with his aptitude that had eliminated him from 7 stars sect selection, he would not have many other future options once he left this place. Even if he managed to join other smaller sects, his cultivation would not amount to much no matter how much effort he put into it. Although the ancestor in front of him had mentioned that cultivating the secret art would bring various disadvantages, that was something that would only happen in the distant future. Why bother to worry about that now? You can take your time to consider. There's no rush to answer. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. Sui nodded silently and did not rush to express his intentions again. Nevertheless, he continued to stay on the spirit peak. From that next day onward, Yang Kai started to prepare various means to nurture Suyi's foundation. He would occasionally toss Sui into a giant bathtub to soak in a medicinal bath for several days or bring out some medicinal liquid for Sui to apply on his body. Once in a while, he would also hand out some elixirs for Sui to consume. The young man did not refuse any of these items. Yang Kai did not teach Sui any cultivation techniques. Be that as it may, Sui discovered that his body was undergoing a subtle change as time passed. He seemed to shed his former self and was reborn as a result. His body felt much lighter compared to before. Even his vision and hearing became significantly sharper. Zhaoye and Zhao Yibai had also gone through this process in the past. Before they started cultivating in earnest, Yang Kai had spent enormous amounts of time and energy laying their foundation for them. As the saying went, all tall buildings began from the ground. He himself had not enjoyed such favorable conditions when he started cultivating, but he spared no effort when it came to his disciples. Nobody had ever been so kind to Sui before. Ever since the death of his parents when he was 5 years old, he had lived the life of a wanderer. There were also several occasions where he nearly starved to death. If not for his good luck, he would have died a tragic death a long time ago. As Yang Kai did not restrict his freedom, he would often leave the spirit peak and wander around 7 stars sect. He was only a teenager after all, it was only natural that his curiosity was at its peak. All the people he met would treat him courteously, regardless of whether they were common disciples or elders in the sect. At the same time, he slowly grasped Yang Kai's identity and influence from the snippets of conversations that he heard from the people around him. Everybody in 7 stars sect believed that the ancestor had already taken him in as a disciple, so nobody dared to show him any disrespect. Therefore, he did not hesitate to express his willingness to cultivate the secret art when Yang Kai questioned him again 2 months later. I hope you've thought about this carefully. I've already explained the disadvantages of the secret art to you. Once you begin cultivating, it will be too late for regrets, Yang Kai warned solemnly. Sui nodded seriously, this disciple has decided. If I don't cultivate this secret art, this disciple might already be part of the soil in 100 years. There may be disadvantages in cultivating this secret art, but it's still better than living a mediocre life. Yang Kai nodded slightly, in that case, I will teach you the great nothingness scripture. Sui hurriedly bowed down, disciple greets honored master. Yang Kai received the worship, but he did not ask Sui to stand up immediately. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain something. I have to let you know one thing. You are not the only disciple under me. I've already taken in 2 other disciples before you. Your eldest senior brother is Zhao Yibai and your second senior sister is Zhaoye. They are elsewhere at the moment. I'm sure you will have a chance to meet them in the future. Sui nodded. He had heard about this previously. The Seven Stars sect disciples had mentioned his eldest senior brother and second senior sister while leisurely chatting with him, but he did not know much about the other two disciples under his honored master. Honored master, I've heard that eldest senior brother does not have good aptitude. Is that true? He asked. Yang Kai nodded and swept a glance over Sui. He is on par with you. Sui blushed when he heard those words. His aptitude was his greatest shortcoming. He secretly thought to himself that he had to work harder in the future, otherwise, he would only embarrass the honored master when he was traveling outside. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling curious. Other people generally only accepted disciples with good aptitude and rarely even bothered to give those with poor aptitude a glance. On the contrary, the honored master seemed to accept these disciples without such qualms. At any rate, he was secretly grateful for the honored master's peculiarity. How else would he have the opportunity to worship the honored master? Calm yourself and focus your mind. Yang Kai instructed and simultaneously stretched out his finger towards Su Yi's forehead. Su Yi felt a finger stabbing at him before he could react. In the next moment, a warm and gentle force flowed into his mind. It was immediately followed by a considerable amount of inexplicable information. His body swayed unsteadily as a result, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Before he could understand what had happened, he heard his honored master's voice. This is the great nothingness scripture. Don't rush to cultivate the secret art. You only need to comprehend it for now. Yes. He nodded respectfully. In the following months, Sui lived in the house where Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai had lived previously. He soaked in medicinal baths, applied medicinal liquid, consumed spirit pills, and constantly comprehended the mysteries of the great nothingness scripture. Unfortunately, he had never cultivated before, so he could not really comprehend anything when he suddenly came into contact with the mysterious secret art. It was fortunate that Yang Kai would take some time out of his schedule to explain the mysteries of the great nothingness scripture to him. One day, Sui was soaking in the bathtub and listening to Yang Kai's explanation when he suddenly noticed that his honored master had gone silent. Moreover, his honored master was completely motionless as though somebody had used a binding secret technique on him. Startled, he jumped in fright and anxiously shouted, "Honored master?" Yang Kai waved his hand at Sui dismissively and stared blankly in a certain direction. What was inside his small universe was just a projection of his spiritual energy, while his true body remained beneath the huge stone monument from before. The reason for his sudden absent-mindedness was that one of the 5 Langya Paradise disciples cultivating the great nothingness scripture had suddenly broken through his bottleneck and advanced to the next realm. Although it was only an advancement from the origin returning realm to the origin king realm, Yang Kai clearly detected a trace of time principles permeating the disciple's body for a brief moment when the advancement succeeded. It was only present for a moment before vanishing without a trace. If he had not been proficient in the Tao of time, he might not have detected them at all. The other disciples, even the one who just advanced into the next realm, seemed completely oblivious to the energy fluctuations. When Yang Kai tried to investigate further, the energy fluctuation from the time principles had already vanished. Furthermore, the disciple who just advanced into the next realm showed no other signs of the time principles around him. This situation puzzled him greatly. Nevertheless, he confirmed that the great nothingness scripture was indeed related to the Tao of time. Li Yuan Wang had only given him half a year's time, so it was predestined that his endeavor would not produce many results. Hence, it was truly fortunate that he had asked Sui to cultivate the great nothingness scripture. As long as Sui was in his small universe, all the changes that occurred to Sui while cultivating this secret art would not escape his perception. It would seem that the only way for him to find the answers to the connection between the great nothingness scripture and the Tao of time was from Sui. As a result, he started to nurture Sui even more diligently than before, using only the very best herbs to help his third disciple solidify his foundation. Suyi's innate talent was poor, but his aptitude improved slightly thanks to Yang Kai's efforts. At this rate, it would become easier for him to cultivate in the future. When there was only half a month before the end of the 6-month period, Sui woke up one morning only to see his honored master standing by his bedside and staring intently at him as soon as he opened his eyes. Startled, he hurriedly greeted the other party, "Honored master." Yang Kai's gaze was profound, and he studied Sui keenly as though he was trying to figure out something. There was a look of absolute confusion on his face. That was because he discovered that Sui's body already contained the yuan qi that came from cultivating the great nothingness scripture. Although it was as weak as a fluttering candle flame, the nature of the yuan qi was identical to the 5 Langya paradise disciples beneath the stone monument. In other words, Sui had officially begun to cultivate the great nothingness scripture. It was just that Yang Kai clearly recalled that there was nothing different about Sui last night. More importantly, he had yet to allow Sui to officially begin cultivating. During the past few months of contact, Yang Kai had watched Sui's actions carefully. The young man was simple and honest without any kind of scheming or cunning in his heart. He was very similar to his eldest senior brother Zhao Yi Bai in this aspect. He also treated Yang Kai's words reverently. If Yang Kai did not allow him to cultivate the great nothingness scripture, then Sui would never cultivate the secret art on his own initiative. Besides, Yang Kai did not see Sui cultivating the great nothingness scripture either, so where did the great nothingness scripture's yuan qi come from? Is something wrong, honored master? Sui asked in confusion. The way the honored master stared at him was making him feel very uneasy. Thus, he vaguely wondered whether he had made a mistake somewhere and displeased his honored master. Did you cultivate the great nothingness scripture? Yang Kai inquired bluntly. No. Sui quickly shook his head, would not dare to cultivate the secret art without honored master's permission. He did not seem to be lying. What did you do last night? Yang Kai continued to question. Nothing inside his small universe could be concealed from his perception, and he had indeed watched Sui sleeping the entire night. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened, but the great nothingness scripture's yuan qi definitely only started appearing last night. Disciple did not do anything. I was simply sleeping. Yang Kai frowned. Check your own body. Do you feel anything different from before? Sui hurriedly perceived himself when he heard those words. A short while later, he exclaimed in surprise, "Honored master, it feels like there's something cool swimming around in my body. That's the yuan qi of the great nothingness scripture." Sui was stunned. Although he had never cultivated before, he understood what it meant for the great nothingness scripture's yuan qi to appear in his body. Be that as it may, he clearly had never officially cultivated the great nothingness scripture. Where did the yuan qi come from? Could it be that I gained such benefits just from listening to the honored master explain the mysteries of the great nothingness scripture to me? After a moment of bewilderment, he suddenly scratched his head and looked at Yang Kai apologetically. Honored master, does dreaming count as cultivation? What dream? Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows together. Sui explained, disciple had a dream last night. I began to cultivate the great nothingness scripture, but it was just a dream. Yang Kai was puzzled. You dreamt that you were cultivating the great nothingness scripture? Sui replied, yes. I'm certain I cultivated in my dream. Disciple has always had many dreams since I was young. It happens almost every night. Moreover, it always feels as though many days have passed in my dreams. I often wake up feeling dizzy and exhausted as a result. A sudden realization struck Yang Kai, and he suddenly had a bold conjecture. Do you always feel as though many days have passed every time you enter a dream? Sui mulled over the question for a moment. Most of the time. There was once when I felt as though I stayed in my dreams for 2 whole months. Moreover, everything in my dreams felt very real, almost like I was really living in that dream. Yang Kai asked, even after you came here? Sui nodded, yes. But, after coming here, I don't feel so exhausted anymore whenever I experience such dreams. It's probably because my body has grown stronger. Pausing for a moment, he added, honored master, I really did not cultivate the great nothingness scripture. I know. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment and casually said, it might be that you're extremely compatible with the great nothingness scripture. That may be why you can gain something just from listening to my teachings. Martial Peak, Chapter 4791, Air. Su-yi had just started his path for the martial Tao, so he was unable to stay alive without sleep or food like Yang Kai. After exhausting himself in the daytime, he soon slumbered off when darkness descended. Yang Kai abruptly appeared beside his bed and looked silently at him. The teenage boy was sound asleep with his expression calm and his breathing stable. He was unaware that there was someone else beside him in his room. Just 1 hour later, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the faint yuan qi in the teenager's body was running in the cultivation route of the great nothingness scripture. Although he already had such a speculation, he was still shocked upon sensing it. The teenage boy was really cultivating the great nothingness scripture in his dreams, and it actually worked. This was something that was unheard of. It had to be noted that a person's consciousness was in chaos in their dreams, just like a shattered space. There was no order to speak of. However, Su-yi seemed to have a special instinct that could allow him to do things in his dreams that no one else could. After a night of observation, Yang Kai realized that it took Su-yi about 6 hours to finish running a full circulation. Hence, the yuan qi in Su-yi's body only managed to run fewer than 2 orbits after 1 night. Despite that, his weak yuan qi had still been slightly strengthened. When Su-yi awakened the next day, he was pretty energetic. Since he had already started cultivating the great nothingness scripture in his dreams, there was no longer any reason to be restricted in any way. Therefore, when he heard from his honored master that he was allowed to start cultivating, he was ecstatic. Yang Kai sat down beside him and gave him some instructions. However, he soon found a problem. The teenage boy could smoothly cultivate the great nothingness scripture in his dreams, but when he was allowed to cultivate freely, his progress was basically stagnant. Half a day had passed, but he had only run half a circulation. There were also times when he almost made mistakes in the cultivation route. The boy was embarrassed by his performance as his face flushed. Despite that, he persisted. Half a year had passed, so Li Yuan Wang personally came over and brought Yang Kai out. When Yang Kai was asked what he had discovered, he only said that he had felt the traces of Tao of time coming from the disciple who had achieved a breakthrough, but there was nothing else. Li Yuan Wang didn't probe him further. It had been years since those from the cave heavens and paradises started studying the great nothingness scripture, but they still hadn't found any clues. It was expected that Yang Kai hadn't discovered anything new after studying it for just half a year. After the matter in Langya Paradise was solved, Yang Kai was supposed to go back to High Heaven territory and get some rest. At the same time, he had to send his own open heaven realm masters to the different small source worlds of those cave heavens and paradises to get some training. The matter regarding the profound Yin bamboo had to be settled as well. Moreover, Chu Hua Shang would soon be set free following her 100 years of imprisonment. Nevertheless, he wasn't in a rush to set off on his journey because of Su-yi. Instead, he stayed in Langya Paradise and lived on Gupan's spirit province for a time. 1 month later, Su-yi was finally on the right track in his cultivation journey. However, he seemed to be 2 different people during the daytime and nighttime. His performance was terrible while he was awake. Although he had been working hard, his improvement was negligible due to his weak aptitude. On the other hand, his improvement was rapid during the nighttime. After every dream, the yuan qi in his body would be increased significantly. Moreover, Yang Kai realized that as time passed, the teenage boy could cultivate the great nothingness scripture increasingly faster in his dreams. He had never expected his third disciple to be such an eccentric person. It was as though the boy had 2 different aptitudes. One of them was his daytime aptitude. Despite Yang Kai's nurturing, Su-yi's aptitude was still below average. Nevertheless, the aptitude that he showcased in his dreams was excellent. Although it wasn't as extraordinary as Zhao Yu's, he could be considered a gifted person. Therefore, in just a month, Sui made it to the initial element stage. Since his aptitude wouldn't change so easily, the only explanation was that the flow of time in his dreams was different. Sui had said that he felt like he had spent days in his dream every time he slumbered off. In other words, he had more time to cultivate in his dream than during the daytime, which was why his progress was rapid in his dreams. Was this due to his talent in the Tao of time? He actually had more time to spend in his dreams. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had taken on an incredible disciple. All of a sudden, he was looking forward to what Sui would grow up to be. More than 10 days later, Gupan returned to her spirit province. Although she was still in the sixth order open heaven realm, Yang Kai could clearly feel that her heritage had been significantly strengthened. He couldn't help but think that small source worlds were truly extraordinary. The reason the cave heavens and paradises could stay powerful and rule over the entire 3,000 worlds for such a long time was no doubt thanks in part to the small source worlds. Since Gu Pan had returned, and his business was completed, Yang Kai decided to bid her farewell. He couldn't figure out more things regarding Sui for the time being, but Sui was cultivating in his small universe, so as the boy grew up, Yang Kai would eventually find out the things he wanted to know. Yang Kai had come to this place with a group of high-rank open heaven realm masters, but he was all alone when he left. Since he was already used to this kind of situation, he didn't feel lonely at all. During this period of time, he had been nurturing the profound Yin bamboo in his small universe. Since the black ink strength had reappeared, the profound Yin bamboo would definitely be in hot demand in the future. At the very least, all of Voidland's open heaven realm masters would need it. On the other hand, those from the cave heavens and paradises would buy the bamboo from high heaven territory in bulk. Nevertheless, the downside of profound Yin bamboo was that it was only one of the 12 minor pillars. Regardless of how it was nurtured, it would never be comparable to the 4 universe pillars. Moreover, only high-rank open heaven realm masters could use it. The small universes of the cultivators below the high-rank open heaven realm hadn't materialized, so they were unable to nurture profound Yin bamboo in them. Therefore, Voidland's open heaven realm masters couldn't use the profound Yin bamboo for the time being. A person had to consume the heritage of his or her small universe in order to nurture more profound Yin bamboo. Others might not be willing to do this, but Yang Kai didn't mind it. The small stone race members living in his small universe were continuously increasing his heritage 10 times faster than usual. All he had to do was send a lot of materials into the small universe so that the stone kings of the small stone race could produce more pebble eggs. As long as the benefits brought to the small universe by the small stone race members could replenish the consumption of nurturing the profound Yin bamboo, Yang Kai's power wouldn't be affected. Certainly, in that case, it would take him a longer time to make it to the 7th order, but it was a price that had to be paid. Presently, Yang Kai was moving across the void on his own. He passed through several great territories, but there came a moment when he suddenly looked in a particular direction and appeared amazed. In that direction, there was a gigantic creature moving across the void, heading to some unknown place. The void in the 3,000 worlds was not safe. When he and Zhang Ruoxi left for the outer universe for the first time and arrived at the 3,000 worlds, they came across a myriad facets insect. The unsuspecting duo was swallowed by the insect, which resulted in their separation. While Yang Kai fell into 7 Wonders Land, Zhang Ruoxi was pretty lucky, and after going through some hardship, she found her way to Langya Paradise and became a disciple. She had been cultivating there ever since. Other than the myriad facets insect, there were also a lot of strange space beasts. Some space beasts kept to themselves while some of them would attack the cultivators that passed by. There were also some that loved going to places where many people had gathered together. The reason there was a void dock in front of every major star city wasn't solely to inspect the cultivators that moved in and out of the place, it was also set up to ward off any space beasts that might attack them. When Yang Kai was navigating through the void in the past, he had come across space beasts from time to time. When he was still weak, he would naturally avoid them, but now that he was in the 6th order open heaven realm, most space beasts were not a match for him. However, the creature in front of him now wasn't a space beast. Instead, it was a being that was far more powerful than space beasts and even divine spirits. A giant spirit god. So far, Yang Kai had only met 2 giant spirit gods. One of them was Ada, who had been loitering outside the star boundary. The other was the black-ink giant spirit god, who had passed away in the ancestral land. The azure dragon spear was given to him by Ada back then, and over the years, Yang Kai had brought the spear with him to venture into different parts of the universe, making some achievements with its help. Nevertheless, after the star boundary was rejuvenated, Ada decided to leave. There had not been any news about him since then. During this period of time, Yang Kai had not even met anyone who had seen another giant spirit god. Yang Kai had never expected that while he was returning to high heaven territory, he would bump into a giant spirit god. Could it be Ada? He wasn't certain about it. Supposedly, there were only a small number in the giant spirit god clan, so this giant spirit god was possibly the one Yang Kai knew. He thus dashed forward and soon saw the colossal figure. For every step the giant spirit god took though, he could move across a vast distance in the void. His speed was actually slightly faster than when Yang Kai used instantaneous movement. Ada. Yang Kai spoke to him using a secret technique to magnify his voice, but the giant spirit god ignored him and kept moving forward. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and manipulated space principles. After his figure flickered several times, he finally reached the colossal creature and stood on his shoulder. The giant spirit god was truly massive. While standing on his shoulder, Yang Kai looked just like a grain of dust. Although it wasn't the first time Yang Kai came across a giant spirit god, the emotions in his heart still undulated when he laid eyes on one. He supposed the heavens were truly incredible as such a gigantic creature could exist in this world. Ada. Yang Kai shouted right beside his ear using the same secret technique. However, the other party still ignored him and rushed forward in silence. Yang Kai examined him for a moment and confirmed that this giant spirit god wasn't Ada. That was because Ada had a bald head while this giant spirit god had a few strands of black hair, which made him look a bit comical. "Do you know Ada?" Yang Kai asked. This time, the giant spirit god turned to look at him and put on a silly smile. I suppose he knows Ada after all. Yang Kai thought. Giant spirit gods weren't the best conversationalists. In the past, Ada would only tell him that he was hungry. On the other hand, the giant spirit god in front of him was completely silent. This giant spirit god appeared to be calm and collected, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that the gigantic creature would harm him. Instead, he was curious about his behavior. "Where are you going? Where's Ada? Are you and him brothers? What's your name?" Yang Kai went on to ask him a lot of questions, but he didn't get any replies at all, so in the end, he made a decision and said, "I'll call you Ah-er, then." He wondered if there were Ah-san, Ah-si, and so on in the giant spirit god clan. Soon, giant spirit god Ah-er arrived at a territory gate. Yang Kai looked curiously at the situation. Supposedly, given Ah-er's size, it would be impossible for him to pass through the territory gate. Although the territory gate was huge, it was much smaller than the giant spirit god. If he really squeezed through it, the barrier of the territory gate would be shattered. Martial Peak, Chapter 4792, Yellow and Blue. It had been a long time since Yang Kai arrived in the 3,000 worlds, so he was no longer a naive and ignorant boy. There were thousands of great territories in the expansive universe, and every great territory could be seen as a sealed space. There were very thick barriers between the great territories to separate them. With that said, there were loopholes in the barriers. Only by passing through the loopholes could a person go from a great territory to another. The loopholes were the territory gates. Yang Kai had no idea whether territory gates were made by ancient great experts or were naturally formed. Countless years had passed, and all the known great territories were recorded in the universe charts, which offered great convenience to cultivators. However, there were some unknown great territories where there were no loopholes in the barriers, or their loopholes were inconspicuous. An example was the new great territory that was near High Heaven territory. If it weren't for the battle between the top cultivators from Void Land and Zhuaquan Hui, the new great territory wouldn't have been exposed and come into everyone's sight. In fact, the new great territory wasn't a unique case. According to the records in the ancient books, a new great territory would be discovered in this expansive universe every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. The discovery of a new great territory meant that there would be ample resources which had yet to be exploited, therefore, whenever the news was spread, it would attract a lot of great forces over. If it weren't for the World Tree and the Star Boundary, High Heaven Palace wouldn't have been able to monopolize the new great territory that was just beside High Heaven territory. The cave heavens and paradises wouldn't have easily given up on it. At this moment, the gigantic giant spirit god was standing in front of the territory gate. In comparison, the territory gate looked as small as a mouse hole. Yang Kai was curious about how this giant spirit god would pass through this territory gate. Given the giant spirit god's power, he could probably just force his way through it. However, if he did that, the void barrier would likely be shattered. When that happened, the two great territories would be adversely affected. It wasn't just about a portal breaking into pieces. It might cause an upheaval in both great territories. Although the giant spirit gods were reticent, they were obviously aware of this truth. Therefore, under Yang Kai's watch, the colossal creature's power suddenly surged as his figure rapidly shrank. The giant spirit god Air eventually stopped when he was small enough to pass through the territory gate. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized the giant spirit gods were capable of doing this. At such a size, it wasn't hard for them to pass through a territory gate. He suddenly recalled Bai Shi, who was also a colossal giant. The entire void land resided on his back. Bai Shi had previously said that if he wanted to move to another place, he had to shrink his true body in order to move past the territory gates. This was also the method used by giant spirit god, Air. However, the entire void land was on Bai Shi's back, so if he really shrank his true body, void land would cease to exist. That was the kind of loss Yang Kai would never be able to accept. Void Land was the first foundation he had built since he arrived at the 3,000 worlds. Void Star City, which was thriving, had a symbolic meaning, and it was also a great source of income. After Air became smaller, he directly plunged into the territory gate while Yang Kai was firmly standing on his shoulder. They then moved past the territory gate and arrived at a different great territory. Following that, the giant spirit god's figure expanded and returned to its original size. It seemed that he felt most comfortable in this state. Yang Kai had no idea where Air was heading or what the latter was doing. After hesitating between following him and returning to High Heaven territory for a while, he chose the former. It wasn't necessary for him to return to High Heaven territory as Hua Qingxi generally handled everything for him. In comparison, he was more interested in this giant spirit god. Yang Kai was wary of the Black Ink clansman that was hiding in some unknown place. He had personally experienced how powerful the resurrected will was, so he knew that the forces under his command could never resist it if it appeared before them. Although the cave heavens and paradises were now looking for the Black Ink clan member and many high-rank open heaven realm masters had streamed into the shattered heaven, no one could be certain whether they could find the enemy. Yang Kai reckoned that they would eventually find them though. The fact that the Black Ink clan member had exposed themselves meant that they could no longer bear to remain hidden in isolation and would certainly make a move again. If Yang Kai could gain this giant spirit god as an ally, he wouldn't have to worry if he came across the Black Ink clansman again. After tagging along with Air for about a month, Yang Kai finally understood why people never caught sight of any giant spirit gods even after such a long time. That was because a giant spirit god was extremely fast. Air's colossal figure could move at the speed of lightning across the void, so the average person might not notice him even if they brushed past him. If it weren't because Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, he wouldn't have been able to chase after him even if he discovered him. After passing through more than 10 great territories, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. Usually, it was unlikely for him to come across other cultivators in the void. After all, space was vast, and everyone had their own business to attend to. Unless it was a coincidence or an agreed meetup, he usually wouldn't bump into anyone. However, when Yang Kai arrived at this latest great territory, he realized that many cultivators had come together in groups as they flew forward in his direction. There were also many flight-type artifacts of different styles, all of them glowing brightly as they sailed forth filled with people. The speed at which they were moving was rapid and many of the people aboard appeared flustered, as though they were trying to flee from a calamity. People who could travel across the void were cultivators who had the right to shake off the restrictions of their universe worlds at the very least. Even the weakest ones had condensed their own Tao seals. Yang Kai saw a lot of such cultivators here. There was something off about this situation though. Usually, even if a cultivator had condensed his or her own Tao seal, they wouldn't travel across the void as he pleased. After all, space beasts were everywhere, so it was dangerous for a cultivator to move around recklessly. No one could be certain whether they would fall into danger or get killed at any moment. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could see that these people seemed to be forced to leave their homelands and head to a different place. He grew curious about this. If it weren't because he was worried that he would lose the giant spirit god, he would have caught someone and asked him what was going on. Half a day later, giant spirit god Air brought him to the territory gate of this great territory. In front of the territory gate stood more than 10 people who stared fixedly at the portal. All of them seemed to be awaiting a formidable enemy. Furthermore, every one of them exuded an aura that was as deep as the ocean. The gray-haired old man among them was the most powerful. Yang Kai's brow twitched when he saw that. All of these people were obviously high-rank open heaven realm masters. In other words, they were top cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises. The gray-haired old man in the middle of them was even an ancestor who was in the 8th order open heaven realm. Yang Kai wondered which cave heaven or paradise the old man was from. More than 10 7th order and an 8th order open heaven realm master had gathered together in this place. It was apparent that something major had happened. The first thought that came into Yang Kai's mind was that they had found the Black Ink clansmen. Otherwise, these top cultivators wouldn't have gathered together here. Only the Black Ink clan could cause these cave heavens and paradises to put their guards up. At that moment, the emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. It was no wonder that all the cultivators in this great territory were fleeing, for the Black Ink clansmen had an eerie power. The cave heavens and paradises apparently didn't want the innocent people to be affected, nor would they want to give the Black Ink clan members a chance to corrupt others and spread their influence. That was why they told all the cultivators in this great territory to move to another place. Meanwhile, Air's arrival caught the attention of many high-rank open heaven realm masters. One of them even turned his head and yelled, "Giant Spirit God." It wasn't until this moment that the others saw the gigantic creature that was coming at them. Air directly arrived at the territory gate as his figure shrank and charged forward. Dodge! The 8th order ancestor's expression changed as he shouted. At the same time, he waved his hand and swept a gentle force across the high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were forced to separate to the sides in front of the territory gate. The next instant, Air dashed into the territory gate. The 8th order ancestor frowned and looked at the territory gate. Just now, he thought that he had seen something. Was someone standing on the giant spirit god's shoulder? A woman in an imperial dress looked doubtfully at the others. Earlier, she caught a glimpse of a figure standing on the giant spirit god's shoulder, but before she could make out what the person looked like, the giant spirit god had disappeared. Someone nodded to show that he had seen the figure as well. Just who was that? He is too reckless. Regardless of who he is, he won't stand a chance to survive after entering that place. What a shame. They soon stopped talking. Under the Eighth Order ancestors' leadership, they stared vigilantly at the territory gate, carefully observing any changes that occurred. On the other hand, Yang Kai had the urge to curse. When he saw those high-rank open heaven realm masters just now, he had the intention to jump off the giant spirit god and ask them what was going on. However, Air had already passed through the territory gate without giving him a chance to react. As soon as Yang Kai entered this great territory, he knew that he was in a perilous situation. That was because this place was filled with a rampaging murderous intent and the air of danger. Although Yang Kai was standing on the giant spirit god's shoulder, he still felt terrified. Looking up, he saw that the void around him was filled with only two colors. One of them was yellow, and the other was blue. The entire void seemed to be painted by these two colors as they entangled and crashed with one another. The violent forces churned and swirled, smashing space to pieces whenever they clashed. Without even needing to examine them, Yang Kai could clearly tell that these masses of colored light contained horrifying powers that could easily destroy worlds. Upon closer inspection, he could see that the colors had actually taken on various forms. Some had dragon heads, while others had phoenix tails. Some had qilin horns, kuan fins, turtle feet, and so on and so forth. All the characteristics of the divine spirits could be found in these creatures, making them look mightier than any ordinary divine spirit. Both parties looked the same, but their colors were different. The void was filled with these weird creatures of different shapes and sizes as they crashed into and attempted to hack each other to death. Every time they exchanged moves, space would tremble and warp. The fallout from the attacks were unbearable even for high-rank open heaven realm masters. Fortunately, a layer of milky white glow was formed around the giant spirit god to serve as a protective barrier to ward off these shockwaves. Ripples could be seen as the fallout came into contact with the white glow. At that moment, Yang Kai found himself in a dilemma. Right now, he could not stray away from Air, for without the giant spirit god's protection, he reckoned that he would lose his life in under 3 breaths in this place. The shockwaves produced from the clashes between the two different colored lights were too horrifying. There was no way he could fend them off. He had never seen such purely devastating powers before. Just what are they? Martial Peak, Chapter 4793, Chaotic Dead Territory. Yang Kai's pupils contracted to needle points as he watched the countless unique beings hacking each other to death. All of a sudden, he came to realize what the two colors, yellow and blue, represented. They were the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. Rumor had it that when the world was born in ancient times, the first ray of light appeared, and that light split into two, which gave rise to yin and yang. As time passed, this pure yang became the sun's burning light while the yin became the moon's serene glimmer. They were the ancestors of all divine spirits, as well as the source of all living creatures. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were closely related to the divine spirits and the ancestral land. In fact, they had supposedly lived in ancestral land for a long time in the ancient past. One day, these two powerful beings suddenly left. No one knew what had happened, but the battle between the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer started then. The battle had spanned across countless years, and it still hadn't stopped up until now. Due to the fight between the two, innumerable great territories had been destroyed. The proprietress had said that wherever the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer went, all lives would be destroyed. They lived in a true chaotic dead territory. Even the high-rank open heaven realm masters wouldn't dare to go anywhere near this place. Initially, Yang Kai thought that the more than 10 high-rank open heaven realm masters were guarding the territory gate because they had found the hiding place of the Black Ink clansmen, but it didn't seem to be the case now. No traces of the Black Ink clan were found here. Instead, this place was filled with the pure yet violent yin and yang forces that were represented by yellow and blue lights. They tangled together and tried to rip each other to pieces. Yang Kai couldn't think of any other explanation. These were the forces of the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. Upon that realization, he couldn't help but gulp. He had never thought about visiting chaotic dead territory before. The proprietress was right to say that no humans should ever step into this place. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be swiftly killed after barging in here. It was only thanks to the giant spirit god that Yang Kai was still alive. Air fended off all of the devastating forces around them, which was why he hadn't been harmed. It was only then he understood why all the cultivators in the neighboring great territory had fled. The battlefield between the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer was expanding. Once the territory gate was affected, even the neighboring great territory would be dragged into this eternal conflict. When that happened, the entire great territory would become a part of the chaotic dead territory. No one was willing to stay there and wait for death. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were a grave threat, so the cave heavens and paradises must be paying close attention to the two. That was why more than 10 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were asked to watch over the place. When Yang Kai snapped back from his dazed state, he realized that the battle between the two colors he had been observing had come to an end. The two colors represented the forces of Yin and Yang. Although their appearances were similar, their powers were not equally matched. During the entanglement, the yellow creature that represented the Yang element was defeated and shattered by the other party. Although it tried to condense into a new figure, it couldn't achieve its goal. All that was left behind was a crystal the size of a palm. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he saw that. Countless materials of different elements and orders had passed through his hands, so he was now an expert in identifying such resources. Without even the need to take a closer look, he was sure that this palm-sized yellow crystal was a very pure Yang element material, and it was of a high order. He then looked around and realized that innumerable yellow crystals and blue crystals of different sizes were floating about in the void. He even saw a yellow crystal vein that spanned across several kilometers. It looked like a dead flood dragon that was drifting through space. When he arrived at this place just now, he was overwhelmed by the violent forces and attracted to the battle between the two colors, so he hadn't been paying attention to anything else. It wasn't until this moment that he noticed these crystals. At that moment, his breathing started becoming rapid. All of a sudden, he recalled that when he desperately needed Yin and Yang element materials back then, the proprietress jokingly told him to come to the chaotic dead territory, for it was the battlefield of the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. As the two forces clashed, countless Yin and Yang element materials would be born. These yellow crystals and blue crystals of different sizes that were floating about randomly were all Yin and Yang element materials. Regardless of their orders, they must be very pure, for they were the condensation of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer's power. How many are there? It was the first time Yang Kai realized what innumerable truly meant. Despite the fact that he was wealthy, as he owned 2-star cities and a whole new great territory, his blood was still boiling when he saw these ownerless materials. It had to be noted that these were all Yin or Yang element materials, which were the rarest materials in the entire 3,000 worlds. The reason the cave heavens and paradises were willing to offer the opportunities to enter their small source worlds in order to gain the right to use the good fortune divine furnace was that they wanted to create Yin and Yang element materials of higher orders. They had to get prepared for the disciples who were growing up in the star boundary who would soon need such resources. Yang Kai shared the same sentiment when he told Bian Yuqing to send a large amount of materials to Great Evolution Paradise. However, if he could gather the materials in the chaotic dead territory, he wouldn't need the good fortune divine furnace anymore. The cave heavens and paradises must be aware of this as well, but they were unable to get their hands on these materials. Perhaps an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could hug the edge of the chaotic dead territory to gather a few materials, but once they ventured further in, they would be unable to guarantee their safety. The mere fallout from the battle between the burning light and the serene glimmer could easily kill an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Without hesitation, Yang Kai extended his hand toward the newly formed yellow crystal that was close to him. Yang Kai had to ensure that his hand remained within the protection range of the giant spirit god, or he would likely lose it, but this layer of protection also seemed to dampen his abilities severely. Fortunately, the yellow crystal was only a few dozen meters away from him, so he could easily snatch it. Upon obtaining the crystal, Yang Kai realized that it was a sixth-order yang element material. He became startled as he initially thought that the yellow crystal would be of a higher order, but it turned out to only be in the sixth order. Both the burning light and the serene glimmer were at least in the ninth-order open heaven realm, or more likely, there was no order that could really define them. Naturally, their powers wouldn't be so weak. Nevertheless, after giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that the living creatures of different colors must have experienced a prolonged battle which slowly wore down their strength, so it was only natural for this crystal's order to be degraded. A sixth-order material was by no means worthless though, and could even be considered a strategic resource to the cave heavens and paradises. They wouldn't easily use it unless it was necessary. It was just that Yang Kai's expectations had been heightened as he was surrounded by the abundance of materials. He then extended his hand one more time in an attempt to grab a blue crystal that was further away. This blue crystal was larger than the yellow crystal he had just obtained, and it looked more refined. He reckoned that it might be a seventh-order blue crystal. While his space principles undulated though, the blue crystal remained unmoving. Yang Kai became startled for a moment before he made another attempt, but he still couldn't snatch it. However, he wasn't given another chance as air suddenly began charging forward in a particular direction at the speed of lightning. Yang Kai quickly shifted his attention and looked in the direction air was heading. He stared intently at the front and targeted the yellow and blue crystals he would soon come across. He extended his hand from time to time to capture the yellow and blue crystals of different sizes. Within an hour, Yang Kai had obtained more than 100 materials. He didn't even have time to look into the orders of these materials, for any lack of concentration would result in missing another opportunity. Giant spirit god air naturally wouldn't cooperate with him as he seemed to have his own goal for coming to this place. Regardless of how loudly Yang Kai shouted beside his ear, he never slowed down. Yellow and blue crystals seemed to be everywhere in the chaotic dead territory and all one had to do was reach out to catch them. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was fully aware that it was all thanks to his giant spirit god companion. Without air's protection, he wouldn't have been in the mood to capture these materials as he would have already been vaporized by the never-ending explosions around him. With that said, Yang Kai soon figured out some basic rules of this place. He would be able to easily capture the yellow and blue crystals within a radius of 50 meters around him, but he would be powerless to do so for anything beyond that distance. The entire chaotic dead territory was filled with those destructive forces. Moreover, the protective layer around air would significantly weaken his abilities. Yang Kai felt that it was such a shame, because he had seen some crystal veins on several occasions. The short ones were about several tens of meters while the long ones were more than a dozen kilometers in length. Nevertheless, he couldn't get them as they were too far away from him. If he managed to obtain any of those crystal veins, it would mean that he would have immense wealth in his possession. It was indeed a shame, but there was nothing he could do. He reckoned that this was already a huge windfall for him, and since he had obtained so many rewards already, he should learn to feel content. It would do him no good to be greedy. Moreover, he only had one chance to tag along with air to pick up these treasures. Soon, Yang Kai found out air's purpose for visiting this place. The giant spirit god had come all the way here for the dead universe worlds. The giant spirit god clan members were known to be powerful yet peaceful. Dead universe worlds were their only food. Moreover, they had a special skill that allowed them to catch a whiff of the auras of dying universe worlds. It was because of this reason that Ada remained outside the star boundary in the past. He waited for a long time as he anticipated the star boundary to die, but in the end, Yang Kai managed to save the universe world with a world tree's root. Without any complaints, Ada left the place while still feeling hungry. Yang Kai felt a bit guilty whenever he thought about this incident. After all, while he was venturing into the 3,000 worlds, it was Ada who kept the star boundary safe, and it was even Ada who taught him how to save the star boundary. Since the battlefield between the burning light and serene glimmer was expanding, this region had descended into chaos, and the universe worlds had begun collapsing. Air caught a whiff of this dying aura, which was why he traveled across dozens of great territories to have his fill. No one could figure out the original state of the shattered universe world, as half of it was already gone. Only shattered spirit provinces of different sizes were left, while all the beings who once lived here were already dead. Air arrived at a shattered spirit province that was about 100 kilometers wide. After grabbing the spirit province, he brought it to his mouth and began chomping on it. There was an elated expression on his face, as though he was wolfing down a piece of delicious meat, which was in contrast to his usually expressionless face. Yang Kai didn't even hear any sound of chewing as the large shattered spirit province was gulped down into the colossal figure's stomach. The giant spirit god then extended his hand towards another shattered spirit province. Yang Kai looked around and realized that there were no nearby materials that he could capture. Since he had time now, he decided to go through the rewards he had obtained so far. Martial Peak, Chapter 4794, Wake Up. After some quick counting, Yang Kai realized that he had amassed more than 100 materials, which was why he was ecstatic. Moreover, they were all in the 5th order and above. There were not a lot of 5th order materials, just about 10% in total. 30 to 40% were 6th order, while the same percentage were 7th order. The rest were 8th order materials. Just like the 5th order materials, the 8th order ones came in a small quantity. From this sample, Yang Kai reckoned that most of the materials floating in the void were in the 6th and 7th orders. After pondering on the process of their formation, he found a sensible explanation. The disorderly energies of the burning light and serene glimmer filled the entire chaotic dead territory as they hacked each other to death. Every time they clashed, their forces would weaken a little. They were originally in the 9th order at the very least, but after a prolonged fight, it was expected that their order would degrade. When they were reduced to the 6th order or the 7th order, the outcome of the battle would be clear. As a result, yellow and blue crystals in the 6th order and the 7th order would be left. If the battle ended sooner, 8th order materials would be left. However, if the battle dragged on longer, their powers would be weakened further, and only 5th order materials would be left. Hence, there were not a lot of 8th order and 5th order materials. On the other hand, 6th order and 7th order materials were the most abundant in the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai's eyes glowed brightly as he looked at the 8th order blue crystal in his hand. It was an 8th order Yin element material. He had never expected that he would acquire such a valuable treasure one day. Even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't have many 8th order materials. If this 8th order Yin element material was traded for open heaven pills, it would be worth at least 2 billion. Of course, no one would actually sell such a precious treasure. This thing was greatly beneficial to high-rank open heaven realm masters. By collecting a full set of Yin, Yang, and 5 element materials, and refining them, one could significantly increase the heritage of their small universe. To the cave heavens and paradises, 6th order Yin and Yang element materials were strategic resources. That was because some gifted disciples might be able to directly ascend to the 6th order, and such materials would be required, hence, they had to prepare enough of such materials. However, 7th order and 8th order materials were not in that category. Even if there was a supremely talented disciple who could directly ascend to the 7th order, such a person would only appear once in a few thousand years, therefore, only 2 to 3 sets of such materials would ever be needed in reserve. On the other hand, no one had ever directly ascended to the 8th order before. It was a feat no one had achieved in history. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai only attempted to make it to the 7th order in the past. The Dao seal of an Emperor Realm cultivator was simply unable to bear the impact of 8th order materials, no matter how gifted they were. Therefore, 8th order materials were not considered strategic resources. To high-rank open heaven realm masters, 7th order and 8th order materials could all be used for cultivation. It would be too slow to refine open heaven pills, so refining a complete set of materials was a better option. It was for this reason that once a high-rank open heaven realm master collected a complete set of materials, they would immediately refine it. The high-rank open heaven realm masters among the cave heavens and paradises would also only exchange items like this for other like items they needed. Sixth-order open heaven realm masters were able to refine sixth-order materials, seventh-order masters could refine seventh-order materials, and so on and so forth. Most people would follow such practices. However, even the high-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to get a lot of valuable materials, so they could only opt for the second best option, which would be to refine open heaven pills or materials of a lower order. As time passed, the heritage of their small universe would still increase, just slower. Yang Kai was only one step away from the seventh-order open heaven realm, and he now possessed these blue and yellow crystals in the sixth order. As long as he was willing to pay the price, he could significantly shorten the time to make it to the seventh order. Compared to the yin and yang element materials, it wasn't hard for him to get his hands on materials of the five elements. The cave heavens and paradises would even welcome him if he was willing to exchange some yellow and blue crystals for other materials. Therefore, he would never miss the opportunity right in front of his eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to enter the chaotic dead territory alongside a giant spirit god, so it was expected that he wanted to acquire more benefits. After storing his current haul, Yang Kai looked up and saw that Air had almost finished eating the universe world. During this period of time, he had collected some of the nearby yellow and blue crystals while Air was moving around. Just when he was looking forward to the giant spirit god's next move, Air suddenly patted his belly and appeared satisfied. At that instant, Yang Kai had a very bad feeling. The next moment, Air lay down in the void and closed his eyes. Following that, snoring that was as loud as thunder reverberated out. Yang Kai had the urge to curse. This guy is asleep after having enough food. Just a shattered universe world could make you full? I thought you had a bottomless appetite. Yang Kai furrowed his brow deeply, for he wouldn't be able to collect more yellow and blue crystals if Air stopped moving altogether. Moreover, he wasn't certain how long Air would remain asleep. After all, a giant spirit god was both enormous and powerful, so it wouldn't be surprising for him to nap for 800 to 1,000 years. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't be held up for such a long time. If he didn't appear for 1,000 years, Void Land and High Heaven territory would certainly fall into chaos. I cannot allow him to fall into a deep sleep. I have to do something. Like climbing a mountain, Yang Kai moved up and soon reached Air's ear. Standing beside the huge and dark ear canal, Yang Kai took a deep breath as his chest bulged. Using a secret technique, he roared, "Wake up!" An impatient Air rolled over and almost flung Yang Kai away. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kai continued shouting beside his ear. "Your big brother Ada is here, Air. Wake up! Look, there's a female giant spirit god. She looks so slim. Are you waking up or not? I'll poke you. I will really do it." A while later, Air suddenly folded his ear as he was annoyed by Yang Kai's harassment. When the ear folded, it was like a gigantic hand coming right at Yang Kai, who immediately rolled away with a livid expression. When he turned his head, he realized that Air had blocked his ear canal. Certainly, he wouldn't give up just like that. As he darted his gaze around, he snorted and walked up to Air's massive nostrils. After entering one of them, he wrapped his arms around a strand of nasal hair that was as big as a column and pulled it. This caused a massive reaction. While it was effective, the outcome was horrifying. When Air sneezed, Yang Kai felt like he was riding a small canoe in the ocean amidst a fierce storm. Regardless of how hard he clung on to the strand of nasal hair, he was still spurted out of Air's nostril. Following that, he kept rolling away. Seeing that he was about to leave Air's protection range, he hurriedly assumed his dragon form. Following a desperate dragon roar, Yang Kai's 10,000 meters long dragon form wrapped around Air's calf like a snake, which finally saved him from the calamity. After the storm, Yang Kai returned to his human form with a pale face. Air had absolutely no ill intentions, but his reaction almost sent Yang Kai to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai decided not to provoke him again as he had no idea what would befall him next time. It would be unfortunate if he was killed by Air. However, he didn't want to just wait around and do nothing. After looking around, he decided to try to capture more yellow and blue crystals. While Air was essentially motionless in his sleep, the yellow and blue crystals floating in the chaotic dead territory were moving around. Following the impact of those violent forces, the innumerable yellow and blue crystals were thrown about in random directions, and some of them would brush past Air from time to time. These were the crystals Yang Kai could capture. He then dashed towards Air's head, which was a better position as he could get a better view of his surroundings. After that, he sat down with his legs crossed as he decided to wait for the gains to come to him. He was only able to acquire crystals that were within a radius of 50 or so meters around him, which was a shame as he missed a lot of potential treasures. It would be wonderful if he could capture targets that were further away from him. All of a sudden, Yang Kai slapped his own forehead and chastised himself for being so foolish. He had something he could make use of, but the idea never came to mind previously. He then summoned his azure dragon spear, and as he infused the power of his dragon vein into the spear, the weapon soon grew longer. When Yang Kai's dragon form was about 1,000 meters previously, the azure dragon spear could also expand to the same length. However, since he became a grand dragon, he had not used azure dragon spear while in his dragon form. He wondered if the spear could also become 10,000 meters long now. Yang Kai reckoned that his spear could do that, but when he turned into a grand dragon, his claws and teeth were the sharpest weapons in the world, so there wasn't a need for him to use the azure dragon spear. He had never heard of a grand dragon who used an artifact to deal with his enemies before. To a grand dragon, his body was the most powerful weapon. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel worried was whether the azure dragon spear could bear the impact of the forces coming from the burning light and serene glimmer. After all, even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to withstand such impacts. Yang Kai carefully stuck the azure dragon spear out of Air's protection range, revealing only its tip. The devastating forces in the void caused the tip of the spear to tremble, and Yang Kai could even hear a muffled dragon roar coming from the spear. However, he was surprised to learn that azure dragon spear was able to withstand the remnant forces brushing past it. After giving it a thought, he realized the reason behind it. The azure dragon spear was made from the dragon bones of a grand dragon. While the dragon clan was the leader of all divine spirits, the burning light and serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. There must be a mysterious connection between them. Moreover, the azure dragon spear wasn't required to go up against the burning light and serene glimmer themselves, it just had to withstand the fallout of their scattered forces. The azure dragon spear had never disappointed Yang Kai, and this time was no exception. The rest would be easy now. He just had to lock onto his target and accurately pull it closer to himself with his spear in order to capture it. Of course, things were never as simple as they seemed. The first target that came into his sight was a blue crystal the size of a head with a refined appearance that was just 1,000 meters away from him. Yang Kai quickly intercepted it with his spear and slowly pulled it closer to himself. During this period of time though, he had to go against the disorderly forces in the void, which required precise control over the angle and amount of force he exerted. There were several times when he almost lost the crystal. After a good 3 days of hard effort, he finally pulled the head-sized blue crystal to a spot that was within the 50 meters radius he could exert his powers over. Martial Peak, Chapter 4795, Seeking Wealth. Yang Kai extended his hand and manipulated space principles to capture the blue crystal. It was an 8th order material. The blue crystal the size of a head was an 8th order material, which was much larger than any of the yellow and blue crystals he had obtained previously. A blue crystal of such a size was definitely worth a lot more than 2 billion open heaven pills. It was at least several times more than that amount. An elated Yang Kai marveled at it for a moment before putting it inside his small universe. His small universe was now divided into 3 territories. One of them was for the cultivators who came from Pear Flower Cave Heaven to live. This territory was slightly less than half of the entire small universe. The second territory was for the small stone race to live. Yang Kai had high hopes for these small stone race members, so he had to give them the best environment to live in. This territory was also the largest as it was bigger than the living space of the human cultivators. The last territory was the medicine garden, which was also the core region. When Yang Kai built a medicine garden in the small sealed world in the past, he transplanted a lot of spirit plants there. During his ascension to the open heaven realm, he refined and absorbed the small sealed world, which allowed it to merge with his small universe. The medicine garden was also transferred to this place. Although this territory wasn't big, it was the place where Yang Kai stored his most valuable treasures. The rewards he had obtained from selling healing pills in Langya Paradise were all placed here as well. The medicine garden was a restricted area for the cultivators and the small stone race living in his small universe. Without his permission, no one could go anywhere near it. Yang Kai's confidence was boosted following his first fishing success. While standing on Air's head, he swept a glance over the surroundings with a pair of eagle-like eyes as he would never miss an opportunity. Soon, he saw another blue crystal that was hovering in a spot that was several hundred meters away from him. He decided to capture it using the same method. There were times when he missed his targets. After all, it would be difficult to control the Azure Dragon Spear if it was extended too far away from him. In this kind of place, a 6th order open heaven realm cultivation was completely useless. A special kind of finesse was required. Only by leveraging skill and strength could he slowly move materials closer to himself. This required a lot of patience as well. The slightest impatience could make days of effort go down the drain. Faced with a sky full of yellow and blue crystals, no one would run out of patience though, and it was the same case for Yang Kai. Gradually, he became more adept at his task and the number of targets he missed dropped significantly. Now, it only took him at most 2 days to move a target that was within a radius of 1,500 meters closer to himself. If the target was more than 1,500 meters away, luck would play a big role in whether he succeeded or not. However, since Air was sound asleep and unmoving, there was nothing else Yang Kai could do other than wait patiently. Hence, it was up to the heavens how many materials he could get his hands on. Sometimes, there wouldn't be a single blue or yellow crystal that passed by after he waited for half a month. Sometimes, several crystals would come over together. There was no regular pattern to speak of. In this situation, Yang Kai would usually target the largest and most brilliant ones first, giving up on the others. As time passed, Yang Kai reckoned that he had obtained more than 100 yellow and blue crystals again. Just then, Air suddenly stretched his back. This guy is finally awake. Since Yang Kai had been busy capturing yellow and blue crystals, he didn't bother keeping track of time. However, he estimated that Air had been asleep for about 2 years. Upon that realization, he let out a huge sigh of relief. He was most worried that this giant spirit god would remain asleep for 800 to 1,000 years. By comparison, 2 years was much more tolerable. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was looking forward to the giant spirit god's next move. In the chaotic dead territory, the shattered universe world consumed by Air should not be the only one. There should be more such universe worlds. As long as Air kept moving forward, Yang Kai would have a chance to obtain more yellow and blue crystals. Although he could get his hands on those crystals by waiting in place, it wasn't nearly as efficient as capturing them while Air was on the move. However, unlike Yang Kai's expectation, Air didn't immediately set off on his journey upon waking up. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed in the void and seemed to space out. He remained unmoving, as though he had been bound to the spot. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly feel that Air seemed to be sulky as his entire figure exuded a dangerous aura. Seeing that, Yang Kai decided not to make any noise at all. He wouldn't even dare to move a muscle as he wasn't certain why the usually gentle giant spirit god was in such a state. He even noticed several refined yellow and blue crystal drifting past him, but he could only pretend that he hadn't seen them. More than 10 days later, the dangerous aura surrounding air finally dissipated. The giant spirit god got to his feet and turned to look in a different direction before shuffling forward. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief while sporting an awkward expression. He thought that this guy might feel cranky after waking up, otherwise, he couldn't explain the transformation air had gone through. Could a giant spirit god feel ill-tempered after waking from a nap? Yang Kai wasn't certain about it. With that said, he quickly pulled himself together since the giant spirit god had finally started moving. While standing on air's head, he swept a glance over his surroundings. It was just like the situation when he barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside air for the first time. As innumerable yellow and blue crystals brushed past him, he targeted the best-looking ones and extended his hand from time to time. By the time air arrived at the next dead universe world, Yang Kai had already obtained another 100 or so yellow and blue crystals. A tacit agreement seemed to be formed between the odd pair. While air sat down with his legs crossed and at his meal, Yang Kai summoned the azure dragon spear and looked for targets. The two of them minded their own business, not bothering one another. In fact, Yang Kai doubted air even remembered that he was standing on his head. Soon, the shattered universe world was wolfed down by air, who fell asleep once more. Other than sleeping and eating, there was nothing else this guy would do. Hence, aboard Yang Kai started waiting for the crystals to pass by again. After the previous experience, he knew that air would awaken in a few years, so there was nothing he had to worry about. He just hoped that he would get more rewards during this period. Just like he thought, it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get into the chaotic dead territory alongside a giant spirit god. If he didn't seize this chance, he would regret it after he left the place. Although the process of waiting and capturing the crystals was dull, Yang Kai was still fervent. Half a year later, he finally obtained his biggest reward yet. A yellow crystal vein that was several dozen meters long was coming right at him. He didn't even need to spend much effort to catch the vein and stuff it into his small universe. There was no doubt that it was a huge pleasant surprise. After examining it, Yang Kai realized that the entire yellow crystal vein was in the 7th order and had a huge, pure, reserve of energy. This one crystal vein was worth more than all the crystals he had previously acquired combined. After years of observation, Yang Kai finally realized the reason the yellow and blue crystals came in different sizes in the chaotic dead territory. It was all related to the strange yellow and blue creatures that tried to kill one another as they too came in different sizes. Although their powers were equally matched, one of the parties would always be defeated following a prolonged fight. The defeated ones would turn into yellow or blue crystals. After the larger living creatures were killed, bigger yellow or blue crystals would naturally be left behind, and vice versa. Luck was an elusive thing. Although Yang Kai hoped to easily get another crystal vein, his wish was never granted. In the chaotic dead territory, a several dozen meter-long crystal vein was by no means the largest. Yang Kai had even seen a crystal vein that was over a dozen kilometers long. He thought that if he could keep such a crystal vein inside his small universe, it would surely be a magnificent sight. Even if it was just a 5th order or 6th order material, the value of a crystal vein that was over a dozen kilometers long was simply incalculable. Over a year later, air awakened again. It was then Yang Kai confirmed that the giant spirit god would become sulky after waking up. Just like the previous time, air remained morose on the same spot for a few days. His dangerous aura seemed able to destroy everything in the world. Nevertheless, he never actually destroyed anything. After his crankiness subsided, air moved on to the next dead universe world. Over the following years, air traveled across the chaotic dead territory. As a giant spirit god clan member, he was born with the innate ability to sniff out dead or dying universe worlds. Therefore, he could accurately find those shattered universe worlds and consume them. After a universe world became shattered, what was left behind came in different sizes, therefore, air wouldn't always fall asleep after he was done with his meal. If the portion was too small, he would look for the next target before dozing off. Yang Kai was determined to harvest more wealth while tagging along with air and had soon lost track of time altogether. He could only make a judgment by observing the changes in his small universe. Over 10 years had passed in his small universe, and during this period, his third disciple Su-yi had gone through a massive transformation. His aptitude was weak as he was found to be C during the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect a decade ago. Given his aptitude, he supposedly didn't have a right to become a disciple of 7 Stars sect. In the eyes of the top cultivators in the Void Continent, a cultivator with such an aptitude would never achieve anything great in life even if he had a good teacher and ample resources. However, Su-yi's growth far surpassed his aptitude. It only took Su-yi 10 years to become a transcendent realm cultivator from an ordinary mortal. This kind of progress was actually on par with that of Xiaoya. Nevertheless, the reason Xiaoya progressed at such a slow rate in the past was that Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. If she was allowed to cultivate freely, her speed would have been much greater. Su-yi's aptitude was clearly weaker than Xiaoya's. In fact, in this expansive universe, Yang Kai had never seen a cultivator who was on par with Xiaoya when it came to cultivation speed. Even though there were many disciples in Void Land and High Heaven Palace, Xiaoya was still the brightest. However, compared to his C aptitude, Su-yi's growth was simply unbelievable. Just like Yang Kai had observed previously, Su-yi was indeed a cultivator with C aptitude as his progress was painfully slow during the daytime. However, once he fell asleep at night, he seemed to become an entirely different person. Given his transcendent realm cultivation, he supposedly didn't need to sleep. Nonetheless, just like an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated, when darkness descended, Su-yi would lie down on the bed and easily slumber off. This was a special talent as well as his cultivation method. All the elders in 7 Stars sect admired their ancestor even more after taking notice of this. A disciple with such a weak aptitude could still achieve excellent results following Yang Kai's guidance. He had practically achieved the impossible, so Shangguanji and the others reckoned that they were no match for the ancestor when it came to vision. Martial Peak, Chapter 4796, Who is the Big Brother or Big Sister? 10 years after Yang Kai entered the chaotic dead territory alongside giant spirit god air, he finally had a chance to witness the clash between the real sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. At that time, air was heading to his next destination while Yang Kai was looking for fishing targets. It was at that moment that Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a dazzling explosion of light. When he turned his head, he saw that in the far depths of the void, there was a colossal yellow light that was as splendid as a rising sunday. Across from the yellow light, there was an equally mighty blue light that was charging right at it. In the next instant, the universe itself seemed to tremble as chaos descended all around. The protective layer around air expanded by several dozen meters all at once. The clash was practically silent, but the expansive yellow and blue lights that exploded out from it spanned across billions of kilometers like a torrential rain. The entire chaotic dead territory seemed to be filled with these colors all of a sudden. The dots of light soon turned into the unique living creatures that Yang Kai had seen before, which then proceeded to tear into each other. Witnessing this sight, Yang Kai realized that these strange creatures could be considered soul clones of the burning light and serene glimmer. The impact of this clash only subsided after 10 or so days, and the encounter left Yang Kai's heart in turmoil. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such horrifying beings really existed. He couldn't even make out the true appearances of the burning light and serene glimmer, all he could see was the two devastating powers crashing into one another. The fallout from such a clash could instantly annihilate an 8th-order open heaven realm master. Only a being as powerful as a giant spirit god could possibly withstand such an impact. Since more soul clones were now fighting in the chaotic dead territory, it was actually good news for Yang Kai. Perhaps he could gain more benefits now. After one of the parties was defeated, yellow or blue crystals would be left behind, and these were the treasures he could obtain. When giant spirit god Air was done with his meal, he fell into a deep sleep again. While standing on his head, Yang Kai held the azure dragon spear in his hands and looked for new targets. After a day of hard work, he finally managed to move a blue crystal half the size of a human from 600 meters away to somewhere close to him. However, before he could capture it, he felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from a nearby spot. The next moment, the blue crystal the size of half a human brushed past him. Drenched in cold sweat, Yang Kai hurriedly turned his head. What came into his sight sent a chill down his spine as he instantly clenched his azure dragon spear tightly. That was because he saw two young children, about 10 years old, glaring at him from a nearby spot. They were a young boy and a young girl. The young boy was clad in yellow clothes while the young girl was wearing a blue dress. What was odd was that their hair colors matched their clothes. Even their eyes were respectively yellow and blue. Yang Kai was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with strong perceptive powers. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to get anywhere near him without alerting him, let alone cultivators in the same order. Nevertheless, he had no idea when these two kids appeared. If not for the anomaly just now, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. What puzzled him was that he couldn't feel any energy fluctuations coming from these two. They were like ordinary children who had never cultivated before, but they were also like indiscernible phantoms. The chaotic dead territory was an extremely dangerous place where even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to ensure their own safety, so how was it possible for ordinary people to be in this place? Moreover, the colors of the young kids' clothes, hair, and eyes made Yang Kai feel alarmed. These were no ordinary colors. All his pores uncontrollably tightened as he almost descended into panic. However, he slightly set his mind at ease since Air was still sound asleep. Although giant spirit gods were gentle creatures, that didn't mean they weren't formidable beings. Since Air hadn't awakened, it meant that he hadn't felt any hostility directed towards him, which was good news for Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he soon became uncertain when he saw the young kid's expressions. The blue crystal from earlier that was retrieved by the yellow-clothed young boy was now lying beside him. While staring at Yang Kai, he snapped, "You're a thief." The young girl clad in a blue dress also pointed and shouted, "You're a thief." The young boy turned his head and frowned at the young girl, "Stop mimicking what I say." Displeased, the young girl refuted, "No one mimics what you say." "That was what I wanted to say." The young boy stopped frowning as though he wasn't in the mood to bicker with her and said, "Go somewhere else and say whatever you want. Don't repeat after me." The young girl snorted. While glowering at Yang Kai, she vented all her anger on him by demanding, "Kill him." The young boy instantly refuted, "You can't kill him." Furious, the young girl stared at the young boy and said through clenched teeth, "I said kill him." Not willing to back down, the young boy shook his head, "I said you can't kill him. You have to listen to me. I'm the big sister." The young girl placed her hands akimbo and declared. Still calm and collected, the young boy shook his head, "You're wrong. You're supposed to listen to me because I'm the big brother. I'm the big sister, and you're the little brother. I'm the big brother, and you're the little sister." The two children started arguing with one another as they were unable to make each other admit defeat. The young girl seemed to be ill-tempered while the young boy was much calmer. Regardless of how loud the young girl was, he would always flatly refute her. Moreover, they never took a breather when bickering with one another as though this kind of argument had persisted for years. Both of them were obstinate and insistent. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was now dripping wet with cold sweat. Although he couldn't feel any murderous intent coming from these two, he reckoned that it didn't require any murderous intent for such beings to kill him. To them, ending his life was the same as stepping on an ant, so what was the point of having murderous intent? No one would release murderous intent when they casually stepped on an ant. This was an extremely awkward situation for Yang Kai. Since he was in the depths of the chaotic dead territory, he was unable to leave the giant spirit god's protection. Once he did, he would be instantly killed. However, faced with such formidable beings that wanted to kill him, he was powerless to save himself. He couldn't possibly rely on air either. The giant spirit god was still sound asleep, so he apparently didn't care about what was going on around him. Moreover, Yang Kai doubted whether even the air was a match for these two. Presently, Yang Kai could only hope for the young boy to convince the young girl. Nevertheless, judging from their argument, he reckoned that it wasn't easy for the young boy to do so. Just when Yang Kai was at his wit's end, the two children suddenly fell silent and turned to look at him at the same time. The young boy said, "Why don't you tell us who the big brother or the little sister would be?" The young girl said, "Why don't you tell us who the big sister or the little brother would be?" Although they spoke at the same time, Yang Kai could clearly hear what they had said. This was a question without an answer, or at least without an answer that would allow him to survive. Yang Kai furrowed his brow deeply, not knowing what would happen to him if he said anything wrong. Regardless of what his answer was, he would certainly offend one of these kids. It was impossible to come up with a reply that would please both parties. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Who was the first one that was born?" "The person would be the big brother or big sister." The young kids exchanged glances and replied simultaneously, "We were born at the same time." "One of you must have been born first." Yang Kai frowned. "Nope." The young kids shook their heads. This was giving Yang Kai a headache. He suddenly recalled the legend that when the world was born in ancient times, the first light appeared. A long time later, the light split into two and became yin and yang. Just when Yang Kai was pondering on how he could come up with an answer that would please both parties, the young girl said to the young boy in a small voice, "We're so silly. We should have looked for someone and asked about it long ago." The young boy replied, "No one ever came here before over the years. He's the first one." After giving it a thought, the young girl realized that he was right. "That's true. He's the first one." She then urged Yang Kai by saying, "Have you thought it through? Say it now." Yang Kai asked, "Will you spare my life after I tell you my answer?" The young girl replied, "I won't kill you if I'm pleased with your answer." Yang Kai turned to look at the young boy, who said dispassionately, "I'll kill you if I'm displeased with your answer." What the heck? They're totally unreasonable. It was the first time Yang Kai felt that children could be so deplorable and had the urge to kill them with his spear. Moreover, he didn't understand why it was worth arguing over this issue. Nevertheless, the two kids never stopped bickering over it. An inconceivable idea suddenly sprang into Yang Kai's mind: have they been fighting with each other all this time because of this exact argument? It would be laughable if that was the truth. The chaotic dead territory encompassed many great territories that were originally vibrant and full of life, but were now all dead and desolate. Since you were born at the same time, neither of you would be the big brother or big sister then. The young boy shot him an impassive look. "I think you're tired of living." Yang Kai quickly tried to save himself by saying, "However, if you insist on becoming the big brother or big sister, it's not so difficult." The eyes of the young kids brightened, then the little girl asked, "How easy is it? Tell us about it." Yang Kai replied, "Why don't you take turns? One day you'll be the big brother, and the next day she'll be the big sister. Isn't it the best outcome for both of you?" Upon hearing that, the young kids fell into their thoughts. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, even though they were irritable, they were pretty simple-minded. In that case, he might be able to keep fooling them. Just when Yang Kai was lost in his thoughts, the young boy suddenly looked up. "Your solution is good. I'll be the big brother today, then. Why didn't we think of such a simple way?" The young girl pursed her lips. What makes you have the right to be the big brother first? I'll be the big sister today. There was no expression on the young boy's face as he turned his head. Why must you insist on competing with me? The young girl snorted. It's you who insists on competing with me. A dumbfounded Yang Kai initially thought that the problem was solved, but a new problem popped up the next moment. Are they deliberately making things difficult for me? Yang Kai had the urge to beat them up as he clenched his azure dragon spear tighter, but he soon relaxed his grip while feeling dejected. As expected, not long after, the kids then turned to look at him and asked, "Why don't you tell us who the big brother or big sister would be today?" Yang Kai had the urge to kill himself as he roared, "Why can't both of you be the big brother and the big sister at the same time? What's the point of arguing over this issue?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4797, Good Little Brother and Little Sister. The young girl gazed dazedly at Yang Kai as she was dumbstruck by his abrupt fury. On the other hand, the young boy stroked his chin and fell into his thoughts for a moment before he looked up at Yang Kai. "You be the little brother, then." At that, Yang Kai was speechless. "Little brother." The young girl called out with ecstasy as her dream of becoming the big sister was finally realized. Although the target wasn't quite up to her expectations, it was acceptable. Hence, Yang Kai became their little brother. That was an outcome he had never expected, but he had no choice but to accept it. Judging from the way the young kids looked fervently at him, it was as though he would be directly killed and sent to the Yellow Springs if he dared to say no. He felt like a mountain had been pressed against him. It felt awkward to be the little brother to these young kids who looked like they were 10 years old. However, when thinking about these kids' real age and status, Yang Kai reasoned he was actually the one taking advantage of them, not the other way round. "Little brother." The young girl called out to him again with pleasure as she stared at him with a pair of blue eyes. Yang Kai could read her intention through her eyes, but he pretended to see nothing as his head jerked to the side. The young girl took a step forward and called out again, "Little brother." Just like the wind in winter, her voice became significantly colder. Yang Kai instantly felt all his bodily hair standing on end as his brow twitched. While scratching his face, he called out bashfully, "Big sister." He felt his face burning as he kept telling himself that a man had to be flexible in every situation. He could always make a comeback as long as he was alive. Compared to his own life, calling her big sister was no big deal. Moreover, he was at an advantage here. Instantly, the young girl put on a bright smile. Yang Kai didn't see her move at all, but she appeared in front of him the next moment and extended her hand to pat his head. "You're my good little brother." The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bobbed as he almost failed to contain his murderous intent. Right then, the young boy coughed on the side. Yang Kai was a worldly person who knew how to adapt to the situation. Since he already did it for the first time, it wasn't so hard to do it for the second time. He cupped his fist at the young boy and called out solemnly, "Big brother." Acting like he was more mature, the young boy nodded as he was pleased with Yang Kai's action. In fact, Yang Kai was curious about their names. Since they were considered one family now, he decided to ask them about it. Nevertheless, the young kids exchanged glances and shook their heads. They never had a name since their birth. The sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer were what others called them, not their real names. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, "Why don't I give you names? It'll be easier for us to call each other this way." The young kids exchanged glances as if they were fine with it. After pondering on it for a while, Yang Kai came up with a few names, but they were displeased with all of them. Nevertheless, they were fond of the words yellow and blue. Hence, one of the young kids became Big Brother Huang to Yang Kai while the other was his big sister Lan. Since time immemorial, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had always had the dream to become the big brother and big sister. They kept arguing over it and got into intense battles because of it. It wasn't until Yang Kai barged into their territory alongside giant spirit god Ah Air that their wish was granted. Despite that, they had no idea what they should do after becoming the big brother and big sister. Yang Kai promptly gave them a hint by saying, as big brother and big sister, you're supposed to take good care of your little brother. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan nodded at the same time. Acting like an adult, big sister Lan said, I'll definitely take good care of you. Come to me if anyone bullies you in the future. I'll stand up for you. Yang Kai felt like crying tears of joy at that moment. While bearing the humiliation, he accidentally found two incredibly formidable backers. Of course, he wouldn't be able to make use of such backers. Everything would be destroyed wherever they went, so who would have the guts to make them stand up for him? Moreover, no one would believe him even if he told everyone that he had these two kids as his backers. After a cough, Yang Kai said, I've always been the one who bullies others, not the other way round. Big brother Huang, the thing beside you. It was hard for me to get it. Could you please return it to me? No big brother would snatch stuff from his little brother. Big brother and big sister are supposed to take care of their little brother. Yang Kai hadn't managed to catch the blue crystal the size of half a human as it was retrieved by big brother Huang. Upon hearing that, big brother Huang took a glance at the blue crystal. You want this? Yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. You can have it, then. Big brother Huang directly tossed the blue crystal at Yang Kai. A pleased Yang Kai cupped his fist. Many thanks, big brother Huang. Following that, he quickly put the blue crystal inside his small universe. A smug big brother Huang looked provocatively at big sister Lan, who naturally became furious. She crooked her finger as a yellow crystal of a similar size came over from some unknown place. After throwing it at Yang Kai, she said, This is for you. Yang Kai's eyes were as bright as the sun while he hurriedly put the crystal into his small universe. Gazing at the young girl, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Many thanks, big sister Lan. It was indeed a big pleasant surprise. Big brother Huang snorted and raised his hand as a new blue crystal appeared. He then pushed it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai widened his mouth as he was overwhelmed by the sudden happiness which descended upon him. With that said, his movements were not sluggish as he promptly stored the blue crystal. Many thanks, big brother Huang. As soon as he finished speaking, the young girl pushed another piece of yellow crystal towards him. Many thanks, big sister Lan. Many thanks, big brother Huang. Yang Kai was exhausted from all the talking, but he was never tired of doing it. Just a few words of gratitude could be traded for a refined yellow or blue crystal, so he didn't mind doing it at all. If possible, he could thank them for eternity. It was the first time he found these two kids so adorable. He was initially embarrassed when he was forced to be the little brother, but as more and more yellow and blue crystals came into his hands, the shame he felt had vanished into thin air. He could now shamelessly call them big brother and big sister, and he became increasingly sincere while doing it. He wouldn't even mind calling them grandpa and grandma as he was given such immense rewards, to say nothing of the fact that he was only required to call them big brother and big sister. In fact, given their age and seniority, he was actually taking advantage of them. Yang Kai had no idea how many good things he had obtained, but they surpassed the total amount of what he acquired over the past 10 years in just half a day. In the core area of his small universe, yellow crystals and blue crystals were stacked like two mountains, ranging from the 5th order to the 8th order. This kind of wealth could be considered colossal. No cave heaven or paradise could put forward such a large amount of treasure. Just when Yang Kai was engrossed in thanking them, big brother Huang and big sister Lan suddenly stopped as they glared at each other. Yang Kai scratched his face and asked cautiously, Why did you stop all of a sudden? As he spoke, he quickly fished out a spirit fruit from his space ring to quench his thirst. His throat was all dried up after he kept thanking them for so long. He had to get prepared for the next round. Time's up, big brother Huang said. What do you mean? Yang Kai gazed at him in puzzlement. Big brother Huang went on to say, You said that we'd be big brother and big sister for one day. Time's up. One day has passed. Yang Kai felt that time went by too quickly. Big Sister Lan turned to look at Yang Kai. What do you say today? Yang Kai pursed his lips and asked probingly, why don't we keep doing it? I'm fine with being the little brother. You can still be the big brother and big sister. Big brother Huang shook his head. That won't be interesting. Why wouldn't it be interesting? It's very interesting. Despite the fury in Yang Kai's heart, he wouldn't dare to object out loud. These children were just like irritable cats, so they had to be placated. As he darted his gaze around, he said cautiously, since you find it boring to be big brother and big sister, why don't you be little brother and little sister? I'll be the big brother today. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan gazed at him at the same time. A diffident Yang Kai said, well, if you're not happy with it, just pretend that I've never said it. All of a sudden, big brother Huang nodded, we can give it a try. Big sister Lan agreed with it as well. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he had never expected that his random idea would be feasible. After giving it a thought, he realized that these young kids had never been big brother and big sister since time immemorial. In the same way, they had never been little brother and little sister as well. Perhaps they just found the idea novel. Big brother. Little brother Huang called out. He found it unfamiliar to call someone in such a way, so he knitted his brows. On the other hand, little sister Lan was more straightforward, big brother. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he had taken up a huge responsibility as he sat down with a serious expression and acted like a mature big brother. As he gazed at the young kids, he said solemnly, as little brother and little sister, you have to treat your big brother well. Little brother Huang said doubtfully, that was not what you said yesterday. Yang Kai waved his hand, what happened yesterday is different from what's going on today. You were big brother and big sister yesterday, but you're little brother and little sister today. Don't you agree? Little brother Huang fell into his thoughts as he felt that there was something off about it, but he couldn't quite figure it out. Meanwhile, little sister Lan got his hint as she drew a yellow crystal and pushed it towards Yang Kai before looking smilingly at him. That's very kind of you, little sister Lan. You're the best little sister in the world. Yang Kai stored the yellow crystal and gently patted her head. It took Yang Kai only one day to grasp how to fan the flames and sow discord between the two. As expected, little brother Huang wouldn't want to appear inferior as he pushed a blue crystal towards Yang Kai. There was an amiable smile on Yang Kai's face as he said, you're the best little brother in the world, little brother Huang. He also patted the young boy's head. Little brother Huang found it awkward, but he suppressed his urge to dodge the touch. Although the situation was different from the day before, the outcome was the same. More and more yellow and blue crystals were presented to Yang Kai, who was more than happy to keep all of them. The two mountains of materials in his small universe became increasingly higher. He had to be bossed around since he was the little brother the day before. Now that he was the big brother, he decided to come up with a demand. As he stored the blue crystals sent to him by little brother Huang, he looked fervently at a mineral lode that was hundreds of kilometers away. In a hopeful tone, he said, that thing is very beautiful. I'll be satisfied if I can get that. Little brother Huang and little sister Lan turned their heads and extended their hands at the same time. The next moment, the mineral lode split into two and landed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai could barely contain his excitement, you're my good little brother and little sister. Martial Peak, Chapter 4798, It's Not a Good Thing. It had been a few years since Yang Kai entered the chaotic dead territory alongside giant spirit god Aer, and he had obtained a crystal vein before, but that one was only several dozen meters long. However, the one captured by little brother Huang and little sister Lan was several kilometers long, and it exuded energy fluctuations in the seventh order. Yang Kai felt his heart pounding against his chest. While complimenting the little brother and little sister, he quickly put the crystal vein, which had been split into two, inside his small universe. It was comprised of seventh-order element materials. Among all the materials of different orders, the seventh-order ones had the most use for him. Following such an experience, Yang Kai would give them a hint whenever a crystal vein came into his sight. The next moment, the crystal vein would appear right in front of him. The massive rewards far exceeded his imagination. The proprietress had said in the past that the chaotic dead territory was filled with yin and yang element materials, but who could have thought that they were really so ample? As time passed, Yang Kai would gain a lot of materials. He didn't need to do anything else other than exhausting himself from all the talking. With that said, it wasn't a big deal for him as he could always wet his throat by consuming some spirit fruits. There were a lot of spirit fruits in the medicine garden in his small universe. These spirit fruits were no longer useful for him in terms of cultivation, but he could consume them to moisturize his throat. He initially thought that these kind of shameless days could go on forever, and he was ready for a prolonged coaxing session with these two. However, there came a day when Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan suddenly started arguing over a trivial matter. The cause of the argument was negligible, but they were used to bickering with each other and the slightest conflict could turn into a big fight. With his forehead beaded with cold sweat, Yang Kai persuaded them to stop arguing as he was worried that they would really get into a fight. Nevertheless, neither of them bothered to respond to him. Half a day later, they suddenly stopped talking at the same time. Big Brother Huang said, "It's boring." Big Sister Lan nodded, "It's indeed boring." A weary Big Brother Huang said, "We should stop playing this game." Yang Kai put on a smile on the side, "Let's stop fighting. We're one family, so what's the point of bickering with each other? Come on, it's my turn to be the big brother today." Big Sister Lan shot him a glance, "Do you still want to be the big brother?" Yang Kai became startled for a moment, "Yes, it's my turn." Big Brother Huang snorted, "Aren't you satisfied with having gained so many benefits after such a long time?" There was an embarrassed smile on Yang Kai's face as he thought that these young kids were not so dumb after all. They played along previously because they found the whole experience novel. Since the sense of novelty was gone now, it was expected that they found the game boring. Fortunately, Yang Kai had amassed a lot of materials over the past few days as yin and yang element materials of different orders had been stacked like two huge mountains in his small universe. They were sufficient for the cultivators in Void Land to use for tens of thousands of years, or perhaps even longer. "What should we do now, then?" Yang Kai asked. Since they couldn't keep playing the game, it wasn't like they would just sit there and do nothing. "We're supposed to ask you this question instead." Big Brother Huang looked dispassionately at him, "Tell us which one of us would be the big brother or big sister. If I'm pleased with your answer, you can leave this place with all the things you've obtained. However, if I'm not happy with your answer, I won't kill you, but you have to leave all those things here and get out of my territory." There was no way Yang Kai would cough out the food he had already eaten, especially when what he had eaten was worth so much. His figure shook as he almost spurted out that the young boy was the big brother. Fortunately, he caught himself in time as he finally recalled that Big Sister Lan was standing right in front of him too. As expected, Big Sister Lan said, "I share the same sentiment." And so, it all went back to square one. Although they had previously become the big brother and big sister in the game, their little brother was Yang Kai. It was never determined who the big brother or big sister would be among the two of them. This was the point they had been arguing over since time immemorial, and it couldn't be resolved with a silly little game. Yang Kai furrowed his brows with a solemn expression. This was a question that had no answer. Regardless of what he said, he would offend one of these two beings who he could not possibly afford to offend. Although his life wasn't at stake now, the immense wealth he had obtained might be confiscated, which was why he had to give it a serious thought. It wouldn't have mattered if he had never acquired those treasures, but it would be heart-wrenching for him if he lost them now. Half a day later, Yang Kai measured his words and asked, "Why are you asking me this question? Weren't you in a fight before this? The winner will be the elder one, then." Big Brother Huang shook his head, "Neither of us will be the winner. Our powers are equally matched, so we can't defeat each other." Yang Kai had the urge to ask them why they still started this massive fight that spanned across countless eons and destroyed innumerable great territories, since they knew no one would be the winner. Certainly, he wouldn't dare to actually ask this question though, as he was worried that they would get mad at him and slap him to death. Presently, Yang Kai was in a deep dilemma. In this situation, if he couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer, all his gains would be snatched from him. This was an intolerable outcome for him. Is there a way that can satisfy both of them? Faced with the immense pressure, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea flash across his mind. Nevertheless, he wasn't certain if this idea would work. He looked up at the two of them and said, "Will you be happy if I have a way to make sure that one of you will eventually become the winner? By then, the winner will take all, and the loser can't blame their loss on me." Big Sister Lan's eyes brightened as she asked, "You have a way to make sure that one of us will eventually be the winner in our competition?" On the other hand, there was a look of disdain on Big Brother Huang's face. "That's impossible. You're not powerful enough to affect the outcome of our fight." Yang Kai put on a meaningful and inscrutable smile as he replied, "Since your powers are equally matched, there certainly wouldn't be a winner between the two of you, but what if the two of you fought in a different way?" Big Sister Lan tilted her head and asked, "What do you mean by a different way?" Big Brother Huang gazed vigilantly at him. "What are you up to?" Yang Kai snapped, "Are you saying that I'm up to no good? I've exhausted myself just to come up with a way to resolve the conflict between you two. If you have any doubts, just pretend that I've said nothing. Keep on fighting and let's see whether one of you will be the winner in the end." Seeing that Yang Kai appeared righteous, Big Brother Huang felt apologetic as he thought that he had gotten him wrong. He then raised his hand and summoned a 300-meter-long blue crystal vein before tossing it at Yang Kai. After that, he looked away and fell silent. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he quickly stored the blue crystal vein inside his small universe. He then nodded at Big Brother Huang, "Please don't blame me for being rude just now, Big Brother." Big Brother Huang grunted in a muffled voice. Meanwhile, Big Sister Lan's interest had been piqued. "What's your solution? Tell us about it." "Alright, it's like this," Yang Kai explained, "since your powers came from the same source, and there's no way for either of you to defeat the other in battle, why don't you have others fight on your behalf? In that case, it could prevent you two from having to fight directly, and the issue would be solved peacefully. It's like killing two birds with one stone." Worried that he hadn't made himself clear, he decided to give them an example. Similar situations have happened in the past. Sometimes, two top cultivators become arch-enemies, but despite countless battles between them, neither side manages to defeat the other. Realizing that the matter won't be settled before their predestined time of death, they both understood that they would pass on with deep regrets, as there still would be no winner. In the end, they decide to respectively take on a disciple and nurture them with all their ability. When the disciples grow up, they can have a final battle to settle the issue. One of the masters will be the winner if their disciple can defeat the other parties. Big Sister Lan didn't seem to get the key point as she asked, "You want to be our disciple?" Yang Kai waved his hand, "I don't mind becoming your disciple, but what can you teach me? The ways we cultivate are different, moreover, I'm the only human here. Whose disciple should I become? If I become your disciple, Big Brother Huang will be displeased. If I become Big Brother Huang's disciple, you'll be upset. By then, you two will get into an argument again." Big Sister Lan nodded her head, "Good, I'm glad you realized it." Big Brother Huang waved his hand, "Stop beating around the bush. Cut to the chase already." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "It was just an example. I didn't mean to ask you to take on any disciples. Please come into my small univ. Forget it. You can see it for yourselves." Yang Kai initially wanted to let them enter his small universe, but after giving it a thought, he realized that his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm small universe certainly wouldn't be capable of accommodating these two. Perhaps his small universe would explode as soon as they stepped into it. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to take such a risk, so he decided to manifest his small universe instead. As the small universe spread out, it looked no different from a real universe world. Regardless of how powerful Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were, Yang Kai wouldn't be affected one bit this way. A glint flashed through the eyes of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan as though it only took them an instant to understand everything about his small universe. The next moment, their expressions changed as they stared fixedly at a particular spot. Their murderous intent seemed to have materialized as it streamed out of their bodies. Yang Kai felt like he had fallen right into an ice cave as he had no idea how he offended the two of them. Faced with such murderous intent, he had lost the strength to even lift a finger. It had to be noted that this place was his small universe, and he could rule over everything here. Outsiders shouldn't be able to exert their full strength in this place, but Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's murderous intent alone was enough to render him immobile. "Where did you get this from?" Big Brother Huang suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai and asked as his yellow eyes radiated a strange glow. There was something as dark as ink that was squirming like a living creature in his hand. It was the black ink strength. Quite a bit of black ink strengths had been suppressed and sealed inside Yang Kai's small universe. It had allowed him to successfully deceive Yuandu from Langya Paradise and gain the latter's trust in the past. Big Brother Huang's reaction surprised Yang Kai as he replied, "I inadvertently obtained this thing a while back." "Do you recognize it?" He supposed it wasn't surprising that Big Brother Huang could recognize this thing. The Black Ink clan had existed for a very long time, their history possibly tracing back to before the birth of the cave heavens and paradises. Both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had similarly existed since the dawn of time. Perhaps they had even come into contact with the Black Ink clan in the past. "It's not a good thing. Don't keep it here," Big Brother Huang said solemnly without directly answering Yang Kai's question. The next instant, he clenched his fist as the squirming black ink strength dissolved into nothingness. Following that, he waved his hand as Yang Kai could feel an invisible force sweeping across his small universe. The place where the black ink strength had been suppressed and sealed was instantly purified. All the black ink strength vanished like a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Yang Kai was absolutely flabbergasted. There was a world spring in his small universe, so he wasn't afraid of the black ink strength at all. Since it had been suppressed and sealed, it couldn't do him any harm. In fact, when he came across a Black Ink clan member or Black Ink disciples, he could use it to cover up his identity. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4799, You Are So Smart. Now that the Black Ink clan had reappeared, no one could be certain if they would come across them in the future. At the most critical moment, the suppressed black ink strength might save Yang Kai's life. However, he had never expected that the black ink strength would be destroyed by Big Brother Huang. Certainly, Yang Kai knew how difficult it was to deal with the black ink strength. Even high-rank open heaven realm masters like Yu Xiangdai didn't want to come close to the black ink strength as they were worried that their small universes would be contaminated by it. If a person was contaminated by the black ink strength, they would not necessarily be turned into a black ink disciple immediately. However, once that happened, a high-rank open heaven realm master would have to cut off a small part of their small universe to resolve the crisis. Doing this would damage their heritage, so no one was willing to have to deal with such a situation. Black ink insects were apparently the main reason cultivators were turned into black ink disciples. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking that Big Brother Huang should have discussed it with him before destroying the black ink strength. However, faced with the young boy's grim-looking face, he wouldn't dare to say anything. He had a feeling that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were somehow at odds with the black ink strength, otherwise, the young boy wouldn't have done such a thing. Fortunately, he still had a black ink insect. Although the black ink strength in his small universe was all gone, the black ink insect remained. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were not willing to explain anything to him. After the black ink strength were gone, Big Sister Lan turned to look in a particular direction where the humans lived. There are so many people over there. Do you want us to take on disciples from there? After pulling himself together, Yang Kai waved his hand. Forget about taking on disciples. It's not that I want to underestimate you two, but although you're powerful, I'm afraid that you know nothing about teaching disciples. Any talented people would have their futures ruined by becoming your disciples." Although Yang Kai's words were blunt, the two of them didn't refute him. He then pointed in a different direction. "Look over there." As they turned their heads, the small stone race that had gathered together in different groups came into their sight. The populations of these groups varied greatly. The large ones had more than 100,000 members while the small ones had only several hundred. They were scattered everywhere in the small universe and were all busy with their own work. "What are those? They look strange," Big Sister Lan asked curiously. "They're the small stone race. They behave just like ants." "What are ants?" Big Sister Lan gazed at him. Yang Kai realized that it would be hard to explain things to these two using examples from his life. After giving it a thought, he decided to briefly walk them through the behavior of the small stone race. Big Brother Huang nodded. "What do you want us to do, then?" A high-spirited Yang Kai replied, "It's easy. You can select 2 equally matched stone kings and choose your own territories. Then, you'll start nurturing them until the small stone race members are strong enough to battle. After having a fight, it will determine who the winner will be." Upon hearing this, Big Brother Huang arched his brow as he fell into his thoughts. On the other hand, Big Sister Lan said, "I see. This is what you mean by taking on disciples." Yang Kai nodded. "Well, more or less. However, the small stone race have low sentience, so you don't have to take them as disciples, nor do you need to teach them anything. You just have to nurture them." Big Sister Lan became startled for a moment before clapping her hands. "It's a great idea. You're so smart." A smiling Yang Kai replied, "Many thanks for the compliment." Seeing that her interest had been piqued, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was wonderful that they were interested in it, as he was most worried that they would dismiss the idea. In that case, he would have to consider encouraging them to take on some real disciples from his small universe. After giving it a thought, he realized these kids were even engrossed in a simple game of calling him big or little brother previously, so nurturing small stone race members to attack each other must be attractive to them as well. The small stone race innately behaved in this manner. Although their overall population had increased over the years in Yang Kai's small universe, these different groups never stopped attacking one another. Otherwise, there would have been more small stone race members in the small universe by now. Yang Kai then turned to look at the young boy. "What do you say?" Big Brother Huang nodded gently. "Good." An elated Yang Kai said, "It's decided, then. You can choose your territories and stone kings now." Following that, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan set to work. There were a lot of small stone race members in the small universe, along with many stone kings. Hence, it wasn't difficult to choose 2 equally matched stone kings. With Yang Kai's assistance, it was also easy for them to select their territories. However, both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were meticulous in every detail, as they were worried that any slight imbalance might affect the outcome of their future battle. Certainly, Yang Kai would offer them all the help that was needed. Since the kids were bored with treating Yang Kai like a family member, it was hard for him to get his hands on the yellow and blue crystals in the chaotic dead territory. However, if he could let Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan nurture more small stone race members, it would be a different kind of benefit for him. After all, it took a massive amount of materials to nurture the small stone race. In the past, Yang Kai had to personally scatter the materials for them, but now he didn't have to worry about anything. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were done selecting their territories, they picked a spot for their base and started drawing yin and yang element materials to feed the Stone Kings. Although Yang Kai was heartbroken to see so many precious materials disappear, he decided to put up with it as he thought of the potential benefits these Stone Kings would bring him. In any case, the used blue and yellow crystals would eventually turn into the capital for Yang Kai's own growth. During this period of time, he took a glance at the place where he suppressed and sealed the black ink strength previously. Nevertheless, he was now certain that all of it was cleaned up, with not even a trace left behind. It was as though Big Brother Huang's power was the nemesis of the black ink strength. This made Yang Kai feel melancholic. Back then, there were some black ink disciples in Langya Paradise, but they were all killed after being exposed. That was because those from Langya Paradise believed that once a cultivator was corrupted with the black ink, there was no saving them. Black ink disciples were and forever would be enemies. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that if they were brought to this place, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan might be able to get rid of the black ink strength in their bodies and help them return to their normal state. Unfortunately, he could never carry out this kind of experiment. Not just anyone could enter the chaotic dead territory. If it weren't because of Air, Yang Kai wouldn't have had the chance to enter this place either. Although Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan seemed able to destroy the black ink strength, Yang Kai could never have brought the black ink disciples from Langya Paradise to this place. It took a long time for the small stone race members to grow to be strong enough to battle, so Yang Kai reckoned that there wouldn't be any conflicts between Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for the time being. With that said, the clashes between the yellow and blue soul clones never stopped as they continued hacking each other to death. Yang Kai even witnessed the colossal yellow and blue lights crashing into one another again, which made him feel doubtful. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were standing inside his small universe right now, so what were those giant lights in the distance he had seen? Which ones of them were their true bodies? Giant spirit god Air remained sound asleep, as it would take him 1 to 2 years to awaken. Since his small universe's time was accelerated and had its own world barrier, Yang Kai was practically staying inside a sealed space right now. It was impossible for him to get his hands on the yellow and blue crystals like he had previously done. Even though he had already obtained a massive amount of materials from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he wouldn't mind getting more. While cultivators in the outside world scrambled to get their hands on a single piece of 6th order yin or yang element material, such materials were literally everywhere in the chaotic dead territory. There were even 7th order and 8th order ones just floating about. If possible, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't want to miss such a chance. Unfortunately, he was no longer able to collect those crystals. As such, he had practically nothing to do. Left with no other choice, he decided to spend some time comprehending the Great Nothingness scripture while observing his third disciple's cultivation process. It was a good idea to let Sui cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture as the boy was now in the third order transcendent realm, above which would be the saint realm. Yang Kai would be there to observe Sui every time he achieved a breakthrough, but he had yet to discover anything special. When he was in front of the stone monument in Langya Paradise previously, Yang Kai felt a hint of time principles fluctuating from one of the disciples there when they achieved an ascension. However, this had never happened to Sui. Yang Kai reckoned that it might have something to do with his weak cultivation. Perhaps he would only find something special when Sui became more powerful. After the third order transcendent realm, Sui would reach the saint realm. This realm was neither high or low. In some low-end universe worlds, the saint realm was already the peak of the martial Dao. Yang Kai's instincts were telling him though that when his third disciple made it to the next great realm, there would be some significant change. With that said, he didn't intend to help him grow in any way. He just let him cultivate at his own pace. The Great Nothingness scripture was a secret art that was passed down from ancient times, so there must be some secrets that had been lost to time and had yet to be uncovered. Although the cave heavens and paradises had comprehended part of it, they were only able to make use of the Great Nothingness scripture to create small source worlds. 1 year later, Yang Kai suddenly felt his small universe shaking. Upon sensing this, he realized that the giant spirit god Air had awakened. The gigantic creature sat down with his legs crossed and spaced out for a few days. When he no longer felt cranky from his nap, he headed to the next destination. The small universe was placed right above Air's head, and with the giant spirit god's protection, it wouldn't be harmed at all. Although only a year had gone by in the outside world, 2 years had passed in Yang Kai's small universe. The small stone race members that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had been nurturing were now looking strong. In fact, they had already exchanged some probing moves, but those were just small fights. As soon as they lost some small stone race members, they would stop the fight. It wasn't certain what special skill the two kids had, but the small stone race members, whose sentience was low, would always obediently listen to their commands. However, after taking their background and identity into consideration, Yang Kai soon realized the reason behind it. These two kids were the ancestors of all divine spirits and could even be considered the origin of all living creatures. It wasn't surprising that they had a special skill to control these small stone race members. And so the day came when the small stone race members nurtured by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, respectively, would begin their epic battle. Both of them were not stingy when it came to nurturing their small stone race members. In any case, there were innumerable materials in the chaotic dead territory, and they could easily draw as many of them over as they wanted in order to feed their army. They each had one stone king, initially, but after just 2 years, they each had 1 million soldiers under their command. At this moment, the two armies had lined up at the border of their territories, both sides in different formations, but all of them looking fierce and imposing. Martial Peak, Chapter 4800, Are you not willing to admit defeat? The habits and behavior of the small stone race members were similar to those of ants. Under the Stone Kings, there were guards that were responsible for keeping the territory safe. There were also soldiers that had to invade other territories. Nevertheless, most were just like worker ants. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan each had 1 million soldiers under their command. No Stone King could ever control so many soldiers. Therefore, they didn't only have one Stone King, respectively, now. When a group grew to a certain scale, more Stone Kings would be born as they brought parts of the clansmen to other places to build their own nests and reproduce. Now, they each had more than 10 Stone Kings as these 1 million soldiers were divided into more than 10 formations, looking truly intimidating. When Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were shooting each other dismissive glances and exchanging taunts. This had been their daily life since long ago, as they would never stop fighting to become the elder sibling. Upon Yang Kai's arrival, they shifted their attention to him and stopped the war of words. A high-spirited Big Brother Huang said, "Take a look at my small stone race. What do you think?" Yang Kai looked in that direction and nodded gently. "Your army is truly intimidating, and I'm sure they will win almost any battle." Upon hearing that, Big Brother Huang appeared smug and looked provocatively at Big Sister Lan. It was the first time they tried raising small stone race members. 2 years had passed, and they found it to be quite interesting, especially when the groups of small stone race members became stronger and more populous by the day. They felt a sense of accomplishment from doing that. Big Sister Lan came over and asked, "What about mine?" Yang Kai turned to gaze at the other army and remarked, "Just like tigers, they look mighty and invincible." Big Sister Lan said smilingly, "I've spent a lot of effort on them. I'll definitely be the winner this time." Big Brother Huang shot her a look of disdain. "I've spent more effort on my army than you. There's no way you'll win the battle." Big Sister Lan snorted, "Enough nonsense, bring it on. Let's see who will win. If you lose, you have to call me Big Sister." A defiant Big Brother Huang refuted, "If you lose, you have to call me Big Brother." As their eyes met, there seemed to be a spark lighting up between them. Yang Kai quickly stepped away so that he wouldn't be harmed. They turned their heads at the same time and demanded, "You'll be the judge of this battle." "All right," Yang Kai solemnly cupped his fist. He had already expected it when he suggested using small stone race members to decide who the winner would be, so he wasn't surprised when he was asked to be the judge. "Are you ready?" Yang Kai asked. Big Brother Huang sneered at his sister, "Of course I'm ready." Big Sister Lan scoffed, "Bring it on. Begin," Yang Kai announced. Instantly, like beasts that were released from their cages, the millions of soldiers marched forward from both sides across the plains. Although they had gathered together in formations before the war, there were not really any tactics to speak of when they started fighting. This was a tangled melee between 2 million small stone race members. The battlefield had descended into chaos as stony limbs were sent flying around in a merciless way. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan didn't interfere in the war between the small stone race members as they only watched it from the sides. To them, they had already put in their efforts over the past 2 years, so all they had to do now was wait for the outcome. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel heartbroken as he watched the small stone race members getting slaughtered. These small stone race members were the capital for him to grow stronger, so he suffered an immense loss when so many of them were killed. After giving it a thought though, he realized that these 2 million small stone race members had brought a lot of benefits to his small universe when they were growing up already, and he was unable to stop them from getting killed since it was a fight between Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. However, as more small stone race members were killed, Yang Kai's expression turned more and more pensive. That was because he discovered that as a lot of small stone race members were slaughtered, the heritage in his small universe actually increased a little. Initially, he thought that it was a misconception, but when 20% of the 2 million small stone race had died, he could finally confirm that it wasn't just his imagination. The heritage in his small universe really was increasing at an increased pace. It was not a significant increase, only equivalent to a few months of cultivation, but the outcome surprised him greatly. What's going on? The reproduction of the living beings in his small universe would continuously help increase his heritage. This kind of increase was slow and almost imperceptible. Nevertheless, over time, the increase would be significant. If 2 people started out with the same heritages, the difference between them would be conspicuous 1,000 years later when one had living beings in their small universe and the other did not. Yang Kai had always believed that it was an irrefutable fact that the more living beings there were in his small universe, the better it would be. However, it now seemed that he had discovered a truth that he wasn't aware of in the past. Soon, a realization dawned upon him. To be born, to grow old, to get sick, and to die were all parts of the cycle of life. While the living could continuously bring benefits to his small universe, death could do the same the moment they passed away. In the past, there had never been a time when so many living beings had died at the same time in his small universe. Therefore, Yang Kai had never realized this point even though he had been raising small stone race members in his body for years. The fight between Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had accidentally revealed this truth. This realization was like a bright moon that cast away the fog that had been bothering him for days. All of a sudden, he thought of the Great Nothingness scripture. There were many descriptions of life and death in the Great Nothingness scripture. Even though Yang Kai had studied these sections, he didn't really pay any attention to it as it only seemed like common sense. Now, he had a feeling that there was something deeper that was within his grasp. Perhaps the complete cycle of life and death was the biggest secret that was hidden in the Great Nothingness scripture. Although he couldn't wait to find a quiet place to comprehend the Great Nothingness scripture again, he couldn't leave now as the war hadn't ended. The tangled warfare between 2 million soldiers persisted for half a month, with 80% of them dying in the process. As the war unfolded, Big Brother Huang's expression became increasingly gloomy. That was because his army was now clearly on the losing side. The subtle difference was not conspicuous in the beginning, but as the war dragged on, his disadvantage snowballed into something obvious. When the war ended, his army was completely wiped out, leaving only the Stone Kings in their nest and a group of elite guards. On the other hand, Big Sister Lan still had about 100,000 soldiers under her command. Big Brother Huang was in a state of utter grief as disbelief was written all over his face, and he kept muttering under his breath, "How could this be? How could this be?" Meanwhile, Big Sister Lan leaped into the air as though she was a child who had just obtained the greatest treasure. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, "I won." She then turned to look at Yang Kai with a hopeful gaze. As the judge of the battle, Yang Kai naturally had to fulfill his responsibility. He pointed at the young girl and announced, "Big Sister Lan is the winner of this battle." Although the outcome was right in front of their eyes, it wasn't until Yang Kai announced it that the war really ended. A smug big sister Lan placed her hands behind her back and sauntered towards her brother. Presently, a devastated big brother Huang knelt on the ground and looked at the shattered stones on the battlefield with a pair of listless eyes. Unresignment, fury, and humiliation were written all over his face. Yang Kai was extremely nervous as he was worried that this guy would do something crazy out of shame. It had to be noted that they were now in his small universe, so once Big Brother Huang's power burst forth, his small universe wouldn't be able to bear it and would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. A speechless Yang Kai thought that Big Brother Huang's reaction was over the top as it was just a game, but after pondering on it for a moment, he realized that it wasn't just a battle between two armies. This was about the argument between them that had been going on since the dawn of time itself. That was the crux of the problem that shattered Big Brother Huang's psychological defense. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel sorry for the young boy as he silently looked away. Big Sister Lan looked condescendingly at her brother with a smug expression as ecstasy was written all over her face. When she realized that there was no reaction from her brother though, who still appeared dejected, she couldn't help but land a gentle kick on him and urge him by saying, "Hurry up. My patience is limited." In an instant, Big Brother Huang's face became as red as blood. He repeatedly parted his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything. "Are you unwilling to admit defeat?" Big Sister Lan gave him a look of disdain. "What are you talking about?" Big Brother Huang stood straight up with fury as he clenched his fists to summon his courage. Only after a long silence did he call out with great difficulty, "Big Sister." His voice was almost indiscernible. Big Sister Lan deliberately moved her head closer to him. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you." A flushing Big Brother Huang roared, "Big Sister." A stunned Big Sister Lan took a few steps away and patted her chest. "Why did you shout at me?" Hot steam seemed to be billowing from Big Brother Huang's nostrils as he glared at his sister. It was as though there was irreconcilable enmity between them as he snarled, "Are you happy now?" There was a bright smile on Big Sister Lan's face as she nodded repeatedly, "Of course I'm happy. You've finally acknowledged that I'm the big sister after so long." It was the first time in her life to hear her brother calling her big sister. Although Yang Kai had called her that many times, she still felt that something was lacking. It was different from the present situation. She had never been as satisfied as when she heard her brother say, "Big Sister," for the first time. This was a kind of satisfaction that Yang Kai could never give her. "I will not concede defeat." Big Brother Huang balled up his fists and said grimly. Big Sister Lan stopped smiling and gazed at him with a frown. "What do you mean? Are you going back on your word?" "I want to have another battle with you," Big Brother Huang said through clenched teeth. Big Sister Lan batted her eyes. "You have no more small stone race members. How are you going to fight with me again?" "I still have the Stone Kings. I will rise again." "Ha ha ha." Big Sister Lan scoffed mercilessly, "You only have your Stone Kings, but I still have 100,000 soldiers. As soon as I give the order, your Stone Kings will be killed as well." Big Brother Huang's face turned a shade redder, but there was nothing he could do. Just then, Big Sister Lan said, "As your big sister, I will be generous and give you a chance. Go back and nurture a new army. When you're ready, I'll teach you another lesson." Martial Peak, Chapter 4801, 3 times faster. "But before you can defeat me, you'll still be my little brother. Do not forget about your identity," Big Sister Lan reminded him by saying. A humiliated Big Brother Huang replied, "I'll never forget this day." After a moment of observation, Yang Kai placated the young boy by saying, "In war, it is normal to win or lose. Keep your chin up, Big Brother Huang. Just go back and continue nurturing your small stone race members and stage a comeback." Big Brother Huang grunted and left. It seemed that he couldn't wait to strengthen and develop his own small stone race members. Presently, he was only left with his 10 Stone Kings and a small number of elite guards. It would be difficult for him to make his army stronger in a short time. On the other hand, Big Sister Lan still had about 100,000 soldiers, which put her at a great advantage. She definitely had a better chance of winning the next battle. It's all thanks to your idea. Big Sister Lan looked smilingly at Yang Kai. He's finally willing to call me Big Sister after so many years. Tell me. What reward do you want? You have a reward for me? Yang Kai became energetic in an instant. Of course. Never mind, I know what you want even if you don't say it. Upon finishing her words, Big Sister Lan dashed out of the small universe. When she returned, she brought back literal mountains of yellow and blue crystals and tossed them to Yang Kai. Naturally, Yang Kai was ecstatic. Initially, he thought that he would never have a chance to easily get these yellow and blue crystals again, so it surprised him when Big Sister Lan gave so many to him all at once. Yang Kai of course wouldn't turn her down. After thanking her, he quickly sent these materials to the medicine garden. After the epic war, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan stopped bickering with each other for quite some time. While Big Brother Huang worked hard to develop his own small stone race members, Big Sister Lan was never complacent. Even though she was the winner this time, 90% of her small stone race members were killed. Naturally, she had to quickly replenish her ranks. If she was drowned in the ecstasy of this victory and never thought about improving herself, she would be the one calling him Big Brother next time. This kind of outcome was simply intolerable for her. Even though both of them were busy, Big Sister Lan would look for Big Brother Huang from time to time just to hear him calling her Big Sister. While she was satisfied every time, Big Brother Huang only became more furious and further strengthened his determination to get his revenge. The enlightenment that dawned upon Yang Kai from the battle allowed him to have a better understanding of the great nothingness scripture. He had a feeling that he was just one step away from grasping the core of the secret art, but he hadn't been able to achieve that. That was because he still hadn't figured out the relationship between great nothingness scripture and the Tao of time. On this day, he suddenly detected something and looked in a particular direction. Presently, Sui was seated with his legs crossed on a boulder by a cliff. All his vitality surged as his true chi roiled. Above his head were swirling dark clouds and deafening thunder could be heard. He was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. Sui was already in the third-order transcendent realm, and he would soon make it to the saint realm. That was a very unique realm. Yang Kai recalled that when he was in Tong Xian realm in the past, the highest martial Tao was the saint realm. It wasn't until he left the place and entered the star field that he came into contact with higher realms. He already had a feeling that there would be a strange phenomenon when his third disciple ascended to the saint realm. Therefore, when he realized that Sui was achieving a breakthrough, he immediately came over and observed him from up close. In fact, Yang Kai was there every time Sui achieved a breakthrough in the past, but he hadn't discovered anything special so far. However, this time was apparently different. Before the ascension even happened, the time Tao essence in his small universe began reacting in a way as though it was trying to resonate with Sui. Yang Kai had the same feeling when his first disciple Zhao Yi Bai achieved a breakthrough, but what resonated with him was the space Tao essence. Meanwhile, he wasn't worried about Su Yi's breakthrough. Although the progress of Su Yi's cultivation was rapid, he had spent a much longer time in his dreams than in reality due to his unique talent in the Tao of time, therefore, his foundation was solid. Certainly, he wouldn't fall into danger by ascending to the saint realm. When the world baptism descended on Su Yi's head, he didn't seem to notice at all. Instead of reacting to it, he hung his head low as though he had slumbered off. It wasn't until the force reached him that he looked up and stared into the void with a pair of eerie-looking eyes. There was a strange smile on his face. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai frowned. The world baptism continuously streamed into Su Yi as he opened up his body and accepted it. Soon, he was covered in wounds, but as he was faced with the trial, his aura rapidly increased and soon reached the peak of the transcendent realm. The great nothingness scripture was circulated to the fullest as it protected Su Yi's vital parts. At the same time, the time Tao essence in the small universe became increasingly active. Yang Kai could clearly feel that a lot of time Tao essence streamed into Su Yi's body and was consumed by him following the world baptism. Just an hour later, Su Yi's aura, which was already at the peak, reached the next stage, and with him as the center, a pressure wave was seen spreading out. He had made it to the Saint Realm. At the same time, the flow of time in the small universe seemed to have been affected as the whole world halted for an instant before it began surging ahead again. The fog in Yang Kai's mind remained, as he still hadn't figured out the relationship between the Great Nothingness scripture and the Tao of Time, but he could clearly feel that the flow of time in his small universe had accelerated. In the past, the flow of time in his small universe was 2 times faster than the outside world, but now, it was 3 times faster. This transformation astounded Yang Kai. It had to be noted that his mastery of the Tao of Time remained in the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. This was a kind of categorization he had invented, and it was only thanks to this level of comprehension that the flow of time in his small universe had accelerated prior to this. Why did he gain such a reward after Su Yi achieved a breakthrough in his small universe? Was it because of Su Yi himself? Or was it because of the Great Nothingness scripture? Could both reasons be valid? Su Yi was talented in the Tao of Time, and he had cultivated the Great Nothingness scripture. Moreover, he had achieved an ascension in Yang Kai's small universe. Perhaps this plethora of reasons brought about unexpected changes. However, Yang Kai felt uneasy. The reason he selected Su Yi to cultivate the Great Nothingness scripture was that he wanted to fully comprehend the secret art so that his mastery of the Tao of Time would improve. But now, while he had benefited, he hadn't really learned anything new, which was simply incomprehensible. When he checked on his small universe and confirmed that there was nothing wrong, Yang Kai became even more doubtful. Meanwhile, Su Yi had awakened as he looked dazedly at his own hands. Although he had experienced a lot of hardship while achieving this breakthrough, his body had been fortified by Yang Kai. Additionally, he had already ascended to the next great realm, therefore, he was fine as his wounds had mostly healed already. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Kai appeared before him and asked. Upon hearing that, Su Yi quickly got to his feet and saluted him. "Greetings, honored master." He still appeared doubtful. "Did I break through?" Yang Kai nodded. "You're in the Saint Realm now." Su Yi scratched his head. "I didn't even realize it. For some reason, I was overwhelmed by sleepiness and dozed off just now. Many thanks for protecting me, honored master." He thought that the reason he successfully achieved an ascension was that Yang Kai had been standing guard beside him, otherwise, he would have lost his life since he was asleep just now. Yang Kai stared fixedly at him and gave it a thought before saying, "Since you've made it to the next great realm, continue strengthening your foundation. You must not become arrogant just because you're more powerful now." "Yes," Su Yi replied respectfully, "disciple will cultivate hard and never forget your teachings." When he looked up, Yang Kai was already nowhere in sight. Su Yi was very respectful of his honored master. If Yang Kai hadn't taken him on as a disciple during the disciple recruitment, he wouldn't have achieved anything great in life given his aptitude. Nevertheless, following Yang Kai's teachings, he made it to the Saint Realm after just a couple of decades. He believed that it was just the beginning as he still had a brighter future ahead of him. Upon receiving Yang Kai's order, he quickly began consolidating his new cultivation. In fact, it was easy for him to cultivate, as he just had to fall asleep. His aptitude remained terrible when he cultivated while he was awake. Over the years, Su Yi had gotten used to cultivating in his dreams, therefore, he had learned how to slumber off at will. Presently, Yang Kai was thoroughly examining his small universe. The fact that Su Yi had brought such a benefit to him by achieving a breakthrough in his small universe puzzled him greatly. He would never be at ease before finding out the reason. Unfortunately, he still hadn't found a clue after several days of searching. With that said, it had been established that the flow of time in his small universe was now 3 times faster than the outside world. Yang Kai decided to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan about it, but they had no idea what he was talking about. To them, their innate abilities were the most powerful in the world and already transcended all other secret arts or techniques. There wasn't a need for them to learn anything else. Left with no other choice, Yang Kai could only give up on investigating. As a matter of fact, he wasn't particularly talented in the Tao of Time. The reason he had such achievements was thanks to all the opportunities in the past. He was most talented in the Tao of Space, which had reached the 8th level of comprehension, summiting the peak. He wouldn't dare to say that no one would surpass him in the future, but rarely had anyone reached this level since time immemorial. The most talented person in the Tao of Time that Yang Kai knew of was the deceased Flowing Time Great Emperor from the Star Boundary. If Flowing Time Great Emperor were still alive, he might have been able to fully comprehend the Great Nothingness scripture given his talent in the Tao of Time. Yang Kai could only lament that such a gifted person passed away too soon. Flowing Time Great Emperor died for the Star Boundary, and if he hadn't single-handedly injured Great Demon God all those years ago, the latter would have devoured and destroyed the Star Boundary long before Yang Kai was born. Fortunately, there were 2 disciples who had obtained his inheritance. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were equally talented in the Tao of Time. While Yang Xiao had followed the Dragon Clan members to the ancestral land and wouldn't come back so soon, Yang Shui remained in High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai decided that when he returned to High Heaven Palace, he would ask Yang Shui to comprehend the Great Nothingness scripture. Meanwhile, Giant Spirit God Air still did nothing else but eat, sleep, head to his next destination, and repeat. Every time he dozed off, it would take him a few years to awaken. On the other hand, the fight between Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan remained intense in the small universe. Following his first defeat, Big Brother Huang had learned his lesson as he now tried harder to nurture his small stone race members. He didn't care how many materials it would cost him to do that. Certainly, Yang Kai was pleased with what these 2 were doing. Martial Peak, Chapter 4802, No Longer Dangerous. Big Brother Huang never forgot about the lesson he was taught during the First War. Moreover, due to the disadvantage caused by the previous defeat, he wasn't in a rush to have a showdown with Big Sister Lan. Instead, he sent out his soldiers in small groups and harassed Big Sister Lan's mighty army. She had never expected him to be so shameless, so she found it hard to deal with the situation for the time being. After gaining some advantage, Big Brother Huang brought out all of his armies and defeated the other party in a decisive strike. This kind of outcome surprised Yang Kai, while it was unacceptable for Big Sister Lan. With that said, regardless of how powerful these 2 were, they had a good quality: they were willing to admit defeat. When Big Brother Huang lost the battle the first time around, he gritted his teeth and called her Big Sister, regardless of how unwilling he was. It was the same case this time. Nevertheless, it was Big Sister Lan's turn to call him Big Brother. Both of them were haughty, which was expected as they were probably the most powerful beings in the 3,000 worlds, so it wasn't surprising that they were arrogant. Hence, after achieving a clear victory, neither of them would destroy the other party entirely. Just like how Big Sister Lan spared the lives of his Stone Kings and gave him time to restock and rearm, Big Brother Huang had done the same this time. It wasn't that they were sympathetic to the loser, but rather that they just wanted to let the other party know that they were indeed the stronger one, and the loser had to willingly call the winner Big Brother or Big Sister. For the coming years, Yang Kai witnessed their rapid growth as military commanders. There were no techniques to speak of during the first battle as they just brought out all their soldiers and had a showdown on an open field. They didn't intend to direct their soldiers at all. After respectively losing and winning 1 battle each though, they seemed to have learned their lessons as they could now skillfully mobilize their soldiers. As time passed, Yang Kai witnessed all sorts of interesting sneak attacks, ambushes, luring enemies into traps, creating diversions, and luring the tiger from the mountain strategies. Their mastery of military tactics and formations became increasingly profound as they would fight against one another with their wits every single moment. Yang Kai was awestruck by this. When he suggested using small stone race members to determine who the winner would be, he had never expected that things would come to such a point. The entire territory Yang Kai had given them had completely turned into a battlefield. Their small stone race soldiers had expanded to several tens of millions from barely 1 million, and they had spent innumerable materials because of that. If those from the cave heavens and paradises found out about it, they would surely curse them for being so wasteful. Nevertheless, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan wouldn't care about the orders or amounts of those materials. In order to help their small stone race members grow, they would even feed them with 7th order and 8th order materials. As a result, the Stone Kings under their command were now quite different from normal ones. Not only were they much larger, but they could also produce more pebbles at a faster rate. The small stone race members hatched from their pebbles were also much stronger from the start. With their fight being never-ending, it had brought great benefits to Yang Kai. As the small stone race members were born and died in such incredible numbers, they continuously helped increase the heritage of his small universe. Therefore, even though Yang Kai had not cultivated at all recently, his strength had still continued to grow rapidly. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan never rewarded him with any yellow and blue crystals again, as they were simply engrossed in the fight of wits among themselves. Yang Kai was someone who counted his blessings, as he had already obtained immense rewards in the chaotic dead territory. No one in history had ever accumulated mountains of yin and yang element material in their small universe like what he had done. Moreover, Yang Kai had been observing his surroundings recently. When he barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside giant spirit god Ah-Er, the void was filled with blue and yellow crystals, and he could easily get his hands on them. However, as time passed, he could barely see any blue and yellow crystals floating about now. Some of them were given to Yang Kai by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and were now sitting in his small universe. Some of them were used to nurture the small stone race members. Perhaps there were some yellow and blue crystals scattered around the chaotic dead territory, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. Furthermore, Yang Kai's arrival had changed the status quo in the chaotic dead territory that had persisted for eons. Before his arrival, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan never stopped fighting one another. Every time a massive clash took place, countless soul clones would be produced that then hacked each other to death. The fallout would spread across the entire chaotic dead territory, which made it a very dangerous place. Nevertheless, the two of them were now engrossed in nurturing their small stone race members, and the danger in the chaotic dead territory slowly dissipated. The soul clones had all turned into yellow and blue crystals of different orders, while the giant masses of colored light stopped clashing with each other. The chaotic dead territory was no longer dangerous. This was a fact Yang Kai had inadvertently discovered. There had always been a protective layer around giant spirit god Ah-Er since they entered the chaotic dead territory. He would never dispel it even when he was eating or sleeping. It was thanks to this protective layer that Yang Kai had remained safe until now, but there came a day when the protective layer around Ah-Er abruptly disappeared. It wasn't until that moment that Yang Kai realized the chaotic dead territory had undergone a stunning transformation. His feelings were complicated upon that realization. It was just an idea that flashed through his head as he was searching for a way to save himself, so he hadn't expected it to solve the epic battle that had been ongoing between Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan since time immemorial. Seeing the fight between them had turned into something more peaceful, he actually felt a great sense of accomplishment. Although he felt sorry for the small stone race members, they were born to attack each other. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had only magnified this characteristic. Since the chaotic dead territory was no longer dangerous, Yang Kai felt that it was time for him to leave. The reason he hadn't left earlier was that he was unable to do so. Without Ah-Er's protection, he wouldn't be able to move around freely in the void that was filled with murderous intent. He was supposed to look for Chu Huashang after her 100 years of confinement were up, but that time had passed as he had been held up in the chaotic dead territory for about 30 or 40 years. He couldn't wait to head to Yinyang Cave Heaven now. After he won first place in Dao Theory Assembly and became a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, he was supposed to marry Chu Huashang. Yang Kai thus found a chance to bid farewell to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Both of them were shocked upon hearing that. "Are you leaving?" Big Sister Lan batted her eyes and gazed at him. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "It was an accident that I came into this place. I'm more than satisfied to have come across the two of you as you've taken good care of me. However, I cannot stay here forever, so it's time for me to leave." He was genuinely grateful to the two of them. Without them, he wouldn't have gained so many benefits. It was expected that he was saddened to have to leave them after spending so many years with them. On the other hand, it seemed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were fine with his leaving, and she only nodded upon hearing that. Just then, Big Brother Huang said, "You can leave, but our territories will have to stay here." Yang Kai instantly sported a dark expression as his face twitched. "What do you mean?" Big Brother Huang drew a circle with his hand. "These territories." He directly included 30% of Yang Kai's small universe. Yang Kai coughed and replied, "No. It's my small universe. I'll die if I leave behind such a large area." Certainly, he wouldn't die because of that, but his strength would plunge by cutting off such a large area of his small universe, and his foundation would be crippled, meaning he would lose any hope of achieving another breakthrough in his life. "Come up with a solution, then. Don't affect our fight." "That's easy." Yang Kai was well prepared. Since he had decided to leave, he naturally wouldn't run away with no backup plan. They wouldn't agree to it, either. Small stone race members just needed a simple environment to live. He just had to look for a new place for them to develop. Fortunately, the chaotic dead territory was full of shattered universe worlds. He just had to look for a larger shattered spirit province so that they could continue the fight freely. After Yang Kai brought his idea up, Big Brother Huang spread his palms. "There's none left." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai widened his eyes. Big Brother Huang stomped his foot. "There were some in the past, but they were all eaten by this guy." He was talking about Air. At that, Yang Kai was speechless. After Big Brother Huang stomped his foot on the ground, Air, who had been sound asleep, suddenly awakened. This time, he didn't appear to be sulky as he just charged forward into the distance. Judging from the direction he was heading, his destination was the territory gate. Since all the shattered universe worlds in the chaotic dead territory were consumed by Air, there was no reason for him to stay. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan didn't intend to stop him from leaving. It wasn't the first time giant spirit god clan members visited their territory. Whenever their fight affected a new great territory, which resulted in numerous universe worlds getting destroyed, giant spirit gods would get wind of it and arrive at this place. After they were done with wolfing down all the shattered universe worlds, they would leave. The two of them were already used to it. A few days later, the territory gate came into sight. Just like how Air entered this place back then, he growled as his body shrank rapidly. The next moment, he plunged into the territory gate and disappeared. On the other hand, Yang Kai's small universe remained in place. His small universe was placed on Air's head, so it had been moving alongside him. However, even though Air was now gone, Yang Kai was left behind. He couldn't detect Big Brother Huang or Big Sister Lan making any moves, but he knew that it had something to do with them. At that moment, he was heartbroken at the fact that Air abandoned him just like that. Meanwhile, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan directly ignored his depression. To them, they just needed Yang Kai's small universe to serve as their battlefield. As for Yang Kai himself, he didn't matter to them. Yang Kai felt his head aching as he watched the two in his small universe. There was no way he could leave this place before solving this problem. With that said, he reckoned that it wasn't so hard to solve this problem after all. As he darted his gaze around, an idea soon came into his mind. "Good, Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan. I'll look for a new battlefield that's much bigger and expansive than the current one so that you'll be able to fight more freely. What do you think?" Big brother Huang and big sister Lan exchanged glances before nodding gently. Go ahead, then. Yang Kai said, I have to leave this place for a short while. This place doesn't have the things you need. Martial Peak, Chapter 4803, Strategy Game. On the other side of the territory gate, more than 10 high-rank open heaven realm masters still steadfastly watched over the chaotic dead territory, just like they had been doing for a long time. As Yang Kai had speculated, the fallout from the fight between the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer was too horrifying and would affect the neighboring great territories. Once that happened, the entire great territory would become a part of the chaotic dead territory. Therefore, the cave heavens and paradises would always empty the adjacent great territories to prevent too many casualties due to the fight. They had been doing this for many, many years now. When the fight between the burning light and serene glimmer expanded previously and affected new great territories, they would already be empty to begin with. Therefore, even though countless universe worlds would be destroyed, no casualties had been reported. That was the reason the cultivators in this great territory fled decades ago. When giant spirit god Air dashed out of the territory gate, these high-rank masters didn't try to stop him and simply watched him leave. In fact, they were unable to stop him even if they wanted to. Even though there was an 8th order ancestor around, there was no way they could challenge a giant spirit god. As they watched the giant spirit god leave, a 7th order woman suddenly let out a sigh. It's unfortunate that such a talent passed away at such a young age. The person beside her nodded, you're right. A rising star like him was killed just like that. Life is full of uncertainties, isn't it? Another person said, an ignorant person knows no fear. I suppose he wasn't aware that he was entering the chaotic dead territory, otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to tag along with the giant spirit god. I heard that the young man was engaged to a core disciple from Inyang Cave Heaven. Now that he's dead, I suppose the engagement has been annulled. I heard from the sect that he had made a significant contribution in the fight to destroy the Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise. It was thanks to him that those from Langya Paradise could find and eliminate all the Black Ink disciples. They had even found some clues that led to the true Black Ink clansmen hiding behind the shadows. They were naturally talking about Yang Kai. When Yang Kai barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside Air in the past, many of these high-rank open heaven realm masters witnessed it. At that moment, all of them were shocked. First of all, no one had ever worked with a giant spirit god before, so the people who saw Yang Kai thought that they were just seeing things. Secondly, the chaotic dead territory was an extremely dangerous place. Even though Yang Kai had entered alongside a giant spirit god, they reckoned that his fate would be miserable. He would most likely be killed by the shockwaves of the never-ending fight. Therefore, after Yang Kai dashed into the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god, they started looking into his identity. Although they had been monitoring the movements of the burning light and serene glimmer for many years as it was their duty, they still had ways to communicate with the outside world. Upon asking around, they found out that the young man who entered the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god was a famous figure, not a nobody. His titles included Star Boundary Great Emperor, Void Lands Lord, Inyang Cave Heaven Son-in-Law and so on. Previously, the incident regarding the World Tree had spread like wildfire. Even though they were stationed here, these masters had heard of it. It was already shocking enough that Yang Kai, as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was able to kill a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. During the Tao Theory Assembly, he defeated all other core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises and won first place. That was why they were also aware that he was a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Additionally, it was thanks to Yang Kai's contribution that those from Langya Paradise were able to root out the Black Ink disciples and kill them all, which prevented a disaster from happening. Yang Kai had done many things that were of great concern to the cave heavens and paradises, so he was no longer a nameless figure. That was why they could easily find out his identity by just asking around. After some calculations, they reckoned that he had come to the chaotic dead territory with the giant spirit god after leaving Langya Paradise. Regardless of how many achievements Yang Kai had made in the past, which included killing a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the end. There was no way he could survive in the chaotic dead territory. They believed that it was the truth. Decades had passed, and the giant spirit god finally left. However, the young man that had tagged along was nowhere to be seen now. No one could survive in the chaotic dead territory for long, not even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, to say nothing of the fact that Yang Kai was just a 6th Order Master. Although they felt sorry for Yang Kai's death, they were not close to him after all. Therefore, after a moment of silence, they soon talked about other matters. Speaking of the Black Ink clan, how's the situation in the Shattered Heaven now? All of them shook their heads, including the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Ancestor, who supposedly knew a little more than the rest. Although we've been looking into it for decades, we haven't found the whereabouts of the Black Ink clansmen in the Shattered Heaven. They seem to be very well hidden. Have they found other Black Ink disciples in our forces? No. I suppose the situation is not that bad yet. I wonder how those Black Ink disciples from Langya Paradise became connected to the Black Ink clan. Just when the 8th Order Ancestor was about to speak, his expression changed drastically as he turned to look at the territory gate. Fluctuations could be felt coming from the territory gate. It wasn't the first time they experienced this. The same thing happened when giant spirit god Air shot out of the chaotic dead territory. It would also happen when the fallout from the fight between the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer spread. Now that the giant spirit god was gone, there were no other living creatures in the chaotic dead territory other than the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. The 8th Order Ancestor felt his heart sinking, thinking that the fight between the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer would soon affect the next great territory. The same thing happened barely 100 years ago. Why would it come so soon? Without the need for him to give the order, more than 10 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters drew on the powers of their small universes to protect themselves while raising their vigilance to the highest. According to past experiences, the territory gate wouldn't be destroyed too quickly, so they still had time to flee. Once the territory gate was destroyed, if they still hadn't left this great territory, they would be killed despite being high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Under their pointed watch though, a figure strolled out of the territory gate. All of them were rooted to the spot as though they had been hit by some kind of binding technique. Even the seasoned 8th Order Ancestor widened his eyes as he looked dazedly at the young man, who had stepped out of the chaotic dead territory totally unscathed. When Yang Kai shook off his dizziness from crossing the territory gate, he saw that more than 10 people gazing at him as though he was a ghost. He frowned, knowing that they must have misunderstood something. However, he didn't intend to explain anything and simply saluted them respectfully. Void Lands Yang Kai greets seniors. It's really him. Although they already found out Yang Kai's identity and knew that he was Void Land's lord, they hadn't verified this fact as there was simply no way to do that. It wasn't until this moment that they could confirm it. These people exchanged dumbfounded glances as they couldn't believe their eyes. They had always believed that Yang Kai was long dead, and the cave heavens and paradises that received the news must have shared the same sentiment. A 7th Order woman, who spoke earlier, asked doubtfully, "You're still alive? What on earth is she talking about?" A speechless Yang Kai gaped at her and nodded, "Yes." Another high-rank Open Heaven Realm asked in shock, "How are you still alive?" Yang Kai sported a dark expression, wondering why these people seemed to want him dead when there were no grudges between them. The 8th Order Ancestor seemed to realize what Yang Kai was thinking and explained, "They're curious about how you survived in the chaotic dead territory. Did the giant spirit god protect you?" Upon hearing this, the others finally realized what was happening. It would only be possible for Yang Kai to survive in the chaotic dead territory with the giant spirit god's protection. However, after giving it a thought, they realized that something was off. The giant spirit god had left some time before Yang Kai came out of the chaotic dead territory, yet he was still alive and kicking even though he didn't have the giant spirit god's protection for the past incense or so. Yang Kai nodded his head, your insight is truly sharp, ancestor. It was indeed thanks to the giant spirit god that I survived. However, it's no longer dangerous inside as one can enter and leave without fear. All of them were stunned as some of them asked doubtfully, "Are you serious?" Without going into the details, Yang Kai replied, "I've found a game for the two powerful beings inside to occupy their time with. Now that they've switched to a different method of competing, it's no longer dangerous inside." All of them stared fixedly at Yang Kai as though they were trying to figure out whether he was lying. After pondering on it for a moment, the Eighth Order ancestor said in a weird tone, "You said you found a game for the powerful beings inside?" Yang Kai nodded seriously. The ancestor's expression became more awkward. "Do you know who they are?" "Of course, I know." Yang Kai nodded again. At that, the ancestor was speechless. The other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters traded glances. Some of them even suspected that Yang Kai had gone mad. The beings inside were the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer, who had been fighting against one another since the dawn of time. They had destroyed innumerable great territories along the way. No one knew what the cause of the fight was, but they speculated that they were simply incompatible with each other's existence. This was a truly irreconcilable feud. Nevertheless, there was now a young man who said that he had found a new game for these two beings to kill time with, so they changed the way they fought? Was this whole thing some kind of child's game? Certainly, they wouldn't believe it. They would probably find it to be even more inconceivable if they found out that Yang Kai had played this child's game with them for quite a long time. Well, the ancestor tried to measure his words as he also believed that Yang Kai had gone mad. Even though Yang Kai had stayed in the chaotic dead territory for decades and eventually stepped out of it safely, which was a feat no one had pulled off in history, it didn't mean that what he said was true. The ancestor asked seriously, "What kind of game is it?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "Will you believe me if I say it's a kind of strategy game?" Yang Kai had naturally noticed the Eighth Order ancestor's doubt, and there was something off about the way the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters looked at him, as if they felt sympathy for him. The Eighth Order ancestor fell silent. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to believe Yang Kai, but the latter's words were just too inconceivable. Could a so-called strategy game make the two powerful beings forget about the grudges between them that had spanned across the ages? If it were so easy, these people wouldn't have had to keep guard in this place for so many years. It's expected that you don't believe me, so why don't you come with me to see for yourself? You'll believe me when you witness it in person. Yang Kai invited him to enter the chaotic dead territory with him. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor instantly put up his guard. If he hadn't known that Yang Kai had the World Spring, which protected his small universe from any external invasion, he would have suspected that the young man had been stained with black ink and was trying to kill him. Not just anyone could barge into the chaotic dead territory. Even though Yang Kai had left safely, he might have some special way of achieving it. On the other hand, the Eighth Order ancestor wouldn't dare to put his guard down. Martial Peak, Chapter 4804, Equally Ashamed. This matter had far-reaching implications. If the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer could live peacefully together, it would be good news for the entire universe. At the very least, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't have to worry about their fight destroying more great territories. Over the years, too many great territories had been destroyed because of their fight, which was a loss for the entire 3,000 worlds. Although the Eighth Order ancestor didn't believe Yang Kai's words, he still said, "You'll stay here. I'll go in and have a look." It wasn't the first time he entered the chaotic dead territory. After all, he was a powerful Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he couldn't go deep into the chaotic dead territory, it wasn't hard for him to momentarily visit the periphery. In fact, he had entered the chaotic dead territory several times before to examine the situation inside, but he would always quickly withdraw. He wouldn't be able to bear the repercussions if he stayed there for too long. There was even once when he obtained a Seventh Order blue crystal almost as big as a wash basin while he was there, which was a huge bonus. "Be careful, ancestor," all of them said with concern. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor nodded gently and fully activated the power of his small universe. Then, he summoned a defensive artifact, which turned into a glowing aura that engulfed him, before he plunged into the territory gate. However, barely a few breaths of time later, he dashed out of the territory gate. What shocked them was that the ancestor was all charred, and his clothes were tattered. Even his hair was in a mess as smoke could be seen billowing from his head. It was as though he had been struck by lightning. The defensive artifact he had summoned earlier was nowhere to be seen, apparently destroyed in just those few breaths' time. A dumbfounded Yang Kai exclaimed, "No way." The chaotic dead territory was clearly calm and tranquil when he left, so why did the ancestor seemingly get struck by lightning after entering it? While feeling doubtful, Yang Kai dashed into the chaotic dead territory to find out what had happened. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't stop him in time. In reality, the chaotic dead territory was still calm and quiet. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were just standing there and staring at the territory gate. Upon seeing Yang Kai, Big Sister Lan asked excitedly, "Are you done?" Yang Kai shook his head, "It's not something that can be completed so quickly. I came back not long after I left, so I still need some time." Big Brother Huang frowned, "Why did you come back when you're not done with your task?" Yang Kai asked, "Did you two see anything just now?" Big Sister Lan tilted her head, "Are you talking about that old man? I was shocked when he suddenly barged in, so I gave him a little smack. I didn't do anything else." Her little smack almost shocked the life out of that old man, literally. Yang Kai didn't know what to say, so he could only try to persuade them, "Please don't hit him so hard next time. He meant no harm, he just wanted to have a look inside." Big Brother Huang snorted, he should consider himself lucky that he wasn't killed. "Tell him not to come in again. We didn't settle accounts with him when he came in several times before." Good. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. It seemed that Big Brother Huang didn't welcome outsiders into the chaotic dead territory. He then turned around and bolted out. Although the ancestor's head had been struck, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. When he saw that Yang Kai come out all safe and sound while he was burnt and battered, he couldn't help but feel indignant despite being an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai explained, "The thing is, the two of them don't want to be bothered by anyone. They were displeased when you suddenly appeared, Ancestor." The ancestor nodded gently, "They didn't intend to kill me. If they wanted to kill him, he would be dead. Although he was injured, it was already the best outcome possible." What was more shocking to him was that these supreme beings who had lived for countless eons were actually two young kids who looked like they were barely over 10 years old. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Over the years, no one had ever seen the true bodies of the burning light and serene glimmer. He wasn't sure if what he had seen were their true bodies or just temporary forms they had manifested. Although he was stunned, he could confirm that the chaotic dead territory was indeed safe now as no horrifying shockwaves were rippling across it. The entire chaotic dead territory was eerily calm. It seemed that what the young man had said was true. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, "You said you found a new game for them. Is there anything we can do to help?" It was wonderful news that the burning light and serene glimmer had stopped fighting. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about more great territories getting destroyed. Upon noticing the change in the ancestors' attitude, the other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gazed at Yang Kai with solemn expressions. Yang Kai replied, "I could use your help actually." "Go ahead. The thing is, the game requires a vast area for them to play freely. However, I'm sure you know that there's nothing else but the endless void in the chaotic dead territory. Hence, I've been tasked with looking for a new board for them to play on." The ancestor pondered on it for a moment before nodding, "I understand. Come with me." Upon finishing his words, he led the way. Yang Kai followed closely. A few hours later, a gigantic universe world came into their sight. The ancestor pointed at the universe world and asked, "How about this place? It's good enough. Are there no people living here?" The ancestor replied, "There were some residents in the past, but they moved out decades ago. There are no humans living in this place now. Perhaps there are some low-level beasts." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, please make a move to split up this universe world so that it's easier to send into the chaotic dead territory." Upon realizing Yang Kai's intentions, the ancestor raised his hand and pointed 2 fingers at the gigantic universe world. As the majestic world force burst forth, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel all his pores tightening. It wasn't the first time he witnessed an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master making a move. When he was previously hunted down by Bright Sun Divine Monarch, Cheng Yang, the other party had repeatedly attempted to kill him. Nevertheless, that was different from the current situation. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized how formidable an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master truly was. Following the ancestor's move, a light penetrated the void and caused the entire universe world to shake. It then split into shattered spirit provinces of different sizes. The emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could also destroy a universe world, but he could not do it as accurately and effortlessly as the ancestor beside him. This was the difference between their realms. The force the ancestor exerted was ingenious. Although the universe world had turned into countless shattered spirit provinces, they were not a jumbled mess. Instead, they seemed to have been neatly cut into pieces. It went to show that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had precise control over his power. "I heard that your small universe has materialized," the ancestor suddenly commented. Yang Kai didn't know where the old man had heard it from, but his small universe had been probed by numerous high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises, so it wasn't really a secret now. Therefore, he replied frankly, "Yes." The ancestor went on to say, "In that case, we'll store these shattered spirit provinces in our small universes and take them into the chaotic dead territory. However, you must be careful. Use your own power to isolate these universe world pieces, otherwise, your world force will be contaminated. When that happens, you'll have to spend quite some effort to get rid of it." "I understand," Yang Kai replied respectfully. The 2 of them made a move together and transferred these shattered spirit provinces into their small universes. Since Yang Kai was weaker, he couldn't keep many of the pieces. In the end, he only kept 30% of them while the rest were taken by the ancestor. They then activated their own powers to suppress the world force contained in those shattered spirit provinces so that they wouldn't merge with their small universes. Half a day had passed when they returned to the territory gate. In front of the territory gate, the ancestor was hesitant while looking at Yang Kai with a pair of hopeful eyes. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, "Please come with me, ancestor. It'll save us time by completing it all at once." The ancestor asked nervously, "But the 2 of them inside?" Yang Kai secretly sneered, thinking that the ancestor was clearly eager to have a look inside the chaotic dead territory. However, he was still reeling from the memory of what had just happened to him. Without Yang Kai's assurance, he wouldn't dare to go in again, lest he be killed on the spot. Therefore, Yang Kai reassured him by saying, "Don't worry, ancestor. We're going in to help. You just have to follow me closely, and they won't make a move on you again." It was then that the ancestor nodded, "Sorry for the trouble then, martial nephew." He couldn't help but feel his emotions undulating. Since time immemorial, the cave heavens and paradises had been trying to come into contact with the burning light and serene glimmer, but no one had succeeded so far. The chaotic dead territory was too dangerous, and no one was able to have a talk with these 2 powerful beings. Would he be the one to make history on this day? Certainly, he wasn't the first person to do so, but Yang Kai wasn't a part of the cave heavens and paradises after all, nor could he represent the aforementioned great forces. After telling the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to keep guard in this place, the ancestor followed Yang Kai closely and entered the chaotic dead territory for the 2nd time. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were still waiting in the same spot, but their eyes brightened when they saw Yang Kai return. Their armies were ready for the next battle, so they desperately needed a large place where they could fight against one another freely. However, when Big Brother Huang saw the ancestor who was behind Yang Kai, he frowned with displeasure. The nervous ancestor quickly saluted them, "Greetings, seniors." Although he was an old man who had lived for a long time, he wouldn't dare to pull rank in front of these two. He hung his head low and stared at his own feet in a respectful manner while speaking to them. Big Brother Huang directly ignored him while a displeased Big Sister Lan snorted, "Why did you call us seniors? Call me Big Sister." The title, Big Sister, seemed to be the sweetest music to her ears. Upon hearing that, the ancestor was dumbfounded. Why did she suddenly ask me to call her Big Sister? He turned to look at Yang Kai in the hope that the other party could give him some clarity. Yang Kai thus secretly spoke to him, "These two are a bit eccentric. Just do as they say." The ancestor coughed and then said respectfully, "Greetings, Big Sister." "Good." Big Sister Lan was elated. Just then, Big Brother Huang snorted. The ancestor instantly got the hint and quickly followed up, "Greetings, Big Brother." It was only then that Big Brother Huang sported a milder expression. On the other hand, the ancestor was clearly embarrassed. He didn't mind calling them seniors as it was the most common form of address, but he was puzzled as to why he was asked to call them Big Brother and Big Sister. Although it seemed like he had taken advantage of them, the other old people of his rank would surely laugh at him if the news was spread. At that moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling gleeful. It was just like how one would feel much better when he saw that he wasn't the only one who was suffering from some indignity. At the very least, Yang Kai wasn't the only one who felt ashamed now, as someone else was also forced to call these two young children Big Brother and Big Sister. Martial Peak, Chapter 4805, Gift. Yang Kai and the ancestor had put a lot of shattered spirit provinces inside their small universes and were continuously consuming their own strength to suppress the world force from these spirit provinces. Otherwise, once the foreign world force penetrated their small universes, impurities would be formed, and they would have to spend some effort to get rid of them. This matter couldn't be delayed, so they quickly fished out the shattered spirit provinces from their small universes. Although the ancestor had precise control over his power and had cut the universe world into neat pieces, it was difficult to put these shattered spirit provinces back together in their original form. Fortunately, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan didn't demand them to do so, nor did Yang Kai intend to put these pieces together just the way they were. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan just needed a battlefield where they could fight freely, so they didn't have any demands when it came to the venue. Therefore, barely half a day later, an expansive territory that was made from spirit provinces of different sizes was completed. In order to make it easier for them to battle with one another, Yang Kai had intentionally created a rectangular battlefield. In that case, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could respectively occupy half of the territory and nurture their armies to fight with each other. After the two of them took a stroll around, they were pleased with their new game board. At the very least, it was much bigger than the previous territory provided by Yang Kai. This kind of territory that was made from an entire universe world could accommodate billions of lives, which was enough for them to keep on playing this game for many years to come. The next moment, Yang Kai released the small stone race members that they had been nurturing inside his small universe. The Eighth Order ancestor was dumbfounded when he saw the several tens of millions of small stone race members. Despite being an experienced person, he had never seen such living creatures before. He had no idea where Yang Kai had found them, so he speculated that these unique living creatures might belong to the burning light and serene glimmer. It wasn't easy to help these millions of soldiers settle down, so it took Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan a few days to organize them. During this period of time, Yang Kai and the Eighth Order ancestor had been waiting patiently. Yang Kai wanted to wait for Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to settle everything before leaving. After all, he had promised to help them with it. As for the Eighth Order ancestor, he wouldn't dare to say anything in front of these formidable beings. More than 10 days later, all the soldiers had finally been settled in. It was then Yang Kai bid Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan farewell. Although they were a bit reluctant to part ways with their new little brother, they didn't intend to make him stay. Before Yang Kai's departure, Big Brother Huang suddenly said, "Thanks for what you've done for us during this period." Despite knowing that Yang Kai had gained a lot of benefits from them, they didn't really care about those things. As far as they were concerned, it was thanks to Yang Kai's own opportunity and capability that he had obtained those benefits. On the other hand, they had found a more peaceful and useful way to settle the dispute between them that had persisted for so many years upon his arrival. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Don't mention it, Big Brother Huang. In fact, I should be the one thanking the two of you." Big Brother Huang shook his head, "It's different." Big Sister Lan came over and beamed at him, "That's right. Even though we would respectively lose or win the game, I've finally heard him call me Big Sister at the very least. I had never heard him call me that before your arrival." There was a haughty expression on Big Brother Huang's face. "Have you never called me Big Brother?" Big Sister Lan corrected him with a solemn expression, "You call me Big Sister more frequently, though." Instantly, Big Brother Huang felt humiliated and balled up his fists. "I have several dozen million soldiers with me now. I'll definitely destroy you. Bring it on. It's not like I'm afraid of you. I have an army as well." Big Sister Lan replied defiantly. While they were engrossed in bickering with one another, the ancestor was quivering like a quail in winter as he was worried that the two of them would suddenly come to blows. If that happened, at this kind of range, he wouldn't even know how he died. He then turned to look at Yang Kai in the hope that the latter would persuade them to stop arguing, only to see him looking calm and collected. Admiration was written all over the ancestor's face at that instant. Seeing that their argument was intensifying, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop them. "Good, stop arguing since there's a battle ahead of you. I'll take my leave now. Please take care of yourselves. I'll visit you again when there's a chance." Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan shut their mouths at exactly the same time and turned to gaze at him. All of a sudden, they said simultaneously, "Before you leave, we'll give you a gift." Upon finishing their words, they raised their hands and pointed their fingers at Yang Kai. No noise could be heard, nor was there any fluctuation of energy or any kind of anomaly at all. Yang Kai didn't feel or see anything. On the other hand, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan stopped responding to him as they dashed towards the newly formed battlefield and directed their own armies to fight with each other. Their fighting spirits had been ignited following the argument as they were now eager to defeat the other party and make them surrender. With a frown, Yang Kai examined himself, but he still couldn't feel anything. He then turned his head and asked, "Did you see anything, ancestor?" The ancestor shook his head, "No." He had heard the two of them say that they were giving Yang Kai a gift, and he had also seen them pointing their fingers at Yang Kai, but there was nothing else. "Do you feel that there's anything different, martial nephew?" The ancestor asked cautiously. Since the two of them had said they would give Yang Kai a gift, they certainly were not lying. However, the current situation was strange. Yang Kai shook his head as he didn't detect any difference in his body. After pondering on it for a moment, the ancestor said, "Their powers are inscrutable. Perhaps we're too weak to discover it. I'm sure the benefits of this gift will manifest in the years to come." Yang Kai nodded, "Perhaps you're right." After taking another glance at the newly formed territory, Yang Kai left the place with the ancestor. The armies behind them had already started clashing with each other. In front of the territory gate, the ancestor asked with an amiable expression, "Where are you going, martial nephew?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "I have to head to Yin Cave Heaven." Upon hearing that, the ancestor instantly realized his intention. Yang Kai had won first place in the Dao Theory Assembly, after which Chu Huashang had been confined for 100 years. After some calculations, the ancestor realized that those 100 years had passed some time ago. Yang Kai had been held up in the chaotic dead territory, so he wasn't able to head to Yin Cave Heaven on time. Now that he could leave though, he naturally had to hurry over. I hope you'll have a smooth journey then, martial nephew. The ancestor put on a gentle smile. Yang Kai saluted him and cupped his fist, until we meet again. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sported conflicted expressions as they watched Yang Kai leave. They had seen how the ancestor was treating Yang Kai in such an amicable manner, which was something unprecedented. Although they were in the Seventh Order, which was one order above Yang Kai, they had never received such a treatment from the ancestor before. It was inconceivable that an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would treat a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master so cordially. With that said, Yang Kai was obviously no ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as he was able to enter and leave the chaotic dead territory freely. Ancestor, is the chaotic dead territory really safe now? One of the masters asked. After measuring his words, the ancestor replied, the status quo has changed, but as long as those two beings exist, it will never really be considered safe. All of them nodded in agreement. Although Yang Kai said he had found a new game for the two of them to occupy their time, no one knew how long their passion for the game would last. Perhaps they would lose interest a few years later. By then, another round of devastating fights would happen and destruction would reign once more. Hence, they had to stay in this place and continue monitoring the situation. In the void, Yang Kai fished out a universe chart to identify his current location. He then charted a route that led to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. After making some calculations, he realized that it would only take him 2 months to pass through more than 10 great territories and arrive at Yin-Yang territory given his current speed. Most people couldn't be as swift as he was, and it would take the average Sixth Order Master half a year to reach Yin-Yang Cave Heaven from this position. However, as an expert in the Tao of space, Yang Kai could enjoy this kind of convenience. Chu Huashang was supposed to have come out of the confinement by now. Yang Kai felt guilty that he hadn't managed to meet up with her on time as they had agreed. It was an accident that he came across the giant spirit god and was subsequently brought into the chaotic dead territory. Before that, he had no idea that Air was heading to the chaotic dead territory, and he had never expected that he wouldn't be able to come out until so many years later. He wondered if Su Linggong would kill him when he arrived at Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. A sense of fear overwhelmed him when he recalled the way Su Linggong held a sword menacingly in his hand. He decided that he would directly give Su Linggong an expensive bridegroom's gift in order to appease him. He had obtained a lot of valuable items from the chaotic dead territory, so he was sure that Su Linggong would be pleased. On his way to his destination, Yang Kai examined himself again. Before his departure, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan said that they were giving him a gift, but they only pointed at him in silence, which befuddled him. After another thorough examination, he still hadn't discovered anything. Could the two of them have been messing with me? Given their temperaments, it's not impossible. After all, he had already obtained a lot of benefits from the chaotic dead territory, so there was no reason for Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to give him an additional gift. Upon that realization, Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, some time after he decided to stop examining himself, there came a moment when he felt that something was off while he was heading to his destination. The dragon vein in his body suddenly started throbbing for no apparent reason. Following that, it became scorching hot, just like boiling water. In an instant, Yang Kai became as red as a cooked shrimp while smoke could be seen billowing from his figure. His dragon vein didn't stop rumbling from that point on, while a violent force could be felt expanding internally. Yang Kai had a feeling that he would soon be unable to suppress it any longer. Realizing that he was in trouble, he quickly looked around and soon spotted a medium-sized universe world before plunging into it. Given his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he could easily break through the world barrier of this universe world and pass through the clouds. A moment later, an ocean came into his sight. Spotting a huge island in the middle of the ocean, Yang Kai landed on it like a meteorite, forming a deep crater in the ground. He had used his last bit of power to come all the way here, so he was no longer able to suppress the roiling force in his body. Therefore, as soon as he landed on the ground, cracking sounds could be heard coming from all over his figure. The next moment, Yang Kai's body started expanding rapidly. He uncontrollably let out a resounding dragon roar as his petite figure turned into a 10,000 meters long grand dragon. Dragon transformation. This time, he wasn't the one who took the initiative to transform into a dragon. Instead, he had no choice but to turn into a grand dragon following the unrest of the dragon vein in his body. Martial Peak, Chapter 4806, 20,000 meters. Yang Kai felt so scorchingly hot that it was as though he was burning. Instinctively, he shook his head and plunged into the water as he headed to the depths of the ocean. The deeper he went, the colder he felt. While he finally felt a sense of comfort, the ocean water started boiling wherever he went. In an instant, the area around him became a vacuum. He had no idea what was going on with him, but he didn't feel a sense of danger. Instead, he was looking forward to what would soon happen, though he wasn't sure what that would be. Yang Kai soon realized what was going on. Following an excruciating pain, all the bones in his body started cracking loudly. His 10,000 meters figure, which was already colossal, was rapidly expanding at a speed that far exceeded his imagination. He had obtained the golden divine dragon source when he was still in Tongxian realm in the past. When he came across Zhu Qing in the star boundary, he was taught the dragon transformation secret art by her, which allowed him to tap into the power of his dragon vein and transform into a half-dragon. Nevertheless, even after cultivating for many years, he could only transform into a 3,000-meter tall half-dragon. If not for the opportunity in ancestral land where he obtained the crystal palace of the dragon clan and refined a lot of ancestral spirit crystals and spirit fruits, it would have taken him thousands of years before he could become a grand dragon. It took dragon clan members a painfully long time to grow. Not only the dragon clan though, but all divine spirits suffered from this problem. That was the reason the divine spirits were not willing to leave ancestral land. The ancestral strength in that place was extremely important to the divine spirits as it could greatly reduce the time they needed to mature and grow. Yang Kai had already planned on heading to the ancestral land to cultivate in seclusion after ascending to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm so that he could further strengthen his dragon vein. However, that would only happen a long time from now. He was only in the 6th Order currently, so he still had to make it to the 7th Order before he could even think of reaching the 8th Order. Given his heritage, it wouldn't take him a long time to make it to the 7th Order, but it would require a long time for him to ascend to the 8th Order. It could be several thousand years, or even 10,000 years. With that said, it wasn't the most pressing issue at hand. Although he could be considered a pure-blood dragon after becoming a grand dragon, Yang Kai was still a human, and he was most reliant on his open heaven realm cultivation. Therefore, he was determined to make it to the 8th Order, which was supposedly his limit. Nevertheless, he had never expected that following a significant improvement in his dragon vein in the ancestral land, he would see another improvement so soon. Furthermore, this improvement was far more rapid, intense, and violent than the one he had experienced in the Crystal Palace in the ancestral land. He could clearly feel that his dragon vein was becoming purer by the breath under the inducement of a strange force. As a result, his figure was expanding beyond his control. The strength of a dragon clan member was manifested in their size. The bigger a dragon clan member was, the purer their bloodline was, and the more powerful they were. His 10,000-meter figure became stagnant after he left the ancestral land, but now, in just half a day, it had expanded by several dozen meters. One day later, it grew by another 1,000 meters. Even his robust grand dragon body was unable to bear this kind of rapid improvement. His bones kept becoming dislocated and restructured while his skin started cracking. Golden blood started streaming into the ocean, and even his dragon scales, which covered his entire figure, started shedding. Wherever Yang Kai went, he would leave a golden stain in the ocean. The beasts in the ocean seemed to have detected this metallic tang and soon swarmed over. Faced with the allure of a grand dragon's blood, these sea beasts with low sentience couldn't resist it as they yearned to become stronger. They opened their mouths wide and absorbed the sea water that contained the golden dragon blood with reckless abandon. Wherever it was, dragon blood was a treasure, for the blood contained the secrets behind the dragon clan's power, which was the greatest in the world. Many secret techniques and spirit pills required dragon blood to complete. However, pure-blood dragons were extremely rare, so it was difficult to find their blood. Hence, they could only replace it with the blood of monster beasts and spirit beasts that were dragonkin. Naturally, this solution wasn't very effective. The blood that streamed out of Yang Kai's body wasn't just pure-blood dragon's blood, it was the dragon blood of a golden divine dragon. There was no doubt that it was a rarity among rarities. Just a bit of his blood contained a horrifying power. Therefore, wherever Yang Kai went, a large number of fish and beasts lost their lives. The initially serene ocean was now filled with carcasses. His grand dragon figure was still expanding while the dragon vein in his body was becoming purer. The speed of the purification even made Yang Kai feel a sense of unease. However, when he became certain about the source of this sudden transformation, all the uneasiness vanished and was replaced by endless joy. Half a month later, he stopped feeling like he was burning while his dragon vein finally calmed down. On a certain island, Yang Kai remained in his grand dragon form as his colossal figure lay on the beach, nearly occupying the entire island. Although he had benefited greatly from the transformation, he was well and truly knackered. Additionally, despite obtaining a greater power, he wasn't used to it, so he needed to get some rest to begin adjusting. Under the scorching sun, his dragon scales radiated a golden glow that could dazzle the entire world. 20,000 meters. After half a month of agony, his figure was now twice as large. His dragon form had gone from 10,000 meters to 20,000 meters. When he was refining ancestral spirit crystals and spirit fruits in the dragon clan's crystal palace in the ancestral land, his dragon vein became purer by the day, and Yang Kai had thought that such speed was already outrageously fast. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he was too naive. His cultivation during that period of time back then was incomparable to his current transformation. No grand dragon in the world could double his size in half a month like Yang Kai had just gone through. So, this is the gift Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave me before I left. He had already figured it out the day after the transformation started. Previously, even though Yang Kai had thoroughly examined himself, he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary, but that was because he had remained in his human form. It wasn't until he transformed into a dragon that the gift from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan manifested. Presently, there were two amazing powers that were swirling about inside his dragon bead. Only when a dragon bead developed in a dragon clan member's body would he be considered a grand dragon. Certainly, Yang Kai had a dragon bead as well. After he turned into a dragon, the dragon bead naturally rested under his chin. Just like what a monster core was to a monster beast, the dragon bead was the condensation of a dragon clan member's cultivation, so it was extremely powerful. Yang Kai didn't detect anything when Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan pointed their fingers at him back then, but their powers had somehow snuck into his dragon bead, just waiting to burst out. The two of them were the ancestors of all divine spirits, so all divine spirits were like their children and grandchildren. Hence, despite their nonchalance when they pointed their fingers at Yang Kai, they could easily stimulate the power of his dragon vein and rapidly purify his bloodline. While thankful, Yang Kai also felt quite aggrieved. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could have explained all this to him, but they acted mysterious instead. Yang Kai initially thought that they were just playing a prank on him, so it surprised him greatly when he realized that there was actually a gift. This purification process thoroughly exhausted Yang Kai. It wasn't that he was trying to resist it, but the speed of the purification was a grueling physical and mental test for him. Fortunately, the transformation didn't take place when he was in battle. If such a transformation in his dragon vein took place when he was in battle, he wouldn't be able to keep fighting. Instead, he would be injured or even killed when his strength went out of control. It was truly an invaluable gift, but there were a lot of complaints to be had. Presently, Yang Kai was both elated and worried. The mysterious forces from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in his dragon bead had helped him purify his bloodline and caused his grand dragon form to go through exponential growth, but they hadn't been exhausted yet and still remained hidden in his dragon bead. Yang Kai wondered if they would be activated to give him another pleasant surprise when he was unsuspecting. This move by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan was like a prank from two young kids. They were previously led by the nose by Yang Kai in the chaotic dead territory, which was why they decided to give him a gift that also served as a punishment before his departure. They wouldn't care if Yang Kai would fall into danger because of that. Realizing this, Yang Kai was speechless. The powers from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could help improve his bloodline, but the problem was that he was unable to control the process. He had the urge to go back to the chaotic dead territory and argue with the two of them. However, considering the fact that he had gained such a massive benefit, he decided to give up on the idea. He could only think to himself that he had to be cautious in the future. If the powers in his dragon bead really exploded when he was in a fight with formidable enemies, he would end up in a horrible state. There was no doubt that a dragon clan member had incredible restorative powers. Although all of Yang Kai's skin had cracked during the purification process, his wounds were swiftly healed. While feeling calm, Yang Kai silently sensed the increased power in his body. When he became a grand dragon in the ancestral land, he already had the capital to fight with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Now that his figure had grown to 20,000 meters, the average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be a match for him. Nevertheless, his power now felt a little strange to him. As a human, he was still in the 6th Order. If he was faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he might be able to go up against them, but he might not succeed in defeating such an opponent. He could hardly cross the huge gap between the 6th Order and the 7th Order. However, if he transformed into a Grand Dragon, he could instantly become a match for even a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai figured he still couldn't face an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though he had no idea how powerful an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm truly was, he had a vague understanding. As he was lost in though, Yang Kai suddenly heard some splashing sounds coming from nearby and opened his eyes to look out at the ocean. There seemed to be a big fish swimming under the water. The next moment, the sea water separated to the sides and revealed a sea carp that radiated a faint golden glow. The carp was several dozen meters away from Yang Kai's head and was staring up at him. At that moment, Yang Kai's expression turned awkward. That was because he could feel that this sea carp had a bloodline that was related to him. It was as though this sea carp was his descendant. Even though he was previously distracted by the purification of his dragon vein, Yang Kai was still aware of the changes that his dragon blood had caused to the surrounding ocean. Those sea beasts that had coveted his dragon blood and consumed it, regardless of their sizes and strengths, were all dead by now. They were unable to bear the violent force within his pure dragon blood. Martial Peak, Chapter 4807, Golden Carp. While Yang Kai's dragon blood had caused countless sea beasts to lose their lives, there seemed to be a little survivor here. The sea carp before his eyes had obviously consumed his dragon blood, but it was lucky enough to keep its life. That was the reason Yang Kai could feel that their bloodlines were connected. The aura of this sea carp wasn't particularly powerful, so Yang Kai couldn't figure out why it could survive after chugging down his dragon blood. Supposedly, there was no reason for such a weak living creature to survive, but the sea carp had achieved just that. Yang Kai could only think that life was indeed full of mysteries. There were many seemingly impossible things in the world that had actually happened. It was exactly because of these things that shouldn't have existed that brought about endless wonder and amazing changes to this expansive universe. At this moment, the sea carp was holding a dragon scale the size of a dustpan in its mouth. The dragon scale radiated a golden glow and exuded a strong dragon clan aura. Apparently, it was a dragon scale that fell off from Yang Kai's figure. Due to the expansion of his figure, a lot of dragon scales had fallen off. After they stared at each other for a moment, Yang Kai closed his eyes. Although he was amazed by the survival of this small creature, it wasn't worth too much of his attention. The most pressing issue at hand for him was to familiarize himself with his increased strength, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fully use his power when he was in a fight with his enemies. The sea carp was initially an ordinary sea beast, but after consuming the golden dragon blood, it now had a faint dragon clan bloodline. Therefore, it could be considered a dragonborn. The dragon pressure from a 20,000 meters grand dragon should have a powerful suppression on the sea carp. Usually, a weak dragonborn like the sea carp could only shiver and hang its head low in front of Yang Kai. However, the little fish didn't seem to be affected by this kind of bloodline suppression. Although it was afraid, its eyes were also filled with a sense of yearning. The sea carp was supposed to have low sentience, but its emotions were now undulating in its heart. When Yang Kai closed his eyes, the sea carp appeared to be disappointed. As its golden tail repeatedly tapped on the ocean, the sea carp caused the water to splash. A moment later, it swam forward and crawled on the beach with difficulty before putting the huge dragon scale down in front of Yang Kai. Following that, it squirmed back into the ocean and leaped out of the water with joy before swimming towards the depths of the ocean. When Yang Kai opened his eyes 2 months later, he saw that there were a lot of his own dragon scales in front of him while the sea carp was nowhere to be seen, causing him to wonder where it was. Yang Kai tilted his head slightly and looked down at the dragon scales in silence. While dragon blood was a treasure, dragon scales were equally valuable. When he was in human form, Yang Kai could summon his dragon scales around his figure to protect himself. Even just one piece of these fallen dragon scales could be used by a skillful artifact refiner to create a sturdy artifact armor of extraordinary quality. There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face when he realized that the things that he had literally shed from his body could well be the treasures in other people's eyes. There were about 1,000 dragon scales on the beach. It seemed the sea carp had patiently found them from the depths of the ocean and sent them to him. Just then, a gurgling sound was heard as there seemed to be a ferocious beast in the ocean. The next instant, the sea water separated to the sides and revealed the sea carp's figure. When the sea carp previously appeared, it was only 10 meters long, but barely 2 months later, it had grown to be 100 meters in length. Moreover, the golden glow around it had become much more dazzling as its scales were starting to look less like fish scales and more like dragon scales. There was no doubt that its aura had grown stronger as well. Even though the sea carp was still weak in Yang Kai's eyes, it had actually experienced shocking growth in just 2 months' time. The sea carp's eyes had become brighter and more intelligent as well. Presently, there was a dragon scale in its mouth that it had found from the depths of the ocean. Since it had consumed Yang Kai's dragon blood, it could easily locate those fallen dragon scales, otherwise, it couldn't have found so many in just 2 months. All the dragon scales that the sea carp had found from the ocean were sent to Yang Kai. As their eyes met, the sea carp leaped into the air as though it was waiting for Yang Kai's compliment. Then, it stared silently at him. Faced with the gigantic and majestic grand dragon, the sea carp wasn't frightened in the slightest. Instead, it was filled with joy. Yang Kai extended his dragon claw and grabbed the sea carp alongside a large area of the ocean before pulling them closer to himself. After giving it a thought, he sent them into his small universe. Since their fates were connected in a way, he decided to keep the sea carp. As for the large amount of dragon scales on the ground, Yang Kai didn't intend to give up on them. Although these things had fallen off from his body, they were all treasures. Sometime in the future, he could send them to Great Evolution Paradise and ask Grandmaster Ma Fan to make some artifact armors for him. Although the sea carp had exerted itself to bring back the 1,000 or so dragon scales from the ocean over the past 2 months, a lot of them remained under the waves. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, all the dragon scales, which were scattered around the ocean, seemed to have been summoned as they leaped out of the ocean and turned into rays of light before coming to Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, these dragon scales were left behind after his transformation, so he could easily summon them. He then dispelled his dragon form and turned back into a human. As he looked in a particular direction, he leaped into the air. 100 kilometers away in that direction, several figures saluted him and watched him leave respectfully. They were the great emperors of this universe world. In fact, they had already detected it when Yang Kai broke through the barrier of this universe world and arrived at this place. After all, they were the great emperors acknowledged by the heavenly way of this world, so they were fully aware of everything that was going on in it. However, Yang Kai's dragon pressure was far too intimidating, therefore, even though these great emperors had noticed the arrival of a powerful cultivator, they didn't dare to disturb him. They could only watch over him from a distance. Over the past 2 months, these great emperors had been on pins and needles. After all, they didn't know whether Yang Kai was an ill-intentioned person who wanted to harm this universe world. It wasn't until Yang Kai appeared in his dragon form and lay on the beach that they realized he was a legendary dragon clan member. At that moment, they were overwhelmed by a sense of admiration. Wherever they were, dragons were a symbol of the most powerful beings. This universe world was no exception. The great emperors could also finally set their minds at ease. After all, they had never heard of dragon clan members committing acts of evil or slaughter without provocation, so they could stop worrying. On the other hand, it was their greatest honor to personally see a dragon clan member. When Yang Kai left, they saluted him as it was a form of respect for a more powerful being. In the meantime, a loud boom sent a shockwave across 7 Stars sect in Yang Kai's small universe. No one knew what had happened in the sect as they just felt the ground shaking. Sect Master Shangguanji and the other elders quickly came over to find out what was going on, and it didn't take long before they were dumbfounded by the sight before them. That was because there was initially a huge and beautiful mountain valley in the sect, but now, it had turned into a lake. The lake was filled with clear water that reflected the blue sky. A doubtful Shangguanji asked the other elders, "Has there always been such a lake in our sect?" All of them shook their heads with Guan Xianxing replying, "This should be Serene Light Valley. I visited this place yesterday. Why did it suddenly become a lake?" It was inconceivable that a mountain valley had turned into a lake, and if not for the tremor just now, they wouldn't have noticed anything at all. With that said, they were certain that the loud boom had something to do with this transformation. After giving it a thought, Shangguanji hypothesized, perhaps it's the ancestors' doing. No one knew how powerful the ancestor truly was, not just the other great forces in the Void Continent, but even the people in 7 Stars sect. These people had tried to probe Sui regarding this matter, but even this legacy disciple knew little about it. Yang Kai had never showcased his true power in front of Sui, and even if he did, Sui wouldn't be able to comprehend it given his current vision. If Shangguanji were to describe the ancestors' power, the only word that came into his mind was inscrutable. Everything could be explained if this was really the ancestors' doing, however, they still had to find out whether that was indeed the case. Just when Shangguanji was preparing to head to the ancestors' residence, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. The next moment, a dangerous aura swept out. "Watch out!" Shangguanji cried out in panic. He was now in the First Order Emperor realm, and other than the ancestor, he was the only Emperor realm master in 7 Stars sect. Therefore, he was the first one to detect the aura. Before the group even came to their senses, a large golden carp suddenly leaped out of the lake. Under the brilliant sun, the golden carp radiated a golden glow so bright that these people were almost unable to keep their eyes open. All of them couldn't help but narrow their gazes, pfff. The next instant, the golden carp sprayed out a mouthful of water at all of them. With a solemn expression, Shangguanji activated his Emperor Qi and blocked off the water. Soon after though, he realized that the water sprayed out from the golden carp's mouth wasn't harmful at all. It was as though the sea beast was just playing a prank on them. Certainly, the golden carp was puzzled by his action. After falling back into the lake, it stared at them for a moment before it became elated. As it flapped its tail, it took in a lot of water and leaped into the air before spraying it at Shangguanji and the others again. Shangguanji raised his hand again, but this time, he could feel a bit of power from the water sprayed out of the golden carp's mouth. As he kept blocking the water, the golden carp increasingly exerted more force until he was unable to fend off the water. In that instant, the leaders of 7 Stars sect were all soaked in water, causing them to appear quite embarrassed. Shangguanji put on a helpless smile, thinking that it must be the ancestor who placed the golden carp and lake here, otherwise, he couldn't think of any other possible explanations. He could clearly feel that this golden carp was significantly more powerful than him. The only reason he had persevered for such a long time just now was that the other party was teasing him. When Su Yi came over in a rush and saw Shangguanji and the others in such a state, he was naturally shocked. As though Su Yi was their savior, Shangguanji hurriedly asked, "Martial nephew, what's going on with this fish and lake? Has the ancestor said anything?" Su Yi quickly saluted all of them and replied, "Honored master was the one who placed the fish and lake here. He told me to take good care of it." Upon hearing that, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they had speculated that it was the ancestors' doing, it wasn't until Su Yi confirmed it that they could be certain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4808, Chen Xiu. Yang Kai had spent some 30 years in the chaotic dead territory. During this period, roughly 100 years had passed in the small universe. Presently, the flow of time in the small universe was 4 times faster than the outside world. When Su Yi ascended to the Saint Realm from the Transcendent Realm, the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe accelerated from 2 times to 3 times that of the outside world. Above the Saint Realm were the Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, Origin King Realm, and so on. When Su Yi made it to the Saint King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm, the flow of time in the small universe didn't change. However, when he broke through to the Origin King Realm, the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe became 4 times faster. Now, Su Yi was already at the peak of the Origin King Realm. If Yang Kai hadn't told him to suppress his cultivation, he would have made it to the Dao Source Realm already. The growth of Su Yi was neither slow nor fast. In just 100 years, he had grown from a mortal without any foundation to an Origin King Realm master. The average person would have been proud of such an achievement, but Su Yi was different. He was Yang Kai's 3rd disciple and was living in Yang Kai's small universe. Furthermore, he had cultivated a secret art named the Great Nothingness Scripture that had been passed down from ancient times. It wasn't surprising that he had made such an achievement. The reason Yang Kai told him to suppress his cultivation was that he wanted him to get prepared for ascending to the open heaven realm. It was just like how he wanted Zhaoye to suppress her cultivation in the past. The star boundary was now a cradle to nurture future open heaven realm masters, and the lower one's cultivation, the more benefits they could gain by cultivating there. Although Su Yi didn't have a chance to start his martial Dao in the star boundary from childhood, which would allow him to gain the greatest benefits from the world tree, he would still achieve great things in life if he started cultivating in the star boundary as an Origin King cultivation. Above the Origin King realm were the Dao Source realm and the Emperor realm. Once he made it to the Dao Source realm, he wouldn't gain a lot of benefits by simply heading to the star boundary at this point. Yang Kai planned on making him ascend to the Dao Source realm and the star boundary. In that case, his potential might be fully cultivated, which would allow him to stand a chance to be on par with the growth rate of his eldest senior brother and second senior sister. However, Su Yi would have to suffer a little because of that. Over the years, he had mainly relied on his dreams to cultivate, hence, whenever he cultivated, he would doze off, and he was now used to going to sleep every night. Since Yang Kai wanted him to suppress his cultivation and not achieve a breakthrough, it meant that he couldn't sleep. Initially, he would always feel sleepy and there were times when he almost slumbered off. Fortunately, Yang Kai managed to awaken him in time so that the latter didn't have to bear the consequences of ascending to the Dao Source realm. Gradually, Su Yi became used to fighting against sleepiness. When Yang Kai told him to take care of the golden carp, he really felt that this fish had come at the perfect time. After all, there was nothing else he could do since he was not allowed to sleep or cultivate. Nevertheless, Sui soon realized that the golden carp was simply too naughty. Every day, the fish would soak him in water, which caused him to constantly look disheveled and embarrassed. The news that there was now a sect protecting divine beast spread like wildfire. Many disciples came over to see the sea beast, and when they saw the golden carp revealing itself, they would all exclaim in amazement. The idea of a sect protecting divine beast came from Shang Guanji. Regardless of where the golden carp came from, it had to be given the title of sect protecting divine beast since it was brought to this place by the ancestor. Those who saw the golden carp before knew that this sect protecting divine beast was naughty and mischievous. The golden carp always seemed joyful when there were a lot of people around, therefore, the disciples didn't mind getting splashed with water as they would always come to the lake to play with the fish, which actually saved Sui a lot of trouble. While Seven Stars sect in the small universe was bustling with noise, Yang Kai traveled across the void round the clock and finally arrived at Yinyang territory. Although he had benefited greatly from the gift given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan before his departure, a lot of uncertainties remained. He had no idea when the two forces hidden in his dragon bead would act up again, so he constantly had to keep an eye on them. He was still reeling from the shock after the first experience. Although his dragon form and dragon vein would grow exponentially when the two forces exploded, it would also put him in a precarious situation. Fortunately, despite not knowing when they would explode again, Yang Kai had determined that it wouldn't happen anytime soon. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai visited Yinyang territory. However, he had tagged along Suing Shui and Qing Kuei previously, while this time, he was on his own. Just like Langya Paradise, those from Yinyang territory wouldn't restrict anyone from entering or leaving this great territory. After all, there was a first-class star city in Yinyang territory that was hustling and bustling with activity. If they imposed any restrictions, the popularity of the star city would be affected. The reason the territory gates of Yinyang territory were cordoned off previously was that some of the cave heavens and paradises had worked together to make things difficult for Yinyang heaven since the Dao Theory Assembly was just around the corner. Nevertheless, it was obviously different now. The core area of Yinyang territory was where the headquarters of Yinyang Cave Heaven was located. Gazing at it from the void, one could see that the gigantic spirit province looked like two Yinyang fish with their heads and tails connected. In the periphery of this spirit province that looked like Yinyang fish, there were other spirit provinces of different sizes. They were all considered part of Yinyang Cave Heaven. With his previous experience in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai was now familiar with how to enter the cave heavens and paradises. Now, he was no longer a nobody as he had become a household name across the entire 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, he was a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven. This identity alone warranted a serious treatment from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai headed straight to the Star City and found the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was in charge of the Void Dock. After telling the person his name, he revealed his intention and asked him to send a message to Su Linggong or Chu Huashang. Certainly, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master knew who Yang Kai was. The reason the Dao Theory Assembly was held in the past was to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. The incident sparked a commotion in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven and her aptitude and beauty were among the top in the world. Some of the disciples in Yinyang Cave Heaven who were a match for her wanted to marry her. Unfortunately, she had violated the rule which stated that all the cave heavens and paradises had to stay united. Faced with external pressure, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven had no choice but to give an explanation. The Dao Theory Assembly was the result. It could be said that the popularity of Chu Huashang in Yinyang Cave Heaven was on par with, if not greater than that of Gu Linger in Langya Paradise. After all, Chu Huashang was a core disciple while Gu Linger was not. There was a difference between their statuses. Initially, the Dao Theory Assembly was a plot devised by those cave heavens and paradises. They were ready to let their Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven and become a partner of the core disciple. However, a guy named Yang Kai came out of nowhere and forced the cave heavens and paradises to change their strategy, which saved the reputation of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Eventually, Yang Kai defeated all other competitors and won first place, which was shocking for everyone. After the event, he became a household name across the 3,000 worlds. The series of changes that took place during the Tao Theory Assembly caught everyone off guard, especially when the core disciple of Thousand Crane disciple, Zhao Xing, was killed. The consequence of it was that his honored master, Zhuo Quanhui, partnered with Heavenly Sword Union to launch a war against Void Land. On the other hand, many of the disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven were grateful to Yang Kai for what he had done during the Tao Theory Assembly. If he hadn't interfered, Chu Huashang would have been forced to marry a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of those great forces. It would be an intolerable outcome for everyone in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. In comparison, Yang Kai didn't come from one of the cave heavens and paradises, nor did he have a powerful background. Furthermore, he only made it to the Fifth Order when he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, so his future was dimmer compared to Chu Huashang's. It could be said that he was not an equal match for Chu Huashang. However, since he had killed Zhao Xing, it didn't seem unacceptable to let him become a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Cultivators always respected the strong. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years as punishment for her actions. Now that 100 years had passed, Chu Huashang had stepped out of confinement. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still hadn't shown up at this point. Instead, they heard a lot of strange news from the outside world. Therefore, when the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was in charge of the Star City's Void Dock, saw Yang Kai, he was surprised and doubtful. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he didn't make things difficult for him as he told him to get some rest in a room and hurriedly sent a message to the sect. Certainly, Yang Kai had seen the surprise and doubt in that person's eyes. He had a feeling that his visit to Yin Yang Cave Heaven this time wouldn't be smooth sailing as he had imagined. With that said, he was here to meet up with Chu Huashang following the 100-year promise. With Su Linggong around, he wouldn't have to worry about anything as the latter would just solve any problems that were thrown at him. He had come into contact with quite a number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, including some of the Eighth Order ancestors, hence, the mystery and pressure surrounding the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't affect Yang Kai anymore. Those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven reacted quickly. 1 hour after Yang Kai sat down, an elderly man, who was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, personally came over. Upon opening the door, the elderly man looked smilingly at Yang Kai and nodded. It said that the next generation will always be better than the previous one. It's when I see young people like you that I realize I'm old. Yang Kai quickly saluted him. Greetings, martial uncle. You're still very strong. He was puzzled. Initially, he thought that either Qing Kuei or Suing Shui would meet him and bring him to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, none of them came to this place. Instead, there was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he didn't know. Without reading too much into it, Yang Kai asked, "May I ask your name, senior?" The elderly man replied with a smile, "My name is Chen Xiu." "So it is Martial Uncle Chen." Yang Kai saluted him again. "This is not a suitable place to have a talk. Come to the sect with me." "Yes." With Chen Xiu leading the way, it was easy for them to enter Yin Yang Cave Heaven. When Yang Kai visited this place previously, he was told to stay on a certain spirit peak. He had also been to Chu Huashang's residence, so he still remembered the route. However, Chen Xiu didn't intend to lead him to see Chu Huashang or Su Linggong. Instead, he was heading to an unfamiliar spirit peak. Yang Kai looked around with a calm expression. Apparently, this spirit peak was where Chen Xiu cultivated. Upon arriving at the spirit peak, they entered a grand hall and each took a seat. Soon, an alluring and demure woman entered the hall. With her head hung low, she appeared to be quite bashful. The bit of redness on her cheeks was as beautiful as sunset. What surprised Yang Kai was that the woman exuded a powerful aura which suggested that she was in the sixth order open heaven realm. Although her face was alluring, her eyes were as pure as spring water. Her clear eyes reflected everything that she could see. Charm and innocence perfectly integrated into her being, giving her a fascinating attraction. Martial Peak, Chapter 4809, Tao Ling Wan. The woman poured a cup of tea for Chen Xiu before elegantly walking up to Yang Kai. In an instant, a pleasant fragrance tickled his nose. "Please have some tea, senior brother," the woman said in a small voice, which sounded as delightful as a silver bell. As she spoke, she took a quick glance at Yang Kai before lowering her gaze. "Many thanks, junior sister." Yang Kai nodded in response. The woman started blushing and held the tray in her arms. Then, she strode towards Chen Xiu and stood obediently behind him. Chen Xiu said with a smile, "She became my disciple when she was a young child, and has never stepped out of the sect before. She's pretty bashful as she has rarely met outsiders. Please don't laugh at her, martial nephew." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "Junior sister is beautiful and innocent. It's rare to find anyone with such a temperament in this world." When the woman behind Chen Xiu heard his compliment, she hung her head even lower as her chin almost came into contact with her plump chest. "What happened to you, martial nephew?" Chen Xiu didn't seem to have the intention of talking about his disciple as he quickly changed the topic. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face as he replied, "It's a long story. After I left Langya Paradise, something happened and held me up for quite some time." "Has senior sister Chu been released from her confinement, martial uncle?" Chen Xiu nodded. "She was released almost 10 years ago, and she had been waiting for you. Unfortunately." As he spoke, he shook his head as though he felt sorry for Chu Huashang. A shocked Yang Kai asked, "Did anything happen to senior sister?" Chen Xiu waved his hand, "Not really. It's just that since you never showed up after she waited for a long time, she decided to cultivate in seclusion. She hasn't exited even now." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. When he saw Chen Xiu's expression just now, he thought that something had happened to Chu Huashang. Now that he knew she was fine, there was nothing he had to worry about. "Martial uncle, where is martial uncle Su? What about senior brother Qing Kuei and senior sister Suing Shui? Why don't I see them?" Yang Kai was curious about this point. He was a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law on paper. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Chen Xiu naturally had the right to receive him. However, this matter had something to do with Su Linggong, so he should have been the one to show up. Even if Su Linggong wasn't in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven at the moment, could Qing Kuei and Suing Shui be busy as well? Chen Xiu explained, "Senior brother Su and his disciples were given an important task, so they left the sect almost 100 years ago." Yang Kai was stunned. 100 years ago? It had been 100 years since Chu Huashang was confined, and Su Linggong had left Yin-Yang Cave Heaven at around the same time. In other words, not long after the Dao Theory Assembly ended, Su Linggong left the sect with his 2 disciples. After making some calculations, Yang Kai reckoned that the incident happened after the matter regarding the world tree in the star boundary was settled. After all, Su Linggong was still in the star boundary at that time as he introduced the powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises to Yang Kai. Then, he was also the one who helped persuade the higher-ups to let Yang Kai enter the universe temples to study the universe array. Yang Kai had the urge to ask what kind of task Su Linggong was given that the latter still hadn't returned from after 100 years. However, as an outsider, it wasn't his place to ask about such things. This task must be important and highly confidential, otherwise, they wouldn't have asked a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Su Linggong to do it. He had even brought his disciples with him. Yang Kai reckoned that if Chu Huashang hadn't been confined, she would have been taken as well. It was no wonder that he hadn't seen Su Linggong or any of his disciples. Upon that realization, he set his mind at ease. Yang Kai was previously nervous as he thought that Su Linggong was displeased with the fact that he hadn't shown up on time. Perhaps the older man was hiding in the shadows somewhere, just waiting for a chance to hack at him with his sword. "Martial uncle, where is senior sister Chu now? I'd like to see her. Can you tell me?" Yang Kai asked politely. Yang Kai found the issue to be thorny as Su Linggong and his disciples were not in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Other than Su Linggong and his disciples, he basically knew no one else in Yinyang Cave Heaven. With that said, the other issue he was worried about could be dealt with at a later time. He was a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, so he supposedly had to get married into the sect. Nevertheless, he naturally wouldn't agree to this. It wouldn't have mattered if he were on his own, however, he was the leader of Voidland and High Heaven Pavilion. He was tangled up in many issues, so it was unrealistic for him to get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so there was no way they would let her go. Initially, Yang Kai planned on having a discussion with Su Linggong so that they could come up with a solution that was acceptable for both parties. He had the intention to offer some compensation to Yinyang Cave Heaven since he had obtained immense rewards from the chaotic dead territory. Just by taking out a small part of it he would be able to tempt the leaders of Yinyang Cave Heaven to let Chu Huashang go. However, since Su Linggong wasn't around, there was no one he could talk to about this issue. Having said that, this matter could be delayed for now. Open Heaven Realm Masters enjoyed a very long life, so the matter between Chu Huashang and him didn't have to be dealt with immediately. Regardless, he had to meet Chu Huashang and find out what was on her mind. If she was willing to leave with him, he wouldn't mind paying a hefty price for it. Nonetheless, if she wasn't willing to do so, he wouldn't force her. Upon hearing this question though, Chen Xiu appeared hesitant. There has not been any news about Martial Niece Chu since she started cultivating in seclusion, so it won't be easy to see her. I'm sure you're aware that a cultivator is most wary of external disturbance when he or she is cultivating in retreat. If that happens at a critical moment, they will suffer from cultivation dissonance. Or worse, lose their life. Yang Kai nodded as he was fully aware of this truth, thus, he cupped his fist and said, "Please tell me where she is, Martial Uncle. I'll not disturb her as I'll just wait outside. There will come a day when she steps out of it." After pondering on it with a frown, Chen Xiu nodded, "Good. Before senior brother Su left, he told me to help handle the matter between you two. Since you're here, there's no way I'll sit back and do nothing. I can gather some information on your behalf, but you mustn't be overly anxious about it. Martial Niece Chu is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it's normal that she might spend decades in seclusion. During this period of time, you can just stay here. I'll come to you if there's any news." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle." Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. All of a sudden, Chen Xiu grabbed the elder token on his waist and probed it in silence for a while before rising from the chair. "Something has happened in the sect. I have to take my leave now." He then turned to his disciple, "Wanner, you have to take good care of your senior brother Yang." The woman replied respectfully, "Yes." Following that, Chen Xiu flashed an apologetic smile at Yang Kai, "Martial nephew, please wait here for a few days. I'll inform you if there's any news." Upon finishing his words, he strode out of the hall. Presently, only Yang Kai and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Wanner were left in the Grand Hall. Just now, she had been hiding behind Chen Xiu. When Chen Xiu spoke to Yang Kai, she was too bashful to even lift her head. The situation exacerbated since only the two of them were left now. Her face was as red as blood while she clenched the tray in her arms as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Yang Kai looked up at her and happened to see her stealing a glance at him. As their eyes met, the woman quickly looked away as though she was a frightened little animal. She appeared to be on pins and needles. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face when he saw her behaving like this. If she wasn't pretending, she must be very naive and innocent. However, Yang Kai couldn't see any traces of pretense, so he reckoned that the woman was indeed just sheepish. "You are junior sister Wanner, right?" Yang Kai asked in a gentle voice, as he was worried that he would shock her if he spoke any louder. With her head hung low, the woman nodded and replied in a small voice, "Tao Ling Wan." Yang Kai reckoned that it was her name, thus, he got up and said, "Please get me a room to stay, junior sister." Tao Ling Wan seemed to be in a dazed state and she didn't seem to hear him. It wasn't until Yang Kai repeated his words that she anxiously walked out of the hall. Please come with me, senior brother." After a nod, Yang Kai followed her in a relaxed manner as he kept a distance of 10 steps behind her. The pleasant scent coming from the woman was like countless gentle hands that were tickling his heart. Soon, they arrived at a room. Tao Ling Wan's head remained low as she pushed the door open and stepped aside. "How do you find this room, senior brother?" Yang Kai didn't have any demands when it came to the room he had to stay in, as he was just waiting for news from Xianxia, so he nodded, "Many thanks, junior sister." Upon entering the room, he realized that the place was small and there were barely any decorations. He then closed the door and took a seat. He was surprised by the information he had heard from Xianxia on this day. It had been 100 years since Su Linggong and his disciples left Yinyang Cave Heaven. He wondered what kind of task they were assigned. On the other hand, Wuxia Xianxia started cultivating in seclusion several years ago. Was she furious at the fact that Yang Kai didn't show up on time? He felt somewhat apprehensive. Although it was because he had been held up in the chaotic dead territory, that was ultimately his own fault. If not for his curiosity, he wouldn't have followed the giant spirit god and barged into the chaotic dead territory. He could have just returned to high heaven territory after leaving Langya Paradise. In that case, he would have ample time to head to Yinyang Cave Heaven. He reckoned that he had to sincerely apologize to Wuxia Xianxia when they met again. Fortunately, Wuxia Xianxia wasn't a small-minded woman, so he believed that she would understand after he explained everything to her. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly furrowed his brow. After rising from the chair, he opened the door and looked out. "Why are you still here, junior sister?" Just now, he could sense that Tao Ling Wan never moved away from the door. Even the tray was still firmly held in her arms. "Is there anything you need to tell me?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Tao Ling Wan quickly shook her head, "Nothing. It's just that honored master has told me to take good care of you." Yang Kai burst into laughter. "There's no need for that. Just do your own things. I'm fine with being alone." With her head hung low, Tao Ling Wan said in a small voice, "It's an order from honored master." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After giving it a thought, he said, "Junior sister, why don't you get some rest first? I'll call out to you if I need anything." Tao Ling Wan didn't say anything, nor did she take any action. It seemed that Yang Kai was unable to reason with her. He had no idea whether Xianxia had told her anything or it was just her nature. However, it wasn't like he could let her keep standing outside the room. She wasn't a maidservant but a sixth-order open heaven realm master. If the others from Yinyang Cave Heaven saw that Tao Ling Wan was standing outside his room as though she was ready to serve him, they would definitely chastise him. Martial Peak, Chapter 48:10, Cultivation Dissonance. Yang Kai had learned just how influential a popular woman was to the fellow brothers of the same sect while he was in Langya Paradise. Although Tao Ling Wan was bashful, she was strong and charming. It was expected that she was popular in Yinyang Cave Heaven. He then persuaded her for a bit, but she never replied to him. Faced with his persuasion, she only kept shaking her head. This was giving Yang Kai a headache, as he had never expected that Xianxia would leave behind such a difficult problem. After giving it a thought, he walked out of the room. "I'll take a stroll. Please tend to your own business, junior sister." Without waiting for her response, he directly left. Instead of doing her own things though, Tao Ling Wan followed him, keeping a distance of several dozen meters. It was as though she was a maid who was ready to serve him at any moment. The situation had only exacerbated. If those from Yinyang Cave Heaven saw it, they would definitely misunderstand him, hence, Yang Kai only walked around for a bit before returning to his room. Seeing that Tao Lingwan stood obediently by the door again, he decided to just ignore her. After closing the door, he started cultivating. He could feel that he was just a step away from the Seventh Order. In fact, if not for the 100-year promise with Chu Huashang, he would have started cultivating in seclusion in an attempt to break through to the Seventh Order. However, just by looking at the proprietor's situation, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't make it to the Seventh Order in a short time. It had been over 100 years since she started cultivating in seclusion, but she hadn't managed to achieve an ascension yet. Therefore, he decided to settle the issue in Yinyang Cave Heaven before attempting to break through to the Seventh Order. With that said, even though Yang Kai had rarely cultivated in retreat over the years, his heritage continued to grow due to the uniqueness of his small universe. Furthermore, with the help of Su Yi, who cultivated the Great Nothingness scripture, the flow of time in his small universe was now 4 times faster than the outside world. As a result, the growth of his heritage had also accelerated. Nevertheless, he had spent quite some effort to nurture more stalks of profound Yin bamboo, which required the consumption of the world force in his small universe. If not for this, he would have reached the threshold of the Seventh Order sooner. For the next half a month, there was no news from Chen Xiu at all, which made Yang Kai feel doubtful. Before Chen Xiu left, he had said that he would help gather some information for him. A long time had passed, so he should have finished such a simple task. After all, he was the inner elder of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Moreover, Chu Huashang was cultivating in seclusion, so it shouldn't be hard to find out her whereabouts. Hence, Yang Kai felt uneasy at the fact that Chen Xiu hadn't shown up for a long time. One day, when Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly heard someone groaning outside the room. The voice sounded suppressed and awkward. At that, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Tao Lingwan had been standing outside the room, so there was no doubt that it was this sheepish woman who made the noise. Over the past half a month, just like a piece of wood, she had never made a noise or moved one step. Yang Kai felt guilty for that, but there was nothing he could do since she wouldn't listen to him. At this moment, something seemed to have happened to her. Yang Kai listened attentively, but he could no longer hear anything. Just when he was about to use his divine sense to check the situation, he suddenly heard a thud, as though something had fallen to the ground. He quickly got up and dashed towards the door. Upon opening it, he saw Tao Lingwan curling up on the ground and shivering. Cold air could be seen billowing from her body as it froze the walls and ground around her. Besides that, the aura coming from her body was clearly unstable. She's suffering from cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. He couldn't figure out why this woman was suffering from cultivation dissonance all of a sudden. Recently, she had only been standing outside his room. Yang Kai had never detected her cultivating, so this shouldn't have happened. Furthermore, she was now a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so why would such a thing even happen to her? Could it be a hidden health concern she was left with when she just started out cultivating in the past? Without any delay, Yang Kai crouched down and lifted her up. In an instant, he could feel that the woman was cold all over, as though he was carrying an ice block. On the other hand, her figure remained soft and supple, which gave off a contradictory feeling. Upon feeling the man's warmth, Tao Lingwan, who was usually bashful, stuck closer to Yang Kai as though she was trying to merge with him in an attempt to seek his warmth. Her actions made Yang Kai feel uneasy, so he quickly walked up to the bed and tried to set her down, but he was unable to do that because she had wrapped her arms around his neck and clung onto him like an octopus. Junior Sister Tao. Junior Sister Tao. Yang Kai anxiously called out to her. It wasn't certain whether Tao Lingwan had heard him, but she opened her eyes and looked at him with a seductive gaze. Yang Kai was most familiar with this kind of gaze, which suggested that this woman wanted to bed him. The enchantress Shan Qing Luo and the charm demon Yuru Meng would always seduce him in such a way. He immediately realized that something was off. Without any time to ponder on it, he apologized to her and pressed his palm against her forehead. The next moment, he activated the power of his small universe in an attempt to help restore the chaos in her body to order. This was the most common way of assisting someone experiencing cultivation dissonance, and Yang Kai couldn't think of anything else to do to help. Moreover, he wasn't sure about what kind of secret art Tao Ling Wan had cultivated, so he was unable to give her the exact treatment she needed. He was only doing all he could to help her, but it was up to the heavens to decide whether she would recover. From the looks of it, she hadn't completely lost her mind as she was seemingly trying to deal with the danger that came with cultivation dissonance. Surprisingly, the treatment was working. Yang Kai could feel that the power of his small universe could be perfectly absorbed by Tao Ling Wan, without a hint of conflict at all. This revelation astounded him. It had to be noted that the Tao every open heaven realm master was good at was different, so the powers of their small universes were never the same. He and Tao Ling Wan had cultivated secret arts that were not connected in any way, and they grew up in vastly different environments. Supposedly, even if there were no conflicts between the powers of their small universes, they wouldn't have been perfectly matched. Nevertheless, such a thing had actually happened. Tao Ling Wan's small universe had accepted his power without any repulsion. As time passed, she stopped shivering as her body regained some warmth. It wasn't until half a day later that Yang Kai retracted his hand. At this moment, Tao Ling Wan was seated in front of him while breathing stably. Her face was slightly red, and her long eyelashes fluttered. There was no doubt that she was fully conscious. Previously, she would start blushing just by taking a glance at Yang Kai, but after what she had done following the cultivation dissonance, it seemed she didn't even have the nerve to open her eyes. She could feel Yang Kai examining her, so she started trembling again as her face turned as red as blood. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "If you feel any discomfort, you can tell me about it. If everything is well now, you don't have to say anything." Tao Ling Wan remained silent. Upon getting her hint, Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, you can get some rest here, and I'll go to another room. Just call out to me if there's anything you need help with." There was a room just beside this one. Previously, Yang Kai told her to stay in that room and stop standing outside his door, but she refused. Now, Yang Kai had to stay in that room. However, before he could make a move, he felt two powerful auras approaching from the distance. Upon sensing who they were, he became elated. That was because he knew both of them. One of them was Chen Xiu, who hadn't shown up for half a month now. It wasn't surprising that he was coming, but the other one was Wuxia Xianxia. After Su Linggong and his two older disciples left the star boundary, Yinyang Cave Heaven sent Wuxia Xianxia to be stationed in the star boundary. Yang Kai had frequently come into contact with her, and they had previously worked on the Langya Paradise issue together. It could be said that Wuxia Xianxia had taken good care of him. Yang Kai had never expected that she was in Yinyang Cave Heaven as he thought that she was still in the star boundary. While he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Chen Xiu say, "What are you doing, junior sister? Why did you come here without informing me? If you had told me earlier, I could have prepared a welcome party for you." Wuxia Xianxia snorted, "Do you think I have no idea what you're up to? Where's Yang Kai? Brat, get out here now." Yang Kai, who was initially joyful, shrank his neck upon hearing that. He had no idea how he offended Wuxia Xianxia that she suddenly became so aggressive towards him. Certainly, he didn't dare to be negligent. Chen Xiu didn't seem like a reliable person. Other than telling a sixth-order female disciple to serve Yang Kai, he hadn't even come back with any information after half a month. Since Wuxia Xianxia was here, Yang Kai naturally had to see her. Before Yang Kai could even respond though, Wuxia Xianxia scanned the spirit peak with her divine sense and instantly found him. The next moment, a figure abruptly appeared in front of his room. "Martial Antu," Yang Kai saluted her. When he was in the star boundary, he was the great emperor of the universe world who was in control of the world tree, thus allowing him to be on an equal footing with the envoys from the cave heavens and paradises. However, in this place, he was just a junior. Yu Xiangdai nodded firmly, but when she caught a glimpse of Tao Ling Wan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, her expressions changed drastically and she questioned, What did the two of you do? An embarrassed Yang Kai quickly explained, don't get us wrong, Martial Aunt Yu. Just now, junior sister Tao suddenly suffered from cultivation dissonance for some reason, so I just assisted her. Whatever it was, I was fortunately able to be of some use to junior sister Tao. We didn't do anything else. Upon hearing that, Yu Xiangdai's jaw dropped for a time before letting out an exasperated sigh. What a disaster. Her expression seemed to suggest that Yang Kai had done something terribly wrong, which made his heart skip a beat. What are you trying to say, Martial Aunt? We really didn't do anything. Just then, Chen Xiu finally arrived. While standing outside the room, he took a glance inside and put on a smile, as though everything was going according to his plan. Yu Xiangdai turned and glared at him, are you happy now? Chen Xiu shook his head, what are you talking about, junior sister? I don't understand. Yu Xiangdai delivered a swift kick, but the well-prepared Chen Xiu easily dodged it. What are you doing, junior sister? Chen Xiu asked in shock. Yu Xiangdai said through clenched teeth, despicable. Upon finishing her words, she ignored Chen Xiu entirely and glowered at Yang Kai before shouting, come with me. Martial Peak, Chapter 48:11, Making a Mistake with Good Intentions. Chen Xiu didn't intend to stop Yang Kai from leaving with Yu Xiangdai. He only gazed at Yang Kai with a meaningful smile as they departed. Yang Kai had no idea why Yu Xiangdai was furious, but he wouldn't dare to ask her about it as he followed her in silence. 1 hour later, they arrived at a different spirit peak. He realized that the view around him looked familiar. After looking around, he recalled that he had been somewhere near this place before. Su Linggong's spirit peak was in a nearby place. It seemed that he and Yu Xiangdai were neighbors. There were many people on the spirit peak who should be Yu Xiangdai's disciples. She was an inner elder of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so she had the right to take on disciples. Upon seeing her, all of them saluted her in a respectful manner. Yang Kai, who was behind her, grew curious. Without looking at these disciples, Yu Xiangdai directly passed through them in a manner that befitted her status as the leader of the spirit peak. These disciples wouldn't dare to say anything. Yu Xiangdai was usually a mild-tempered person who wouldn't put on airs and would respond to any disciple who said hello to her in normal times. Something seemed to have happened on this day as she sported a cold expression. That was the reason they were anxious. Soon, they arrived at a room as Yu Xiangdai turned around and ordered, stay here for a few days. I need to gather some information. Yang Kai nodded without hesitation, yes. Yu Xiangdai glared at him before turning to leave, but she soon turned back and ordered, other than me, don't meet anyone who comes to see you. What's going on here? Yang Kai was puzzled. His experience in Yinyang Cave Heaven this time was very different from what he had imagined. First of all, he hadn't even had the chance to meet Su Linggong or Chu Huashang. Then, he was brought to Chen Xiu's place and stayed there for half a month. Following that, Yu Xiangdai stormed in while feeling furious. He had only lent Tao Ling Wan a hand when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, which shouldn't be a big deal. Given the situation, he couldn't have turned a blind eye to her suffering. Yang Kai suspected that Yu Xiangdai had misunderstood something, but he had already explained it clearly to her. Previously, after Chen Xiu said that he had to gather some information, he went missing for half a month. Now, Yu Xiangdai has said the same thing. Yang Kai wondered what kind of information she had to find out. However, since she was infuriated at the time, he didn't dare to say anything and simply agreed to her demands. For the next 3 days, Yu Xiangdai didn't show up. It wasn't until the 4th day that she appeared in front of Yang Kai. Martial Aunt Yu, Yang Kai saluted her respectfully. There was a conflicted expression on Yu Xiangdai's face as she gazed at him. Her eyes seemed to suggest that she was heartbroken for what had happened with a hint of disgruntlement towards him. A moment later, she let out a long sigh and extended her hand. Have a seat. Yang Kai bowed his head. After she was seated, he did the same and waited for her to speak. Then, Yu Xiangdai fell silent for quite some time. Just when Yang Kai was running out of patience, she suddenly asked, "How do you find Wanner?" Wanner? Yang Kai looked doubtfully at her, then came to his senses. Are you talking about junior sister Tao Ling Wan? She's a kind-hearted and innocent person. It's just that, she can be a little obstinate. Yu Xiangdai glowered at him. I didn't tell you to remark on her temperament. A stunned Yang Kai asked, what do you want me to say, then? Cutting to the chase, Yu Xiangdai asked, do you love her? Yang Kai burst into laughter. It's only been a short time since we first met, and we have rarely spoken to one another. Why would I even have any feelings for her? Moreover, you know the reason I'm here. Before he could finish his words, Yu Xiangdai cut him off by raising her hand. But Wanner loves you. A dumbfounded Yang Kai asked, are you pulling my leg, martial ant? Yu Xiangdai stared seriously at him. Moreover, it has come to a point where she can no longer love any other man in her lifetime. Yang Kai increasingly felt that she was just messing with him. Just like what he had said, it had only been a short time since he and Tao Ling Wan first met, and they had rarely talked to each other. Why would they even have any feelings for each other? Even if she had really fallen in love with Yang Kai due to her inexperience in worldly affairs after Yang Kai lent her a hand while she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, it couldn't have come to a point where she would no longer love any other man in her lifetime. They hadn't kept each other company for any significant period of time, nor had they experienced any life or death moments together. Why would she even develop such deep feelings for him? However, Yu Xiangdai didn't seem like she was pulling a prank. Following another sigh, she said slowly, there are two major factions for the disciples in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. One of them is the Heartless Dao while the other is Heartfelt Dao. Although there are two different factions, they lead to the same goal. Yang Kai had no idea why she suddenly changed the topic, but he still listened attentively. He had heard Chu Huashang mention the Heartless Dao and Heartfelt Dao before. The Heartless Dao was the one she had cultivated. At that time, she had to fall in love with Yang Kai and then cut off those emotions to achieve a breakthrough and make it to the open heaven realm. Certainly, he didn't understand the secrets behind this, nor did he know anything about Heartfelt Dao. Wanner has cultivated Heartfelt Dao. You've come into contact with her before, so I'm sure you can feel that she's bashful and timid. Yang Kai nodded. Yu Xiangdai explained, that is not a pretense. It's mostly because of the secret art's influence, and a small part of it is due to her natural temperament. She is inexperienced and as pure as a piece of white paper because of the secret art she has cultivated. It's hard to find women like her nowadays, Yang Kai remarked. Tao Lingwan was a 6th order open heaven realm master after all. She must have cultivated for a long time to achieve her current cultivation, but she remained pure and innocent. Only the cave heavens and paradises had the capital to nurture disciples like her. The open heaven realm masters of most ordinary sects had experienced a lot of hardship during their cultivation journey. Such masters were often the pillars of their sects who carried great burdens on their shoulders, so they didn't have the right to be innocent. But now, Yu Xiangdai shot him a glare, this piece of white paper has been marked with your brand. An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted, Martial Antu, there was really nothing that happened between junior sister Tao and me. I only lent her a hand when she suffered from cultivation dissonance. If you don't believe me, you can ask her about it. Yu Xiangdai slowly shook her head, I know you're telling the truth. Nothing more than what you said happened between the two of you. The problem is that you assisted her in the first place. A speechless Yang Kai said, are you saying that I shouldn't have helped her? Should I have just watched her suffer and die? She wouldn't die. Even if you hadn't helped her, she would have stabilized her condition on her own. Moreover, this isn't the first time she has experienced such an incident. I also went through such episodes in the past. Yang Kai became dumbfounded for a while before asking, have you cultivated heartfelt Tao as well, Martial Ant? Yu Xiangdai nodded gently. Although Yang Kai was still doubtful, he had somewhat figured out what had happened. Yu Xiangdai said that the white sheet had been left with his brand, and that Tao Ling Wan would never fall in love with another man in her lifetime. He reckoned that it had something to do with the heartfelt Tao and the fact that he had helped her when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance. After straightening his face, Yang Kai said, "Please enlighten me, Martial Ant." Yu Xiangdai was pleased with his attitude. After measuring her words, she replied, "The heartless Tao and heartfelt Tao are two major factions of yin-yang cave heaven that have been existent since time immemorial. Although there is some competition between the two, we generally coexist harmoniously. With that said, we obviously have different cultivation methods from each other. I'm sure Chuer has told you that she has cultivated the heartless Tao. Only by falling in love and then cutting off that love could she ascend to the open heaven realm." Yang Kai nodded his head as he was aware of this. After all, Chu Huashang didn't hide anything from him. As for the heartfelt Tao, we don't have to go to such lengths to make it to the open heaven realm. Cultivators of this Tao won't face any difficulty when ascending to the open heaven realm. The problem starts when we want to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm. Cultivators of the heartfelt Tao have to look for suitable partners when they are in the sixth order open heaven realm and obtain their yin qi or yang qi. Only when yin and yang are merged can they achieve completion and break through to the seventh order. At the same time, their small universes would also materialize. However, before that, the more powerful a cultivator of the heartfelt Tao is, the more hidden concerns she would be left with. I'm sure you understand that yin or yang cannot grow on their own, so these hidden concerns break out from time to time. Cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai finally understood what had happened. Yu Xiangdai nodded, yes, cultivation dissonance, but different from ordinary cultivation dissonance. While the two look similar on the surface, even without any external aid, one who had cultivated the heartfelt Tao can overcome these episodes with enough focus and effort. That wasn't the first time Wanner suffered from cultivation dissonance, but no one ever helped her in the past. An embarrassed Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. "I had no idea. She was suddenly struck with cultivation dissonance, so I just tried to." Yu Xiangdai sighed, "It's not your fault. Any conscientious person wouldn't have turned a blind eye to it in that situation, but that was where you made a mistake. Did you feel anything strange when you were helping her?" Yang Kai nodded, "My strength perfectly merged with hers. That's the uniqueness of the heartfelt Tao," Yu Xiangdai explained. "She can perfectly accept the first power from the opposite sex and merge with it, thus becoming the life companion of that man." Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he asked, "Martial Ant, didn't you say a cultivator of heartfelt Tao has to look for a partner?" Yu Xiangdai replied, "There are two ways of selecting a partner. One of them is to fall in love. If Wanner had really fallen in love with anyone, that would be her choice. The other way is to merge her power with another party. This way is more forceful and dominating. One might fall out of love with their partner, but since their strength has already merged, it can never be untangled. Many disciples of heartfelt Tao are unable to bear the pain of the cultivation dissonance, so they look for their partners using this method." There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face. "Martial Ant, are you saying that junior sister Tao and I?" With a solemn expression, Yu Xiangdai nodded, "You are now the only man she can have in her life. Just like what I've said, she has been left with your brand. Other than you, she will never love anyone else." "No way." Yang Kai quickly waved his hands, "You know what I came to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven for. I didn't have a choice when I helped junior sister Tao. Moreover, we know nothing about each other, so how can we suddenly become a couple? I'm afraid it's not up to you to decide." Yu Xiangdai slowly shook her head. Although Wanner is not a core disciple of the sect, she has the highest hope of ascending to the seventh order in the last hundreds of years. Without your help, her martial Tao would end at the peak of the sixth order. Martial Peak, Chapter 48:12, Embarrassing Situation. Yang Kai had never expected that his attempt to help someone would end up causing such a big problem. He reckoned that the secret arts of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven were indeed abstruse. If it was just like what Yu Xiangdai had said, Tao Ling Wan would never be able to accept another man's Yang Qi as her small universe had absorbed Yang Kai's strength. In that case, without Yang Kai's help, she would never be able to make it to the Seventh Order in her lifetime. It wasn't something those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven wanted to see. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was valuable to every cave heaven or paradise. Tao Lingwan had high hopes of ascending to the Seventh Order. If her future was ruined by Yang Kai, those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven wouldn't let him off. Yang Kai felt helpless while his mind was a mess. It had only been a short time since he and Tao Lingwan first met, and they had barely even spoken to each other. However, if her future was destroyed because of him, he would feel guilty. Nevertheless, he couldn't bring himself to simply accept her. He had come all the way to this place for Chu Huashang. It wasn't the right thing to do if he was tangled up with another woman while he hadn't even met Chu Huashang. Chen Xiu. Yang Kai suddenly cursed. He was puzzled previously, but upon hearing Yu Xiangdai's explanation, he seemed to have realized something. It was Chen Xiu's doing, right? Tao Lingwan was Chen Xiu's disciple, so he must be fully aware of her situation. Perhaps he knew that Tao Lingwan would be struck with cultivation dissonance soon at that time, so he insisted on making her serve Yang Kai. After that, he went missing for half a month. On the other hand, he never told Yang Kai anything. Chen Xiu knew that once Tao Lingwan suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of Yang Kai, the latter wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. The moment Yang Kai decided to help, he would fall into the trap. This probably wasn't a well-thought-out plan. After all, Chen Xiu had no idea when Yang Kai would visit Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so he had most likely improvised it. When Yang Kai arrived, it just so happened that Tao Lingwan would be struck with cultivation dissonance soon. Yu Xiangdai parted her lips for a moment before letting out a sigh. You figured it out, after all. With a frown, Yang Kai asked, but, why? Regardless, Tao Lingwan was a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was also strikingly beautiful. If such a beautiful woman got together with Yang Kai, outsiders would think that he had found a partner that was out of his league. However, Yang Kai couldn't figure out Chen Xiu's intention for doing this. It wasn't like he didn't know that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were engaged. The titles of Yang Kai, which included Star Boundary Great Emperor and Void Lands Lord, were probably not prestigious enough to make him sacrifice a legacy disciple just to establish a connection. It's for Chuer. Yu Xiangdai replied. What do you mean? Yang Kai became even more doubtful. Yu Xiangdai explained, 100 years ago, you won first place in the Dao Theory Assembly and became engaged with Chuer. Supposedly, you should have come to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven a few years ago. Yang Kai nodded. That was my plan, but I was held up by something. It was the chaotic dead territory, right? Yu Xiangdai asked. Yang Kai was shocked. How do you know? The ancestor who is responsible for monitoring the chaotic dead territory is from Luosheng Cave Heaven. When he saw that you entered the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god, he asked around to find out about your identity. That was how all cave heavens and paradises knew that you had entered the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai nodded gently. The appearance of a giant spirit god and someone entering the chaotic dead territory were both major events. Since the ancestor from Luosheng Cave Heaven had seen it, he would definitely inform everyone about it. The cave heavens and paradises naturally had channels to communicate with each other, hence, it wasn't a secret that Yang Kai had barged into the chaotic dead territory alongside the giant spirit god. The chaotic dead territory is a dangerous place. Even the Eighth Order ancestor from Luosheng Cave Heaven could only stay in the periphery for a short moment before having to retreat. What do you think the outsiders would speculate when you had gone missing for decades? Yu Xiangdai stared at him and asked. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, they must have believed that I was dead. Yu Xiangdai nodded, exactly. In fact, I just came back from the star boundary not long ago. I was also shocked when I heard that you had entered the chaotic dead territory back then. I too believed that you were killed, however, when I asked the head manager of High Heaven Pavilion, she firmly declared that you were fine. If I hadn't seen you with my bare eyes this time, I wouldn't have believed it. At that time, she was puzzled by Hua Qingxi's confidence. No one could survive after entering the chaotic dead territory, but Hua Qingxi told her to rest assured and said that her sect master must be fine. As for when he would leave the chaotic dead territory, she didn't have a clue either. Yu Xiangdai didn't probe her further. Since Hua Qingxi had said so, she chose to believe her. When she returned to Yinyang Cave Heaven, she really met Yang Kai. While Yu Xiangdai didn't understand the reason behind it, Yang Kai knew why Hua Qingxi was so certain. That was because he had the loyalty list which had 9 names written in it. The life or death of those 9 hinged on Yang Kai. If something happened to him, Mao Zhe and the others would instantly lose their lives as well. Since Mao Zhe and the others were still alive and kicking, it meant that Yang Kai was fine. But others wouldn't think of it this way. All the cave heavens and paradises believed that you were dead. This speculation was further verified since you didn't show up after the 100-year promise was due. Yang Kai appeared worried. Did senior sister Chu enter seclusion because of this? Yes. Yu Xiangdai nodded. If you were still alive and had come to this place on time, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wouldn't have gone back on their word. You would still be a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven. However, since you were thought to be dead, the engagement became invalid as well. Chuer is one of the sect's core disciples who has a bright future after all. Given the uniqueness of the secret art she has cultivated, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven decided to look for a partner for her. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, what did senior sister Chu think about the idea? Yu Xiangdai shook her head. She naturally refused. It was because of this that she decided to cultivate in seclusion. Out of sight, out of mind. At the same time, she wanted to wait for you to appear. Yang Kai fell silent, thinking that he didn't deserve Chu Huashang's trust. If he had simply come on time, all this wouldn't have happened. Chuer's stance was firm. However, since she is a core disciple, the sect has the right to interfere in her affairs. She can't change anything on her own. If Brother Su were still around, he could have put in a word for her. However, since he's gone, Chuer was all by herself while I was far away in the star boundary. There was no one in the sect who could speak up for her. She had tried her best by choosing to cultivate in seclusion to avoid this problem. So, who is the partner that your noble sect has selected for senior sister Chu? Yu Xiangdai shot him a glance. Chuer is a core disciple who has the hope to ascend to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm one day and become an ancestor. There are not many people in the sect who are a match for her. First of all, his aptitude must be similar, and his seniority comes next. With that said, there is a suitable person. He is Chen Xiu's disciple as well as Tao Ling Wan's junior brother, Feng Chengxi. He was the most recent core disciple before Chuer who had directly ascended to the 6th Order. Although he's much older than Chuer, they are of the same seniority. In fact, the sect's managers initially wanted Chuer and Feng Chengxi to get together. However, since she had violated the taboo, they had no choice but to hold the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai frowned in puzzlement. According to you, Feng Chengxi is Chen Xiu's disciple, so why would he set me up to help junior sister Tao Ling Wan resolve her cultivation dissonance? He wouldn't gain any benefits out of it, nor would it be beneficial to junior sister Tao. It would be terrible if they had to be tied up for life because of this, as it had only been a short time since they first met. It probably wasn't Tao Ling Wan's intention either. She was just forced to obey her master. He wouldn't get any benefits out of it, but his plan could perfectly resolve the embarrassing situation that Yinyang Cave Heaven is facing, Yu Xiangdai explained. Although I don't agree with what he's done, and I think that he's too short-sighted, there's no doubt that he's doing it to protect the sect's interests. I hope you'll understand that he didn't have any ill intentions against you. Yang Kai nodded. Yu Xiangdai went on to say, those from the sect thought you were dead, so they had designated a partner for Chuer. However, with you being alive now, the sect would have to go back on their word. That's the embarrassing situation the sect is facing. Yang Kai could somewhat understand it. Following her explanation, he deduced, so, Chen Xiu thought of a way to resolve this conundrum, which is to pair me with his disciple as a form of compensation. He would probably force me to give up the engagement as well. In that case, Yinyang Cave Heaven could get away with it, and outsiders couldn't blame your sect. Yu Xiangdai nodded, yes, that's exactly his plan. Strictly speaking, Wan'er is not bad. It's just that her aptitude is not comparable to Chuer's. If you're happy with her, it will be a win-win situation. Do not think that just anyone can make Chen Xiu sacrifice his legacy disciple. If not for your amazing achievements over the years, he wouldn't have the heart to use Wan'er to set you up. Back then, Wan'er directly ascended to the Fifth Order, and her cultivation journey has been smooth sailing over the years. If nothing unexpected happens, she'll make it to the Seventh Order within a few hundred years. You directly ascended to the Fifth Order as well, so outsiders would think that you and Wan'er are a perfect match. On the other hand, Chuer would be out of your league. Yang Kai fell silent for a while before letting out a sigh. Junior sister Tao has sacrificed the most in this matter. Yu Xiangdai sighed. She must have thought of it when she decided to obey her master. Although she's innocent, she's not a fool. No fool can ever attain her achievements. Since she didn't reject it, it means that she's at least fond of you. Yang Kai shook his head, but it's different from becoming partners for life. It's indeed an embarrassing situation for Yinyang Cave Heaven, and it's the same case for you. So, I have to ask you seriously. Are you willing to accept Tao Ling Wan and give up on Chu Huashang? In that case, everyone will be happy. Everyone will be happy? Yang Kai snorted, I don't think so. Has anyone asked what senior sister Chu thinks about it? What is really on junior sister Tao's mind? What's my stance on this matter? No one has bothered to ask. Only those from Yinyang Cave Heaven will be happy with this. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-13, Difficult Challenge. Yu Xiangdai breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Those from the sect told me to ask you about it. Since that's what you think, you've given me an answer, and I have a reply to them. Although Brother Su is not around, I won't allow anyone to bully Chuer as I had watched her grow up. An idea suddenly flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he examined Yu Xiangdai. She had said that she had cultivated heartfelt Tao, and she had gone through the same experience as Tao Ling Wan. Now, she was already in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, her crisis was resolved when she suffered from cultivation dissonance in the past, which allowed her to break free from her chains. That was why her small universe had materialized, and she had ascended to the Seventh Order. So, who was the partner she had selected back then? Involuntarily, the image of Su Linggong sprang into Yang Kai's mind. After Su Linggong left the star boundary in the past, Yu Xiangdai came over to be stationed there, and she had taken good care of Yang Kai. Now, she seemed concerned about Chu Huashang. The average martial ant wouldn't have gone to such lengths. It seemed to suggest that Yu Xiangdai was very close to Su Linggong and his disciples. While Yang Kai was amazed by the revelation, he asked, "What do you plan on doing, martial ant?" Yu Xiangdai shook her head, "It's about what you have to do, not what I plan on doing." A humble Yang Kai asked, "Please enlighten me, martial ant." Yu Xiangdai replied, "The place where Chuer is cultivating in seclusion is special. It's a place in Yinyang Cave Heaven where a cultivator's heart is trained. It's called the Samsara Pavilion. Those who enter it will experience a number of reincarnations, but remain unaware of it. Only when one finds her true love would she be able to break through the fog and retrieve her true heart." Yang Kai frowned as he didn't understand. Yu Xiangdai went on to say, the Samsara Pavilion is where many female disciples of Yin Cave Heaven would select their life partners. Any female disciple who enters the Samsara Pavilion will temporarily lose her memory. She will only remember the things in her current life after the reincarnation. During the rounds of reincarnation, she will come across many people and events while her heart is tempered. The male disciples of Yin Cave Heaven wouldn't lose their memories after initially entering. If two people are destined to be together, they will find each other in the Samsara Pavilion. Those from the sect insisted on getting Feng Qingxi to be Chuer's partner. She's on her own and powerless to resist it, and she couldn't dodge the problem with the usual way of cultivating in seclusion. The Samsara Pavilion was the only place she could go. If no one pulls her out of it, she will fall into oblivion for her entire life. When she finished her words, Yu Xiangdai appeared to be melancholic. The outsiders thought that the female disciples of Yin Cave Heaven were loose women who would just bed any man, but they had no idea that these women were actually the most loyal partners of all. That was because almost every female disciple who had found a partner had to go through the tests of the Samsara Pavilion. Only by not giving up on each other through several reincarnations would they remain together forever. Since time immemorial, there had been countless female disciples who had fallen into oblivion in the Samsara Pavilion because they couldn't find their partners inside. Yu Xiangdai had a senior sister who was just like her real mother or elder sister, however, she had not appeared since entering the Samsara Pavilion. It was certain that this senior sister wasn't dead, but she was still going through rounds of reincarnation in the Samsara Pavilion and would never see the outside world again in her lifetime. Has Feng Qingxi gone to that place? A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes. It wasn't hard to figure out. Since those from Yin Cave Heaven wanted these core disciples to get together, Feng Qingxi would definitely be the next to enter the Samsara Pavilion after Chu Huashang. If he could pull her out of the Samsara Pavilion, that would be the outcome those from Yin Cave Heaven wanted to see. Good, Yu Xiangdai nodded. He entered the place not long after Chuer started cultivating in seclusion. That means he's been inside for a few years already. Yang Kai let out a sigh, thinking that he was too late to join the race. Yu Xiangdai raised her hand to motion for him to calm down. Even though he entered the Samsara Pavilion a few years earlier, it's not really an advantage. Only with a sincere heart would one find their partner in the Samsara Pavilion. You are the one who occupies Chuer's heart, so that's your biggest advantage. Feng Qingxi is no match for you in this regard. Moreover, I suppose the heart barrier that Chuer set when she entered the Samsara Pavilion wouldn't be easy to break. Feng Qingxi wouldn't achieve his goal in a short time. Heart barrier? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Yu Xiangdai explained, every female disciple who wishes to enter the Samsara Pavilion to wait for her partner will set a heart barrier before she loses her memory. Only by breaking this heart barrier can a male disciple bring back her memory and take her out of the Samsara Pavilion. The lowest level of a heart barrier is 3 lives while the highest is 9 lives. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai asked, in other words, I have to find her through a minimum of 3 reincarnations to a maximum of 9 reincarnations and win her heart in order to break her heart barrier. Am I right? Exactly. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Chuer has temporarily lost her memory after entering the Samsara Pavilion. Others might take advantage of it if the heart barrier is too easy. Yang Kai nodded. What level of heart barrier do you think senior sister Chu has set for herself, Martial Ant? Yu Xiangdai replied, 3 lives would be too easy as others might take advantage of her while 9 lives would be too difficult. To be honest with you, the Samsara Pavilion has been in existence for countless eons, but no disciples from Yin Cave Heaven have ever broken a heart barrier of 9 lives before. That's because the more rounds of reincarnation there are, the more difficult it becomes to obtain the other party's acknowledgement and win her heart. Chuer is waiting for you, but she doesn't intend to make things difficult for you, hence, the heart barrier she has chosen wouldn't be too easy or difficult. As for how many lives you must experience, you'll only find out after you find her. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai grinned and revealed his white teeth. That's a pretty difficult challenge. Yu Xiangdai snorted, I hope you'll still be confident when the time comes. I'll tell you this, if you can't bring Chuer out of there, you should just stay inside forever. Yang Kai bowed his head, don't worry, Martial Ant. I'll bring senior sister Chu out of the Samsara Pavilion safely. However, as an outsider, do I have a right to enter the Samsara Pavilion? I'm afraid Chen Xiu wouldn't agree to it. Yu Xiangdai scoffed, I'll handle it. That shameless old fart has used such a dirty trick. I'll let him know what it means to go for wool but come back shorn. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly appeared dejected, it's just that Wanner will have to suffer. Yang Kai remained silent as he felt helpless about this point as well. He had been dragged into an improvised plot while he was unsuspecting. Regardless of what the outcome would be, Tao Lingwan would be hurt. Yu Xiangdai soon left as she had to get prepared to help Yang Kai enter the Samsara Pavilion. Not long after she was gone, Chen Xiu arrived with Tao Lingwan. Upon seeing Yang Kai, he sported a smile and took a seat, nephew, it's thanks to you that my disciple wasn't harmed during cultivation dissonance. I initially wanted to thank you, but junior sister you brought you away in a rush. The only reason we've come all the way here this time is that Wanner wants to personally express her gratitude. I'm sure you're aware that she's pretty timid, so I have to come with her. Previously, he called Yang Kai martial nephew, but it was nephew now. It seemed that he now regarded the young man to be his family member. Yang Kai remained calm as he nodded, don't mention it, martial uncle. It was the least I could do. Chen Xiu waved his hand, it might be the least you could do, but you have saved Wanner's life. Wanner, you should express your gratitude to your senior brother now. After taking a step forward, Tao Lingwan saluted Yang Kai in an elegant manner and said in a hushed voice, many thanks for lending me a hand, senior brother Yang. Strictly speaking, Tao Lingwan was older than Yang Kai, and she had started cultivating much earlier. She was supposed to be his senior sister, but Chen Xiu told her to call him senior brother, so his intention was pretty conspicuous. Yang Kai gazed at her and replied gently, you don't have to be overly polite with me, junior sister Wanner. He then turned his head and stared at Chen Xiu, martial uncle, to be honest with you, I'm preparing to enter the Samsara Pavilion to look for senior sister Chu. Upon hearing that, Tao Lingwan shook a little while the smile on Chen Xiu's face froze. A moment later, he nodded, it seems that junior sister Yu has told you everything. Yes, Yang Kai didn't deny it. Chen Xiu grunted and ran his fingers through his beard. After giving it a thought, he said, nephew, this king didn't mean any harm by doing this. I had no other choice, so I hope you'll forgive me. Tao Lingwan was supposed to be the one to decide whether she would forgive Chen Xiu, not Yang Kai, hence, he didn't respond to him. However, Wanner's future now hinges on you. I don't object to you looking for martial niece Chu, but what about Wanner? Are you going to abandon her? Yang Kai replied, there's a solution to every problem in the world. He then turned to Tao Lingwan and spoke gently, junior sister, we didn't know each other in the past as we just met half a month ago, and you know nothing about me. Are you resigned to being tied to me forever just because of the secret arts influence? Faced with his question, Tao Lingwan hung her head low. A while later, she replied in a small voice, I'll obey my master. Yang Kai felt sorry for her as he shook her head, junior sister, you're an adult who is in the sixth order open heaven realm, so you're supposed to have your own opinions. To put it bluntly, there will come a day when martial Uncle Chen passes away. If you only listen to him all the time, what will you do when that day comes? Will you be unable to keep on living? Chen Xiu was infuriated upon hearing that. Although he was old, he still had many years to live as a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai was practically cursing him and hoping he would die sooner. This brat is so resentful of me, but he just doesn't show it on his face. Chen Xiu thought. Yang Kai then turned to look at Chen Xiu, martial uncle, you've raised your disciple wrongly, and you'll suffer a setback because of it sooner or later. Faced with a junior's criticism, an embarrassed Xianxia flicked his sleeve and rose from the chair. I don't agree with what you've said, martial nephew. I do everything with a clear conscience. From his point of view, if Yang Kai could just follow along with his plan, not only would Inyang Cave Heaven be saved from the embarrassing situation, but he could also find a suitable partner for his disciple. Therefore, there wasn't a hint of guilt in his tone when he said that. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-14, My Decision. After Xianxia left in a huff, Tao Lingwan followed him closely. Before that, she looked apologetically at Yang Kai, who put on a smile and waved his hand to motion for her not to mind it. For the next half a month, Yu Xiangdai was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until 20 days later that she appeared while looking fatigued. When she found Yang Kai, she said, "Everything is ready. I'll bring you to the Samsara Pavilion with me in 3 days." "Many thanks for your help, martial aunt," Yang Kai expressed his gratitude. Although he was a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law on paper, he wasn't from the sect after all. Since the Samsara Pavilion was the place where the disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven train their hearts, it must be a top-secret restricted area. Only their disciples would be allowed to enter. It took Yu Xiangdai a long time to come back, so it was apparent that she had put in a lot of effort to persuade the sect's management to let Yang Kai enter the Samsara Pavilion. However, there's one thing I have to make clear to you. Yu Xiangdai stared solemnly at him. Although the higher-ups have agreed to let you enter the Samsara Pavilion, they have a condition. Yang Kai replied, "Please go ahead, martial aunt. It will all be fine if you're able to bring Chuer out and your engagement will still be valid. However, if you fail, you have to get married to Wanner." Was this Xianxia's idea? Yang Kai arched his brow. Yu Xiangdai shook her head, "It's the manager's idea." Tao Lingwan was most likely able to make it to the Seventh Order, but Yang Kai was an indispensable part of that. There was no way those from Inyang Cave Heaven would give up on Tao Lingwan, so it was expected that they had come up with this condition. Understood. Yang Kai nodded, "I won't fail." "I'm glad that you're confident." Yu Xiangdai slightly set her mind at ease. "There's something I need to ask you about, though. What is the situation inside the Samsara Pavilion? Since senior sister Chu has set up a heart barrier and lost her memory, how should I find her? Would her appearance change?" "No one can be certain whether her appearance has changed. You'll only find out about the wonders of the Samsara Pavilion after entering it. As for how you'll find Chuer, you'll meet each other if you're fated to be together. If your destinies are not connected, you'll not recognize her even if she's right in front of you. There are no techniques you can use during the heart training session in the Samsara Pavilion. Sincerity is of utmost importance." Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Although he could fully understand what she meant, sincerity was an elusive thing. It was too abstruse. With that said, he and Chu Huashang had experienced life and death moments together before. In the past, they were hunted down in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and they both helped each other to survive. That was when they developed feelings for each other. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai focused on cultivating in his own room as demanded by Yu Xiangdai. 3 days later, she brought him to the Samsara Pavilion. Yang Kai initially thought that the Samsara Pavilion was somewhere like a grand hall or a sealed world, but it wasn't until he arrived at this place that he realized it was very different from his imagination. It was a spirit province that was densely covered with huge trees. The world energy that flowed through the entire spirit province like a fog was rich and ample. Even from a bird's eye view, one was unable to make out what the spirit province looked like. It was an important place in Inyang Cave Heaven, so it was expected that there was an open heaven realm master who guarded this place. Moreover, the person was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There was no doubt that this guard and Yu Xiangdai knew each other, and he was aware that she would bring Yang Kai to the Samsara Pavilion on this day. Therefore, after a bit of small talk with Yu Xiangdai, he allowed them to pass. Upon entering the Spirit Province, they arrived at the edge of the dense forest. Yang Kai could instantly see a large-scale shopping district where many disciples of Yin Cave Heaven moved around together. Some of them were unwilling to part ways as they bid each other farewell with loving words. After that, the female disciples would steadfastly enter the forest and disappear while hoping that their partners would find them. The male disciples would wait for a moment before entering the forest as well. There were also some men and women who entered the forest on their own. On the other hand, there was a loving couple who just stepped out of the forest. The woman's smile was as sweet as honey while the man looked lovingly at her. It was as though she was the entire universe and there was no one else in the world in his eyes. However, there were also some dejected men and women whose faces were covered in tears. Looking at the young disciples who entered and left the forest, Yu Xiangdai sighed. Many couples who think that their love for each other would never change are unable to pass the tests in the Samsara Pavilion, and they have to part ways as a result. This place is where the disciples of Yin Cave Heaven look for their partners, but it's also the source of suffering for many of us. Yang Kai asked curiously, Martial Ant, didn't you say that a female disciple would fall into oblivion in the Samsara Pavilion if her heart barrier is not broken? Why do I see some female disciples leaving the forest while sobbing? I suppose their male partners didn't manage to break their heart barriers. Yu Xiangdai explained, a female disciple will indeed fall into oblivion if her heart barrier is not broken. However, if she has only set up a heart barrier of 3 lives for herself, she'll still be able to retrieve her memory after 3 reincarnations even if the male disciple is useless. However, this wouldn't happen if there are more than 3 incarnations. The more rounds of reincarnations there are in the Samsara Pavilion, the more difficult it would be for the female disciple to recognize herself. Yang Kai nodded, got it. Go in now. There's nothing you need to do. Just allow nature to take its course. Yes, Yang Kai replied and stepped forward and his figure was soon engulfed by the fog. Yu Xiangdai stayed on the same spot for a while before deciding to leave. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw 2 people walking towards her. She frowned and looked doubtfully at them. What are you doing in the Samsara Pavilion, senior brother Chen? These 2 were none other than Chen Xiu and Tao Lingwan. While Chen Xiu was walking at the front, Tao Lingwan followed closely behind. Chen Xiu shot her a dispassionate glance and replied, what else can we do here? Yu Xiangdai took a glance at Tao Lingwan, who was behind him, and instantly realized what was going on. Her expression changed drastically as she snapped, are you out of your mind? Do you not care about her life or death just because you want to let your other disciple get all the benefits? Are you even human? There was an impassive expression on Chen Xiu's face as he was unfazed by her accusation. He simply turned to Tao Lingwan and said, go in now. Be careful. Tao Lingwan nodded and stepped forward. All of a sudden, she turned around and fell on her knees before gently pressing her forehead against the ground 3 times in front of Chen Xiu. After she got to her feet in silence though, Yu Xiangdai blocked her way and persuaded her by saying, Wanner, don't be so foolish. Just tell me if anyone has forced you to do this. I'll stand up for you. Tao Lingwan hung her head low and shook her head. Listen to me. Go back with me, and we'll have a talk, Yu Xiangdai said and extended her hand. Nevertheless, Tao Lingwan dodged it and replied in a hushed voice, please let me go in, Martial Ant. No. Yu Xiangdai directly rejected her, even if the ancestors were here to persuade me, I'll not let you enter the Samsara Pavilion. That's not a place you should go. She then glowered at Chen Xiu, you're really a good master to her, aren't you? What has Wanner done to be unlucky enough to become your disciple? Chen Xiu stared calmly at her without any intention to refute her. Just when Yu Xiangdai wanted to speak further, Tao Lingwan suddenly looked up and gazed at her, please don't blame my master, Martial Ant. This is my decision. Yu Xiangdai sneered, I'm fully aware of your temperament. There's no way this is your decision. It's obvious that this old fart has forced you to enter the Samsara Pavilion to achieve his goal. Faced with her fierce accusation, Chen Xiu never explained anything and just looked down. Tao Lingwan spoke in a firmer tone, "Martial Ant, this is the first decision I've made for myself after all these years. Please don't make things difficult for me." Yu Xiangdai frowned as she darted her gaze between Tao Lingwan and Chen Xiu. At that moment, she doubted herself. Furthermore, she had never seen Tao Lingwan speaking in such a loud voice with a determined gaze before. She stared fixedly at Chen Xiu in an attempt to find the answer, but he only nodded in silence. At that instant, Yu Xiangdai was in a dilemma. It took one a lot of courage to decide to enter the Samsara Pavilion. She initially thought that it was Chen Xiu's order, but it didn't seem to be the case now. After giving it a thought, she said, "Wanner, why do you want to enter the Samsara Pavilion? Young boy is looking for Chuer. Even if you go in, you might not be able to come out again. In that case, you'll be trapped inside forever." Tao Lingwan spoke in a small voice again, "I'll be careful." "No." Yu Xiangdai shook her head, "It's not like you'll be safe just by being careful. I can't let you go in. If you enter that place, you'll end up in a horrible state. Even if I can't go in today, I'll do it tomorrow. Even if I can't go in tomorrow, I'll do it the day after tomorrow, unless you can stay here forever." Tao Lingwan looked into her eyes without the intention to back down. Yu Xiangdai was lost for words. Every disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven had the right to enter the Samsara Pavilion. It wasn't like she could stay here forever to block her path. She wasn't supposed to stop her from entering the place to begin with. If she was doubtful just now, she was now 100% certain that Chen Xiu hadn't forced Tao Lingwan into this. It was indeed her own decision to enter the Samsara Pavilion. While she was in a dazed state, Tao Lingwan suddenly dashed forward. When Yu Xiangdai came to her senses, she quickly extended her hand. Chen Xiu instantly appeared in front of her and pushed out his palm. Both of them were sent flying away for several dozen meters. Yu Xiangdai glowered at him, "Do you want her to die?" Chen Xiu replied in a grim voice, "She wants to go in to find her own answer. Do you think I didn't intend to stop her? None of you actually know what she's like. Once she has made a decision, no one can change her mind. I took her on as a disciple when she was just a baby and raised her all by myself. She may be my disciple, but she's also like a daughter to me." Yu Xiangdai was rendered speechless. She now recalled that Chen Xiu had indeed always treated Tao Lingwan like a precious treasure. If not for him overly doting on her, she wouldn't have grown up to be such a timid and inexperienced person despite being a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Certainly, such a master who loved his disciples so much wouldn't sacrifice her one day for the sake of another disciple. Yang Kai is a talented young man who is a good match for Wanner. She's an adult now, and it's impossible for me to stay by her side forever. Over the years, I found quite a few potential partners for her, but none of them were to my liking. Yang Kai is not bad. It will be perfect if Wanner can marry him. However, it seems that I've done something wrong. Martial Peak, Chapter 48:15, Reincarnation. There were countless ancient trees in the Samsara Pavilion. Every tree was covered with leaves, and each was so huge that it would take several people to hug it. A white fog flowed through the entire forest. While walking through it, one might think that he was lost in a dream. Yang Kai sauntered through the forest in silence. Millions of branches hung low from the ancient trees. Although there was no wind, they swayed gently as though they were welcoming the guests who visited this place. Most of the trunks were fully sealed. Only some of the trunks had gaps in them, which looked like tree caves that could accommodate people. There were two types of trees that corresponded to different genders. Other than the ancient trees with sealed trunks, some of the trees had gaps that were near the roots while some of the gaps were in the middle of the trunks. All of the disciples who entered this place had to enter a tree cave and stay inside the tree of their choice. With the help of the forest's mysterious power, they could enter the real Samsara Pavilion and go through reincarnations to train their hearts. Previously, Yu Xiangdai had told Yang Kai about the things he had to take note of in the Samsara Pavilion. Hence, he knew that the gaps that appeared in the middle of the trunks were for the female disciples while the tree caves near the roots were for the male disciples. Although they appeared similar on the outside, they were starkly different inside. If one had selected the wrong tree cave, they were unable to enter the real samsara pavilion. The difficulty of the heart barriers that the female disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven set up had something to do with the locations of the ancient trees. The further they went, the more difficult the heart barrier they would be able to set up. Those who just wanted a heart barrier of 3 lives could just find an ancient tree in the periphery. They didn't have to go further into the forest. However, the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had established must be more than 3 lives, so Yang Kai reckoned that he should travel deeper. For the male disciples, the locations of the ancient trees didn't matter, but Yang Kai wanted to get closer to Chu Huashang, though he had no idea which ancient tree she was in. 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the depths of the forest where he was blocked by a certain ancient tree. There was a gap near the roots of the ancient tree that had formed a tree cave that could accommodate a person. The branches that hung low kept swaying back and forth. Just when Yang Kai was ready to go further, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at his own shoulder. Above his shoulder, there was a curly branch that seemed to have turned into a petite hand and hooked his clothes at some point. Yang Kai decided to stop moving forward. Instead, he turned around and shuffled towards a nearby tree cave. The Samsara Pavilion was a place where hearts were trained, and sincerity was of utmost importance. Yu Xiangdai had told him to let nature take its course, and he was ready to follow her advice. Upon entering the tree cave, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed. The tree cave was pretty big, so he didn't feel cramped while sitting inside. After he emptied his mind for a bit, the tree cave suddenly started squirming and closing until he was fully covered by it. From the outside, there didn't seem to be any traces that suggested there was once a tree cave here. Upon realizing that his thoughts were running wild, Yang Kai quickly pulled himself together and stopped resisting. There came a moment when his soul seemed to have left his body as it passed through a colorful passage and reached for an unknown place. Everything was going just like what Yu Xiangdai had described, so Yang Kai just waited patiently. A moment seemed to have passed, but it also felt as if millions of years had gone by. Finally, a glimmer of light came into sight at the end of the colorful passageway. The light rapidly expanded until Yang Kai could no longer see anything else. In the meantime, he realized that his soul finally landed on the ground, and he was equipped with a new body. He could hear the sounds of weapons clanging with each other. The place was bustling with noise, and the people around him were clearly cheering. Yang Kai looked around and realized that he was standing close to an arena. He was basically sandwiched among a group of people. On the stage, 2 figures were locked in an intense battle as they wielded their weapons. After a moment of observation, Yang Kai realized that even though their techniques appeared sophisticated, they were really just flashy without much power. With a frown, he examined himself and realized that there was a special power flowing through his meridians. This was not world energy, though it was similar. What he found unsatisfactory was that the power was far too weak, equivalent to maybe an initial element realm 3rd stage cultivator. Before he could familiarize himself with the situation, the crowd was heard cheering again as there was a winner on the stage. This didn't seem to be a life-or-death battle. One person was obviously more powerful. While the loser cupped his fist and conceded defeat, the winner responded to him with respect. The atmosphere was harmonious. This was the real Samsara Pavilion, which could also be called the Samsara World. There were innumerable Samsara worlds in the Samsara Pavilion. The Samsara world every person entered could be different. Only 2 people whose hearts were connected had a chance to enter the same Samsara world and go through reincarnations together. From the looks of it, Yang Kai reckoned that the martial Tao of the Samsara world he had entered was quite low, but that didn't matter. The reason he was here was to look for Chu Huashang, unlike his previous experience in the small source world where he had to rise to become an overlord of that world. Hence, the low martial Tao wasn't a big deal. He was certain that Chu Huashang was also in this Samsara world. As for where to look for her, he was clueless. Certainly, he wasn't interested in the battles on the stage. The most pressing issue at hand for him was to find out more about this world and look for Chu Huashang. Just when he turned around and was ready to leave, an old man with a goatee appeared on the stage with a piece of yellow silk cloth. After sweeping a glance over the people around the stage, he announced, "The next fight. Yang Kai vs. Luo and Guo." Yang Kai turned to look at the stage and arched his brow. A burly figure emerged from the crowd and walked up the stage in a few steps. His heavy build caused the stage to shake a little. The man, who looked like a bear, swept a condescending glance over the crowd and ripped his top apart, which revealed his hairy chest. He then demanded provokingly, "Where's Yang Kai? Come out so I can destroy you." Yang Kai put on a smile, thinking that this was what Yu Xiangdai meant by allowing nature to take its course. The way a cultivator was trained in the Samsara Pavilion was similar to that of the small source world. After he entered this Samsara world, he was given a new identity. It was just that his name was never changed, as he was still Yang Kai. Just now, he had no idea where to look for clues that would help him find Chu Huashang. Now, it seemed that the fight on the stage might help him with it. He turned around and ambled towards the stage. The crowd took the initiative to separate to the sides. When he reached the stage that was around waist height, he pressed his hands against it and leaped up. Seeing that, the crowd broke into laughter. Everyone who went on stage would do their best to show off their prowess. The different skills and movements would elicit applause from the crowd. It was the first time they saw someone clumsily climb up onto the stage like what Yang Kai had done. On the stage, Luo and Guo gaped at the frail Yang Kai, whose limbs seemed as thin as twigs, and put on a grin. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai placed his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. He had just discovered that there was a sword hanging there. It was then he realized that he was supposed to be a swordsman in this samsara world. As such, he decided to play along. Even though he had never cultivated the sword Dao before, with his vast experiences and high cultivation, he could just use any weapon fairly well. With his left hand on the sword, he put on a gentle smile and nodded, "Yes." A ferocious glint flashed through Luo and Guo's eyes as he bellowed, "I'll destroy you with just one move." The moment he started speaking, his burly figure dashed forward. By the time he finished his last word, his huge fist was already coming right at Yang Kai's face. It was the first time Yang Kai arrived in this samsara world, so he knew nothing about this place. He had the intention to find out the difference between his own martial Dao and the other man's, so he didn't attempt to dodge the attack. To the onlookers, he seemed to be stunned and rooted to the spot. Following a loud boom, the entire stage shook a little. Luo and Guo's devastating attack didn't destroy his opponent though. Faced with the fist that could kill a tiger, Yang Kai rapidly extended his fist and directly met the attack. As a result, Yang Kai couldn't help but stagger backward until he reached the edge of the stage. He quickly stomped his foot on the ground to stabilize himself. Upon impact, cracks started appearing on the wooden floor around his foot. On the other hand, Luo and Guo only staggered backwards for a bit before he managed to stabilize himself. He then gazed at Yang Kai with surprise. In the meantime, the onlookers broke out into a clamor. Those who laughed at Yang Kai earlier were staring at him in shock. The two people on the stage were starkly different when it came to their builds. The onlookers initially thought that the winner would be revealed with just one move, and the loser might even lose his life. Unexpectedly though, Yang Kai, who appeared thin and frail, managed to fend off Luo and Guo's attack. Although he appeared a bit discomfort, he had still managed to succeed. To the onlookers, only when two opponents were equally matched would the fight be interesting. It was boring to watch a battle where one could easily defeat the other party. Seeing that Yang Kai was defiant, they immediately cheered for him to keep him motivated. Luo and Guo frowned as he was embarrassed at the fact that he was unable to smash Yang Kai with only one move, just like what he had boasted. He then snorted, "You're indeed something, brat. You've successfully fended off my attack once. Let's see whether you'll be able to ward off my second and third attacks." The next moment, he dashed towards Yang Kai with his feet thudding on the ground. After the exchange of moves, Yang Kai had a better understanding of his own strength. There wasn't a huge gap between his power and Luo and Guo's. The only difference was that his physical strength was weaker than the other parties, which was why he suffered a setback just now. At that instant, he was torn between laughter and tears. Over the years, he had never suffered a setback when it came to his raw physical strength. It was a new experience for him in this samsara world. He was already on the edge of the stage, so if he kept moving backwards, he would fall off. Therefore, faced with Luo and Guo's strike, he bolted forward and met him head-on. With his left hand on the hilt, he unsheathed the sword as a glint flashed through the weapon and dazzled the onlookers. After the two figures brushed past each other, Yang Kai slowly sheathed his sword. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-16, Meng Manor. The boisterous crowd abruptly fell silent as they looked dazedly at the two figures on the stage. Most of them didn't have a sharp vision, so they were unable to make out the abstrusity of the exchange of moves just now. Only a small number of the onlookers narrowed their eyes and gazed at Yang Kai with serious expressions. There was now a winner on the stage. There were no restrictions when it came to the battles today. It didn't matter whether one would like to use a weapon or fight with his bare hands as long as he could win the battle, hence, Yang Kai didn't break the rules by using his sword. Luo and Guo didn't collapse, but when he touched his throat, he realized that it was wet. When he looked down, he saw that his hand was covered with blood. It wasn't until this moment that he felt a pain coming from his neck. A myriad of expressions came over him. He knew that the other party didn't intend to kill him, otherwise, he would have been beheaded instead of getting cut slightly. Despite that, this kind of outcome was still unacceptable for him. During the exchange of moves just now, he didn't even manage to make out how Yang Kai unsheathed his sword. He didn't have a chance to counterattack as the other party's attack was too fast for him to even perceive. The old man with a goatee seemed to have received an instruction as he quickly went on stage and announced, "The winner is Yang Kai." Following that, he told the two of them to leave the stage and spoke no further. For the next half a day, more people jumped on stage to fight. Some of them were weak cultivators with only flashy moves while some of them were truly powerful. As Yang Kai observed it, he realized that there seemed to be a selection process going on here, though he wasn't sure what it was for. Fortunately, the people around him were talking among themselves, so he could deduce what was going on from the chatter. The Meng family ran one of the largest businesses in White Jade City, so it was expected that they were extremely wealthy. However, their wealth was coveted by many people as a result. Just a few days ago, the mountain bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak demanded that the Meng family give them 100,000 silver coins and 10 beautiful maidservants every month, otherwise, they would destroy the Meng family. Hidden Treasure Peak was initially occupied by a small group of mountain bandits, and they didn't pose any real threat at all. Some time ago though, a lot of fugitives came over and joined Hidden Treasure Peak, which significantly strengthened their ranks. In order to make a name for themselves, these new members of Hidden Treasure Peak decided to target the wealthy Meng family in the nearby city. Although there was a city lord in White Jade City, who had his own soldiers, the Meng family wouldn't dare to entirely rely on others. Hence, they decided to set up an arena on this day and offered attractive salaries to hire some powerful private guards to protect them. As Yang Kai listened to the people around him, he soon realized the situation he was in. Supposedly, he was there to apply for a job. Is senior sister Chu in the Meng family? Yang Kai couldn't help but have this speculation, otherwise, he couldn't explain why he had to take part in a selection battle right after entering this samsara world. Considering all this, he started looking forward to what was ahead of him. It wasn't until evening that the competition ended. There were some powerful cultivators from the Meng family who were hidden from the crowd here to watch the battles on the stage and make their judgments. Those who were qualified would be brought back to the Meng family manor while those who were not good enough would be given some money and told to go home. Yang Kai had performed pretty well, so at the end of the day, the old man with a goatee called out to him and announced that he had passed the test. Luo Ngua, who was defeated by Yang Kai, was also accepted. Although he had lost the battle, his power could not be underestimated. It was just that he had come across a stronger opponent named Yang Kai. The powerful cultivators from the Meng family had acute eyesight, so they didn't accept the candidates solely based on the results of the battles. Instead, they made their own judgments. Those who were knocked out didn't have any complaints as they were fully aware of their true strength. The reason they even took part in the competition was to get some money from the Meng family. Now that they had achieved their goal, they were more than thankful. There were many people left as there were 40 to 50 of them. With a servant clad in green clothes leading the way, they entered the Meng manor through a side door and arrived at a courtyard. They would receive some training in this place for half a month. The captain of the private guards would tell them where they could and could not go in the Meng manor. He would also tell them the rules they had to follow and the consequences of breaking them. On the first day, someone broke the rules. Perhaps he had lost his way while looking for the restroom, so he wandered into the nearby inner court. Seeing that, the personal bodyguards in that place immediately captured him. The captain had the intention of punishing this man to serve as a warning to everyone else. After this person was brought to him, he crippled him and threw him out of the manor right in front of everyone's eyes. The new batch of private guards were horrified. It wasn't until this moment that they realized it wasn't so easy to earn the attractive salaries the Meng family offered. In this place, rules were everything, and one would end up in a horrible state by not following them. The Meng family was wealthy, so it was expected that their manor was huge. However, Yang Kai and the others could only stay in the same courtyard. Since the incident on the first day, no one dared to walk about as they pleased. There was a test 3 days later, and more than 10 people were eliminated. After familiarizing himself with this place for 3 days, Yang Kai decided to take action. He wasn't interested in becoming a private guard in the Meng manor. Since he had speculated that Chu Huashang might be in the Meng family, he had to look for her. Chu Huashang was likely a female member of the Meng family. Although Yang Kai had no idea about her identity in the Meng manor, she must be living in the inner court as she was a woman. When darkness descended, he walked out in silence and headed to the inner court. There were many private guards who were hidden in different corners of Meng manor. However, Yang Kai could easily detect them and avoid getting caught. Just when he was ready to enter the inner court, he realized there was a problem. The security in the inner court was obviously much tighter. He could detect that there were many pairs of eyes in the periphery of the inner court that were paying close attention to the surroundings. It was impossible for him to sneak into the inner court without getting caught given his current power. He waited patiently for 2 hours but still couldn't find a chance, so eventually, he decided to take it slow and come up with a plan first. Just when he was preparing to leave, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past in the darkness. The person seemed to have the same intention as him. Since there was no chance for him to get into the inner court, he had no choice but to give up. However, this man gave up earlier than Yang Kai did, which was why Yang Kai noticed him. Although it was pitch black in this place, it still couldn't conceal his burly figure. Yang Kai frowned as he recognized this person and he wondered, what is he doing here? When did he come? Yang Kai was careful with every movement he made, so he was certain that this other intruder didn't notice him. After the person was gone, he silently left. When Yang Kai returned to his place, he jumped through the window and entered the room. His roommates were still sound asleep and no one realized that he had left and returned. In the morning, they still had to receive training. The captain of the private guards became even more demanding. As a result, some of the arrogant candidates were beaten up and thrown out of Meng manor. There were initially 40 to 50 people, but presently, only about 30 were left. At night, Yang Kai pretended to be sound asleep as he waited patiently. Last night, regardless of what the intention of that person was, he hadn't achieved his goal, so he would definitely take action again tonight. As expected, in the middle of the night, Yang Kai heard a faint noise. If he hadn't paid close attention to the surroundings, he wouldn't have heard it. Upon making sure that his roommates were still fast asleep, Yang Kai got up in silence. After leaving the courtyard, he saw the burly figure dexterously navigating the darkness and heading straight to the inner court. Yang Kai followed him closely. However, he still couldn't figure out the person's intention tonight. Just like last night, the person remained hidden and observed the surroundings for 2 hours before leaving. For the next half a month, other than receiving training every day, Yang Kai couldn't discover anything. He hadn't even managed to sneak into the inner court. After this period of time, only 20 people remained, which was less than half of the initial number. On the other hand, the captain was pleased with that. Standing in front of these 20 people, he swept a stern glance over them and said, "Since all of you are still here, it means that you're pretty strong. Those who are weak have all been chased away. Moreover, we've looked into your backgrounds, and no problems have been found. Since you've passed the test, you are now members of the Meng Manor. As long as you're loyal to the Meng family, you'll not be mistreated. As private guards, we have to always be ready to protect the Meng family even if we have to lose our lives. Those who don't have the determination to do so can leave now. I won't blame you." Certainly, no one left. Regardless of their reasons for wanting to become private guards, the salaries offered by Meng Manor were attractive. They couldn't get a better job elsewhere. As expected, the captain was satisfied while he nodded lightly. "It seems that none of you are willing to leave. Good. I have one last question. Does any one of you have any ill intentions against Meng Manor? Just be honest with me. I promise not to kill you." When the captain saw that no one responded to him a moment later, he went on to say with a smile, "It seems that you're not willing to admit it." He then turned his head and gazed at a stern-looking young man, Lin Xiaoshan. "How are the managers on the mountain doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the private guards, who were behind him, instantly surrounded Lin Xiaoshan. A sense of fluster flashed through Lin Xiaoshan's face as he stared at the captain. "What are you doing?" The captain replied impassively, "You know what we're doing." Lin Xiaoshan frowned, but he soon put on a relieved smile. "How did you find out?" The captain slowly shook his head. "We have our own ways." Lin Xiaoshan nodded. "It seems that the managers have underestimated the Meng Manor. Since you found out about it, you can just kill me as you please." The captain replied, "I certainly hope to kill you and send your head to those on the mountain. However, Master doesn't like to shed blood unnecessarily, so he has ordered that you be allowed to leave this place alive. However, you have to pass on his words to the managers." "Go ahead," Lin Xiaoshan said in a calm and collected manner. The captain replied, "Master has said that the Meng Manor is a business entity, and he doesn't want to offend the people on the mountain. So, let us be friends instead." Lin Xiaoshan grinned. "What can you offer, then?" The captain clapped his hands. Then someone came over with a package. He took the package and tossed it at Lin Xiaoshan. "This is what the master can offer, and the same amount of money will be sent to you all every month." Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoshan opened the package and saw a lot of banknotes. After some calculations, he realized that they were worth about 20,000 silver coins. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-17, Night Attack. After examining the banknotes in the package, Lin Xiaoshan frowned. "It's too little. The managers want 100,000 silver coins, and there's a lack of women on the mountain." The captain of the private guards shook his head. "This is what Meng Manor can offer. We won't give you any more or any less." Lin Xiaoshan stored the package. "Got it. I'll bring this back to the managers. However, as for what decision they'll make, I have no right to interfere." Upon finishing his words, he leaped onto the roof and stepped on the tiles in light steps. He soon left the place. The personal bodyguards of Meng Manor didn't intend to stop him as they watched him leave. In fact, Meng Manor had offered them a lot of money. Nevertheless, if those from Hidden Treasure Peak were not satisfied with it, the conflict would still be irresolvable. Therefore, they didn't dare to fire any more personal bodyguards. After half a month of training, new private guards that included Yang Kai were given some tasks. Yang Kai hoped to be stationed inside the inner court. In that case, it would be easier for him to gather information in the inner court and look for Chu Huashang. With that said, he knew that it was an unrealistic idea. Regardless of anything else, they were new private guards whose loyalty was not time-tested. They would be given some tasks, but they would not be stationed in important places. As expected, Yang Kai was told to watch over some courtyards in the outer court, and he had a veteran private guard named Yin Zhiyong as his partner. Another 4 people were going to work with them. There were 3 shifts in a day, and 2 of them would respectively guard the place for 8 hours. The task was neither difficult nor simple. They familiarized themselves with each other and came up with a passcode for changing shifts, after which Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong hid in a corner and monitored their surroundings to prevent any ill-intentioned people from barging in. It would be peaceful for the next 3 days. When they were not on duty, Yang Kai would buy some wine and food to share with Yin Zhiyong. Certainly, Yin Zhiyong was pleased with Yang Kai's tactfulness, so he became more amiable to him. Therefore, barely 3 days later, Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong became good friends. One day, Yang Kai brought back some wine and food again. They were seated across from each other while drinking and chatting. Thinking that it was about time, Yang Kai pretended to be drunk as he said, "Brother Yin, I know nothing about the Meng Manor since I'm new. You've been a private guard here for more than 10 years. Do you have any advice for me?" Yin Zhiyong stuffed some peanuts into his mouth and looked smilingly at him. "Of course I have a lot of advice for you, but it's not like I can say it all at once. Just stay here for a few more years, and you'll get the hang of it. The Meng Manor is a good place. There's practically no risk we have to face as private guards, and the salaries are attractive. Countless people scramble to get in here every year." Yang Kai filled the cup with wine for him. "Just tell me anything, Brother Yin. I'm all ears. It's just between you and me." Over the past few days, Yang Kai had bought him a lot of delicious food and wine, so it was hard for Yin Zhiyong to turn him down. After giving it a thought, Yin Zhiyong decided to tell him some basic information. According to him, the Meng family started out as salt sellers, and they gradually branched out into different businesses. Their properties were all over the world, and their revenue was counted in the millions of silver coins every year. Presently, the Meng family patriarch, Meng Deyi, was 50 years old. He had more than 10 wives, 4 sons, and 3 daughters. The family businesses were practically managed by the sons, while 2 out of 3 daughters were married to men who were equal matches in terms of their statuses. Only the eldest young lady has been giving the patriarch a headache. Yin Zhiyong frowned at the mention of the eldest young lady. A sensitive Yang Kai asked, "What's going on with the eldest young lady?" All of a sudden, Yin Zhiyong looked around. Still feeling worried, he rose from the chair and opened the door. Upon making sure that no one else was around, he took a seat and said to Yang Kai in a small voice, "In the Meng Manor, the eldest young lady's affairs are a taboo. You must not mention it as you please." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Yin. I won't." Yin Zhiyong took a sip of the wine and said, "In the Meng Manor, the 4th young lady and the 5th young lady are married, but the eldest young lady is still single. Don't you think it's weird?" Appearing to be shocked, Yang Kai asked, "The eldest young lady is still single? How old is she now?" Yin Zhiyong shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I suppose she's 26 or 27 years old." 26 or 27 years old? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He asked in a hushed voice, "Is no one interested in the eldest young lady because she's ugly?" A flabbergasted Yin Zhiyong quickly placed a finger on his own lips and anxiously looked around. "Are you sick of living? How dare you slander the eldest young lady? Don't drag me into this." Yang Kai hurriedly patted his own mouth. After pulling himself together, Yin Zhiyong went on to say, "I'm telling you, the eldest young lady is not ugly. Rather, she's incredibly beautiful. A curious Yang Kai asked, "How do you know, Brother Yin?" Yin Zhiyong replied with a smile, "I've been a private guard in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, after all. When I was still a rookie here, the eldest young lady was just a teenager, and she was already beautiful at that time. There's no way she'd be ugly after maturing fully. Since many years ago, the eldest young lady has rarely stepped out of the inner court. Even when she does, she'd be wearing a veil and a hat. However, 3 years ago. Yes, it was exactly 3 years ago when I caught a glimpse of the eldest young lady's face. She was truly stunning. This Yin can be considered an experienced person, and I once spent a lot of money to bed the most beautiful woman in a famous brothel in this city. She could be considered alluring, but she was in no way comparable to the eldest young lady." Yang Kai didn't seem to believe him. "Are you serious, Brother Yin? It sounds unbelievable." Yin Zhiyong seemed to be thinking back to that time with fondness when he heard what Yang Kai said. He impatiently waved his hand and snapped, "It's fine even if you don't believe me. It's the truth regardless." He wasn't willing to keep talking about the eldest young lady's beauty, as though it would be blasphemy to do so. Yang Kai thus took the initiative by asking, "Since the eldest young lady is so beautiful, why is she still single? Could it be that she had extremely high standards when it comes to men?" Yin Zhiyong shook his head, "Who knows? Maybe. In any case, the Meng Manor is wealthy, so even if she really was ugly, many men would still propose to her. Moreover, the patriarch has been looking for suitable men for her since she came of age. Over the years, he has found a lot of talented young men who are from wealthy families as well, but the eldest young lady wasn't interested in any of them." Yang Kai nodded. "She must be demanding when it comes to men, then." Yin Zhiyong chuckled. "Rumor has it that the eldest young lady once told a maidservant the reason she's not married up until now isn't that she thinks those talented young men are not good enough. Instead, she's been waiting for a man who is destined to be with her." "Pfft, destiny, what nonsense." Since he was tipsy, Yin Zhiyong began spouting nonsense. He lamented that life was unfair to him. Despite being powerful, he wasn't given any important tasks. He had been loyal to the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, but he was still a mere guard. On the other hand, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It was very likely that the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor was Chu Huashang. In this samsara world, the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor was already 26 or 27 years old. The patriarch had been looking for potential partners for her since she came of age, which was about 10 years ago. Chu Huashang had entered the samsara pavilion at around the same time. Furthermore, she had been waiting for a man who was destined to be with her. After entering the samsara pavilion, Chu Huashang set up a heart barrier and reincarnated into this samsara world. Although she had lost her memory, the heart barrier was real. Under the influence of the heart barrier, she would do things that were true to her heart. Yang Kai reckoned that he had to go to the inner court and see the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. Only by doing so could he be certain whether she was the real Chu Huashang. While he was lost in his thoughts, a flustered voice was heard shouting from somewhere in the Meng Manor, "Fire! There's a fire!" Yang Kai looked out the window and indeed saw a tinge of redness. A shocked Yang Kai quickly got up and opened the door before leaping onto the roof. As he looked around intently, he saw that a particular place in the Meng Manor was on fire while everyone was flustered and in a panic. A lot of servants rushed over with buckets of water in an attempt to put out the blaze. A tipsy Yin Zhiyong appeared beside him and frowned as he had a bad feeling. "Brother Yin," Yang Kai turned to look at him. "Don't make any rash moves without orders." Although Yin Zhiyong was slightly drunk, he was still clear-headed. As a person who had worked for the Meng Manor for a long time, he knew that it was a taboo to be absent from one's duties without permission during a crisis. The best way to deal with the situation was to stay where they were supposed to be. Just when Yang Kai was about to nod his head though, he suddenly felt his chest tightening. When he turned his head, he saw that over 10 people had appeared on a higher roof with bows in their hands. Under the night sky, cold glints flashed off the arrows from the fire in the distance. Enemy attack! Yang Kai growled and tackled Yin Ji Yong down from the roof. The next moment, several arrows struck the place where they were standing just now. The violent force directly broke the roof. Yin Ji Yong instantly sobered up as he got to his feet and nodded at Yang Kai as a form of gratitude. Nevertheless, before they could compose themselves, they felt gusts of wind coming from both left and right sides. Instinctually, Yang Kai unsheathed his sword with his left hand and slashed it across the person behind him. A short shriek was heard as the attacker behind him was killed. Another sword brushed past his chest and cut his clothes open. An agile Yang Kai stepped forward and wielded his sword as shrieks were continuously heard. When he finally stopped, 6 people had already collapsed to the ground behind him. All of them were respectively killed with a single stroke. Blood could be seen dripping from the sword and dyeing the ground crimson. A dumbfounded Yin Ji Yong gazed at Yang Kai. Just now, by the time he unsheathed his sword, the enemies had all fallen to the ground. A moment later, he praised the young man by saying, "Little brother, you're incredible." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai came right at him with the sword as murderous intent was written all over his face. Yin Ji Yong felt his legs trembling as he instinctively raised his sword. Yang Kai dodged it and pressed his hand against the older man's shoulder. Upon impact, Yin Ji Yong was forced to whirl around. It just so happened that he dodged an arrow that was coming from behind as a result. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-18, Eldest Young Lady was captured. Yin Ji Yong was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that Yang Kai had saved him once again. In just a few breaths' time, Yang Kai had saved his life twice. Feeling embarrassed, he quickly raised his sword and fought against the enemies alongside Yang Kai. Since he had been a private guard in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, he was naturally strong. The experiences just now made him feel furious, so he was especially ruthless when dealing with the enemies. The attackers were mostly weak, but there were a lot of them, and they had hidden themselves in darkness earlier. Now that they had been exposed, there was no way they could defeat the 2 of them. A moment later, all the attackers were either killed or running for their lives. Soon, the courtyard fell into silence. Despite that, they could hear the sounds of intense battles coming from other parts of the manor. Just then, a high-pitched whistle was heard. The captain of the private guards was trying to gather his subordinates together. Yin Ji Yong shouted at Yang Kai, "Come with me." With blood still dripping from his sword, he leaped over the wall and led Yang Kai to another courtyard. More than 30 private guards had gathered together in this place. All of them were covered in blood while some people were badly injured. Since they were in a perilous situation, the captain didn't have time to explain anything in detail as he said, "Those from Hidden Treasure Peak are here, and there are a lot of them. However, all of you don't have to worry. I'm sure those from the City Lord's mansion have gotten wind of this and will send some people to help soon. We just have to persevere for a while, and we'll all be safe. Now, we're on the same boat. If we can't fend off the enemies, all of us will be killed." He then started giving orders. Yang Kai and Yin Ji Yong were still partners. They were told to guard a route that the attackers must pass through if they wanted to leave the Meng Manor. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak had snuck into the Meng Manor. Regardless of what their goal was, they definitely had to leave after achieving their objective. It was a chance to weaken the power of those from Hidden Treasure Peak, so the Meng Manor would never want to miss it. Other than fending off the enemies, they also wanted to work with the City Lord's mansion to destroy the bandits. The others were also given some tasks. Upon receiving the order, Yang Kai and Yin Ji Yong left the courtyard. On the roof of a tall building, they crouched down and waited patiently. They were like the shadows in the darkness. No one could detect their presence without taking a closer look. Some of the bandits passed by this place from time to time, but before they even realized it, they had already lost their lives. Yin Ji Yong increasingly admired the strength that Yang Kai had showcased. The chaos in the Meng Manor continued. Yang Kai stared intently at the inner court. Noises of intense battles could be heard coming from over there, but they were all in the periphery. The core area of the inner court was serene, and all the lights were off. A moment later, a large group of bandits tried to escape out of the Meng Manor. The private guards, who had been waiting at the important routes, appeared and hacked them to death. The place Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were in was especially bustling with noises. While Yang Kai was still fine, Yin Ji-yong felt immensely pressured. His thigh was injured as it was now covered in blood. However, with Yang Kai around, he seemed able to easily ward off the attackers. As long as it wasn't dozens of bandits coming at him all at once, he could effortlessly kill 3 to 5 people at the same time. Presently, more than 20 corpses had been piled up on the roof. Meanwhile, the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart intensified as he felt that something was off. After killing another bandit, he suddenly realized what was amiss. When they had gathered together just now, he didn't see Luo and Guo's burly figure. Luo and Guo was also a new private guard. Unless he was already killed, he was supposed to have joined them earlier. Nevertheless, he was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai instantly looked at a particular spot in the inner court where Luo and Guo had been hiding for several nights in the past. As the fire flickered in the distance, he saw a burly figure leaping over the wall from the inner court and heading to a place where security was weak. There seemed to be some helpers over there as they quickly left the place with the burly figure. Yang Kai immediately jumped off the roof. An astounded Yin Ji-yong called out in alarm, "Where are you going, little brother?" He didn't get any response from the young man. On the other hand, some bandits came at him from the side as they intended to flee. Yin Ji-yong couldn't help but shudder. His thigh was injured. Without Yang Kai working with him, he would be killed by those bandits. However, he would be considered to be absent from his duties if he left just like that. After the dust settled, he would be punished by those from the Meng Manor. Between death and punishment though, Yin Ji-yong steadfastly chose the latter. He quickly leaped off the roof and followed Yang Kai. At the front, Yang Kai ran after the burly figure on the roof and soon left the Meng Manor. A large group of people could be heard coming from behind. Supposedly, the support from the city lord's mansion had arrived. On the other hand, Yang Kai stared fixedly at the burly figure ahead. It wasn't until this moment that he realized there was something on the sturdy figure's shoulder. Despite that, it didn't affect his agility as the towering figure remained as dexterous as a rabbit. Around him, his companions were seen charging forward. Sensing that there was someone running after him, Luo and Guo turned his head to take a look without stopping in his tracks. Meanwhile, 2 of his companions turned around and dashed towards Yang Kai. Their gap soon shortened. Barely 30 meters away, those 2 people lifted their weapons and came at Yang Kai from both sides. Yang Kai directly brushed past the 2 of them as a glint flashed from his sword. When Yin Ji-yong arrived at this place, he saw 2 corpses lying on the roof. Although the gates of White Jade City were closed, it couldn't stop a powerful cultivator like Luo and Guo from fleeing as he was well prepared. With the help of a claw hook, he climbed up the wall and soon jumped off to the other side under the night sky. When Yang Kai arrived, 2 of Luo and Guo's companions were still climbing up the wall. He leaped into the air like a bird and hovered above the 2 of them for a moment before landing a kick on the one nearest to him. The person crashed into his companion as they fell to the ground together. Upon landing on the top of the wall, Yang Kai sported a dark expression, for he could hear the sound of a horse neighing. Looking down, he saw that Luo and Guo was mounting up. Luo and Guo looked up at Yang Kai and grinned. Then, he made the horse turn around and gallop off. Yang Kai took a deep breath and leaped off the wall before rushing forward. However, even though he was fairly powerful in this samsara world, with such low cultivation, he could never be as quick as a horse. Despite seeing that Luo and Guo was getting further away from him, Yang Kai didn't give up. Instead, he raced after him following the horse's hoofprints. About a cup of tea's time later, Luo and Guo was nowhere to be seen while Yang Kai was feeling extremely anxious. Just then, a horse could be heard galloping towards him from behind. He turned his head and saw Yin Ji-yong rushing towards him on horseback. The horse stopped in front of Yang Kai as Yin Ji-yong panted and said, "The eldest young lady was captured." When he saw Yang Kai leaving the Meng Manor to chase after someone just now, he still had no idea what was going on. But soon, the Meng Manor descended into chaos because while they were locked in an intense battle with the bandits, someone snuck into the inner court and abducted the eldest young lady. Yin Ji-yong immediately thought of the person that Yang Kai was running after. With no time to report the matter to the higher-ups, he took a horse from the stable and dashed off in the direction of Hidden Treasure Peak. He faced an obstacle when trying to pass through the city gates, for they were already closed. The people guarding the gates were from the city lord's mansion, and a mere private guard from the Meng Manor had no authority to make them open the gates. Fortunately, Yin Ji-yong was friends with the leader of the guards on duty, and he told him what was going on. He also promised a reward from the Meng family before he was allowed to pass through the gates. He believed that if his speculation was right, Yang Kai was just in front of him. Just as he had expected, he soon found Yang Kai. Following that, he leaped off the horse and said grimly, "Only you can save the eldest young lady, little brother. If you're able to do it, we won't have to worry about money ever again." He had seen Yang Kai's true strength just now, so he had confidence in him. Moreover, there was only one horse, and he was injured, therefore, he wasn't willing to follow him to slow him down. "Don't worry," Yang Kai nodded and jumped onto the horse. After clenching his thighs, he galloped off in a hurry. Yang Kai wasn't sure where Hidden Treasure Peak was exactly, but fortunately, Luo and Guo had left behind some traces while escaping. Furthermore, Luo and Guo was a burly man, and he had to carry the eldest young lady with him, therefore, it was expected that Yang Kai could outpace him on his horse. At the break of dawn, Yang Kai had a feeling that he was getting closer to his target. After galloping a few more kilometers, he indeed saw Luo and Guo. The noise from behind alerted Luo and Guo, and when he turned his head and saw someone chasing after him, he was astounded. The distance between them was getting shorter. Luo and Guo turned his head several times and finally made out Yang Kai's face. Instantly, he burned with murderous intent. He could never forget about the humiliation inflicted upon him by Yang Kai, who defeated him with his sword on the selection stage. Nevertheless, he didn't show it on his face over the past few days. After all, he was on a mission in the Meng Manor, so he didn't have time to settle the score with Yang Kai. However, when he saw Yang Kai relentlessly pursuing him at this moment, he was infuriated. Since Yang Kai's horse could apparently run faster, there was no way he could flee. After giving it a thought, Luo and Guo slowed his horse down and turned around, choosing to wait on the same spot in silence. A moment later, Yang Kai stopped at a spot a few dozen meters away from him. As their eyes met, Luo and Guo put on a grin while Yang Kai remained calm and collected. "Brat, you're pretty bold. How did you have the gall to chase after me on your own?" Luo and Guo cracked his neck. Yang Kai took a glance at the horse and saw a black cloth bag. There seemed to be a person who was squirming in the cloth bag. Perhaps her mouth had been sealed, so she could only grunt. "Do you want to save the damsel in distress?" Luo and Guo sneered. "Release her." Yang Kai placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword with a cold expression. Luo and Guo scoffed, "You just joined the Meng Manor recently, why are you pretending to be loyal?" "Brat, you're pretty strong. Why don't you follow me to the mountain? You can get all the money and women that you want. It's better than working as a private guard in the Meng family. Release her." Yang Kai repeated his words dispassionately. The smile on Luo and Guo's face disappeared. "I wanted to offer you an opportunity since you're quite talented. However, since you refuse a toast, you must drink a forfeit. Don't blame me for being rough with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air. The horse was unable to bear the impact as all its legs broke while it neighed in pain. While in mid-air, Luo and Guo bellowed, do you seriously think you're more powerful than me just because you beat me back then? I'll show you my true power. In the next instant, his fists turned into countless shadows that rained down on Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-19, Liar. Like an eagle descending towards a rabbit, Luo and Guo came right at Yang Kai from above. His towering figure gave off immense pressure to his opponent. If a timid person was faced with such a violent attack, he would be scared out of his wits before even making a move. In that case, he wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they were equally matched. Nevertheless, Luo and Guo was surprised at the fact that Yang Kai remained calm and collected. Yang Kai leaped into the air and unsheathed his sword with his left hand as a glint flashed through his weapon. As the two figures brushed past each other, they landed on the ground with a thud and grunted. Luo and Guo widened his eyes and covered his neck with his hands. Blood could be seen spurting out through the gaps of his fingers. Disbelief was written all over his face. In the past, he had hidden his true power on the stage, so he was unresigned after he was defeated by Yang Kai with a sword. Therefore, when he saw Yang Kai racing after him just now, he intended to show his true power to the other man. Nevertheless, he never expected that this would be the outcome. Just like what had happened on the stage, he was defeated by Yang Kai with a single slash once more. However, the attack was even quicker this time, and he was completely unable to ward it off. The difference was that Yang Kai didn't intend to kill him on the stage back then, but this time, he had sent him to hell. Luo and Guo still hadn't figured out how Yang Kai managed to defeat him. It was supposedly impossible for Yang Kai to unsheath his sword from that angle, and the timing at that moment was beyond a human's control. However, he really did it. As a result, Luo and Guo's blood was rapidly leaving him as he felt cold all over his body. He didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted to be a private guard in the Meng Manor since the latter was such an expert in martial arts. Regardless of how hard he tried, Luo and Guo was unable to stop his blood from spurting out as he gasped in pain. Nevertheless, he wouldn't die so soon. He fell on one knee with a thud as he was engulfed in the fear and pain of death. Yang Kai put his sword back into the sheath and shuffled forward without sparing him a glance. However, after just taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He wasn't sure about the level of Luo and Guo's power according to the standards in this samsara world, but he reckoned that the latter couldn't be considered weak. In comparison, his current cultivation was weaker than that of Luo and Guo. The battle on the stage some time ago had proven it. A cultivator with Yang Kai's current strength, born and bred in this place, would undoubtedly be defeated by a powerful cultivator like Luo and Guo. Nonetheless, Yang Kai reincarnated into this world as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so his skill and vision were far greater than the limits of this world. The chance that was impossible to grasp in Luo and Guo's eyes could easily be captured by Yang Kai. That was why he could defeat the other party despite being weaker. With that said, it wasn't without a price to pay. 3 of Yang Kai's ribs must have been broken after his chest was struck by Luo and Guo. He could even feel that his throat was filled with blood. Yang Kai forcefully choked down the sweet liquid and stabilized himself before walking up to Luo and Guo's horse. The horse's limbs were broken after it bore the impact of Luo and Guo leaping into the air. Presently, it was lying on the ground and wailing. The person in the cloth bag was still squirming on the horseback as she groaned and grunted. Yang Kai opened the bag and revealed an alluring face that was covered in tears. The bumpy ride had caused her hair to become a mess and she must have cried for a long time as her eyes were all red, which could easily arouse a man's sympathy. Looking at this familiar face, Yang Kai smiled. "I've finally found you, Senior Sister Chu." Her current identity was the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. The eldest young lady was originally flustered and horrified, but upon seeing the man's soothing smile, she instantly calmed down. She stared fixedly at Yang Kai while a sense of confusion flashed through her eyes. She found the man before her eyes familiar, but she was sure she had never seen him before. This feeling made her doubtful. Yang Kai took out the cloth from her mouth and drew a deep breath. Don't be afraid, eldest young lady. I'm a private guard from the Meng Manor. I'm here to save you. The bandit who captured you is dead. It was only then that the eldest young lady saw the corpse kneeling on the ground up ahead. The puddle of blood horrified her as the color drained from her alluring face. She exclaimed and instinctively crashed into the oddly familiar guard's arms. Yang Kai grunted as blood leaked out of his mouth. Some of his ribs were broken to begin with, and this impact exacerbated his injuries. Upon hearing his groan, the eldest young lady looked up and saw that her rescuer seemed to be in pain, so she asked caringly, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai helped her up. "We shouldn't stay here any longer. We have to get back to the Meng Manor as quickly as possible." The eldest young lady nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai led her to his own horse and helped her get on. Just when they were preparing to leave though, he heard some noises coming from the distance. Yang Kai turned his head and saw some dust rising in the air. There seemed to be some horses coming right at them. Quickly making a decision, Yang Kai pointed in a particular direction and shouted, "Eldest young lady, ride in that direction. Don't ever stop." The eldest young lady looked down at him. "What about you?" Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "I'll get some rest before leaving." Upon finishing his words, he unsheathed his sword and slapped the horse's bottom with the back of the weapon. The horse then neighed and galloped off with the eldest young lady on its back. Following that, Yang Kai turned around and took the sword with his right hand as he waited in silence. Luo and Guo's helpers from Hidden Treasure Peak had arrived. The dust rising in the distance was surely caused by those bandits. Perhaps they had agreed to meet up in a particular place, but since Luo and Guo hadn't shown up after a long time, they decided to look for him. More than 100 horses came into Yang Kai's sight as he licked the blood around his mouth while feeling excited and high-spirited. In this place, he couldn't rely on space principles or his powerful sixth-order open heaven realm cultivation. All he had was the powers given to him in this samsara world and his own experiences. Despite his profound skill, it was impossible for him to deal with more than 100 people in his current condition. Although he supposedly didn't have a chance to survive, it had ignited his fighting spirit and fierce nature. What would happen if he was killed in this samsara world? Yu Xiangdai never told him about it. However, Yang Kai knew that he must not die. Before the heart barrier of senior sister Chu was broken, she wouldn't be able to move into the next reincarnation. Just then, Yang Kai heard the sound of a horse galloping towards him from behind. With a frown, he turned around and saw that the eldest young lady had returned. Her beautiful face was pale as she was terrified to see that more than 100 horses were coming at them. Despite that, she still summoned her courage and didn't hesitate to come back. The eldest young lady apparently had some excellent riding skills as she accurately stopped the horse in front of Yang Kai. With a furious expression, she snapped, "Liar." This was giving Yang Kai a headache as he asked, "Why did you come back?" I don't know," the eldest young lady stammered. She had no idea why she decided to come back just now, but she instinctively turned around when she heard the noises from behind. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and took the reins before leaping onto the horse. He said beside her ear, "Hold on tight." He then turned the horse around and rushed towards White Jade City. It was unrealistic to tell the eldest young lady to leave on her own now, for the other party had seen her already. If they separated to chase after her, she would be in a perilous situation. In that case, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to take matters into his own hands and protect her personally. On the horse, the eldest young lady hung her head low while blushing. She had never come into such close contact with a man before. The bumpy ride caused her back to rub against the man's chest from time to time. The panting she heard from the man made her feel flustered while she felt as if there were butterflies in her stomach. More than 100 horses arrived at the place where Luo and Guo was killed soon after. Someone examined the figure that was kneeling on the ground, and upon confirming that Luo and Guo was dead, all of them were agitated as they chased after Yang Kai and the eldest young lady. The reason Yang Kai was able to catch up to Luo and Guo earlier was that his horse could run faster. After all, Luo and Guo had a heavy build, and he had to bring the eldest young lady with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai was on his own. That was the reason he could reach Luo and Guo. Nevertheless, it was the opposite now. While Yang Kai had to bring the eldest young lady to safety on a single horse, more than 100 bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak riding down on them. The distance between them was shortening while the sounds of hooves thudding on the ground became louder. The eldest young lady was no longer in the mood to let her thoughts run wild. For a moment, a sense of anxiety flashed through her face, however, she seemed to recall something all of a sudden as she soon calmed herself down. Right then, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The distance between both parties was short enough, so an expert in archery among the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak shot an arrow at Yang Kai. However, he missed his target as the arrow landed on a spot that was 10 meters away from the left of Yang Kai. More arrows came from behind as the sounds of breaking through the air were continuously heard. Most of the arrows were not threatening at all, and for the ones that posed a risk, Yang Kai turned his head and accurately slashed across them. Behind him, a person with a hooked nose at the front of those bandits was dumbfounded by this sight, for he had never expected Yang Kai to be so strong and skillful. It was only then that he realized it wasn't just bad luck that Luo and Guo was killed. Yang Kai was apparently an expert in martial arts given his dexterity and eyesight. The hooked-nosed man had his interest piqued as he didn't know that there was such a powerful cultivator in the Meng Manor. Since Luo and Guo was dead, the losses could be made up for if they could make Yang Kai join them. The prerequisite was that they had to capture him alive. As the gap shortened, more arrows were seen flying. Although Yang Kai had tried his best to ward them off, his defense wasn't impenetrable. An arrow jabbed right into the horse's thigh and almost caused it to collapse, but a nimble Yang Kai quickly tightened the reins and used his force to help the horse stabilize. It was obvious that they were unable to flee. They couldn't run as fast as the other party to begin with, and the fact that the horse was injured exacerbated the situation. Nevertheless, it would still take them 4 to 5 hours before they could return to White Jade City. Yang Kai initially hoped that those from the Meng Manor or City Lord's mansion could send some people to help so that the two of them could stand a chance to survive, but they were still nowhere to be seen. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only save himself and the eldest young lady. He went through the route he had taken to reach this place in his mind in an attempt to find a useful place. The sounds of breaking through the air were heard again. Although Yang Kai warded off some of the arrows, one of them still jabbed into the horse's stomach. The horse that had helped Yang Kai flee for the entire night collapsed to the ground after running for another kilometer. The eldest young lady, who was seated at the front, exclaimed while Yang Kai promptly wrapped his arm around her waist and stomped his feet on the horseback. They leaped into the air and then stably landed on the ground. "Wrap your arms around me," Yang Kai ordered. A flustered eldest young lady nodded and quickly draped her arms around the young man's neck to stabilize herself. While holding his sword with one hand, Yang Kai placed his other hand on the eldest young lady's body to support her weight before rushing forward in a particular direction with all the speed he could muster. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-20, Bloody Battle. The eldest young lady's vision shook. As she looked over the shoulder of this young private guard, she could see more than 100 horses chasing after them. The faces of the horsemen were hideous and gave off a horrifying feeling. Nevertheless, she had never been calmer than at this moment. The scene and the feeling were somehow familiar to her, as though she had experienced it before. However, she had always lived in the Meng Manor, and she had never stepped out of White Jade City before. When had she ever experienced getting hunted down while she was protected by a man? Did it happen in a dream? Was it an experience from her previous life? She was supposed to feel uncomfortable in such close contact with a man she didn't know, but at this moment she was drowned in happiness as she exerted more force with her arms around the young private guard's neck. It was as though she was trying to merge into his body. She knew that this man wouldn't abandon her even if he had to lose his life. When she saw more than 10 arrows coming right at them, she exclaimed, "Watch out." Then, her eyes were dazzled by the glint from a sword. Yang Kai didn't whirl around as the eldest young lady was in front of him. If he turned around, she would be struck by the arrows. Instead, he accurately slashed across the arrows without turning at all, as though there were eyes on the back of his head. Most of the arrows were warded off, but one of them pierced right into his shoulder. The eldest young lady stared fixedly at that arrow, which was about the length of an arm. While it was deep in the man's flesh, not much blood had streamed out. Nevertheless, she felt her chest tightening at the sight of it. She reckoned that the young private guard must be in pain, but he never even grunted. More arrows were coming at them while Yang Kai zigzagged to dodge them. The gap between both parties was shortening rapidly, and it was expected that they would be surrounded by their enemies in no time. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned left and rushed forward as there was a call over there. Perhaps he could make use of the terrain. Soon, he dashed past the call with the eldest young lady in his arms. It was a lucky day for him as he soon saw that there was a cave at the bottom of a mountain wall. The cave wasn't big as it could accommodate one person. Yang Kai rushed over and put the eldest young lady down. "Get inside, now." The eldest young lady nodded and climbed into the cave on all fours and tried her best to curl up inside it. When she looked up, she saw the young private guard standing in front of her like a mountain that could fend off all storms. "What's your name?" she asked. "Yang Kai." He raised his hand to grab the arrow stuck in his shoulder and snapped the shaft off, leaving the tip inside his flesh. He then turned his head and flashed a smile at her. "My name is Yang Kai." The eldest young lady repeated it as though she was trying to imprint the name in the deepest part of her mind. She extended her hand to adjust her messy hair and put on a charming smile. "My name is Meng Ru." Yang Kai nodded his head. "A beautiful name." The sounds of hooves stepping on the ground were heard as more than 100 horses arrived at this place. The man with a hooked nose raised his hand, after which all of the horses stopped in their tracks. These bandits then stared fixedly at Yang Kai. As their eyes met, the man with a hooked nose could barely contain his admiration for Yang Kai as he sized him up. "Brat, did you kill Luo and Gua?" Yang Kai replied grimly, "Yes." With a gloomy expression, the man with a hooked nose said, "Luo and Gua was the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. You formed a grudge with us by killing him." "He shouldn't have kidnapped the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor then." Yang Kai shook his head. "Anyone who dares to harm her must die." The man with a hooked nose sneered, "You're indeed loyal, but you're also extremely foolish. Luo and Guo was weaker than you, so he only had himself to blame for getting killed. However, he was still the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. Since you have killed him, I have to avenge his death as the head manager." "How are you going to do that?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man with a hooked nose grinned, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. How do you think I'm going to avenge his death?" Yang Kai replied impassively, "If you want my life, you're welcome to try to take it. Let's see if you're capable of doing that." The man with a hooked nose scoffed, "Compared to your life, I'm more interested in you. Why don't you give the woman behind you to us as a gesture of sincerity and follow me back to the mountain? Our grudges will be resolved then." Yang Kai frowned and lowered his gaze. After giving it a thought, he replied, "I can follow you back to the mountain, but I can't pass the eldest young lady to you. Let her go back to White Jade City, and I will agree to your demand." The man with a hooked nose shook his head. "No. We have spent a lot of effort to get her. Many of our brothers were killed, including the second manager. It was so hard for us to get this woman out of the Meng Manor, so how could we let her go? Don't worry. After you follow me back to the mountain, this woman will belong to you." Yang Kai said steadfastly, "I only have one request. The eldest young lady must safely return to White Jade City." The expression of the man with a hooked nose darkened. He had paid Yang Kai due respect and expressed his willingness to let him join Hidden Treasure Peak, but the other party rudely turned him down. I'll go to the mountain. The voice of the eldest young lady Meng Ru was suddenly heard coming from behind. Don't speak nonsense. Yang Kai snapped. Meng Ru obediently shrunk back into the hole. It seems that there's no room for discussion, then. The hooked-nosed man found it to be a pity as he waved his hand and ordered, kill. Upon realizing that he was unable to make Yang Kai join them, he immediately ordered his death. There was no doubt that he was a decisive person. More than 10 archers were already well prepared as they pulled the bows taut. The next moment, a dozen or so arrows came at Yang Kai from different angles. However, everyone soon became dumbfounded. That was because Yang Kai wielded his sword and easily fended off all of the arrows. He didn't even seem to have moved as he stood in front of the eldest young lady of the Meng manor like a wooden stake. The man with a hooked nose was stunned. He knew that Yang Kai was an expert in martial arts since the latter could kill Luo and Gua. Yang Kai's performance during their pursuit also confirmed his speculation. Nevertheless, it wasn't until this moment that the head manager realized that he had still underestimated Yang Kai. If he were faced with the same situation, he could have warded off those arrows as well, but he could never have done it so effortlessly. It was also impossible for him not to move a single step. These archers were flushing as they felt embarrassed. Before the head manager even gave the order, they started shooting arrows at Yang Kai again. Just like before, Yang Kai easily fended off all the attacks. The archers became furious. Instead of shooting arrows at the same time, they did it intermittently so that they could find a chance to impale him. An incense stick later, these archers helplessly lowered their bows as their faces were all red. The mockery from their companions made them hang their heads low. There were more than 10 archers, but after 20 rounds of shooting at Yang Kai, the man still wasn't harmed one bit. On the other hand, they had no more arrows left. The head manager sported a gloomy expression as well. He reprimanded the people who were laughing and pointed at Yang Kai before giving the order, "You guys over there, go kill him." The smiles of those who were ordered to kill Yang Kai froze as they sported bitter expressions. However, they could not disobey the head manager, so they had no choice but to drive their horses forward. At the very least, they knew that they had to work together. They separated and surrounded Yang Kai from different directions. As they exchanged glances, one of them suddenly charged towards Yang Kai and hacked at him with a sword while the others seized the chance and dashed forward. Yang Kai lowered his figure to dodge the attack and unsheathed his sword as a glint flashed across his weapon. The second person extended his sword while the third person, who had excellent riding skills, leaned far off his horse and swept his sword at Yang Kai's legs while brushing past him. The others showcased their skills and launched fatal attacks on Yang Kai. With Yang Kai as the center, several horses crisscrossed each other. However, many fell off their horses and collapsed to the ground, apparently dead. Only 2 of them survived, and when they turned their heads, their faces instantly paled. Yang Kai remained on the same spot. His top had been cut open as the flesh around his wounds rolled up. His figure was already covered in blood. Nevertheless, he didn't seem to care about it one bit. Blood dripped from his sword and made some pattering sounds on the blood puddle, which was piercing to the ears. The head manager had never been more embarrassed in his life as he growled, "Wastes. You can't even kill a single person. All of you, go get him. You don't have to follow me back to the mountain if you can't kill him." The death of their companions left the others fuming with fury. Although Yang Kai appeared powerful, he was all alone after all. There was no way they were unable to kill him when there were more than 100 of them. They drew their weapons at the same time and drove the horses forward. They appeared as intimidating as a storm. Yang Kai tried his best to stabilize his breathing and pulled off his tattered top from his body. He then fastened it around his sword-holding hand so he wouldn't drop it. As soon as he was done with that, 100 or so horses came charging towards him from all directions and engulfed him. Following a guttural roar, Yang Kai slashed his sword as blood was seen spurting out from his enemies. Shrieks were continuously heard. There was an upside as well as a downside when he told the eldest young lady to hide inside the cave. The upside was that he didn't have to worry about her safety. As long as he stood steadfastly in front of her, he could ensure that she wouldn't be harmed. The downside was that he was unable to move around freely. Once he revealed the woman behind him, those from Hidden Treasure Peak might be able to capture her. Once that happened, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to save her despite being stronger than these bandits. It was the same case for those from Hidden Treasure Peak. While they were pleased to see that the eldest young lady was confined to a spot by Yang Kai, they were unable to freely deal with him in such a small place. Yang Kai only had to face 7 or 8 of them at the same time while the others could only circle around in the periphery. There was nothing they could do. As more people were killed, the spot in front of the cave began running red with blood. The smell of blood was nauseating. However, the eldest young lady, who was hiding in the hole, realized in shock that she wasn't afraid of such a situation. She couldn't figure out what was going on as it was the first time she saw dead people. Any other young lady would have passed out in this situation, but she remained clear-headed while she was still able to monitor the young private guard's condition. All of a sudden, a corpse collapsed in front of her. It was a bandit who tried to capture Meng Ru while Yang Kai wasn't paying attention. As soon as he reached this place though, Yang Kai directly killed him with his sword. It was apparent that the bandit was horrified before his death. Presently, the corpse was right in front of the eldest young lady. She shot a glance at the corpse before snatching the sword from his hand. While clenching the hilt with both hands, she pressed the tip against her chest. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-21, Fate is a Bitch. This young private guard named Yang Kai was indeed powerful. Despite being an ordinary person, the eldest young lady could see that. With that said, she was also aware that there was no way he could defeat so many enemies all on his own. She had no idea how much longer this young private guard could persevere, nor did she understand why he still steadfastly stood in front of her in the face of death. After all, they had never even met each other before today. There was one thing she knew, though. If this young private guard collapsed, she would end up in a more horrible state than death, therefore, she had to be prepared. The sharp tip of the sword pressed against her chest and formed a cut on her skin, which made her feel a slight tinge of pain. She stared fixedly at the young private guard from behind to monitor his condition. In the worst-case scenario, they would probably perish together here. While she was in her wild thoughts, she felt a sense of longing, as though she was almost looking forward to it. The head manager of Hidden Treasure Peak never stopped cursing. As more of his subordinates collapsed, his voice became louder while his saliva spouted out of his mouth. As the bandits were continuously reprimanded, they were furious while they became increasingly ruthless with their moves. Although their ruthlessness had inflicted a lot of injuries on this private guard from the Meng Manor, they could not make him fall. Presently, the private guard from the Meng Manor was covered in blood while his clothes were all tattered. There was a long cut on his forehead from which blood slid down his face and dyed his eyes scarlet, which made him look like a mad, ominous beast. His sword had become crooked from all the hacking and slashing, so he randomly took up the blade of a nearby dead bandit so he could wield 2 weapons at once. Nevertheless, the cutlass was also badly chipped, so there was no way it could last for a long time. About 20 to 30 corpses had been piled up in front of him. Blood streamed past his feet and made him look extremely terrifying. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were horrified. They knew that as long as they persevered, there would come a moment when this private guard from the Meng Manor collapsed to the ground, but before that, many of their lives would be sacrificed. They were afraid that they would be the ones who died uselessly here. The bandits, who were initially high-spirited following the order from the head manager, started becoming timid as they launched attacks less frequently. An infuriated head manager killed a bandit who was trying to flee. He then drove his horse forward as he apparently planned to enter the battlefield personally. Just then, the ground started shaking as the sounds of hooves could be heard rapidly approaching from a distance. The head manager felt his chest tightening. When he turned his head, he saw that the dust was rising in the distance as a lot of people were rushing towards them on horses. Reinforcements from White Jade City had arrived. Upon that realization, the bandits became flustered as they instinctively moved backwards. Many of them turned to the head manager and awaited his order. The head manager stared at the private guard from the Meng Manor, who had been standing resolutely in front of the cave all this time. After a moment of hesitation though, he shouted through clenched teeth, "Retreat!" A lot of soldiers from White Jade City were approaching, so there was no way their weakened group could ward them off. They might even lose their lives by staying here. It would be an unwise decision to do so just because they were not willing to give up their prize. The bandits were already frightened by Yang Kai's actions to begin with, so upon hearing the head manager's order, they turned their horses around and ran for their lives without hesitation. A moment later, more than 100 knights clad in sturdy armor arrived at this place with a young man leading the way. The young man looked in the direction the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were fleeing with narrowed eyes, but he didn't have the intention to chase after them. He turned his head and took a glance at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood. Despite being an experienced man, he was still astounded at the sight. The attention of the knights behind the young man was also attracted to Yang Kai. He was standing there like a statue, as though he was trying to protect something. His figure was covered in cuts of different sizes, and his clothes were in tatters. The corpses of the bandits had been piled up in front of him, and his feet were drenched in a puddle of blood. His murderous intent seemed to have materialized, and the horses beneath the knights were unable to bear it. They neighed and instinctively stepped backwards. None of them had seen such a sight before, but they could imagine how intense the situation had been. A lot of bandits must have continuously launched attacks on this young man in an attempt to defeat him. However, like a rock amidst the storm, he was still standing strong in the end. It was obvious that after his sword became bent, he picked up a cutlass that was also chipped. Even with such broken weapons, he wielded them to kill these bandits. "Is it him?" the young man asked. The person beside the young man was Yin Ji-yong, who was also a private guard from the Meng Manor. Upon hearing that, he quickly nodded, "Yes, it's him." After he finished speaking, he leaped off the horse and bolted towards Yang Kai, shouting, "Little brother! Little brother!" Before he could get close though, he saw a sword slashing at him. He exclaimed in fright and fell on his bottom, his soul almost leaving his body. When he came to his senses, he quickly examined himself. Upon confirming that he wasn't injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. While reeling from the shock, he called out, "Little brother, it's me, Yin Ji-yong. Don't you recognize me?" He had no idea why Yang Kai would suddenly hack at him. If he were killed just like that, he would have passed away full of grief. "He has already passed out," the leading young man suddenly said. Yin Ji-yong was dumbfounded. "He has? How could Yang Kai still attack him when he was unconscious?" Upon closer look though, Yin Ji-yong realized that there was indeed something off about Yang Kai. He was glowering at the front, but never batted his eyes. The blood from his forehead streamed down his face, which made him look horrifying, but his eyes seemed to have lost focus as he looked hollowly in no particular direction. Nevertheless, he remained unmoving with the weapons in his hands. "Don't go near him. He will only react on instinct now," the young man ordered. A dazed Yin Ji-yong nodded. Despite his age, it was the first time he saw someone who was still able to react out of reflex while unconscious. How resolute must one be in order to achieve that? He's really something. The young man stared at Yang Kai with admiration written all over his face. He turned to Yin Ji-yong, "What's his name?" Yin Ji-yong quickly replied, "Young city lord, his name is Yang Kai. He's a new private guard in the Meng Manor." "Yang Kai?" The young city lord narrowed his eyes as his expression became conflicted. Yin Ji-yong didn't notice it as he looked worriedly at Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang is badly injured, young city lord. We can't go near him now, however, if we don't help stop his bleeding, he'll surely lose his life." The young city lord fell silent. Just then, some noises could be heard coming from behind Yang Kai. Yin Zhiyong bellowed, "Who goes there?" After he finished speaking, he saw a curvy woman whose hair was a mess crawling out of the small cave behind Yang Kai. There was a sword in her hands as she appeared vigilant. Eldest young lady. Yin Zhiyong was flabbergasted. He only saw Yang Kai when he arrived at this place, and never paid attention to anything behind him. It wasn't until the eldest young lady crawled out that he realized that there even was a cave behind Yang Kai. All of them finally realized who the person was that Yang Kai was protecting. The young city lord became startled as he examined the eldest young lady's face. All of a sudden, he put on a wry smile. He thought that life was truly full of surprises. Over the past few years, he had been looking for a particular person, but he still hadn't managed to achieve his goal. Nevertheless, he had never expected to come across her today. Fate was really a strange thing in this samsara world. Despite having entered this world much earlier, he still hadn't gained any advantage. On the other hand, the one who came at a later time had a chance to get close to the person he had been looking for almost immediately. "Greetings, eldest young lady. My name is Yin Zhiyong, a private guard from the Meng Manor." He cupped his fist, then quickly added, "Be careful. Please don't go near Yang Kai." The eldest young lady pressed her lips together and tossed the sword away. After making up her mind, despite the warning, she still shuffled towards Yang Kai. She had heard the conversation between Yin Zhiyong and the young city lord while she was hiding inside the cave, so she was aware of Yang Kai's current condition. But, so what? This man was willing to protect her with his very life. She didn't believe that he would harm her in any way. Upon seeing that, Yin Zhiyong turned pale. Since the eldest young lady was fine, he and Yang Kai would be given handsome rewards after returning to the Meng Manor. However, if Yang Kai harmed her in any way, he would be doomed. Before Yin Zhiyong could stop her, the eldest young lady was already standing in front of Yang Kai. To everyone's surprise, Yang Kai didn't even try to harm her. Instead, his expression became more hideous as though he was trying to suppress something. Yin Zhiyong felt his heart leaping to his throat as he was worried that Yang Kai would hack his sword at her in the next instant. When that happened, the alluring eldest young lady would surely lose her life. Tears could be seen sliding down the eldest young lady's face. She covered her mouth with her hands as her shoulders uncontrollably trembled. The person in front of her didn't have any part of his skin intact. He was soaked in blood, and through his tattered clothes, she could see that he was covered in deep cuts with his flesh rolling up around his wounds. Every wound and every drop of his blood was proof that he had resolutely protected her from harm. While suppressing her tears, she extended her hands and took the weapons from Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't resist. Just now, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were unable to make him lose grip of his weapons no matter what they tried, but at this moment, the frail eldest young lady easily took them from his hands. She tossed the blood-covered weapons to the ground. When she looked up, she realized that his eyes had closed, and faint breathing could be heard coming from his nostrils. "Does anyone have medicine? Help treat him, now." The eldest young lady turned her head and sought help from them. Given his injuries, he would surely journey to the Yellow Springs if he wasn't treated in time. Although the eldest young lady had rarely stepped out of the manor, she was aware of such common knowledge. The young city lord motioned to one of his subordinates. The subordinate quickly leaped off the horse and bolted towards Yang Kai. Upon making sure that the man posed no threat, he helped him lie down on the ground. Yin Zhiyong hurriedly came over to help out. Seeing that the eldest young lady was still standing nearby, he encouraged, "Please go somewhere else, eldest young lady. I'm worried that you'll feel nauseated at the sight." The eldest young lady nodded and stepped back. The young city lord walked up to her and examined her before saying, "Eldest young lady Meng, I am the young city lord of White Jade City, Fengchengxi. I just returned from my studies abroad. I'm sorry that I didn't manage to save you earlier." The eldest young lady shook her head. "I'm fine." Her eyes never looked away from Yang Kai though, as she was apparently full of worry. When Feng Chengxi saw that, he secretly cursed, thinking fate was really a bitch. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-22, Unparalleled Gallantry. Those from Hidden Treasure Peak had launched a night attack on the Meng Manor. The second manager, Luo Ngua, personally made a move and kidnapped the eldest young lady of the Meng family amidst the chaos. A new private guard from the Meng Manor chased after him and intercepted him in a place that was over 100 kilometers from the city. He fought against the enemies on his own and killed many of them. Eventually, he successfully saved the eldest young lady. Everyone in White Jade City was shocked when the news spread. Rumor had it that the power of the new private guard from the Meng Manor was inscrutable. Faced with over 100 bandits, he never backed down as he beheaded them with a saber and a sword like he was cutting fruits or vegetables. It was also rumored that he was 10 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms. The hearts of the bandits were dug out and eaten by him. By relying on his ferocity, he persevered until the young city lord of White Jade City arrived with the knights to end the calamity. They eventually destroyed the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak and returned victorious. While everyone who heard this news was shocked by the power of this private guard from the Meng Manor, they also admired him for his loyalty. Hidden Treasure Peak was a nest of bandits. Had someone like the eldest young lady from the Meng Manor been captured by them, everyone could imagine what would have happened to her. It was thanks to this loyal private guard that the eldest young lady's modesty was saved. They also found out this private guard was hired at the arena that the Meng family had set up some time ago. Many families secretly felt envious and thought that the Meng Manor had found a treasure. Nowadays, it was hard to find a loyal guard like him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still unconscious in the Meng Manor. He had exhausted himself from battling against the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak. If not for his determination to save the eldest young lady, he would have collapsed much earlier. Had the soldiers from City Lord's mansion come any later, he would not have been able to persevere. After Yin Zhiyong and the others treated his wounds, the young city lord, Feng Chengxi, escorted the eldest young lady back to the Meng Manor. Yang Kai, who had made the biggest contribution in this matter, was given special care. Before he even regained consciousness, the patriarch of the Meng Manor had already rewarded him with a lot of money and his own private residence. There was also high-quality healing medicine that the maidservants would use to apply on his wounds every day. It was unprecedented that an outer court's private guard be given such rewards. The steward of the Meng Manor personally visited Yang Kai and told Yin Zhiyong to inform him as soon as Yang Kai awakened. Certainly, Yin Zhiyong directly agreed to it. Many private guards also came to visit Yang Kai. Although it had only been a short time since Yang Kai joined the Meng Manor, and they were not close to each other, he had risked his life to save the reputation of these private guards. After all, the eldest young lady was kidnapped on their watch. Had Yang Kai not promptly decided to chase after the bandits, these private guards would have been punished by the Meng Manor by now. Some of them might even have lost their lives. When everyone who visited Yang Kai saw his injuries, they fell silent. That was because he was horrendously wounded. There was no part of his body that was intact. His entire figure was covered in bandages, which had been dyed crimson by his blood. No one knew how he was still alive given his injuries. The crooked saber and the chipped sword were brought back by Yin Zhiyong following the eldest young lady's order. They were the best proof that Yang Kai had used these weapons to kill those bandits. Every day, the eldest young lady would send a maidservant named Qian to visit Yang Kai. She would then go back and report to her on Yang Kai's condition. If possible, the eldest young lady was more than willing to personally visit him. However, she was an unmarried woman as well as the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. It would be inappropriate for her to visit Yang Kai given her status. Even though Yang Kai had made a significant contribution, the patriarch of the Meng Manor had never visited him. He only told his most trusted steward to come here once. After all, their statuses were too different, and it was the private guard's duty to risk their lives to protect the Meng family members. 7 days later, Yang Kai finally regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in excruciating pain. His entire figure was aching and his throat felt like it was burning. This was the first time he had been so horribly injured since he began cultivating. Although he was in a samsara world, everything felt so real. He darted his gaze around and saw Yin Ji-yong sitting at the table. He was holding a maidservant's hand as he seemed to be reading her palm. The maidservant hung her head low with a flushing face. She wanted to retract her hand, but it seemed she didn't have the strength to do so, and she wouldn't dare to call for help. She was on the brink of breaking into tears. Yin Ji-yong pretended to not see it as he spouted nonsense by saying that her life wouldn't be smooth sailing, but she would eventually meet a person who would extricate her from her suffering. Unable to take it anymore, Yang Kai knocked on the bedside. Hearing the noise, the maidservant became shocked and quickly retracted her hand. Yin Ji-yong turned to look at Yang Kai and became elated. "You're finally awake, little brother Yang." He walked up to Yang Kai and asked caringly, "How are you? Do you feel any discomfort?" "Water," Yang Kai said as he felt his throat burning. "Oh, water. Water." Yin Ji-yong quickly beckoned to the maidservant, who picked up a jug of water and took a seat beside the bed before helping Yang Kai drink it. After Yang Kai finished the water, he finally felt much better. Yin Ji-yong said smilingly, "Did you know how worried I was? I was worried that you would never wake up." Yang Kai didn't think the older man looked worried at all. Yin Ji-yong went on to say, "Since you're awake, you'll be fine. Just stay here and recuperate. I'm sure you'll enjoy plenty of good luck after surviving this disaster." "How is the eldest young lady?" Yang Kai asked in a hoarse voice. In fact, he was already muddle-headed at the last moments of protecting the eldest young lady. He faintly remembered that there seemed to be reinforcements approaching, and those from Hidden Treasure Peak were forced to flee. Supposedly, the eldest young lady was safe. Yin Ji-yong replied, "The eldest young lady is well, just a bit frightened. She now sends someone to visit you every day. Since you're awake, I believe she'll set her mind at ease as well." He then said to the maidservant, "It's time to help little brother Yang reapply his medicine." The maidservant nodded in agreement and put down the jug before getting busy with a red face. Yin Ji-yong then went on to talk to Yang Kai about the incident on that day and expressed his admiration for him. If he were in the same situation, he would have surrendered and begged for mercy. It wasn't that he was disloyal to the Meng Manor, however, loyalty no longer mattered in the face of certain death. It was during a life-and-death moment that a person's temperament was put to the test. While the maidservant was busy, Yin Ji-yong left the place to inform the steward of the Meng Manor. 1 hour later, the old man with a goatee, who appeared on the selection stage previously, stepped into the room and gave Yang Kai some words of praise. He said that the patriarch was pleased with his loyalty and had rewarded him with many good things, including his current residence and a lot of money. All the new private guards would go through a probation period of a few years. However, since Yang Kai had risked his life to save the eldest young lady, the probation ended earlier, and he was now an official private guard of the Meng Manor. The steward didn't stay for a long. After finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Before that, he told Yang Kai to recuperate with peace of mind, saying that the Meng Manor wouldn't mistreat people who had made contributions. Yin Ji-yong was also rewarded. In fact, he didn't spend much effort in the fight against the bandits. However, without him, Yang Kai wouldn't have successfully saved the eldest young lady. At that time, Yang Kai was chasing after Luo and Guo on foot. It was Yin Ji-yong who sent him a horse and then ran back to White Jade City to inform the soldiers about what was going on. In the end, they arrived in time and forced the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak to retreat. While Yang Kai had made the most significant contribution in saving the eldest young lady, Yin Ji-yong was the second greatest contributor. Therefore, he had also obtained a lot of rewards. The money that was given to him was enough to let him buy a lot of delicious food and wine for the next 3 years. With that said, he had no idea why he followed Yang Kai on a whim at that time, as it was no different from deserting his duties. However, it was thanks to this rash move that he made a contribution. From his perspective, Yang Kai was his lucky star. It had only been half a month since Yang Kai joined the Meng Manor, but Yin Ji-yong managed to get the attention and honor he had never enjoyed even after 10 years of service. These days, the captain of the private guards and some younger stewards had been amiable to him, which made him feel elated. Therefore, he was more than willing to take care of Yang Kai every day. The speed Yang Kai recuperated made Yin Ji-yong doubt whether the younger man was really human. He regained consciousness barely 7 days after he passed out, and was able to get out of the bed and start walking 3 days after that. Another 3 days later, he was clearly on the mend. It only took him 20 days to almost fully recover. While Yin Ji-yong was dumbfounded, he persuaded Yang Kai to lie on the bed for a few days more. That was because he was responsible for taking care of Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was still lying on the bed, he could get some rest for a few days more lest he was exposed to the sun or rain. Fortunately, the steward didn't immediately assign any tasks to them, so, for the time being, they had nothing else to do. Every day, Yin Ji-yong would pester the maidservant while Yang Kai refused to stay idle. He would practice martial arts in the courtyard and let his clothes soak in sweat. The martial Dao in this samsara world was very low, but he could still slowly get stronger. Strength would be necessary in this world, so he reckoned that he had to quickly get stronger. Yin Ji-yong had tried exchanging moves with him once, but he would never want to do that again, for it was utterly humiliating. There was an overwhelming difference between their powers and it only took Yang Kai one move to defeat him. While cultivating, Yang Kai pondered on how to approach the eldest young lady. It was confirmed that Chu Huashang had reincarnated into this world as the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor, Meng Ru. Before she reincarnated, she had set up a heart barrier. Only by breaking this heart barrier would her memory be restored. In order to break the heart barrier, he had to win her heart. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't care about the difference between their statuses as he was a private guard while she was the eldest young lady. However, he didn't know how to win a woman's heart. Although he had a lot of wives, he had rarely wooed a woman before. There was not much he could do when it came to pursuing a woman romantically. The most important thing for him now was to approach the eldest young lady so that they would familiarize themselves with each other. If he couldn't even get close to her, how was he going to break the heart barrier? Fortunately, the fact that he had saved her life must have left a good impression. The proof was that she would send her trusted maidservant, Xianxia, to visit him every day. While Yang Kai was lost in his thoughts, a chance presented itself. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-23, Personal Bodyguard. One day, Yang Kai was wielding a sword and a saber in the courtyard when the captain of the private guards entered the place. Upon hearing the noise, Yin Ji-yong quickly got out of the room and asked passionately, "Big brother Chu, why are you here?" The captain was surnamed Chu, so the private guards would call him Big Brother Chu in private. Big Brother Chu replied with a smile, "What's wrong? Can't I visit you two without any important matter? Have you forgotten about us just because you've made some contributions now? Are you looking down on us?" Yin Ji-yong put on a bitter expression as he said, "What are you talking about, Big Brother Chu? It's thanks to your guidance over the years that I've had a chance to make a contribution. I would never dare to look down on you all." Big Brother Chu extended his hand and poked him, "You're such a smooth talker, aren't you?" All of a sudden, he put on a solemn expression and changed the topic. "Anyways, there's indeed an important matter now." Yin Ji-yong quickly said, "Please tell us right away, Big Brother Chu." Big Brother Chu turned to look at Yang Kai. "How are you feeling?" Yang Kai moved his shoulders a little. "I'm fine." "Good. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to take on this task." Yin Ji-yong asked with concern, "What kind of task is that?" Big Brother Chu put on a mysterious smile. "It's not bad news. Something good awaits you. Come with me." After exchanging glances with Yin Ji-yong, Yang Kai sheathed his weapons as they followed the captain. As they navigated through the Meng Manor behind Big Brother Chu, they soon arrived at a grand hall. In front of the grand hall stood an old man with a goatee. He was the chief steward of the Meng Manor. Seeing Captain Chu, he nodded gently. Yin Zhiyong suddenly felt his legs trembling slightly, for he finally recognized this grand hall. Although he had been working in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, he had never had the right to come to such an important place as he was just an outer court's private guard. Captain, Yin Zhiyong looked inquisitively at the captain in the hope that he would be given a hint. Big Brother Chu muttered quietly, "Don't say anything unnecessary after going in." Yin Zhiyong nodded repeatedly. After having a small talk with Big Brother Chu, the steward with a goatee turned to Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong, "Come with me." Upon finishing his words, he shuffled into the grand hall. Yin Zhiyong stuck close to Yang Kai and said in a small voice, "Little brother, I believe we're going to meet the patriarch. You have to be cautious." The grand hall was where the patriarch dealt with his daily business. No one could go near this place without his permission. Yang Kai nodded gently to show that he understood. After entering the grand hall with the chief steward, Yang Kai looked up and saw a man who was going through some documents behind a desk. There was nothing special about the man, who was about 50 years old. Nevertheless, since he had taken good care of himself, he looked slightly younger than his age. He was supposed to be the patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Deyi. The chief steward told the two of them to stop, then walked up to Meng Deyi in light steps and said, "Sir, I've brought them." Meng Deyi grunted and continued handling his business. Since he never said anything, Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong could only remain standing there. About a cup of tea later, Meng Deyi put the documents aside and stamped them with a seal before falling into his thoughts with a frown. He seemed to have finally recalled the presence of these two private guards as he looked up at them. "Who is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and said solemnly, "Yang Kai greets the patriarch." Yin Zhiyong saluted him as well. "Outer court guard Yin Zhiyong greets the patriarch." Meng Deyi stared fixedly at Yang Kai and said impassively, "I heard that you were badly injured." Yang Kai replied in a firm voice, "As a guard of the Meng Manor, it is my duty to ensure the eldest young lady's safety even if it costs me my life." Admiration was written all over Yin Zhiyong's face as he thought that Yang Kai was usually taciturn, but the latter could tactfully fawn over someone in power when it was necessary. Good. There was no doubt that Meng Deyi was pleased with his reply. Others might not be sincere when they said such a thing, but Yang Kai had proven his loyalty in the previous incident as he was willing to protect the eldest young lady even with his life on the line. Meng Deyi had heard others talk about the incident, so he knew that Yang Kai really almost died that day. Although he had no idea why this new private guard was so bold and loyal, he reckoned that no more tests were needed. The inner court is supposed to be the place where the security is the strictest in the Meng Manor, but Ruer was almost harmed this time. It's because of this incident that she doesn't trust the personal bodyguards in the inner court anymore. Meng Deyi didn't intend to beat around the bush as it wasn't necessary to do so in front of his own private guards. Therefore, he directly told them the reason he had summoned them. "However, since you've saved Ruer's life, she has total trust in you. It could be said that she only trusts you of all the private guards in the Meng Manor." Yang Kai hung his head low. "It is my honor to have gained the eldest young lady's trust. I want you to go to Ruer's side and be her personal bodyguard. Are you willing to take on this task?" Meng Deyi asked. Yang Kai became startled for a moment before cupping his fist. "Rest assured, Patriarch. I am willing to be punished if the eldest young lady loses even a single strand of hair." Meng Deyi nodded. "I have faith in your loyalty and capabilities. I'll not mistreat you if you work hard." He paused for a moment. "Do you have any requests?" He can even make a request. Yin Zhiyong was shocked, thinking that the patriarch truly regarded Yang Kai as important. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "I want a good saber and sword." The sword previously given to him by those from the Meng Manor was mass-produced, so it couldn't be considered a good weapon. It soon became bent and chipped, making it all but unusable. The saber he randomly took from a dead bandit from Hidden Treasure Peak was just an ordinary weapon as well. In a world where the martial Dao was so low, one's power would be enhanced greatly by having a good weapon. If Yang Kai had an incredible weapon in his hands at that time, he wouldn't have become so battered. Meng De nodded lightly. You may leave now. Someone will get the weapons ready. Many thanks, Patriarch. To the side, the steward with a goatee saluted Meng De before leading Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong to leave the hall. An elated Yin Zhiyong still had no idea what was going on. Just now, the Patriarch told Yang Kai to be the personal bodyguard of the eldest young lady, but he never mentioned anything about Yin Zhiyong. If he didn't also become a personal bodyguard, why was he summoned to this place? While leading the way at the front, the steward with a goatee said, "Congratulations, both of you. Only the most powerful and loyal private guards have a right to enter the inner court of the Meng Manor. Most private guards are not allowed to even approach the inner court." Instantly, Yin Zhiyong became ecstatic as the steward's words suggested that he was also a part of the inner court now, which allowed him to set his mind at ease. It had been more than 10 years since he joined the Meng Manor, but he had always been an insignificant private guard in the outer court. Now that he could enter the inner court, he found it to be surreal while feeling excited. Many thanks, steward. With a smile, Yin Zhiyong walked up to the steward and stuffed a money pouch into his hands. Fully aware of what was going on, the steward discreetly took it as he was pleased with Yin Zhiyong's gesture. Yin Zhiyong then asked, "Are there any taboos in the inner court, sir? Although I've been working in the Meng Manor for more than 10 years, I've never stepped into the inner court before. Please grant us some instruction." The steward replied with a smile, "There's indeed some taboos, but the most important thing is that men and women understand their stations. Both of you are men after all, and most of the people living in the inner court are women. Hence, when you're in the inner court, don't listen to anything you shouldn't listen to, and don't look at things you're not supposed to see. Also, don't go to any places as you please without the Patriarch's permission. You'll be fine as long as you fulfill your duties." "Yes, yes, yes." Yin Zhiyong nodded repeatedly. "Little brother Yang and I will protect the eldest young lady regardless of what happens. We'll do whatever she tells us to do, and we won't make any mistakes." "I'm glad that's what you think, and you'd better remember what you've said. Although you've made significant contributions this time, the Patriarch will not forgive you if you make any mistakes in the inner court." As they spoke, they finally arrived at the inner court. A maidservant with a bun was already waiting in front of the courtyard. Yin Zhiyong walked up to her and cupped his fist, "Lady Qian." She was none other than the maidservant who worked for the eldest young lady, Qian. When Yang Kai was recuperating in the past, the eldest young lady would send her to visit him every day, hence, Yin Zhiyong recognized her. Qian seemed to be a timid woman. Although she had come into contact with Yin Zhiyong and Yang Kai many times before, she still started blushing at this moment. She couldn't help but take a step back and fall silent with her lips pressed together. The steward stepped forward and said, "Lead the way for them. The eldest young lady will make some arrangements." "Yes," Qian replied. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, she quickly hung her head low and turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong followed her closely. The inner court was vast and beautiful. A lot of small bridges, ponds and rockery gardens were built among the various courtyards. Yin Zhiyong looked around and tooted in amazement. It had been more than 10 years since he joined the Meng Manor, but it was the first time he came to the inner court, so he was curious about everything here. He was especially enamored of the pleasant fragrance that lingered in the air that reminded him of the times when he was on a woman's bed. When he came across any women in the inner court, he quickly hung his head low as he would never forget that he was just a guard. Of Meng De's 3 daughters, 2 of them were already married. Only the eldest daughter, Meng Ru, was still single. The Patriarch had more than 10 wives though, so there were a lot of women in the inner court. If Yin Zhiyong caught a glimpse of anything he was not supposed to see, his eyes would probably be dug out. After making many turns, they finally arrived at the eldest young lady's residence. Xianxia went inside to inform the eldest young lady about their arrival while Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong waited outside the building. It was a building with 3 stories. Many busy servants continuously entered and left the place. Perhaps they had heard the news, so they would look curiously at Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong when passing them by. Seeing that these 2 men appeared anxious, they covered their mouths and giggled while whispering among themselves. A moment later, Qian stepped out and said to them gently, "Come in. The eldest young lady is waiting for you." Yin Zhiyong replied in a fawning manner, "Many thanks, Lady Qian." They entered and arrived at the lobby on the ground floor. It was supposed to be the place where the eldest young lady received her guests as it was lavishly decorated. At this moment, the eldest young lady, Meng Ru, was seated by a round table as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a pair of bright eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-24, Qian. The eldest young lady appeared flustered when she saw the young private guard, who steadfastly stood in front of her to fend off all the danger for her previously. Although there was no part of his body that was left intact, he still never moved away. Behind her stood a pretty woman, who was supposed to be Meng Ru's maidservant. She looked curiously at Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong, though most of her attention was drawn to Yang Kai. Yin Zhiyong was older and not very handsome, so there was nothing worth seeing about him. "Greetings, eldest young lady." Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong saluted her at the same time. Meng Ru nodded and gazed at Yang Kai with concern. "How are you feeling? Did you use the healing medicine I told Shui'er to send to you?" Yang Kai lowered his head and replied, "I am well. Many thanks for your concern, eldest young lady. It is thanks to your medicine that I have recovered sooner than expected." "That's good." Meng Ru put on a smile. "I didn't know what medicine would work for you, and they didn't allow me to visit you. I wish I could have done so." Yang Kai quickly said, "Eldest young lady, you are a noble woman, so it is not appropriate for you to step into the outer court where the men live. Your reputation would be tarnished if word got out." Meng Ru sighed. "That is what they all said." She appeared dejected. However, she soon put on a bright smile. "I can be at ease now since you're fine. I was frightened when I saw you looking so horrible. I thought you would die." Yang Kai lifted his head and flashed a smile at her. "Well, it is not so easy to kill me." Seeing that he was so impudent, the maidservant, who was standing behind Meng Ru, frowned with displeasure and shot him a glare. She interrupted their conversation by saying, "Since you two have made a contribution, the eldest young lady has asked the patriarch to transfer you to this place. You must fulfill your duties and ensure the eldest young lady's safety at all costs." "We will remember." Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong cupped their fists. The maidservant then whispered to Meng Ru, "Eldest young lady, it's getting late. You must take your medicine now. Isn't it still being prepared?" "Just wait a while longer," Meng Ru replied. The maidservant shook her head. "The medicine is indeed being prepared, but you were quite frightened previously. The doctor has said that you must recuperate without being disturbed for the time being." A helpless eldest young lady let out a sigh. "Fine." With the help of the maidservant, she rose from the chair and spoke to Qian, who had led Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong to this place, show them around the inner court and find a place for them to live. "Yes," Qian saluted her in an elegant manner. The maidservant then helped the eldest young lady Meng Ru walk up the stairs while Qian said to the two of them in a small voice, "Please come with me." Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong thanked her before taking a stroll around the surrounding area with Qian leading the way. The place where the eldest young lady lived wasn't large, but there were still some places that they had to pay attention to lest they failed to discover some ill-intentioned people who hid there when the enemy struck again. While following the maidservant, Yang Kai looked around and memorized the terrain. Since he was now responsible for protecting Meng Ru in the inner court, he had to put in his best effort. Furthermore, he had to find a way to win the eldest young lady's heart in order to break the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had set up before this reincarnation. A moment later, Xianxian brought them to a tile-roofed house. This is where you will be living, as it is not far away from the eldest young lady's room. When you're not on duty, you can just remain here and be ready for any emergencies. Many thanks, Lady Xianxian. Yin Zhiyong thanked her and passed her a package as a gesture of friendliness. Xianxian apparently had no idea what was going on as she took the package. When she realized what was inside, she quickly passed it back to him and waved her hands. There's no need for that. Yin Zhiyong said with a smile, we'll need your advice in many areas in the future. Please don't turn me down as it's just a small gift. There's really no need for that. Xianxian was flushing. I just joined the Meng Manor not long ago, so there's no advice I could give you. Yin Zhiyong was startled. You just joined the Meng Manor not long ago? Yes, Xianxian nodded repeatedly as she appeared uneasy. Yin Zhiyong's interest had been piqued. Supposedly, the maidservants by the eldest young lady's side must have passed a lot of tests and proven their loyalty to the Meng Manor. The new servants didn't even have the right to enter the inner court, let alone serve the eldest young lady. When did you join? Yin Zhiyong asked curiously. About a month ago, Xianxian replied in a small voice. Yin Zhiyong was dumbfounded as he gave her a thumbs up. You're truly lucky to have the right to serve the eldest young lady after only a month. Xianxian hung her head low. I don't understand either. After the previous incident, I was told to send some medicine to the eldest young lady. When she saw me, she decided to make me stay. I see. Yin Zhiyong thought that she was extremely lucky. He was a private guard while Xianxian was a maidservant. In the past over 10 years, he had always been an insignificant private guard in the outer court. If not for the contribution he had inadvertently made, he wouldn't have been transferred to the inner court. On the other hand, Xianxian had only been working here for a month, but she could get into the inner court just because the eldest young lady was fond of her. In comparison, his journey was much tougher, which made him feel a bit bitter. With that said, Xianxian was indeed beautiful and innocent looking, so it was no wonder that the eldest young lady was fond of her. Upon learning that Xianxian wasn't a long-time maidservant of the eldest young lady, Yin Zhiyong became much more at ease. At the very least, he didn't have to fawn over her. Yang Kai, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, the woman beside the eldest young lady is named Shui'er. Xianxian's figure shook a little, as though Yang Kai had scared her by talking suddenly. With a blushing face, she replied, yes, she's big sister Shui'er. She has been serving the eldest young lady since she was a child. They grew up together. Yang Kai nodded his head then fell silent. A short while later, Xianxian left. Yin Zhiyong closed the door and asked in a small voice, little brother Yang, is there anything wrong the eldest young lady's maidservant, Shui'er? He thought that Yang Kai had discovered something when the latter asked that question suddenly. He couldn't help but speculate that Shui'er might be a mole sent to this place by those from Hidden Treasure Peak. Would they make another contribution not long after coming to the inner court? There's nothing wrong with her. Yang Kai didn't know what was on his mind, it's just that the eldest young lady said she had told Shui'er to send some healing medicine to me. After giving it a thought, Yin Zhiyong replied, yes, that's what she said. Had you ever met Shui'er before that? Yang Kai asked. Yin Zhiyong shook his head, no. He suddenly realized something, you've saved the eldest young lady, and judging from her reaction today, there's no doubt that she's grateful to you. In that case, she would definitely send the most important maidservant to visit you. However, it was Lady Xianxian who had been visiting you every day when you were recuperating. He initially thought that Xianxian was someone important to the eldest young lady, but it was apparently not the case. It had only been a month since she joined the Meng Manor, and she had only begun serving the eldest young lady's side after the incident. The most important maidservant to the eldest young lady should be Shui'er, who grew up with her. Why was that? Yin Zhiyong was puzzled. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I suppose Lady Shui'er received the eldest young lady's order, but she was too lazy or frightened to visit a person who was horribly injured, so she told Lady Qian to visit me instead. After Lady Qian reported everything to her, she would then report to the eldest young lady. Upon learning what had happened, Yin Ji-yong gave Yang Kai a thumbs up. "You're indeed clever since you're able to figure out so many things from what the eldest young lady had said. It was no wonder that you decisively ran after the bandits that night. To be honest, when I saw you leaving, I thought that you were escaping." Yang Kai put on a smile without responding to him. Yin Ji-yong asked curiously, "Little brother, how did you know that the eldest young lady was kidnapped?" Yang Kai replied, "I didn't know. I just speculated that someone was taken away from the inner court. I had no idea she was the eldest young lady." "That's incredible enough." Admiration was written all over Yin Ji-yong's face as he chuckled, "I am incredible as well. I followed you as soon as I saw you running after the bandits." In fact, he didn't have the confidence to ward off the enemies on his own after Yang Kai left the place, so he had no choice but to follow him. With a frown though, he said, "This incident shows us that it's not easy to deal with Lady Chui'er. We'd better be cautious so that she won't be able to find fault with us." Yang Kai nodded. He had a feeling that if he wanted to win the eldest young lady's heart, Chui'er would be an obstacle. Certainly, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were not the only private guards in the inner court. In fact, there were a lot of private guards, and they were significantly more powerful than the ones in the outer court. After the previous incident, the eldest young lady no longer trusted the personal bodyguards in the inner court though. It wasn't that she was willful, but she was taken away by the bandit under the watch of so many personal bodyguards, so trust had indeed been lost. That was the reason she wanted Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong by her side. Patriarch Meng doted on his eldest daughter, so he directly agreed to this request. Despite that, he had still told some personal bodyguards to hide around the eldest young lady's residence. All of them had profound auras, however, the eldest young lady and the maidservants were unaware of their presence as they had never cultivated before. When Yang Kai came over from the building earlier, he detected some people who secretly examined him. Of course, he didn't react despite knowing what was going on. When Yang Kai agreed to become the eldest young lady's personal bodyguard, he also made a request to the patriarch, and it seemed the Meng family was as efficient as they were wealthy. They entered the inner court in the morning, and by the afternoon a sword and a saber were presented to Yang Kai. The saber was similar to the ones given to the private guards in the Meng manor. The characters "stirring clouds" were engraved on the hilt. When he pulled out the weapon, a dazzling glint flashed through the blade. The simple-looking sword was about 1 meter long, but the blade was shiny and sharp. When he flicked at the blade, a sword cry rang out for quite some time. The characters "covering rain" were engraved on its hilt. Yin Ji-yong was dumbstruck when he saw these two blades. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-25, Learning Martial Arts. The stirring cloud saber and covering rain sword are real treasures. They're said to have been left behind by a powerful cultivator several hundred years ago. They last appeared 30 years ago when they were obtained by a rogue cultivator. I didn't expect that they were in the Meng manor. With a fervent expression, Yin Ji-yong fiddled with the saber and sword. He was also a cultivator, so he loved treasures like these. The average cultivator would see his power increase by 30% by wielding these exquisite weapons, not to mention that Yang Kai was a very powerful cultivator. Moreover, given Yin Ji-yong's eyesight, he was certain that the stirring cloud saber and covering rain sword before his eyes were genuine, not counterfeits one could easily find on the streets. He reluctantly put the weapons back into their sheaths and said with envy, "Little brother Yang, the patriarch must regard you highly if he gave you such treasures. I suppose only someone like you deserves such an incredible sword and saber though." In the battle to protect the eldest young lady Meng Ru, Yang Kai did not only prove his loyalty but also his incredible strength and skill. In fact, Meng Deyi had sent his trusted aide to examine the battlefield, and the conclusion was that there were fewer than 10 people in the world who could fight against 100 bandits on their own and cause such casualties. Since Yang Kai was both loyal and powerful, it was expected that Meng Deyi regarded him highly. Yang Kai's power would increase significantly as he now possessed the Stirring Cloud saber and Covering Rain sword. It was not tiring to work in the inner court because Meng Ru stayed in her residence most of the time. She would rarely step out of the building. It wasn't certain whether it was because she loved staying indoors or she was still frightened following the previous incident. Therefore, Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong just had to remain hidden when they were on duty and paid close attention to her to prevent any accidents from happening. With that said, rarely would any accidents happen in the inner court. Other than the two of them, there were a lot of personal bodyguards hiding in different places. Those who were untrustworthy would never be allowed to enter the inner court. Nevertheless, Yang Kai now faced a conundrum as he was unable to get into any close contact with the eldest young lady. This was giving him a headache. There was no doubt that he had left a lasting impression on her, and he was now lucky enough to become her personal bodyguard in the inner court. However, if he was unable to strike while the iron was hot, his efforts might all go to waste. Nonetheless, Yang Kai was just a personal bodyguard in the inner court while Meng Ru was the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor. There was a huge difference between their statuses. If he crossed the line, he would only invite trouble to himself. Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a plan to get closer to the eldest young lady. One day, Meng Ru was in a good mood as she led her two maidservants to take a stroll around the garden. Although it had only been a short time since Qian Qian entered the inner court, she had gained the eldest young lady's favor for some reason. Only 1 month had passed, but she was now one of her trusted maidservants. Despite the fact that she was on an equal footing with Chui'er, she wasn't as close to the eldest young lady as the latter. After all, Chui'er and the eldest young lady grew up together. Having said that, many of the maidservants in the inner court were envious of Qian Qian's luck. No one knew why the eldest young lady was fond of this new maidservant. Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong followed them without revealing themselves. The eldest young lady and the maidservants had no idea where they were. However, Meng Ru knew that Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were not far away from her in order to prevent any accidents from happening. That was because she had given it a try before. Regardless of where she was, she just had to call out to Yang Kai, and he would appear from a random corner and stand in front of her, as though he was her shadow. For a few days, she never got tired of this little game. As soon as she found a reason, she would call out to Yang Kai. As a result, Chui'er's displeasure with Yang Kai increasingly intensified whenever she saw him. On this day, the eldest young lady was in a jovial mood. In fact, she had been cheerful recently as she was no longer traumatized by the kidnapping incident. She would always keep an alluring smile on her face. Nevertheless, she was just a young woman who rarely stepped out of her residence, so after about 2 hours, she started panting and declared, "I'm tired." Chui'er said, "In that case, we should go back and get some rest. It's pretty windy here, so you might catch a cold if you stay here any longer." The eldest young lady tilted her head and fell into her thoughts. Suddenly thinking of something, she giggled and called out, "Guard Yang." The next moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from behind. Yang Kai appeared like a phantom and stopped in his tracks in a spot that was 10 paces away from Meng Ru before cupping his fist. "Eldest young lady. Oh, you're here." Meng Ru turned around and pouted with disappointment. "I thought you would appear from over there. I didn't expect that you were behind me." When Chui'er saw that the eldest young lady was acting so happily, she asked gently, "Eldest young lady, why did you call out to guard Yang again? He has to stay hidden to protect you." She then glowered at Yang Kai, "You may go now." The eldest young lady, however, interjected, "There's not really any danger in the inner court. Moreover, guard Yang is strong. Even if there's any danger, he can protect me regardless of whether he is hidden or not. Am I right, guard Yang?" Yang Kai hung his head low. "It's my duty to protect you, eldest young lady." "All right, the eldest young lady knows that you're loyal. You may go." Chui'er waved her hand. Instead of leaving though, Yang Kai asked, "Do you have anything to tell me, eldest young lady? Yes. Meng Ru nodded happily. I want to learn martial arts. Why don't you teach me? Chui'er was astounded and asked, You want to learn martial arts, eldest young lady? You've never been interested in them since you were a child. Meng Ru replied with a smile, that was in the past. Preferences can change over time. Chui'er dissuaded her by saying, I'm worried that it's too late for you to start learning martial arts. You won't become a powerful cultivator. Furthermore, Meng Ru cut her off by saying, It's not like I want to become a powerful cultivator. I just want to strengthen my body. Isn't that one of the benefits of learning martial arts? I feel tired after just walking for a short time, which must be because I'm weak. Moreover, I found it difficult to hold a sword previously as I almost couldn't lift it. If I had learned martial arts, that wouldn't have happened. Even if I come across any danger again, I'll have the strength to protect myself. Seeing that the eldest young lady was insistent, Chui'er wouldn't dare to refute her. After giving it a thought, she offered a suggestion. If you want to learn martial arts, you can ask a martial arts instructor in the manor to teach you. Guard Yang has his own duties, so it might not be convenient for him. Meng Ru snorted, the martial arts instructors in the manor are not as strong as Guard Yang. You have no idea how bold he was. At that time, he easily killed those bandits with the sword and saber in his hands. The blood formed into a puddle and dyed my shoes red. Chui'er had never heard of anything so ruthless before, so she turned pale in an instant and wouldn't dare to say anything. Meng Ru then turned to Yang Kai and asked, Will you teach me, Guard Yang? Certainly, Yang Kai was more than willing to do that as he would have a chance to come into close contact with the eldest young lady repeatedly, so after pretending to ponder for a moment, he nodded, I am your subordinate, so I will definitely obey your orders. Meng Ru clapped her hands with joy, Let's start now, then. Here? Yang Kai asked. Oh, let's go back first. Meng Ru came to her senses and shuffled forward. Yang Kai followed her closely. Chui'er snapped back to reality and frowned. After telling Qian something, she pulled up her dress and dashed out of the inner court. The eldest young lady wanted to learn martial arts, and she insisted that Yang Kai had to teach her. This matter had to be reported to the patriarch. Since Chui'er was powerless to stop her, she reckoned that she would ask the patriarch to intervene. Upon leaving the inner court, Chui'er arrived at the grand hall where the patriarch dealt with his daily business. After waiting for a bit, she was allowed to see him. Chui'er quickly told him what was going on. With his back leaning against his chair, Meng Di placed his hands on his belly and gave it a thought, if Ru'er wants to learn martial arts, just let her be. I suppose she just wants to learn it for fun. She won't persevere for long. Tell Yang Kai that he must not let Ru'er get injured. If she loses a strand of hair, I'll not spare him. Chui'er had never expected that the patriarch would agree to it. Although it was obvious to everyone that he had been doting on the eldest young lady over the years, she thought he would stop her this time. She had the urge to say that after the previous incident, there was something wrong with the way the eldest young lady looked at Yang Kai. She had been by her side for many years, but she had never seen Meng Ru looking at a man with such a gaze before. That was a gaze with a sense of longing. However, she wouldn't dare to say such a thing out loud. First of all, she was worried that she was mistaken. Secondly, it might ruin the eldest young lady's reputation. You may leave now, Meng Di waved his hand. Left with no choice, Chui'er left the hall. Upon returning to the inner court, she realized that the eldest young lady had changed into some tight-fitting clothes. There was a wooden sword in her hand as she wielded it following Yang Kai's instructions. The move was monotonous, but the eldest young lady seemed joyful and serious as she kept asking Yang Kai whether she was doing it right. Yang Kai was just standing in a spot not far away from her as he gave her instructions from time to time. Meanwhile, Qian was standing silently to the side. Chui'er walked up to her and complained, "Why didn't you stop her?" A flustered Qian lowered her head and remained silent. Chui'er snapped, "You're so useless. I'll chase you out of here sooner or later." Xianxia hung her head even lower. Just a quarter-hour later, the eldest young lady was drenched in sweat. A well-prepared Chui'er walked up to her with a wet towel and helped her wipe herself off. With a hopeful gaze, Meng Ru asked, "How was I doing, guard Yang?" Yang Kai nodded his head. "As a beginner, you are doing very well. You have the talent to learn martial arts." That was to be expected. After all, she was Chu Huashang's reincarnation. Although she had lost her memory, her instincts were ingrained in the deepest part of her soul. It wasn't surprising that she had shown exceptional aptitude in learning martial arts. Meng Ru was elated. "Really? You'd better not lie to me. If you do, I'll..." As she spoke, she balled up her fist and shook it as though she was going to punch him. However, she soon realized that she was acting rather coquettishly, so she quickly retracted her hand and wiped her face to conceal her embarrassment. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai replied, "Would never dare to lie to you. It's the truth." Upon hearing that, Meng Ru put on a bright smile. Chui'er pressed her lips together. "You'd better be cautious, eldest young lady. Men's words cannot be trusted." "What are you talking about? It's not like you've had a man before." Meng Ru pinched the other woman's nose. A blushing Chui'er stomped her foot on the ground. "How could you even say such a thing? I have to tell the patriarch about it." "No, don't do that." "I'll keep my mouth shut, Chui'er," Meng Ru quickly pleaded with her. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-26, Young City Lord. Everyone thought that Meng Ru was just learning martial arts for fun, which was why she pestered her personal bodyguard to teach her. After she became exhausted and lost interest in it, she would give it up. Therefore, after she persevered for a few days, the women in the inner court were shocked, including her maidservant Chui'er. Every day, the eldest young lady would get out of her bed before the sky turned bright. Unlike in the past when she would dress up patiently, she just had to tie up her hair and put on some tight-fitting clothes now before heading to the courtyard with a wooden sword. Yang Kai would always be waiting for her there. She would be soaked in sweat every day, but she was still high-spirited. Even just by monotonously wielding her sword, she increasingly became better with the movements. The two maidservants were asked to learn martial arts as well. The main reason was that the eldest young lady was annoyed by Chui'er, who always tried to stop her from practicing. If Chui'er could learn with her, perhaps she would keep her mouth shut. However, not everyone had the eldest young lady's perseverance. Chui'er gave it up barely 2 days later. Other than the fact that the moves were monotonous, her entire figure would ache every day. Although she was a maidservant, she grew up with the eldest young lady and enjoyed the finer things in life. She had never gone through such hardship before. With that said, after she gave it up, she rarely dissuaded the eldest young lady from learning martial arts again. Perhaps she no longer had the nerve to do so. On the other hand, even though Xianxia appeared timid, she had impressive willpower. Moreover, Yang Kai discovered that she was just as talented as the eldest young lady when it came to learning martial arts. Time went by quickly as he taught martial arts with an ulterior motive while the two women learned attentively. 2 months had passed. Yang Kai and the eldest young lady had become much closer to each other through their contact every day. He could clearly notice that whenever the eldest young lady looked at him, her gaze was filled with a sense of longing. Only when a woman was in love with a man would she gaze at him in such a way. Back then, after he risked his life to save her, she started treating him favorably. The contact and guidance over the past few months had just pulled them closer to one another. Yang Kai had a feeling that he was close to breaking senior sister Chu's heart barrier, but he had no idea how much more he had to do before he could succeed. He could only play it by ear now. After all, he didn't have similar experiences that he could refer to. This samsara world had its own rules. One day, after Yang Kai was done teaching the eldest young lady, Chui'er came over with a wet towel and helped wipe her face. All of a sudden, the eldest young lady said, "Guard Yang, I'm leaving the city tomorrow. Please come with me. Yang Kai became startled for a moment before nodding, yes. He had no idea why the eldest young lady was leaving the city. Since she returned to the Meng Manor some time ago, she had never left her residence. She would only take a stroll in the garden at most. She must have a matter to attend to for leaving the city. However, as a private guard, he wasn't in a position to ask her anything. Is there anything I need to prepare? Yang Kai asked. No, you just have to follow me. The eldest young lady forced a smile. I'm a little tired now, so I'll get some rest. Please rest early as well, Guard Yang. Yang Kai nodded his head and stepped back into the darkness. The next day, the eldest young lady was dressed in some simple clothes. A carriage was ready outside the Meng Manor. Besides that, there were a group of personal bodyguards with sabers who would escort her. Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong were on either side of the carriage. Beside Yang Kai was Qian Qian while Chui'er was leading the way at the front. With his left hand on his hilt, Yang Kai looked around to prevent any ill-intentioned people from coming near. Although the crisis caused by the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak had been resolved previously, he had no idea whether the Meng Manor had dealt with those from Hidden Treasure Peak in any way recently. He had to be ready for a fight at any moment. There was one time when he turned his head, he realized that Qian Qian was looking at him. He nodded at her and put on a smile. In an instant, Qian Qian started blushing and hung her head low. She lost her balance and almost stumbled over. A dexterous Yang Kai quickly took her arm, watch out. A flustered Qian Qian retracted her arm and said in a small voice, thanks. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. He was pleased with this maidservant who was timid but hardworking. She was unlike the annoying Chui'er, who loved to boss others around just because she was the eldest young lady's trusted maidservant. What happened? The eldest young lady lifted the curtain and revealed her alluring face. She must have heard the noise just now. Nothing, Yang Kai shook his head. The eldest young lady shot him a doubtful look and gazed at the blushing Qian Qian before snorting, don't bully Qian Qian. If you do, I won't let you off. I would never dare to. Yang Kai secretly smiled in a helpless manner, thinking that the eldest young lady was the one he wanted to bully. However, he couldn't say such a thing for the time being as he was just a personal bodyguard. The eldest young lady pretended to be fierce and showed him her fist before letting the curtain down. A moment later, she was heard saying in a melancholic voice, it's the anniversary of my mother's death. I visit the gratitude shrine to pray for her every year. It was only then that Yang Kai found out why the eldest young lady was leaving the city. Gratitude Shrine was more than a dozen kilometers away from the city where a lot of believers would pray to the heavens. Shrines were rarely seen in the 3,000 worlds. There were no shrines in the universe worlds where Yang Kai had stayed before. With that said, he was aware of such places. It had something to do with a kind of faith. Furthermore, over the past couple of months, Yin Ji-yong had given Yang Kai some information about the Meng Manor. Although Meng Ru was the eldest young lady, she wasn't a legitimate child. Her mother wasn't Meng Deye's wife. Instead, the two apparently got to know each other when they were still very young. Even though Meng Deye had many wives, he loved this woman, who had started following him since childhood and would never leave him, the most. Unfortunately, she didn't enjoy a long life. She passed away when the eldest young lady was still a young child. Perhaps Meng Deye felt guilty as well as a sense of longing, so he doted on Meng Ru the most out of all his children. Despite the fact that she was pretty mature now, he had never forced her to marry anyone. In this samsara world, women who were still not married by the age of 26 or 27 would be treated like jinxes. However, the eldest young lady was still doing perfectly well in the Meng Manor, which was a wealthy family to begin with. Despite the fact that she was a noble lady, Meng Deye still allowed her to learn martial arts. Gratitude Shrine was more than a dozen kilometers away from White Jade City where there were a lot of believers. While going up the mountain, they saw a lot of people walking along the path. Seeing the formation of the Meng Manor, these people would move to the sides. The ordinary people would never dare to offend those from the Meng Manor. 1 hour later, they arrived at the peak. Yang Kai looked up and saw a magnificent shrine. In front of them stood an old monk with a scar on his head who was clad in a simple robe. Apparently, he had been informed in advance that the eldest young lady from the Meng Manor was coming over. Meng Ru and the old monk obviously knew one another. After all, she would visit Gratitude Shrine once every year. After getting out of the carriage, she saluted the old monk and followed him to enter the shrine. The personal bodyguards followed her closely. After exchanging glances with Yin Zhiyong, Yang Kai hid among the crowd. While one of them was conspicuous, the other was hidden. Moreover, with the protection of other personal bodyguards from the Meng Manor, there were no worries about Meng Ru's safety. After following the old monk to an altar where ceremonial lamps were placed, Meng Ru poured some oil into it for her mother and headed to another grand hall where she would light some incense sticks, pray, and perform divination with sticks. Suddenly thinking of something, Meng Ru cheered up instantly and put on a smile. After walking around for a bit, she was a little tired, so she found a stone pavilion and had a seat. Shui'er quickly fished out the cakes and tea she had prepared earlier while the personal bodyguards dispersed and guarded the stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion, Meng Ru was having a joyous chat with the maidservant while looking around. She was a little disappointed when she didn't see the person she had been longing for. However, when she thought of the fact he would protect her at any moment, she became at ease. Right then, a young man clad in white clothes was sauntering towards them. He was followed by a servant who had a sword in his hand. He was a tall and handsome young man who sported a harmless smile. There was no doubt that he was a gentle and good-looking nobleman. When Shui'er caught a glimpse of the young man, she could not move her eyes away from him again. "Stop right there. The eldest young lady of the Meng Manor is resting here." The responsible personal bodyguards tried to stop them from coming closer. Despite the fact that the young man was a noble, he wasn't infuriated at their rudeness. He just cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Please tell the eldest young lady that Feng Qingxi of the Feng family would like to see her." The personal bodyguards were shocked as they finally recognized this young man and they quickly put away their arrogance. Despite his gentle voice, Meng Ru could hear him as she wasn't far from him to begin with. When she heard the name Feng Qingxi, she turned her head and appeared surprised. Then, she beckoned to Shui'er and spoke to her in a small voice. Shui'er nodded and walked up to Feng Qingxi before saluting him in an elegant manner. "Young city lord, our young lady would like to see you." Feng Qingxi smiled and nodded his head, "Many thanks." Shui'er stole a glance at him and hung her head low with a blushing face. After leading him to the stone pavilion, she stood behind Meng Ru. Meng Ru examined Feng Qingxi and put on a smile. "It's really you, young city lord. Why are you here?" It wasn't the first time they met each other. Previously, when she was in danger, it was Yang Kai who stood in front of her and became exhausted from fending off all the enemies while in the end, Feng Qingxi came to the rescue with the soldiers from White Jade City. Nevertheless, Meng Ru was concerned about Yang Kai on the way home, so she wasn't in the mood to talk to Feng Qingxi. Feng Qingxi replied with a smile, "The weather is lovely today, so I decided to leave home for a walk. I didn't expect to see you here, little sister Ru. What a coincidence." Meng Ru reckoned that he was older than she was, and he had done her a favor previously, so she only felt awkward but not disgusted by the fact that he called her little sister Ru. With a smile, she said, "I should have personally thanked you for helping to save me previously, but I haven't had a chance to do so. Please don't take offense, young city lord."